Our story begins with the legend of Kim Soo-hyun, the absolute strongest awakener, a man draped in the heavy mantle of humanity's last hero in this awakening manhwa. In the final blood-soaked crusade against the abominations, he was ultimately annihilated by the Dragon Monarch Fafnir. But perhaps the heavens deemed his talent too precious to waste, dragging his weary soul back 20 years into the past. Kim Soo-hyun was reborn into the body of a high school student named Kim Soo-hyun, granted a second chance at destiny. To understand if this life will differ from the tragedy of the last, we must return to that fateful, storm-drenched night. A voice echoed through the void. The fallen hero saw only a translucent hand reaching out to him as the image of a small, grime-streaked boy materialized in the darkness. The mysterious figure tugged desperately at Kim Soo-hyun's sleeve, begging, "Please, you have to save this world. Everyone is waiting for you. You are our only hope. Oh, hero of ours, please save us. Protect us, I beg of you. Please, sir. Our hero." Countless invisible hands clawed at the small boy, trying to drag him down, while his lips trembled in silence amidst the cacophony of pleading voices. "Please save us. O noble and mighty hero." With tears streaming down his face, Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth and cried out, "Mother, everyone keeps calling me the savior, but why? Why do I have to be the hero?" The woman before him said nothing, offering only a gentle, heartbreaking smile, while the boy choked back a sob of pure agony. "I just want it all to end right here. The burden is too heavy. It is too terrifying." Suddenly the woman spoke. "My son, you are the hope of this entire world." And with those cruel words, she mercilessly pushed Kim Soo-hyun away into the abyss. The boy, too young to comprehend the betrayal, froze in shock. The woman's voice turned ice cold. "Stop this pathetic weeping. It is beneath you. Sacrifice yourself like a true hero." Before his eyes, a sea of hands surged upward, dragging the boy down into the deepest pits of despair. A single droplet of water splashed onto Kim Soo-hyun's face. The heavens opened up, pouring rain upon the ruined world. Sensing the cold, the S-Rank Awakener Kim Soo-hyun slowly opened his eyes. Kim Soo-hyun struggled to sit up amidst the debris of a fallen city. Gripping his sword, he forced his broken body to rise. "I suppose a walk in this fresh air is better than dying lying down." Standing atop a skyscraper, Kim Soo-hyun arched a brow, gazing down at the chaos below. A horde of grotesque monsters, twisted and bizarre, marched relentlessly forward. Seeing the swarm, he let out a scoff. "Those damn beasts really don't know the meaning of a coffee break." Looking at the sheer volume of enemies, Kim Soo-hyun couldn't hide his irritation. "You lot certainly gather quickly, don't you annoying bastards?" His stats flared to life like a glitch in a system. Manhwa Mana Power 971. Mana Grade 91. The monsters turned their gazes upward. In that instant, Kim Soo-hyun's eyes glowed a crimson red. With a burst of fury, he tightened his grip on his weapon and launched himself straight into the jaws of death. The horde roared, charging without fear, but Kim Soo-hyun was a calamity made flesh. He swung his blade back, unleashing a storm of slashes worthy of the title hero. Kim Soo-hyun's foot slammed onto a monster's skull, crushing it instantly as he used the beast as a stepping stone to vault high into the air. Mid-flight, he gritted his teeth and brought his weapon down with earth-shattering force. A deafening boom resonated as a massive fissure tore through the ground below. After the devastating strike, Kim Soo-hyun frowned, gasping for air. Suddenly, he coughed up a massive amount of blood, his body reaching its limit. Just then, a deep, rumbling voice vibrated through the air. As expected of humanity's greatest hero, a colossal hand gripped the ruins of a building, and a nightmare made manifest appeared before Kim Soo-hyun. The giant Fafnir opened its maw. This is the gravity of true power. Kim Soo-hyun glared at the entity, the air filling with unsettling alien sounds. "I, Fafnir, admit that you are worthy of becoming a part of me." Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at the dragon as Fafnir's voice boomed across the dimension. "I will defeat you, and I will consume that magnificent power of yours." A thunderous crash followed as Fafnir wasted no time hurling Kim Soo-hyun into a nearby building. The hero, battered and exhausted, coughed violently, yet a tired, mocking smirk remained etched on his face. Kim Soo-hyun looked at Fafnir and let out a dry chuckle. "So, this is how the story ends, hero?" A gentle voice whispered in his mind. "My son," he rasped back, "don't make me laugh." Beneath the relentless rain, the world looked like the apocalypse itself. Monsters swarmed the skies. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Kim Soo-hyun lay broken on the ground, trembling with frustration. "In the end, I couldn't save a single soul. A hero? What a load of crap." Above him, Fafnir raised a fist capable of shattering mountains, aiming directly for Kim Soo-hyun's position. Kim Soo-hyun thought, I truly was nothing in the end. Darkness swallowed him. After an eternity of nothingness, his eyes fluttered open to the sound of an urgent, annoying voice. Weak sunlight filtered down, causing Kim Soo-hyun to wince. He slowly opened his eyes, fully soaking in the warmth of a sun he thought he'd never see again. A student looked down at Kim Soo-hyun, who was lying on the floor, and laughed. "Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, you were out cold, man. We thought you actually kicked the bucket." Hearing the name Kim Soo-hyun's eyes snapped open in pure shock. He bolted upright, instantly startling everyone in the vicinity. What the hell? Why did he pop up like a zombie? Confusion washed over Kim Soo-hyun's face as he tried to grasp the situation. He looked down at his hands, young, unscarred, and whole. He then looked up, at the pristine blue sky above. Kim Soo-hyun stared blankly at the heavens, while his classmate looked at him like he was a lunatic. Raising a brow, he whispered, "Is this a dream?" He sat there muttering, "I swear, Fafnir had just." The other students exchanged puzzled glances. What is he babbling about? Is he losing his mind? One of the bullies sneered, stepping forward. "Well, if you're awake, you should be ready to take the rest of your beating, right?" Kim Soo-hyun looked at the boy, genuinely surprised. "You guys are actually alive." The bully scowled and grabbed Kim Soo-hyun by the collar. "Shut your mouth. Stop spouting nonsense." Kim Soo-hyun, realizing he was being manhandled, looked up in disbelief. At that moment, the bully threw a punch, aimed straight for his face. Without a second of hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun raised his hand and effortlessly blocked the strike. The bully's face twisted in shock as he realized the weakling was fighting back. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes turned razor-sharp. In a blur of motion, he swung his arm, planting a devastating fist squarely into the bully's face. The guy went flying, rolling away like a kicked soccer ball. The three lackeys dropped their jaws in horror. Kim Soo-hyun, realizing what he did, stammered, "Ah, crap. Sorry, pure reflex." The bully, clutching his face, screamed in rage. "Are you crazy, Kim Soo-hyun? You are absolutely dead meat today?" Suddenly, a bully shouted, "Hey Kang, hi Wook, the cops are here." The thug nursing a swollen cheek spun around in a panic. "What? Why? Now? Of all times?" The bully snarled a final warning. "Kim Soo-hyun, you better show your face at school tomorrow." But the victim whispered, utterly confused, "Kim Soo-hyun, but my name is Kim Sung-in." He struggled to his feet, the world spinning. What the hell is going on? Then he spotted a phone lying in the dust and instinctively reached for it. "Is this piece of junk theirs?" He scoffed at the cracked screen. "You'd think they could afford better gear than this. This thing is a relic. It's at least 20 years old." Then his eyes widened as the realization hit him like a physical blow. He stared at the stranger's reflection in the black screen. Who is this? But to understand this mystery, we must look to a future that has already happened. The year 2042. The apocalypse arrived not with a bang, but with a rupture. Dungeons opened across the globe, spewing monsters into our reality. These abominations marched forth, slaughtering humanity in a cataclysm known only as the Uprising. In the blink of an eye, civilization crumbled. The peaceful world was erased from history. But humans are cockroach resilient. From the ashes of society, a new breed of warrior emerged to push back the tide of darkness. They possessed abilities capable of rivaling the dungeon beasts. They were called the Awakened. And Kim Sung-in was the protagonist of this awakening manhwa. But the monsters were endless. Even as humanity faced extinction, he stood as the last line of defense, fighting a lonely war until the very end. He was the unyielding shield, the last human alive, the strongest awakened to ever walk the earth. Snap back to the present. A gruff voice pierced his ears. Name. The police officer glared like an interrogator. He was still reeling from this new reality. Kim Sung-in? No. It's Kim Soo-hyun. The officer needed basics for the report. Date of birth. His mind was a thick fog. Huh. The cop sighed, patience wearing thin. I asked how old you are, kid. Spit it out. Truth was, Kim Soo-hyun had absolutely no clue. His eyes drifted to a calendar on the wall. 2022. Chaos swirled in his mind. It should be 2042. That was 20 years in the past. Hey, Earth the kid. The cop shout jolted him out of his trance. 20. No, I'm 19. The officer rolled his eyes. Just a high schooler. Fine, I'll wrap this up and send you home. 19 and you don't know your own address. The cop looked at him like he was an alien. You only know your name and age. To Kim Soo-hyun, this felt like a fever dream. I was dead. Fafnir crushed me. The cop's scolding faded into background noise. Where is your head at? Finals are coming up. But he wasn't listening. Is this an illusion, some dark magic from Fafnir? But the memory of the Dragon King's fist obliterating him was too vivid. He clenched his fist on his thigh, grounding himself in the pain. It was real. Against all logic, he had to accept the impossible. He had traveled back in time, but he couldn't shake the loss of his old self. Where is my true body? How do I get back to being the legendary Kim Soo-hyun? It was too much to process. The officer finally gave up. Forget it. Talking to you is like talking to a brick wall. Your mom is on her way. Sit tight, he added a stern warning, and stop wandering around like a stray cat once you're home, especially near those construction sites on the news. Stay away from there. The warning struck a strange chord in his memory. The cop grumbled, kids these days have a death wish. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke through the station. Kim Soo-hyun. A middle-aged woman rushed in, framing his face with trembling hands. Thank heavens. Why are you at the police station? Her eyes were swimming with panic. And your face. Are you hurt? Kim Soo-hyun felt a strange disconnect. Who is she? Is this the body's mother? She led him out as the sunset painted the city in crimson. Did you really forget our address? She asked softly on the walk home. I know we just moved, but still. His voice wavered. I'm just not used to the new place yet, Mother. She let out a surprised laugh. Mother, since when are you so polite? That's not like you at all. He froze. Right. Panic set in. What do I say? His gaze darkened as he calculated his next move. Should I apologize for the trouble? Before he could speak, a handkerchief appeared before his eyes. Here, wipe your face. Her voice mixed anger with tenderness. Was it those bullies at school again? When will those punks learn? Tell me if they touch you again, she vowed, her hand naturally slipping into his to offer strength. I won't let them get away with it. Kim Soo-hyun, stunned by this warmth, let himself be dragged along. Suddenly, she stopped. He snapped to attention. Yes, she looked around confused. That's odd. The park is empty. Where is everyone? Her words triggered his instincts. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was predatory. Something was hunting them. The metallic scent of blood. Silent pause. Razor-sharp fangs. His mother tugged his arm. Kim Soo-hyun. Why did you stop? I'm coming, he started to say, but a low growl cut him off. Then came the heavy rhythmic thud of a four-legged beast. The sound shattered the quiet. He whipped his head around, staring straight into a maw of jagged teeth. His pupils constricted. A dungeon wolf instinct took over. He spun, hurling his backpack to create distance. The beast's jaws snapped shut, tearing a chunk from his bag as he skidded to a halt. No. This was no ordinary wolf. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. He knew this monstrosity all too well from his past battles. It was a war dog. Suddenly, the cryptic warning from that police officer clicked. The pieces were falling into place. Was this the beginning of the catastrophe? A full-scale outbreak. However, something about this didn't add up. In the timeline of 2022, dungeons shouldn't have breached the city center yet. Now, two pairs of glowing eyes locked onto them, saliva dripping from their bared fangs. Kim Soo-hyun desperately scanned his surroundings. How could he possibly defeat them in this state? He needed a weapon. Anything. With no other choice, he snatched up a discarded umbrella. Beside him, his mother froze, her eyes widening in sheer terror as she whispered, "Monsters." Hadn't the news claimed the situation was under control? He stepped in front of her, a human shield against the beasts. "Mom, don't move." His knuckles turned white as he gripped the umbrella like a spear. "I'm still not used to this weak body. But if I focus on just one, I might survive." Suddenly, the beast lunged, a blur of fur and fangs aiming straight for the kill. Kim Soo-hyun barely dodged his body, screaming in protest as he tried to match the monster's speed. Gritting his teeth, he thrust the umbrella's metal tip, grazing the creature's flank. The beast howled as blood sprayed from the gash, but it wasn't enough to put it down. It whipped around, jaws snapping. Kim Soo-hyun saw the counterattack coming a split second too late. He threw the umbrella up to block the snapping jaws, but the force was overwhelming. His arms trembled under the crushing weight. Is my cut too shallow? He was pinned to the cold pavement, helpless. Rage boiled within him. He couldn't believe he lacked the strength to kill such a low-tier trash mob. If I were in my old body, a single strike would have decapitated this thing. He prayed for a miracle, an awakening, a skill, anything. But reality was cruel. The second wolf seized the opening, launching a lethal strike from his blind spot. Another one. But then a shadow threw itself into harm's way, shoving the massive wolf aside. In that heart-stopping second, Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. It happened in a flash. "Mom." She slammed into the beast, taking the impact meant for him. Her body hit the pavement with a sickening thud. Confusion warred with shock in his mind. She saved me. Why? Kim Soo-hyun didn't waste a breath. He kicked the wolf off him, ignoring the danger at his back as he scrambled toward her. "Mom," his voice cracked, panic flooding his chest. "Why did you do that? It's too dangerous." Her lips moved faintly, whispering his name. Her eyes were squeezed shut, pain etched on her face. "I'm okay." "So." Her final words struck him like a physical blow. "You have to live." Then she went limp. He gently lowered her head, a heavy, suffocating silence descending upon him. The air grew cold. The two wolves circled waiting to strike the exposed prey. But they hesitated. A terrifying abyssal aura began to leak from the boy, choking the very air around them. Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped to a demonic growl. "Hey, you mongrels!" He looked less like prey and more like a predator from the depths of hell. "Are you that eager to die?" The beasts whimpered their instincts, screaming, "Run!" They bolted without hesitation, fleeing the monster in human skin. Kim Soo-hyun, consumed by bloodlust, raised his broken weapon. "I won't let a single one of you escape." He tried to give chase, but his legs betrayed him. He collapsed after a single step, his face hitting the asphalt. A bitter, twisted smile formed on his lips. Lucky for them, they didn't see this. The sky turned a bruised purple as his vision blurred. Is this body truly this pathetic? I can't even chase down two fleeing dogs? But he couldn't stay here. He had to get them to safety. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he hoisted his mother onto his back. His back screamed in agony from the injury. Suddenly, a crucial realization hit him amidst the chaos. Wait, I just transmigrated here. Do I even have a home? Panic set in until night fell, and he finally stumbled upon a rundown apartment complex. Kim Soo-hyun gasped for air, gently laying his mother on the sofa. "Finally, we made it." He let out a sigh of relief. Thank God the address was in the wallet, or I would have been a homeless main character in a leveling manhwa. Suddenly, his mother shifted, murmuring in her sleep, still protecting him in her dreams. "Kim Soo-hyun, don't worry, Mom is here." Even unconscious, she was willing to die for him. "Run, my son." Kim Soo-hyun's expression complicated as he listened. The image of her diving in front of the wolf burned in his memory. "Mom, why would you go that far?" An unfamiliar question echoed in his mind. Just to protect her child. He stared at this stranger, who was now his mother, feeling a strange warmth he hadn't known before. He looked down at his trembling hands. Why is this vessel so weak? It was nothing like the legendary physique of Kim Sung-in. He felt fragile as glass. I struggled against mere trash mobs. Frustration gnawed at his gut. Did I regress just to be trapped in a useless body? Kim Soo-hyun refused to accept it. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. He wouldn't relive that tragic past, never again. As he drowned in his thoughts, a dimensional rift silently tore open behind him. At first, he didn't even notice the shift in reality. No, I need to stay rational. Panic is death. Suddenly, a mechanical hum shattered the silence. User verified. That voice. It was hauntingly familiar. Process complete. Kim Soo-hyun spun around, his eyes locking onto the glowing portal that had materialized in his living room. Valid user Kim Soo-hyun. Opening gate. He stared at the shimmering light. There was no mistaking it. The void, the system, was calling to him. A void gate meant one thing: awakening. Was this his chance? Could he rewrite his destiny in this body, in this harsh awakening manhwa reality? He hesitated for a fraction of a second, looking at his uncalloused hands. In the year 2022, Kim Sung-in was still just a civilian. But now, I've accessed the void earlier than my previous life. The gate pulsed with inviting light. This was the turning point. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Good. He wouldn't hesitate. Kim Soo-hyun stepped into the abyss. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. This place appeared alongside the dungeons. The Tower of Trials, also known as the Void, the only power that gave humanity a fighting chance against the apocalypse. For those who managed to conquer the first floor of the tower, they earn the title of an Awakened. By climbing higher, these individuals grow ever stronger. He was now one of these chosen few. For this very reason, most users set their sights on the very top. But a hidden system exists within the tower, one far more crucial than simply climbing floors. The Void System's voice echoed. User Kim Soo-hyun will now begin the trial. Entry Floor 1. This marked the true beginning of Kim Soo-hyun's new life. The system presented the usual prompt. Please select a difficulty. The choices ranged from level 1 to the absolute hardest level 10. He didn't hesitate, choosing the highest difficulty, level 10. The system confirmed his choice instantly. Each floor possesses its own difficulty level. You have selected level 10. A new layer added to the challenge of the void. This difficulty system is applied to every single floor. On the same floor, a higher difficulty means stronger monsters. and naturally stronger monsters yield far greater rewards. The world before his eyes suddenly expanded, a daunting landscape, the price for choosing such a high-risk difficulty. Simply put, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Kim Soo-hyun was transported to a new location to begin. Tower of Trials, first floor. The space warped into an arena. Difficulty level 10. Begin. He was past the point of no return now. There was no turning back. I had my reasons for choosing level 10, he thought. But can I really handle this? Even in his past life, the highest he'd ever dared was level 8. But resolve hardened in his eyes, fueled by his goal. No, I have to overcome this. That dark future where humanity is brought to ruin. It's coming. If I walk the same path as before, I'll only meet the same tragic end. A small circle materialized, displaying an array of weapons. Please select your weapon. Beyond the blue light, chicken-like bipedal monsters lurked. The moment Kim Soo-hyun grabbed a weapon, the trial began. I must succeed. The protective blue barrier vanished, and he charged forward to face them. Hours later, back in the real world under a quiet moonlit sky. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. A man was cornered in a dead-end alley by 2 wolves. Help me. He scrambled backward, knowing he stood no chance. Monsters. Their eyes glowed with savage intent as they slowly closed in. Is anyone there? Faced with their razor-sharp fangs, the man could only scream. Somebody please. Just then, Kim Soo-hyun appeared like a hero from the heavens. Finally found you. A blinding flash of light stunned the helpless man. Kim Soo-hyun leaped from out of nowhere, kicking the wolf mid-pounce to save the innocent man. In his hand was a blue umbrella he'd casually picked up earlier. A chilling glint flashed in Kim Soo-hyun's eyes. With a single downward strike from a flimsy umbrella, the wolf's entire body shattered into pieces. It all happened in a blink of an eye, leaving the second wolf completely stunned. Kim Soo-hyun's voice was laced with a cold, vengeful tone. I told you I wouldn't let you escape. Didn't I? He then spoke to the bewildered wolf, almost comforting it. Don't worry. Kim Soo-hyun made a clean sweep with his hand. A brilliant light flashed as his eyes grew cold. Tossing the umbrella aside, he declared, You'll be joining your friend soon enough. Awakened Kim Soo-hyun, Tower of Trials, first floor, difficulty 10. Complete. The news was filled with reports of monster appearances. Recently, we've recorded a steady increase in the number of dungeons. Compared to the year 2019, when the first dungeon appeared, the number of new dungeons has now tripled. This is the reality of an awakening manhwa, forcing humanity to adapt. One day, these gates just suddenly appeared, sparking widespread debate and causing massive upheaval. The world scrambled to analyze this new phenomenon. At a glance, dungeons in the Tower of Trials seem similar, but their internal structures are fundamentally different. The dungeon system is ranked by color, indicating its difficulty. The Tower of Trials, however, has 10 difficulty levels for each floor, with each floor presenting a unique challenge. Now we'll explore the differences based on current data. There were even courses to educate the public on dungeons, the tower, and the system itself. The entire world's attention was fixated on these unidentified objects that had appeared all at once. Their curiosity and fascination grew by the day. But with great danger came incredible rewards. Magic stones, the energy source for users found in dungeons, became more and more varied. Ores, treasures, and magic stones from dungeons. Their prices skyrocketed overnight. Soon the Awakened became the new global elite, standing at the top of society. The rewards from dungeons didn't just affect daily life. They sent shockwaves through the entire global economy. The Awakened were lured by the artifacts obtained from conquering dungeons. Fame and fortune followed, until the first warning bells began to toll. But no one was truly listening as news anchors issued urgent warnings about the dangers of a coming break. This was the phenomenon where monsters flooded out from dungeons into the real world. Dungeon breaks were starting to occur from the highest ranks to the lowest. But overall, in the long term, dungeons had a positive impact on society. The catastrophic event that would soon strike humanity was the Great Surge, a phenomenon where dungeons appear en masse, allowing monsters to multiply in number and power before pouring out into the real world. In the near future, after the year 2028, this would become reality. For now, life went on peacefully, but they would soon learn how that single disaster would bring the world to its knees. A group of awakened hunters chatted on the street. Did you see the ranking update? Same old, same old? Wait, there's a new name today. A new name on the awakened list. I mean, how did this guy clear the first floor with a score like that? The ranking board showed first place Kim Soo-hyun, an unbelievable 2,230 points. The person in second place only had 940. The gap was astronomical. A new legend was born. While they were still buzzing, the man himself had arrived. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. Who the hell is Kim Soo-hyun anyway? Kim Soo-hyun stepped out of the gate and let out a long breath. It's been a while since I've been here. Taking in the familiar sight, a faint smile played on his lips. This medieval-looking town is known as the Tower of Trials, or the Void. It's a vast world that connects the floors, a gathering place for the awakened from all over the globe. Each floor has a different environment, weather, and even culture. And everywhere you looked, there were awakened just like him. There was one ironclad rule in this world: to ascend, you must conquer. Surviving the first floor was the only way to become a true awakener. Welcome to the second floor, the sanctuary for the newly awakened. Unlike the hell below, this place was a paradise for gathering resources. But if you wanted to live like a king, you needed achievement points from the start. Soo-hyun silenced a flying terror with a single brutal strike. The arena was a graveyard of monsters. His body screamed in protest, struggling to keep up. He had survived the impossible Floor 1 difficulty level 10. Without the memories of his past life, he would be just another corpse. His knowledge was the ultimate weapon in this awakening Manhwa. His battle instincts were awakening from their slumber. Confidence surged through his veins. Then the sweet sound of the system chimed. Trial complete. Distributing rewards for difficulty level 10. Points rained down like a jackpot: 10, 30, 150. All the way to 1,000. All stats increased by 5. Magic power up by 2. Magic grade ascended. Current ranking first place. Even Soo-hyun was stunned. The system was surprisingly generous to those who danced with death. His growth was explosive compared to his previous life. 2,230 points. He froze, staring at the number that could change his destiny. This was more than enough to dominate the next floor. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Greed washed over him as he looked at his fortune. It was time to go shopping. He zeroed in on the first shop he needed. He stepped inside without hesitation. The shopkeeper's voice rang out, dripping with practiced hospitality. "Oh my, welcome valued customer." She leaned over the counter, a professional smile plastered on her face. "I haven't seen you before." "First time here, kid." Pointed ears betrayed her non-human lineage. The merchant ratable. "Tell big sister what you need. Or shall I recommend something for a newbie?" Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. Merchant ratable. Her tactic of draining newbies' wallets hadn't changed a bit since his past life. Save the sales pitch. "I know what I want." He dropped the name like a bomb. The double jump skill. Redable froze instantly. And the transfiguration skill. She let out a long sigh, intrigued. "Seriously, who told you about those? You've got expensive taste, kid. But can you afford it?" Double jump is 150. Transfiguration is a steep 1,000. Soo-hyun just grinned, radiating the confidence of a whale. He slammed his hand on the counter. Payment complete, 1,150 points. Ratable slammed the table. "Holy crap. Where did a rookie get that kind of cash? Did you exploit a bug?" Soo-hyun feigned ignorance. "Did I miscalculate?" She waved her hands frantically. "No, that's not it. I've never seen anyone leave the first floor with over 1,000 points. Are you sure you just arrived here?" He raised a brow cool as ice. "Of course. I'm just an ordinary customer passing through." Transaction complete. Soo-hyun walked out. The second floor was breathtaking, like a scene straight out of a fantasy movie. He checked his subspace inventory. He had stocked up on everything: swords, short spears, bandages, and potions. Provisions were secured. Now for the real prize. He activated Appraisal on his 2 new skills. In this system, Manhwa, every active skill demanded a specific level of mana to unleash its power. Skill Double Jump. Mana cost 2. Proficiency 0. Allows a second leap in midair. Height and frequency increase with mastery. Skill Transfiguration. Mana cost 1. Mimics the physical attributes of a chosen target. Versatility improves with skill level. Most skills grew stronger through repeated use, grinding proficiency until they evolved. Soo-hyun knew the value of these growth-type skills. In a typical leveling manhwa, these were the cheats that separated gods from mortals. The potential to rewrite his physical limits was now in his hands. It was the ultimate wildcard. And the craziest part? You could just buy this broken ability in the shop if you knew where to look. He pulled out a vial of purple liquid, the mana catalyst. It looked cheap, but it was the key to everything. Low-grade mana catalyst. Cost 700 points. Diluted mana that permanently expands the user's vessel. A hidden gem sitting in plain sight. It was a cheat code, increasing mana capacity without the life-threatening risk of dungeon diving. These were available in general stores the moment the tutorial ended. Soo-hyun gazed at the vial, lost in thought. Most fools ignored these shops, too blinded by the rush to climb the tower's floors. But for those who knew the secrets, the shops were a treasure trove of rare artifacts. This catalyst was the holy grail for early-game mana growth. Even if it tasted like sewer water, he would drink every drop. Thank God for his past life memories. Transfiguration. Catalyst. He was likely the only player in the world utilizing this strategy. As he gripped the vial, a voice cut through the air, soft but startling. "Excuse me, do you have a moment?" Soo-hyun spun around, adrenaline spiking. What I didn't sense his presence at all. A red-haired man stood there, smiling sheepishly. "Ah, did I startle you? My bad." But Soo-hyun wasn't listening. As he studied the man's face, a chill ran down his spine. The memory overlapped with reality, a demon standing atop a mountain of corpses, eyes burning with bloodlust. There was no mistaking him. Choi Hak-jun. This red-haired man. I'd seen him before in my past life. Choi Hak-jun. He was once a promising, awakened prospect in the void. A piercing scream shattered the silence. But in the not-so-distant future, this innocent-looking face would belong to a monster. He's the one who will eventually massacre the members of an entire major guild. The image of his bloodthirsty face flashed through Kim Soo-hyun's memories. But Choi Hak-jun didn't get an answer. Just an intense, silent stare. Finally, he nervously scratched his cheek and spoke up. "Is there something on my face? You've been staring for a while now?" Kim Soo-hyun snapped back to reality, realizing his mistake. "No, I was just a bit surprised." He shook himself free from his dark thoughts. He looked so much more vicious back then. "Anyway, was there something you wanted to ask me?" Choi Hak-jun honestly revealed his intentions. "Actually, I followed you after you left the store. You bought quite a lot, and you look like a pro." Kim Soo-hyun's hand resting on his thigh tightened into a fist. "Why is this guy tailing me?" As Choi Hak-jun began to make his proposal, his vague words made Kim Soo-hyun tense up in anticipation. But the guy's face was as innocent and eager as a golden retriever's. "Do you want to form a party with me?" Kim Soo-hyun was completely caught off guard. "Excuse me, what did you just say?" A short while later, he was back to climbing the tower. The second floor, difficulty level 10. The trial will now begin. You have acquired the Corpse Tribe's treasure. The tribe's wrath is now focused on you. They will stop at nothing to reclaim their artifact. Take the treasure, run, and find a way to survive the forest. Bipedal lizardmen sniffed the air, their nostrils flaring. Armed with spears and swords, they began searching the area around a massive tree. Perched high above, Kim Soo-hyun held his breath, remaining perfectly silent. Finding nothing, the lizardmen finally split up and moved on. He cautiously scanned the area below. The Corpse Tribe are master trackers, and the system wants me to escape from them. Isn't that asking for the impossible? He glanced at the item in his hand. What kind of treasure gets you stuck in a mission this insane? The item only had a name, and nothing else. The Corpse Tribe's treasure had no description, no special abilities. Its only purpose seemed to be making him a target. Still, Kim Soo-hyun had no idea how to clear this stage. How am I supposed to complete this mission? Suddenly, the system's words echoed in his mind. Find a way to survive the forest. His eyes widened as a brilliant, insane idea sparked to life. One of the lizardmen patrolled past a large tree root. Without warning, Kim Soo-hyun leaped down, landing directly in its path. He summoned a sword from his inventory and charged forward. His skill sliced through the air like lightning, felling the creature in a single blow. A grin spread across Kim Soo-hyun's face as the plan clicked into place. Survive in this forest. A thrill shot through him as he charged recklessly into the enemy horde. That means I just have to wipe them all out. A lizard man shrieked from a branch above, leaping down towards his head. With an effortless flick of his wrist, another one fell. You have received 20 achievement points. The new skill he'd acquired was already proving its worth. Using Leap, he continued to rack up more points. You have received 20 achievement points, but he frowned, a hint of regret creeping in. This is going to take forever. I'm wasting too much time on these mobs. This would be so much smoother if I had a team. His thoughts drifted back to Choi Hak-jun's offer. After level 5, the difficulty spikes, making it hard to find good teammates. I want to try a level 8 trial, but is that too high? Kim Soo-hyun had looked back at him slightly stunned. It has to be level 8. Choi Hak-jun's eyes were filled with anticipation, waiting for his answer. But that wasn't Kim Soo-hyun's objective. Yes, I have my own reasons. I'm sorry. But level 8 is far too low for what I'm aiming for. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over the clearing. A lizardman champion riding a hulking beast charged forward. Kim Soo-hyun wasn't the least bit surprised by its grand entrance, so the boss finally decided to show its face. He activated Leap, launching himself high into the air. It was time to see how his power stacked up against it. Time to knock the king off its throne. A flurry of slashes rained down, dicing the creature into pieces. In the blink of an eye, the second floor was cleared. Reward for clearing the second floor of the Tower of Trials. The hidden ability of the Corpse Tribe's treasure has been unlocked. The treasure removes all wounds and negative status effects from the user. Uses remaining 5 out of 5. Sitting by the campfire, Kim Soo-hyun stared at the necklace completely speechless. I wasn't expecting much of a reward. But getting a special item like this proves it was right to fight instead of run. His status window materialized, displaying his current stats. Status window. Name Kim Soo-hyun. Magic Power 18. Magic Tier 3. Strength 34. Agility 31. Stamina 31. Reflex 37. Fatigue 81. Skill Leap. My stats are definitely rising faster than before. And I put that new skill to good use. Skill Mana Conversion Tier 2 Level 1. You have the ability to simulate the physical traits of a specific target. Depending on the skill level, the simulation's potency can be increased or the target can be changed. With Mana Conversion, I can now learn the boss's unique trait. Kim Soo-hyun has acquired the boss trait. Trait Raging Corpse Tribe's Fury is a skill that grants a temporary physical enhancement based on the user's fatigue level. The boost depends on the user's power and how much damage they've taken. This is going to be incredibly useful later. In a system manhwa like this, a tough battle means a huge payoff. If I can just keep up this pace. Suddenly, a notification sound chimed, startling Kim Soo-hyun. It was a system alert about his fatigue level. Fatigue 81. He had no choice but to open the void and leave. I'll get out of this forest for now and plan my next move. Kim Soo-hyun opened a portal directly to his home, but the sight that greeted him left him utterly bewildered. Before him was a table overflowing with delicious steaming hot food. He couldn't hide his stunned confusion. Mom, what's going on? His mother placed another dish on the table. This is the least I can do to thank you for saving my life, she said. You've been working so hard. Hearing her words, Kim Soo-hyun lowered his head, silent for a long moment. You're the one who must be exhausted, Mom. You were injured just yesterday, but you still went to work. His mother just gave him a gentle, loving smile. I'm fine. How could I ever be tired when I'm making food for my son? Her simple, loving words struck him right in the heart, leaving him stunned. Words failed him, so he simply lowered his head, staring at the feast on the table. Kim Soo-hyun silently pulled out his chair, the only seat that truly belonged to him. The rich, savory aroma of hot soup filled the air, flooding his senses. He scooped up a spoonful of pure white rice and took a bite. As the perfectly cooked grains melted in his mouth, a sudden wave of bitterness washed over Kim Soo-hyun's heart. Thank you, Mother. He bowed his head low, fighting back the stinging tears gathering in the corners of his eyes. He didn't dare speak the truth to the woman who loved her son so dearly. Even though I am not your true blood-related son. Her expression was slightly dazed as she watched him. Oh my. She chuckled softly, watching Kim Soo-hyun eat with such desperate vigor. You must have been starving. She had no idea about his secret vow, the promise he made to protect her until the very end. But outside these walls, news was spreading across the internet like wildfire. Good heavens. A single headline was dominating the online forums. Second floor of the Tower of Trials. First place. 2,230 points. Kim Soo-hyun. The public was in absolute uproar, unable to believe their eyes. How many points did the previous first place holder have? I think it was only 940. That sounds fake. Are you kidding me? It's no joke. I verified it. Who is this guy? The rankings have completely shifted this time. Who is it? Who is this mystery player? Kim Soo-hyun broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at the glowing computer screen in front of him. He could only mutter 2 words in shock. Holy crap. A flood of comments kept popping up, fueling the discussion. God, how many points do you think user Kim Soo-hyun actually has? 2,197, no 2,230 points? Is this even possible? I smell a liar. Yo, is this real? How many points do you bros have? Is this a general community page or a fan page for this Kim Soo-hyun guy? LOL. This is insanity. Korea has reached a whole new level. I'm so proud. He is currently ranked #1 in the world in this leveling manhwa scenario. This deserves a commendation. Damn, isn't he just rank B? I saw him. I heard his equipment is pretty average though. He had only one thought. This has become complicated. Kim Soo-hyun's hand resting on the keyboard, trembled for a moment before freezing. His face went blank as he processed the chaotic scene unfolding before him. On the screen was a screenshot from a website dedicated to the Awakened. Only one headline stood out above all the rest. Rank 1 on the second floor of the Tower of Trials with 2,230 points. Kim Soo-hyun. People couldn't stop their curious chatter. How many points did the previous number 1 have? I think it was only 940. That sounds like a lie. Are you kidding? It's not a joke. I checked it myself. Who is he? The rankings have definitely changed this time. Who on earth is he? Who is that person? Kim Soo-hyun stood speechless before the monitor, frozen for a long time. Suddenly, a comment appeared, predicting his future. Everyone is going to fight to recruit this guy into their guild. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. Damn it, things are going way too far. That same night, somewhere in Gangnam, Seoul, in a building designated as the Ares Guild headquarters, Choi Hak-jun turned to answer a question. Who? Kim Soo-hyun, the new guy who just hit rank 1. What about him? A middle-aged man with a thick beard scrolled through his phone as he spoke. It seems he became an Awakener around the same time as you. Do you know anything about him? The man's tone was deep and full of interest. Choi Hak-jun didn't answer immediately, scratching the back of his neck before speaking. Who knows? I don't think we've ever crossed paths. The inside of the tower isn't exactly small after all. The older man walked over and placed a hand on Choi Hak-jun's shoulder. Is that so? The man inquired about his climbing progress. How is the raid on the 3rd floor going? I know you are level 8 higher than most, but leaving too early isn't wise. His words made Choi Hak-jun's eyes narrow in thought. Furthermore, a rival worthy of your attention, Kim Soo-hyun, has appeared. Choi Hak-jun smirked slightly, lowering his face to hide his emotions. I'm trying to find some level 8 people to form a party, but there aren't many. If no one shows up, I'll just have to go solo. Hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled softly, quietly satisfied. He turned and walked back to his seat. All right, I'll try to find someone for you. Just focus on climbing the tower. His raspy voice carried a deep weight. Then he turned his head slightly, dropping a warning laced with hidden meaning. You know what you have to do, right? Report back to me in a week. If possible, crush that guy named Kim Soo-hyun. It was a final reminder, an order that Choi Hak-jun had no choice but to obey. He walked slowly down the empty corridor. That bastard. The name mentioned in the conversation felt entirely too unfamiliar. And Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun. Suddenly, a memory of a confusing situation flashed through his mind. Choi Hak-jun imagined the face associated with the name. Don't tell me it's that guy. He leaned against the glass window, denying it. It can't be him. But even if it really is him, what can I do? His current mission wasn't to find Kim Soo-hyun. I just need to focus on my own task. Not long after, over on Kim Soo-hyun's side, he had already cleared the next floor. You have perfectly passed the trial of the 3rd floor. How long is your break? Immediately after, he cleared another floor in the blink of an eye. Plus 500 points. You have perfectly passed the trial of the 4th floor. Plus 600 points. He was asking his mother for permission to rest. I'm not sure how long it will be. I think I'll just wander around the countryside for a bit. At the same time, he was conquering the tower consecutively. You have perfectly passed the trial of the 5th floor. Plus 500 points. You have perfectly passed the trial of the 6th floor. Plus 1,000 points. However, Kim Soo-hyun's mother agreed to his request without hesitation. All right, studying for your exams must have been exhausting. Rest well and come back safely. Meanwhile, another floor was effortlessly cleared. You have perfectly passed the trial of the 9th floor. Kim Soo-hyun packed a backpack full of travel gear and headed out. I will call you often, Mom. His face had visibly matured. Yes, I'm off. 1 year had passed. Saturday, December 2022. A high-speed train zoomed along the tracks like a bolt of lightning. Kim Soo-hyun stood on the pedestrian overpass, sighing with emotion. I thought time would fly, but it's already been a year. Now, the transfer exam is approaching, and I'm a little worried about the upcoming test. But thankfully, I've cleared the 9th floor. He walked forward, his curiosity piqued. Next is the 10th floor. This time, it will take much longer. I don't know exactly how long it will take, so using a vacation as an excuse was the right move. Besides, climbing the Tower of Trials is equally important. For Awakeners participating in the system, the 10th floor is one of the major milestones that must be overcome. After every 10 floors, the difficulty of the trials increases drastically. For instance, floors 11 and 12 are actually much easier than floor 10. Even so, the trials are becoming increasingly difficult. Most Awakeners choose to challenge levels 1 or 2 grades lower than themselves. But if I do that, the future will only get harder. His hand resting by his side unconsciously curled into a tight fist. He refused to give up and leave it to fate. To avoid falling into that trap, I must become stronger. He now had a crystal-clear grasp of the future. In 1 year, the Green Dungeon would manifest in Awning. It was going to be an all-out war. A time to show the world true terror. However, some events were set in stone, and there was so much he had to change, like the catastrophic accident on January 1st. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light forced Kim Soo-hyun to shield his eyes as if the sun itself was illuminating the path to his new destiny. I will change the future. He steeled his resolve, pushing himself to go further. This time, I will protect them all. Today, Kim Soo-hyun stood before the imposing gate of the Tower of Trials, the entrance to the 10th floor. An old man resting near the entrance noticed his approach. You wish to enter the 10th floor. He held out a hand, his voice devoid of emotion. I won't stop you, but spare a coin before you go. The gatekeeper of the 10th floor. Kim Soo-hyun already knew who he was and reached out without hesitation. Most would dismiss him as a simple beggar and move on, but this old man held a crucial role. As their hands met, a faint light shimmered between them. You have spent 5,000 achievement points. The gatekeeper glanced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Most people just ignore me and walk past. Yet you've given me this much. Kim Soo-hyun's voice was firm, as if stating a fact. You've earned it. The old man let out a soft chuckle, understanding the law of exchange. My thanks? Very well. What is it you wish to know? But Kim Soo-hyun's request was unexpected. Information about the 10th floor. The gatekeeper seemed taken aback, scratching his head. Info on the 10th floor is incredibly rare, but for a price like this, I suppose I must reciprocate. His voice suddenly dropped to a low, somber tone. Be wary of the village chief. Kim Soo-hyun was a bit stunned. All those points for a single sentence, that's all. The old man confirmed, that's all. The advice felt cryptic, but Kim Soo-hyun knew better. Information from the gatekeeper was never wrong. I believe that's enough. As he stepped through the portal, the old man offered a final blessing. Be safe then. He was immediately plunged into a dark void devoid of any light or wind. As always, the system window materialized before him. Awakener Kim Soo-hyun, welcome to the 10th floor trial. Please select your difficulty level. Kim Soo-hyun closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to center himself. When he opened them again, his gaze was unwavering. He declared his choice without a hint of hesitation. Level 10. The world reformed around him. He stood on a cliff's edge, overlooking a village shrouded in mist. 10th floor trial difficulty level 10. Commencing. The system issued its grim conditions. To clear this trial, find the target and survive. The 10th level of difficulty. A true test of power. Meanwhile, deep within a lush forest, a tiny hand carefully plucked ripe wild berries. The little girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of her bounty. What a lucky day, she chirped. With so many, maybe I can taste just one. She perched on a branch, ready to enjoy the sweet prize. Suddenly, her cheerful expression twisted into one of pure terror. Before her, a massive green lizard slithered down from a higher branch. The berry slipped from her grasp as a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest. The girl scrambled away from the monster, shrieking for help. Mommy, somebody please save me. Her tiny legs pumped as fast as they could, but the colossal beast closed the distance in an instant. Despair flooded her eyes. When suddenly, an arm swept her off her feet. Hold on tight, Kim Soo-hyun commanded. A system window flashed. Trait Berserk has been activated. Physical strength is maximized based on HP consumed. He launched them both into the air, narrowly dodging the monster's strike. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes blazed as he brought his sword down in a vicious arc. The creature was sent flying back, blood erupting from the wound. You have defeated the giant salamander. The little girl was drenched in a cold sweat, her face pale with shock. Kim Soo-hyun knelt beside her, his voice gentle. Hey, are you all right? Later back in the village, dusk settled under a sky of dark, heavy clouds. Kim Soo-hyun stood before a closed door, an expression of sheer helplessness on his face. Look, I'm not a kidnapper. I was just passing by and happened to see her in trouble, but the door had already been slammed shut in his face. A fearful woman's voice came from inside. Even if that's true, I know you have ulterior motives. Using that child as a hostage is pointless. You'll get nothing from our village, so just go away. Kim Soo-hyun was left utterly speechless. Excuse me, but I think there's been a huge misunderstanding. But only silence answered him from within. Hee, delicious. Kim Soo-hyun watched the scene, a mix of confusion and pity in his eyes. Is it really that good? He decided to shift the topic, sensing the weight in the air. Is food always this scarce in the village? The little girl nodded instantly. That is right. Everyone acts hostile because they cannot afford to waste a single crumb on strangers. Kim Soo-hyun deduced, I guess the villagers have gone through a time of hellish suffering. The girl smiled brightly, a stark contrast to her words. At least we have managed to hold on, all thanks to the village chief. The village chief is the hero of this place. Kim Soo-hyun let out a surprised gasp. A hero, you say? The girl continued her story between mouthfuls of food. Father told me so. He spent his entire life protecting the village, so everyone trusts and helps him. Kim Soo-hyun looked away, his mind racing. Oh, so that is how it is. The girl looked at him with puzzled eyes. Kim Soo-hyun, it is nothing. I was just muttering to myself. The girl asked, why did you come to our village, mister? He forced a smile, explaining, I just wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help this village. Like giving the chief the food I have, or taking care of the monsters surrounding the village. For example, those terrifying beasts you saw earlier. You never know when they might strike. But you said those monsters cannot enter the village. They run away the moment they see the chief. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun's expression turned ice cold. I was going to say, little one, tell me more about that. Suddenly, two figures appeared, one old, one young. You are the outsider, visiting our village, correct? The old man stepped forward, wearing a benevolent smile. Pleasure to meet you. I am the village chief here. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes sharpened, filled with wariness as he assessed the man. So this person was the chief. He recalled the warning from the guardian of the first floor's trial tower. Be careful of that village chief. In this awakening manhwa world, trusting the wrong person meant death. Meanwhile, the old man continued to wear that sinister masked smile. It is not polite to say this upon our first meeting, but food in this village is more precious than gold. Handing it out carelessly like this will only cause discord. So, as the village chief, I would greatly appreciate it if you kept that food to yourself. Do not distribute it recklessly without my explicit permission. He warned Kim Soo-hyun with a heavy tone. The protagonist frowned, staring back, but the old man continued. I would also appreciate it if you refrained from disturbing me unless allowed. Little me was now sweating bullets from tension. Kim Soo-hyun asked cautiously, you are the village chief, right? I have been wanting to meet you for a long time. Then who are you? He continued. I am just a wanderer, traveling across the lands, passing through this village by chance. I was hoping I could stay here for a few days. Do you agree to that? The young man behind seemed ready to speak, but the chief fell into deep thought. I apologize, but this small village is quite wary of strangers. Kim Soo-hyun frowned, realizing their extreme defensiveness. The old man then turned to me, with a dark questioning look. Child, did I not tell you never to accept food from strangers? The girl trembled in terror. I am sorry. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun placed his hand on Mi's head, gently patting her to calm her down. He smiled warmly and said, everything is fine. Do not think too much about it. Mi looked up at him, her fear melting away into a smile. Then Kim Soo-hyun stood up to his full height. I was simply sharing a portion of my rations. This will not negatively affect the village. Immediately, he tossed a large bag onto the ground, an item from his inventory. He continued, I have plenty more to share. The young man following the chief checked the bag and gasped in shock. Chief, it is food, a massive amount of food. Kim Soo-hyun persuaded him, if you give me a place to stay, I can provide enough food for everyone while I am here. He was about to add another condition. If that is still not enough, then but the chief cut him off. No, that will suffice. The old man turned, barking orders. Follow me. I will lend you an empty house to stay in temporarily. He spoke with a twisted demonic grin. After walking a short distance, Kim Soo-hyun heard a loud scream piercing the air. Almighty God, please show mercy to these lost lambs. He looked toward the sound, puzzled. So everyone is gathered here. I need to go out and investigate the surroundings. The voice continued to boom. Please use your noble blood to wash away all our filthy sins. Kim Soo-hyun watched the villagers clasping their hands in prayer and thought, is this a religious cult? Statistics show that when people are desperate, it is not surprising they worship a perfect supernatural being. His expression grew grave. I have definitely seen this scene play out too many times before. When faced with catastrophe, despair drives humans to do anything. Some use the name of God to erase their guilt and commit inhumane acts. Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth in fury. In the end, no one survives. He compared it to the past. Compared to back then, this is nothing. At least they are not harming others, right? Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun froze his face, twisted in shock as he saw something ahead. A man was raising his hands high into the air, holding a blade. The man shouted, "Sacrifice this dirty dust-stained soul. As an offering, please save our souls." This dust-stained being rest in peace. With those words, the man swung the blade, severing a thick rope. A person bound to the rope was instantly dropped into a dark pit beneath the floor. A blood-curdling scream echoed, but it was abruptly silenced as the heavy hatch slammed shut. Kim Soo-hyun covered his mouth in horror at this brutal act of human sacrifice. This place is no different. Human selfishness never changes. Some villagers whispered among themselves, "It is a bit unfortunate for the Miller family." True, but there was nothing we could do. This is a sacrifice for the greater good of the village. We must be grateful to the chief. He used the energy of the earth god to protect us. Without the chief, this place would have surely become a desolate wasteland. But we have to offer another human sacrifice in 3 days. What if we are chosen next? We do not need to worry about that yet. After all, eventually only one person will remain. Their eyes glowed red with madness, looking haunting and terrifying. Later, while the old chief was sitting at his desk, a subordinate entered to report. "The ceremony today was a great success, chief. However, we must quickly select the sacrifice for the ceremony happening in 3 days. The chief pondered. How is that outsider doing?" the reporter replied. "He has not made any strange moves. I assume you let him stay to prepare him as a sacrifice. The gods have brought him here for a clear purpose. Make him fall into a deep sleep, using this divine potion. Then on the day of the ritual, we will cast him down into the depths of the earth. During this season, our village is always threatened by dangers from the outside. Sacrifice is the foundation of peace." The elder's face twisted into a grotesque mask of apathy as he spoke. One life means nothing against the survival of the many. Legends of this land spoke of a nightmare dwelling beneath the soil, a voracious serpent with an insatiable hunger for human flesh. But ironically, this apex predator became our guardian. Its terrifying aura alone was enough to keep the lesser beasts of the wilderness at bay. Beyond our borders, the world was a hellscape, with monsters waiting for a single moment of weakness to strike. Fear consumed the village like a plague. In the face of extinction, what choice did a leader have? The chief's expression remained chillingly void of emotion. Countless souls have been fed to the beast since that festival. Yet my conscience is clear. This necessary evil is the heavy burden of a true hero. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 hooded figures emerged from the gloom, their red cloaks looking like fresh blood in the torchlight. Kim Soo-hyun lay unconscious, a lamb brought to the slaughter. They dumped his body at the altar of the abyss, unaware that the sleeping dragon would soon wake. The elder sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "Do not resent us, Outlander." The blade bit into the rope. "This is simply the price of our survival." Snap! Gravity took hold, dragging him into the endless void. The light from above shrank to a pinprick, swallowed by the suffocating darkness of the dungeon. In the depths, a colossal shadow stirred. The serpent lay coiled like a mountain guarding a nest of pristine white eggs, jaws unhinged, to reveal a cavern of venomous fangs. Darkness fell. But sometime later, the heavy silence was broken by footsteps. It was none other than the village chief returning to the scene of the crime. Torch in hand, he calculated. 24 hours. That outsider is nothing but acid and bone by now. Perfect. No evidence left behind, he mused. Now about those rumors of a breach at the north gate. I need to renew the scent marking. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes bulged, the color draining from his face as he stared into the gloom. A voice cut through the air like ice. "Well, now what brings our esteemed leader to such a filthy place?" Kim Soo-hyun stood there, his gaze piercing. Behind him lay the impossible, the massive serpent butchered into unrecognizable chunks of meat. Kim Soo-hyun stood bathed in its blood, a demon of war. Kim Soo-hyun turned, his aura suffocating. "I asked you a question, Chief." He stood atop the mountain of gore that used to be their god. The elder trembled violently, sweat pouring down his spine. "Impossible. How could a mere human slaughter a calamity-rank beast? You killed it." The old man's hands shook uncontrollably. Kim Soo-hyun let the silence stretch, then unleashed a wave of killing intent suitable for an awakening manhwa. "Don't play dumb. Did you really think a monster was immortal?" The chief flinched, his mind racing for an excuse to save his own skin. He gritted his teeth, veins popping. "It was for the village, don't you understand? Without that serpent's territory, the horde would have wiped us out long ago." Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. "For the village? Are you sure there wasn't a singular selfish benefit for yourself in this arrangement?" The words hit like a physical blow. The chief choked, unable to form a rebuttal, As cold sweat stung his eyes, Kim Soo-hyun gestured to the carcass. This is an assassin viper. Aside from its feeding frenzy, it spends its life in hibernation. Its scent keeps lesser beasts away. But to keep that scent fresh, it needs to be active. That means you've been coming here to feed it personally, haven't you? And here is the kicker. This species never eats its handler. The chief gasped, his secret laid bare. Kim Soo-hyun took a menacing step forward. You knew the mechanics of the system perfectly. You sacrificed your own people to play the hero safe in the knowledge that you were the only one it wouldn't kill. Terror paralyzed the old man. Kim Soo-hyun didn't even look back as he walked past the trembling coward. Your mask of righteousness has shattered. The chief collapsed in despair. Moments later, the villagers gasped in collective horror at the trophy Kim Soo-hyun had dragged out. He threw the severed head of the viper at their feet. Is it true? Whispers erupted. Has the elder been deceiving us all this time? This can't be real. I thought that beast was an offering to the earth. God denial warred with the gruesome truth before them. A woman fell to her knees, rage mixing with tears. My husband. He trusted that man. You're telling me he was just fodder for a pet? No, surely not, another man stammered. How could our leader be such a monster? But the silence of the crowd confirmed their darkest fears. The betrayal cut deeper than any blade. Their protector was nothing more than a farmer raising cattle for the slaughter, and they were the cattle. However, panic soon replaced anger. But that monster was the only thing keeping the others away. You killed it. What happens to us now? We're doomed, they cried. Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the noise. Calm down. I have a solution. He knelt, drawing their attention. Feast your eyes on this. He revealed the clutch of serpent eggs he had looted from the dungeon. The villagers stared bewildered. These are the offspring of the assassin viper. Faces turned pale as ash. Hold your screams. Listen to the strategy. Recall the trait I mentioned, the beast never bites the hand that feeds. In this leveling manhwa world, knowledge is power. You can tame these hatchlings. The crowd recoiled, terror written on every face. The mere thought of raising monsters made their blood run cold. Kim Soo-hyun smirked. Relax. You won't be the food this time. A villager stammered. Then, what do we do? Simple. You become the masters. Wait. Are you suggesting we hunt monsters to feed these things? Who in their right mind has the strength for that? I will clear the path for now, Kim Soo-hyun declared. But I am just a traveler. When I leave, you must be strong enough to stand on your own. Are you insane? A man shouted, throwing his hands up. We are farmers with rusty hoes. You expect us to fight demons. Soo-hyun gazed at their terrified expressions and spoke with cold indifference. Good Lord. Isn't this supposed to be your home? If you won't stand up to protect this village, who will? Someone tried to protest, claiming talk was cheap. But Soo-hyun's patience snapped, and he began to radiate a bone-chilling killing intent. Forget it. Just scrap that thought, he scoffed, referencing their pathetic plan to sacrifice villagers as bait. His dominant aura forced them into a suffocating silence, crushing their ability to argue. Soo-hyun stared them down with a heavy gaze, disgust churning in his gut. Zero survival instinct. They only know how to cling to others like parasites. These are the type of people who turn their crutch into a hero. A cowardly hero that only exists to validate their own weakness. But do I really have to waste my expectations on fools who've lost their minds? Soo-hyun sighed in frustration. Is it really that hard? How do I fix this mess once and for all? Suddenly, a small voice cut through the tension, shocking him. I'll do it. Standing there was little Mai trembling behind her mother's skirt. Soo-hyun looked over, genuinely stunned. The little girl bit her lip, gathering every ounce of her courage. Then she forced a shaky, awkward smile. Heh. Even though her tiny body was shaking like a leaf. I'm not sure I can do it alone. Or without help. But I want to become strong. I want to protect my village. Soo-hyun's expression softened as he looked down at her. A satisfied smile touched his lips. You really are an incredible kid. He crouched down to her level, his voice filled with charisma. If we can gather everyone's strength, then we can definitely protect this place. Mai's face lit up with pure joy. Really? Then I'll try my absolute best. Hope sparkled in Mai's eyes like stars. Soo-hyun turned his gaze to the sweating villagers. See that? Even a child is ready to step onto the battlefield. Finally, a man stepped forward, his voice breaking the shame. We will try our best too. It's better than sitting here waiting for a gruesome death. That resolve sent a shockwave through the crowd. Like a wildfire, courage began to spread. Me too, I'll give it everything I have. I'm going to fight. A young man bowed deeply before Soo-hyun, filled with remorse. We villagers. We were too weak. Too cowardly. Even after seeing everything, We accepted a cruel fate without lifting a finger. But that ends now. Will you teach us how to slaughter these monsters? Right then, a holographic interface flashed before Soo-hyun, a classic trope of this awakening manhwa world. System alert: villagers have regained their sanity. Success rate 60%. Soo-hyun smiled, letting out a breath of relief as he faced the forest. All right then. Let the real hunt begin. Meanwhile, deep in an underground dungeon, footsteps echoed on the stairs. A bitter voice snarled in the dark. That arrogant brat. He doesn't know his place. He should be worshipping me. It was the village chief, descending toward a different kind of nightmare. A massive bird monster snapped its eyes open as a presence approached. The chief stood there with an oil lamp, his face twisted into a demonic grin. I'm going to set you all free. Outside, the sky was being swallowed by ominous black clouds. The villagers had managed to bind a bird monster. Panting heavily, they shouted the plan. Got it, we'll trap them in the village underground and take turns feeding them. If we do that, we won't be eaten anymore, right? Nearby, Soo-hyun was locked in a solo duel with a colossal worm monster. The villagers watched in awe. That outsider. His skills are god tier. The giant worm roared, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its massive tail slammed into the earth, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. Soo-hyun gritted his teeth, his sword glowing with lethal energy. His eyes flashed. He was putting everything into this one strike. With a flash of steel, Soo-hyun pierced the beast, cleaving it clean in half. A villager shouted out to him. Hey, Mr. Outsider, let's end the hunt here. The sun is setting. Don't overdo it. Let's head back. Soo-hyun glanced down and replied coolly, Yeah. I'll head back as soon as I finish this off. Suddenly, a notification pinged from the system Manhwa interface. Tower of Trials, Floor 10. Completion, 90%. Soo-hyun hopped off the carcass, running the numbers in his head. Those newborn snakes are leveling up fast. My experience bar is almost full, but is that missing village chief going to cause trouble? I need to clear everything up once this experience bar hits 100%. He muttered to himself. Is there anything I missed? Suddenly, the ground beneath Soo-hyun trembled violently. A second later, the earth seemed ready to flip over. Soo-hyun froze, completely blindsided. Before he could react, a terrifying power erupted from the depths of the earth. Soaring into the sky was the legendary phoenix. It flapped its massive wings, raining down feathers like deadly missiles. It was the apex predator, the only threat to the snake brood. The blue phoenix, it let out a piercing screech, its aura distorting the air around it. Soo-hyun looked up, a wry smile on his face. Aha! So this is his doing. The blue phoenix's raw power began lifting massive boulders into the air. In the corner, the village chief laughed, maniacally intoxicated by power. He spread his arms and screamed, Behold, the majestic, terrifying form of the phoenix, worthy of the sedatives I used to keep it asleep. With this power, the villagers will have to treat me like a supreme hero again. I will be the chief who commands the beasts. The blue phoenix glared down, seemingly understanding him. The pressure forced the chief into a nervous, stammering laugh. Why? Yes, I am the one who awakened you. From now on, you must serve me as your master. But before he could finish his delusion, the blue phoenix unleashed a torrent of blue hellfire. As his body began to disintegrate, the chief screamed in confusion. Why? This isn't supposed to happen. And just like that, the blue flames reduced him to nothing but ash. Soo-hyun braced himself against the shockwaves, gritting his teeth in anxiety. That destructive energy. It's heading for the village. Panic set in as he saw the phoenix's trajectory. Soo-hyun bolted, sprinting with everything he had. He moved at incredible speed, shouting in frustration as he struggled to find footing. Soo-hyun vaulted over obstacles, activating his jump skill to intercept the phoenix. His eyes locked onto the target, shining with determination. He swung his sword in a desperate arc, but the monster effortlessly dodged the strike. A cold sweat broke out. He couldn't even touch it. The blue phoenix looked down with malicious intent and dove. Soo-hyun realized with horror he couldn't dodge in time. The beast slammed its talons into him with devastating force. His body plummeted through the air like a broken doll. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, critical damage taken. But as he fell, his eyes turned toward the village, filled with desperate worry. Time to restart fate. A coil of rope tumbled from Kim Soo-hyun's grip as pain racked his entire body. Radda below, the villagers scanned the horizon anxiously. Was that foreign outsider still on the hunt? No sleep for days. His stamina is monstrous. As Kim Soo-hyun free fell, the locals remained oblivious to the drama above. If I had that kind of power in my youth, I would have challenged the heavens and hunted monsters too. Kim Soo-hyun rebounded off a pillar like a bullet. Suddenly, a shadow loomed. The blue phoenix dove with eyes full of contempt. Terror seized the villagers instantly. Their laughter died, replaced by masks of pure, unadulterated despair. A scream tore through the air. The beast's beak glowed, ready to unleash an apocalyptic blast. Flash, a blade wrapped in rope, cut the sky instantly, binding the monster's beak shut. Mid-air, Kim Soo-hyun yanked the cord. If destiny wouldn't yield, he would force it to bow to his will. The rope coiled like a viper. He roared, "Got you, you overgrown chicken. Your power is mine now." Transformation skill activate. He began to mimic the target's physical attributes, reshaping his very essence. The phoenix erupted with energy. Meanwhile, back in the real world, life went on peacefully. Oh, Kim Soo-hyun, same as always. After the entrance exams, he went to the countryside to unwind. I'm not worried. He's grown up so much lately. It's like he's become a totally different person. She laughed, unaware that in this leveling manhwa reality, her son was staring down death. Kim Soo-hyun spat blood. Damn it, I knew this mimicry skill had a hard limit. System alert, mana conversion level 2. Physical mimicry efficiency depends strictly on mastery level. He gritted his teeth. My proficiency is too low to handle a beast of this caliber. A spectral claw swiped down. Blue flames engulfed Kim Soo-hyun's body. In a crushing wave of power, agony tore him apart, but he reached out. His fingers locked around the sword hilt with a death grip. His eyes glowed with demonic light. The heat was unbearable, but he forced his mind to focus. No, I refuse to die here. The system quest was clear. Save the village and survive. He clutched the necklace. Useless artifact, except for keeping me alive. Clarity returned to his gaze. Wake up, Kim Soo-hyun. Fight. The system responded to his sheer willpower. Item used treasure of the corpse clan. All injuries restored. 4 charges remaining. He plummeted like a meteor. Go to hell. The blade plunged deep into the phoenix's spine. Kaboom. The village shook as the beast crashed, flattened into the earth by the impact. In the crater, Kim Soo-hyun lay half-buried. His eyes fluttered open, then darkness took him. Voices drifted in. Mr. Mel's panicked cry pierced the silence. He gasped, waking from a nightmare. Where? The villagers cheered. He's awake. The hero is awake. Thank the gods. Kim Soo-hyun blinked, confused. What happened? Mel sobbed loudly beside him. I thought you were dead. I thought you turned into crispy bacon. Kim Soo-hyun sat up. I passed out. His muscles screamed. The villagers smiled. Rest now. The beast is dead. It's finally over. We butchered it. We'll feast for months, thanks to you. Gratitude shone in their eyes. Kim Soo-hyun remained dazed. I really thought that fire turned you to ash for sure. Just bruises. Unbelievable. A true hero really is built differently from us mortals. Kim Soo-hyun's sweat dropped under their admiring gaze. Pure luck. I'm just a bit sore, that's all. Mel tackled him in a bear hug. Suddenly, the system interface chimed relentlessly. Fame increased by 1,000 quests complete. Tower floor 10 cleared. Completion rate, 100%. He exhaled. Perfect clear. The village was finally safe from the system manhwa logic of destruction. But the rankings. Calculation complete. Current rank first place. The villagers bowed low, stunning him. Thank you, young master. You are our savior. We will honor this debt for generations to come. Savior, he mumbled. Later, he approached the white gate to exit silently. Leaving so soon, he froze. Mel ran up. Why the Irish goodbye? And what is that thing? Kim Soo-hyun hesitated, the words catching in his throat as he struggled to find an explanation. Little me looked at him with tense, expectant eyes. Uncle, are you planning to go save another village? He gave a vague, non-committal answer. Yeah, something like that. But internally, guilt gnawed at him. This is awkward. I was actually planning to slip away like a ghost, without saying a word. Suddenly, little me smiled warmly at him and held out a small cloth bag. Good luck, uncle. No matter where you go, I'll never forget you. I picked some fruit for you. Just a little snack for the road. Kim Soo-hyun stared at the girl in stunned silence for a moment. She kept smiling, waving her hand gently. And my name is Me, by the way. Thank you again, and goodbye. A genuine smile finally broke across Kim Soo-hyun's face. All right. You take care of yourself, Me. With that, he turned and stepped through the dimensional gate. The scene shifts to a sleek black car speeding down the highway. A man sat inside, chin resting on his hand as he gazed out the window with a heavy, brooding expression. Voices screamed inside his head. Run. Just run. Choi Hak-jun. A voice cut through the air, dragging him back to reality. You worried? Choi Hak-jun stayed silent for a beat, composing himself, then shook his head. Why would I be? Dong-young, sitting beside him, let out a loud mocking laugh. That's right. Why would the shining star of the rookies be nervous? Someone who climbed all the way to the 15th floor like you is guaranteed a B rank. Hell, maybe even an A rank. Choi Hak-jun maintained a mask of bored indifference, refusing to give the man the satisfaction of a reaction. Dong-young glanced over, with a sinister, meaningful smirk. Right, speaking of rookies, that guy Kim Soo-hyun is due for his rank evaluation soon. This piece of information immediately grabbed Choi Hak-jun's attention, a classic twist in this leveling manhwa saga. How do you know that? Choi Hak-jun asked. The man gloated. My intuition never fails. He just cleared the 10th floor recently. It's the perfect time for him to get an official evaluation, isn't it? Choi Hak-jun sighed internally. He even gets notifications about the floors Kim Soo-hyun clears. Just the thought of Kim Soo-hyun falling onto Dong-young's radar made him feel sick with pity for the guy. Dong-young leaned back into the leather seat, his voice dropping to a dark conspiratorial tone. Just as a precaution, if you happen to run into Kim Soo-hyun during the trials or the exam, use any means necessary to recruit him into the guild. If you pull that off, who knows? Maybe Kim Soo-hyun will take your place, and I'll finally set you free. The offer struck Choi Hak-jun like a thunderbolt. If Kim Soo-hyun takes my place, I go free. Choi Hak-jun furrowed his brows, staring at the man in silence, weighing the devil's bargain. The scene shifts to the imposing exterior of the Awakened Certification Authority. The car pulled up, and Choi Hak-jun stepped out onto the pavement. He looked up at the building thoughtfully, then turned back to glare at Dong-young, who remained in the car. The villain issued a final warning. All right, I've made the arrangements. You'll be sent to hell the moment this job is done. Get over here immediately after the ranking evaluation ends. And if you try anything funny, well, you know exactly what happens to outliers in this system, don't you? Faced with the man's vile malice, Choi Hak-jun felt rage boiling in his veins, but he forced a polite plastic smile. Understood. He turned his back and looked up at the towering structure. Walking into the lobby, Choi Hak-jun's inner thoughts turned dark. God, I have no idea how to dispose of that piece of trash properly. Just as he entered the building, another car pulled up to the curb outside. The door opened, and Kim Soo-hyun stepped out. Checking his phone, Kim Soo-hyun muttered to himself. Perfect. Looks like I made it just in time. It's been a long time since I last witnessed a verdict on levels and rankings. The Awakened Certification Authority. As a government-managed entity, this was the holy grail for anyone seeking an accurate assessment of their power. From independent cultivators to foreign awakened, the authority managed almost every issue related to the hierarchy of power in this world. Kim Soo-hyun walked into the lobby and approached the receptionist. I'm here for a new rank evaluation, she typed on her keyboard. Name, please. After giving his details, Kim Soo-hyun stepped forward, his expression serious. You could say this place was the ultimate surveillance mechanism for the awakened. Every single user was bound to pass through these halls eventually. A bad evaluation could see them thrown into the dungeons as cannon fodder immediately. Sure, they'd make a little money if they survived, but it was a grim fate. Though my goal isn't the chump change from the dungeons, Kim Soo-hyun thought. I have my own reasons for being here. A staff member guided him toward a massive hall. Please wait here. Understood, he replied. Those awaiting their ranking were treated like assets. With their special constitutions and refined skills, they were walking weapons. They were officially recognized, awakened. Because of this, guildmasters were always prowling, trying to snatch up promising rookies before rival guilds could sink their claws in. Kim Soo-hyun glanced around at the crowd, his expression deadpan. Are they all hawks? Why are they staring like that? The staff member spoke up again. Once preparations are complete, we will call your name for testing. Kim Soo-hyun nodded politely. Thanks. Suddenly, the sound of a heated argument erupted nearby. Don't mess with me. Why can't you people do your jobs properly? The staff member turned around nervously. Oh God, not again. A young man was shouting, pointing aggressively. Open your eyes and look. My mana level is clearly level 3. That should correspond to a C rank. How the hell did I end up with a D rank? The evaluation specialist tried to explain calmly. The parameters have shifted suddenly, sir. There is nothing we can do about the calculation. The young man snapped, grabbing the specialist by the collar and threatening him. Changed parameters are your problem. Why the hell is it my fault? You people just get off on lowering everyone's rank, don't you, Kim? Soo-hyun swallowed hard, feeling the tension in the air. An awaken's income from dungeon raids was dictated entirely by their rank. But, even with a bad result, causing a scene like this was suicide. Despite the numerous supervisors watching, the punk doubled down on his tantrum. I don't care what you say. I won't accept this garbage result. Suddenly, Choi Hak-jun appeared like a ghost. He twisted the guy's arm behind his back and slammed him down. Unbelievable. People are still pulling these cheap stunts. Kim Soo-hyun watched the scene unfold, surprised. The punk screamed in pain and rage. Who the hell are you? Get your hands off me. Choi Hak-jun's eyes locked onto a bracelet on the man's wrist, and he let out a cold laugh. That bracelet. It artificially amplifies mana output for a short duration. That's a rare item, not something you find in the common exchange markets. I don't know where you got it, but you seem to have plenty of cash for someone with such a trash ranking. The cheater gritted his teeth, struggling to break free as he howled. You bastard. Choi Hak-jun calmly exposed him to the room. Do you think everyone here is an idiot? If you think it's so unfair, why don't you take off that bracelet and measure again? You know, for fairness. He looked down at the cheater with a dark predatory gaze, releasing a wave of oppressive killing intent. I'd bet my life you wouldn't even scrape the bottom of D rank without it. The guy tried to act tough, screaming, "You think you're funny?" But moments later, 2 security guards rushed in to drag him away. Sir, we're going to have to ask you to leave. That guy was still fuming as they dragged him off. Get off me, I can walk myself. Hak-jun watched the scene, letting out a heavy, weary sigh. Man, what a drag. My mood was already trash, and I almost snapped back there. Just as he was wallowing in annoyance, a voice cut through the noise, catching him off guard. Excuse me. Hak-jun turned slowly to find the source. It was Kim Soo-hyun approaching with a calm demeanor. We crossed paths once on the 2nd floor. Do you happen to remember? Hak-jun, right. The name clicked. Wait, was that ominous feeling earlier? Just my imagination? Is this your first time getting an evaluation? Hak-jun burst into a hearty laugh. Whoa, why do you look so shocked? You're here for the first time too, aren't you, Kim? Soo-hyun's smile was a bit stiff. True enough. But Hak-jun couldn't help but ask, don't all Awakeners come for periodic checks every month? Kim Soo-hyun dodged the question with a vague reply. Ah well, I had some personal matters to attend to. Internally, his thoughts were racing. I wanted to avoid the spotlight at all costs. But I can't let my mother keep living such a hard life. I never intended to become this famous. Not to this extent. Pushing those thoughts aside, Kim Soo-hyun continued. Besides, in an awakening manhwa world like this, an Awakener certified by the Bureau gets a ton of perks and free access to different dungeons. It is hard to believe you cleared 15 floors without a single evaluation. Hak-jun was grinning like a friendly neighbor, but in a split second, his expression darkened into something ice cold. I also have certain issues I need to deal with. Kim Soo-hyun blinked, confused by the sudden shift in aura. Just as quickly, Hak-jun flipped back to his cheerful self. Oh right, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. My name is... The PA system cut him off. Mr. Choi Hak-jun of the Ares Guild. Please report for testing. Hak-jun scrambled to his feet, laughing nervously. Ha. Looks like I'm up first. Be right back, Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Go ahead. As he watched Hak-jun walk away, his eyes narrowed. The Ares Guild. If I remember the future correctly, that's the guild he's destined to single-handedly destroy. Yet right now, he's a member. Why would he join them? Kim Soo-hyun was lost in deep thought. Moments later, the speakers boomed with the results. Mr. Choi Hak-jun of the Ares Guild. Rank B. Mana level 44. Confirmed rank B. The hall erupted in whispers of awe. Rank B. He looks so young. I heard he only awakened a year ago. No wonder the Ares Guild snatched him up. As Hak-jun returned to his seat, Kim Soo-hyun spoke up. Congratulations, but you don't look very satisfied for someone who just got rank B. Hak-jun scratched his head, looking conflicted. Well, you see. Before he could explain, the announcer called the next name. Next candidate. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun. Please come down for testing. Hak-jun whipped his head around, jaw-dropping. Kim Soo-hyun. The murmurs turned into a roar. What Kim Soo-hyun? For real. The guy who took first place on the 1st floor. Nah, has to be a coincidence. Probably just the same name. I heard he swept all the points on the 10th floor too. Meanwhile, Hak-jun's mind was racing. Dong-young was right. Where the hell is the real Kim Soo-hyun right now? Ignoring the chaos, Kim Soo-hyun stood up with dead calm composure. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Everyone stared, but Hak-jun was the most shook of all. Wait, does that mean Hak-jun was spiraling, remembering the orders from that bastard Dong-young? If you happen to run into Kim Soo-hyun in the tower or the evaluation center, do whatever it takes to recruit him into the guild. If you pull it off, maybe, just maybe, I'll set you free. Hawk-jun looked at Kim Soo-hyun's back, his face twisting into a mix of desperation and panic. Is that guy actually the legendary Kim Soo-hyun? A while later, Kim Soo-hyun dragged himself out of the building, looking utterly drained. It felt like the end of a long arc in a manhwa recap. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Ha! Up close, giant beads of cold sweat were rolling down his face. I'm so screwed. Let's rewind a few minutes to the testing room. The instructor smiled brightly. Just channel your mana into the measurement device. Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Got it. He was tense, waiting for the verdict. Slowly, Kim Soo-hyun began to pour his energy into the sensor. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow. A violet aura surged from his hands into the interface. But suddenly, boom, a terrifying mix of violet and crimson energy erupted, swallowing the entire hall in a blinding light. Hawk-jun watched from the stands, paralyzed by the sheer pressure. What the hell is that? That mana? It's monstrous. The room fell into a deathly silence as Kim Soo-hyun frantically retracted his power. Huh, did you feel something just now? Why do you look so spooked? The mechanical voice announced the verdict. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun. Guild None. Mana level 29. Rank C. Hawk-jun shot up from his seat, screaming internally. No way, that makes absolutely no sense. His face was still pale from the shock. That terrifying wave of mana was rank C bullshit. That was at least rank A. No, even higher. Yet the crowd around him was disappointingly calm. See, told you it was just a coincidence. Yeah, common name. Man, I was hoping it was the real deal. I've been losing sleep over that guy recently. Hawk-jun frowned. Did no one else feel that pressure? But I'm sure of it. Down below, the staff member handed Kim Soo-hyun his papers. You've completed the procedure. You can pick up your license outside. Hawk-jun stared daggers at Kim Soo-hyun's back, convinced that this was the legendary Kim Soo-hyun. But then doubt crept in. Or, am I wrong? He slumped back into his chair, a headache brewing. I don't know anymore. Maybe I was hallucinating. The machine said rank C, and the machine doesn't lie. Indeed, in a system manhwa world, who could possibly control their mana output perfectly enough to fool a measuring device? Even a genius couldn't pull that off. Only the top-ranked awakeners in the entire world would have that kind of control. Outside, Kim Soo-hyun walked away, praying silently. Please let them think exactly that. For a split second back there, he had completely lost control of his mana regulation. Thinking back to that moment of explosion, his heart nearly stopped. Thank God I managed to clamp it down at the last second. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Was it because his stats had spiked so suddenly? Kim Soo-hyun rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation like a pro in a leveling manhwa. After clearing the 10th floor with a perfect score, my stats skyrocketed overnight. And the rewards were no joke either. He recalled the blue flame he had summoned earlier, a skill looted after slaying the blue phoenix. Divine Fire. It was incredibly potent, even at level 1, specifically designed to obliterate demons. The system window materialized before his eyes. Skill Divine Fire. Mana grade common. Proficiency 15.5%. Effect deals massive damage to dark attribute entities, especially demons. Power scales with mana level. Status Kim Soo-hyun. Total mana 52. Mana level 4. Strength 55. Agility 57. Stamina 48. Reflexes 64. Fatigue 41. Scene change. Kim Soo-hyun stood alone in a desolate forest, checking his growth. My stats really have jumped up quite a bit. But stats aside, what I'm really interested in are the items from the reward shop. Every single item on the list was impressive. Clearing the 10th floor on hard mode really is a different beast. Compared to divine elixirs or mana boosters, he stared at his hand. Why on earth did I choose to buy this mystery egg from the rare items list? Kim Soo-hyun held the egg with a dumbfounded expression. The system description popped up. Item, egg of an unknown entity. Description, a nameless egg. No one knows what creature laid it or what lies inside. His expression was one of utter speechlessness. I only bought this thing because it radiated an aura, unlike any artifact I had ever encountered before. However, that unknown status in the interface classic for a system manhwa is concerning. It is smaller than I imagined, yet fate smiles upon a false awakener, granting him a rare egg, destined to hatch an ancient mythical beast. Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun pondered as he walked down the street. I have had it for a while now, yet it remains as silent as a stone. Could it be an artificial egg? Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence from behind, stopping him in his tracks. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun. He turned around and gasped. Mr. Hawk-jun, I assumed you had already departed. Hawk-jun replied, I was waiting in the lounge. Did your results turn out okay? Kim Soo-hyun calmly replied, well, roughly speaking, I managed to secure a C rank. But suddenly, Hawk-jun's expression darkened into serious scrutiny. He opened his mouth to speak. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, are you perhaps? Suddenly, the rooster-headed punk from earlier lunged forward screaming like a banshee. Found you, you son of a bitch, you arrogant prick. Do you have any idea the hell I went through to reach C rank? Kim Soo-hyun immediately recalled the earlier chaos. That guy again. Is he here for revenge? Hawk-jun stepped in front of Kim Soo-hyun. Give me a moment. Kim Soo-hyun was internally impressed. Interesting. I'm curious to see Choi Hak-jun's skills in action. Let's see what you've got. Suddenly, the punk's body seized up as if possessed by a demon. His body convulsed violently, confusing everyone. A hand rested on his shoulder, pumping a vile toxic energy into his veins. A sinister voice echoed Hawk-jun. What took you so long? Jo Dong-young had turned the punk into a trembling purple-skinned, zombie-like husk. I have been waiting for ages. Both men froze in shock. Kim Soo-hyun's thoughts raced. What the hell? Who is this guy? Hawk-jun's face went pale as he bowed. Guildmaster. Dong-young released his grip, letting the victim faceplant into the concrete. Kim Soo-hyun flinched at the brutality. The Guildmaster of Ares, Jo Dong-young. The man stepped forward scolding, time and time again. I tell you, you do not need to be so stiff with the formalities. He casually delivered a bone-crushing kick to the man lying on the ground. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes sharpened like daggers. Dong-young threw an arm around Hawk-jun, smiling with terrifying casualness. I told you to just call me Big Brother. Hawk-jun. His predatory gaze shifted toward Kim Soo-hyun. By the way, did you make a new friend? Hawk-jun stammered, trying to deflect. Him. I just met him in the lobby and recommended the guild since his rank fit the criteria. But he does not seem interested. Dong-young feigned ignorance. Is that so? He turned fully to Kim Soo-hyun. But if he caught your eye, Hawk-jun, his skills must be exceptional. Let us find out. I am the Ares Guild, Master Jo Dong-young. What is your name? Behind him, Hawk-jun frantically waved his hands, signaling him not to answer. Kim Soo-hyun noticed the desperate signals. Hawk-jun held a finger to his lips, begging for silence. Kim Soo-hyun understood the warning and offered a faint smile. Hawk-jun exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. But unexpectedly, Kim Soo-hyun did the exact opposite of what was asked. With eyes sharp and brimming with arrogant confidence, he introduced himself. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. Hawk-jun's jaw dropped in pure terror, his face twisting in shock. Dong-young froze for a beat, his expression shifting from curiosity to greedy excitement. He asked again to be sure. Kim Soo-hyun. Hawk-jun hastily intervened. Sir, he is not that person. This guy is only C rank, so he cannot possibly be the legendary Kim Soo-hyun. Even as a judge, I can. But he was cut off by a terrifyingly low growl. Silence. The guildmaster glared back with eyes full of warning. Keep your mouth shut. I will be the one to verify the truth. If it is not as you say, surely, I can inspect his hunter license. Hawk-jun trembled in fear. Moments later, Kim Soo-hyun's ID card was presented. Hunter registration Kim Soo-hyun. Rank D. Address A72 number 5, Annam-dong Anyang Gyeonggi. Valid until expiration. Dong-young sighed, disappointed. Are you really just a C rank? He handed the card back. My apologies. It seems you are not the one I am looking for. It is such a common name, easy to mistake. Though, if you were truly the man I mentioned, I would have offered you a massive business proposal. Kim Soo-hyun stared back calmly. Dong-young turned and waved dismissively. But it would be grotesque to invite a C-rank limited hunter to a leadership position, right? Sorry about that. But if you are interested, you can come to our guild for the entrance exam. But Kim Soo-hyun coldly rejected him, making Dong-young freeze. No, thank you. His eyes were like ice as he reaffirmed his stance. Even if I were the real Kim Soo-hyun, I would never join a guild like yours. Dong-young glared back, his eyes burning with malicious fury. Kim Soo-hyun continued. I know exactly what happens in a gang where the leader treats human lives like trash. The villain leaked killing intent but forced a smile. Consider this part of the test. You are the only one daring enough to provoke my guild members, correct? And surely you expect a fitting punishment. Sir, he is a D rank. Do you not think it is excessive to punish self-defense? Hearing this, Dong-young bent over laughing until his body shook. Ha ha ha. It seems our mindsets are fundamentally different. Perhaps you are unaware of the unwritten law. No one interferes in a battle between awakeners, even if one of them is about to die. Furthermore, a powerful awakener defines truth and logic. The stronger the Awakener, the more rights they possess. A guild leader must be strong like me. Only then can he kill with peace of mind. He circled behind Kim Soo-hyun, leaning in to whisper menacingly into his ear. Don't you agree? We all desire that kind of absolute freedom. Kim Soo-hyun replied with eerie calm. Correct. Just as you said earlier, our way of thinking is too different. Dong-young stared at the back of his neck with suspicion. Then he turned away looking bored. Then, I have nothing left to say. Let's go, Hawk-jun. Hawk-jun snapped out of his trance. Ah, yes, sir. Before passing Kim Soo-hyun, he bowed with an awkward smile. I am so sorry. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun grabbed his arm. Hawk-jun. Startled, he looked down to see Kim Soo-hyun handing him a slip of paper. Kim Soo-hyun smiled faintly. If you ever need my help, call me anytime. Moments later, Hawk-jun was forced to follow Dong-young. Kim Soo-hyun watched them leave deep in thought. Dong-young. He was the head of a mid-tier syndicate and a formidable A-class awakener. Now he stood within the digital sights of Kim Soo-hyun. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun sat bathed in the glow of his monitor, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, digging up dirt on that very man. According to the archives of this leveling manhwa world, before the world changed and he awakened, Dong-young was already a notorious underground fighter. The moment he gained his powers, he ruthlessly purged every affiliate of his former crew and built a new criminal empire from the ashes. Old habits die hard. He employed the same filthy tactics from his gangster days, drug trafficking and smuggling, corrupting every soul unfortunate enough to fall into his orbit. Murder was second nature to him. No hesitation, no remorse. They say a leopard can't change its spots, and beneath that brutality, he was definitely hiding a darker secret. Could that be the source of his venomous hatred for Choi Hak-jun? Kim Soo-hyun scoured the data, his brow furrowed in concentration. Yet on the surface, everything appeared disturbingly normal. What exactly happened between those two? This was the limit of public intelligence. Kim Soo-hyun sighed, his gaze drifting to the window. Outside, pristine white snowflakes had begun to fall. As night descended, the world seemed to hold its breath in a frozen stasis. In this ruined era, weather like this was a miracle. Most lands were scorched by an endless, suffocating heat. Looking back, a peaceful scene like this, it felt like a luxury from a forgotten age. The new year is approaching, Kim Soo-hyun murmured. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. His fingers flew across the keys once more. Obsessing over the ranking wars and Choi Hak-jun had almost made him forget. There was another critical mission that brought him to the city. It wasn't just about the hierarchy. It was about the Awakener Management Bureau and their client protection protocols. In this system, every Awakener is required to possess a dungeon participation certificate to operate legally. He had no choice. He had to pass the screening process. It was a necessary hurdle he could not bypass while waiting for his plans to come to fruition. But he couldn't afford to ignore this specific opportunity. He knew what was coming. A few clicks later, the target appeared on his screen. Recruitment notice: party members wanted for dungeon raid. Posted 1 hour ago. Danger level orange. Location: Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province. Minimum requirement: C rank. January 1st, 2024. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. The cataclysm is about to begin. But then his confidence faltered. Cold sweat trickled down his neck as he typed. What if they reject me despite my credentials? It was a variable I hadn't calculated. He certainly wasn't the only C-rank hunter in the market. According to the database, he had field experience, but would that be enough to catch their eye? The memory of facing Dong-young flashed through his mind. A risky plan began to form. A wry smile touched his lips. I hate to resort to this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Scene change. A quiet cafe. A group of hunters huddled over a table, the atmosphere tense with anticipation. Assassin Class 12 successful raids, Lee Yoon-hee. Mage Class 8 successful raids, Lee Yu-mi. Healer Class 5 successful raids, Kim Yi. Beom-jun slammed the file shut. Well, is this lineup enough to guarantee our survival? They aren't elite, but their synergy is solid. The man across from him sighed deeply. Ha! They're just rookies. You're being too paranoid. Beom-jun snapped back. Don't forget, I'm putting my life on the line too. Fine. With you there, the others are just meat shields anyway. Wipe that scowl off your face. The man focusing intensely on the documents was the B-rank hunter Lee Do-ho. His expression remained grim. Even so, this headcount isn't enough. We need to recruit at least one more combatant. Are you serious, Beom-jun? Adding another member just dilutes the loot share. Why are you so terrified when you're a B-ranker? Lee Do-ho countered. Because staying alive is the only stat that matters. Look at the charts. Dungeon mortality rates are spiking. I stopped climbing the tower for a reason. I value my life. What good is gold if you're a corpse in a dungeon? Even an orange gate can be a grave. Suddenly, a notification chime broke the tension. Fine, have it your way. I'm just the muscle. I follow orders. Team leader. Surely there's someone decent. Wait, Lee Do-ho, look at this. Talk about divine timing. A new application just hit the server. The screen glowed with a single name. Awakener Kim Soo-hyun. Requesting to join the Gwangju raid. Gasps filled the room. Did that say Kim Soo-hyun? In this world, dungeon difficulty is graded by the spectrum. The closer the color is to violet, the closer you are to hell. Orange dungeons are second from the bottom. Usually a walk in the park for a full squad of C ranks. But this specific dungeon felt different. January 1st, 2024. Gwangju. Kim Soo-hyun arrived at the coordinates. Lee Do-ho stepped forward, waving him over. Ah, Kim Soo-hyun, welcome. We've been expecting you. Kim Soo-hyun shook his hand firmly. Apologies. It seems I'm the straggler. Not at all. The others just arrived themselves. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the raid leader, Lee Do-ho. He gestured to the group standing behind him. Everyone meet our final member, Kim Soo-hyun. The air left the room. Kim Soo-hyun. A young man in a yellow jersey rushed forward, eyes sparkling with hero worship. Are you him, the legend, the #1 ranker of the tower trials? Kim Soo-hyun stepped back, startled by the intensity. Lee Do-ho quickly intervened. No, hold your horses. Min-hyuk, it's just a coincidence. This Kim Soo-hyun is a C-rank hunter, and this is his maiden voyage. Trust me, Byung-jun and I nearly had a heart attack when we saw the application. Back at the cafe, they had leaped from their seats. Is it the real deal? Could we be that lucky? Impossible to tell? Let's wait and see. Min-hyuk's shoulders slumped, the light fading from his eyes. Oh, I see. Internally, Kim Soo-hyun let out a long breath. Just as planned. Manipulating the ranking data was the right move. It's better this way. The last thing I need is the world knowing my true capabilities. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. What a letdown. I got my hopes up for a legend, and I got a namesake nobody. Look at him. He's just a greenhorn who's never smelled fresh blood. Is this kid even going to carry his own weight? A woman with a sharp bob cut stepped forward, her face twisted in a sneer of pure disdain. Kim Soo-hyun stared at her with a look that said, pathetic, and casually fired back. I don't think you have the right to speak when we hold the same rank. The girl, humiliated and enraged, snapped back. Excuse me. The others turned away in secondhand embarrassment, pretending they didn't know her. Flustered, she tried to justify herself. You think we're equals, just because of the title. My utility is in a different league. Bae-jun stepped in to cut the tension. Hey, keep it down. If everyone is geared up, let's move out. Do you two really have the stamina to waste on a catfight before we even enter the dungeon? She ground her teeth in frustration, but turned away sharply. I'll be watching to see just how capable you really are. Kim Soo-hyun scoffed internally. She acted exactly like a third-rate villain in a leveling manhwa. He then shifted his gaze to Bae-jun. That woman was Kim Byung Lee Do-ho's friend, and the vice captain of this raid party. Suddenly, a friendly voice called out from behind him. Hey there, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun. I'm Hyla from Team Kimwai. A long-haired woman in armor approached with a greeting. Kim Soo-hyun replied a bit awkwardly, hello. Seeing his weary expression, she whispered conspiratorially, don't mind Yumi. There's always someone like her around the awakened types who need to flex on rookies to feel important. I'm sure Yumi didn't mean any harm. So the short-haired girl was named Yumi. As if hearing her name, Yumi glared back with razor-sharp eyes. I'm watching you, rookie. Kim Soo-hyun felt the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. If this isn't a recipe for disaster, I don't know what is. Yumi, well, nice to meet you anyway. Kim Soo-hyun gave a perfunctory reply. Thanks, nice to meet you too. He then pointed toward a solitary figure. By the way, what's the deal with the guy standing alone over there? Ah, the one in the hooded cloak, Hyla answered quickly. I'm not sure who he is. Even Captain Do-ho and Vice Captain Kim don't seem to know much about him. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened in shock. What? That makes no sense for a raid team, Hyla continued. He refused to reveal his name, personal info, or even his face. But we checked his awakened registration, and it cleared, so technically, it's fine. He's a C rank too. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes, instinctively wary of the mysterious figure. That guy is a walking red flag. A moment later, Do-ho announced, all right everyone, we're entering the dungeon now. Just a few reminders before we go in. As the group conferred, Kim Soo-hyun was lost in his own dark thoughts. The reason I gave up climbing the tower to enter this low-level orange gate, his expression darkened. It's because very soon everyone standing here is going to die. On May 1st, 2024, every single raider perished inside this dungeon. It was a bizarre anomaly for a low-difficulty dungeon. The case attracted attention because there were 5 recorded deaths, yet reports stated the raid party consisted of 6 people. In other words, there was a traitor among them who slaughtered everyone else. Now there are 7 people total, including my intervention. But to the killer, I'm just another name on their hit list. While protecting these people, I have to identify the murderer. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze sharpened, locking onto every potential suspect. This isn't just a raid, it's a hunt. To do that, I need to. His train of thought was broken. Okay, briefing over. Do-ho looked at Kim Soo-hyun, who seemed zoned out. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, did you catch that? He scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Of course. Do-ho reached toward the spatial gate, offering reassurance. Don't be too nervous, everyone. It's just an orange gate. As they stepped into the abyss, Do-ho remained calm. Monster density is low here. Even if we find something, it'll just be beast types like wolves. But in that split second, he froze. A massive oppressive presence loomed behind him. The entire team looked up, terror seizing their hearts. The monster raised a gigantic club, ready to crush them into paste. A Cyclops, Kim Soo-hyun screamed internally. A one-eyed giant here. A Cyclops. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sending dust and debris flying. What the hell? This is supposed to be an orange gate. Why is this thing here? The impact shook the very dimension, a shockwave of orange energy blasting outward, visible even from a distance. The one-eyed giant raised its massive weapon once more. Kim Soo-hyun dropped into a combat stance, adrenaline spiking. A Cyclops demon. How? Why does an orange dungeon have a boss like this? Another massive boom echoed as rocks shattered and smoke filled the air. The team scrambled back, sliding across the dirt. Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth. This is impossible for this difficulty level. Cyclops only spawn in yellow dungeons or higher, this means. This is a growth-type dungeon. It leveled up. His face twisted with anxiety. Just like players have awakening skills, some dungeons can evolve. A growth-type dungeon transforms its difficulty in real time. He glanced back at the team. Don't tell me the reason the original squad got wiped out wasn't the killer, but a sudden difficulty spike. No, Do-ho shouted. Everyone, check your gear. Now Kim Soo-hyun's mind raced, analyzing the chaos. There are too many unanswered questions. A killer can't manipulate dungeon difficulty. But if the culprit planned to kill everyone, this chaos is the perfect stage. His eyes scanned their faces one by one. So who is it? Behind those masks of fear, who is hiding a smile of twisted delight? Suddenly Yumi screamed, "What the hell? What are we doing standing here? We have to run. This is at least yellow rank difficulty." Someone hesitated, but the dungeon reward. Yumi snapped back. Reward? Is loot more important than your life? There's no way we can beat that monster. I'm leaving. Another voice protested. Wait, what happens to the rest of us if you bail? Shut up. We're not in a position to argue. Ignoring their squabbles, the Cyclops charged, intent on massacre. Kim Soo-hyun cursed under his breath. Damn it, the noise provoked it. The attack targeted Bae-jun, whose back was turned. Do-ho lunged forward, raising his sword to block the devastating blow. Do-ho. He gritted his teeth, bracing against the impact. Kim Soo-hyun watched in shock. Lee Do-ho. I guess he isn't a B rank for nothing. But the Cyclops didn't stop. It drove a massive knee upward, launching Do-ho like a cannonball. Kim Soo-hyun knew. Mere skill isn't enough to stop a Cyclops. Do-ho's body slammed into the cliffside with a thunderous crash, leaving the group paralyzed with horror. A terrified scream pierced the air. Lee Do-ho. The leader slumped on the ground, battered. The monster prepared its next charge as chaos erupted. Hey, get up. A B-rank tanker got taken out in one hit. That's why I said we need to run. It's all over. A blinding flash erupted, and the colossal club froze merely inches from Do-ho's skull. He stared ahead in utter disbelief. It was Soo-hyun, holding back the devastation with terrifying strength. Lord Kim Soo-hyun. He gasped in his heart. Bae run. Rushed to his side in a panic. Do-ho, are you all right? He just grunted. Humph. In response. Soo-hyun glanced back, relieved to see his party members safe. Thank God, he thought. But there was no time to rest. The one-eyed monstrosity swung its massive fist again. It aimed a blindside attack right at his ribs. But before the blow could connect, Soo-hyun vanished into thin air. He triggered his super speed, launching himself upward. He skid across the earth, dodging the lethal strike, as if it were child's play. The trio watched, jaws on the floor. He evaded the boss's attack like it was nothing. Soo-hyun's voice cut through the air. How long do you plan to stand there gawking? Stay calm. We couldn't run even if we wanted to. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierced the dungeon air. What? What are you saying? Someone cried. Soo-hyun stepped forward, his expression grim. The entrance is gone. We are trapped. Say what? Soo-hyun began to explain. In a yellow rank dungeon, the spatial laws change. Once inside, the exit shifts randomly. We are stuck in this Manhwa recap scenario until we find the true way out. Do-ho rose to his feet, resolute. He is right, though I am not sure why the difficulty spiked so suddenly. Just then, the entire dungeon trembled violently, forcing their eyes upward in horror. An earthquake. What is happening? Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes, sensing the danger. From the darkness above, a horde of monsters began to descend like a living nightmare. We have to fight our way out. Leave the Cyclops to me. Soo-hyun leaped into the fray. Do-ho shouted in vain. Wait, Soo-hyun, let me assist you. Another scream echoed from the rear. Captain, we are being overrun back here. Do-ho gritted his teeth. Damn it. The approaching horde looked absolutely nightmarish. Focus Soo-hyun analyzed the battlefield with cold precision. 30 mobs plus the boss. All of them radiate an orange rank aura. My party can handle the minions. With these numbers, I can wipe the rest. He paused. No need to reveal my trump card just yet. Normally, a Cyclops' weakness is its eye. But in this leveling manhwa, the rules are different. It is not the eye on its face. The true weak point is hidden elsewhere. Moving like lightning, Soo-hyun dashed behind the towering giant. The beast panicked, swinging wildly to defend itself, but Soo-hyun landed perfectly on its massive hand. Soo-hyun thrust his blade forward. Found it. He drove his sword down with explosive force. Steel pierced the thick skin of the hand, gripping the club. They gripped their weapons tight to protect their true weakness. An eye embedded in its palm was slashed open. The giant dropped its weapon, howling in agony. Soo-hyun leaped clear of the thrashing beast. He glanced sideways. Good. The others are holding the line. They were slaughtering the smaller monsters. Do-ho Bae-run, I am finished on this side, he shouted. But he let his guard down. A massive hand lunged from the blind spot, snatching him up. Soo-hyun, watch out. Too late. He was crushed in the giant's grip. Soo-hyun struggled violently. What? It is still moving. The Cyclops grinned maliciously, hoisting him into the air. How is this possible? The monster raised him high, its face twisted into a cruel, triumphant sneer. Wait, the eye was not on the weapon hand. It was the left hand. The hidden eye on the other palm began to glow ominously. Soo-hyun's expression darkened. The beast clamped both hands together, crushing him with immense pressure. Mr. Soo-hyun Do-ho screamed in terror. What is he hurt? Yumi turned panic, seizing her heart. That arrogant kid, he is finished. Without a second thought, she turned and fled, screaming. I told you this place was hopeless, she shrieked. But Bae-run froze. Wait, look up there. Even the Cyclops looked down at its hands in confusion. It couldn't crush him. An overwhelming energy forced the giant's palms apart. With a burst of power, Soo-hyun shot out from the trap. Do-ho's jaw dropped. Soo-hyun floated in midair, wreathed in a blazing crimson aura. Whew, he smirked, that was close. Good thing I borrowed that skill earlier. A system window flashed. Skill mimicry, active giant's breath. Regenerative body. While the monster shook its hand in stinging pain, Soo-hyun landed gracefully on the dungeon floor. He looked at his own hands grimly. The skills I farmed are finally paying off. Orc Chief's Fury, and the Blue Phoenix's Holy Fire. Before I could only mimic the technique. Now I can replicate the raw power behind it. This is exceeding my expectations. If I keep growing like this, nothing will stop me. A confident smile played on his lips. Do-ho rushed over. Soo-hyun, are you injured? But Soo-hyun was already gone, launching himself back into the sky. Do-ho stared blankly. He is charging straight for the horde. As the monsters prepared a second wave, Soo-hyun became a streak of light tearing through their ranks. The beasts froze in terror as a grid of laser-sharp slashes enveloped them. In an instant, their bodies shattered into pixels. Soo-hyun touched down, his cape settling behind him. Meanwhile, the boss went berserk, smashing everything in a blind rage. Over here, ugly Soo-hyun struck from the rear. Up here, the giant spun around, but Soo-hyun danced out of reach. Do-ho watched mesmerized. That speed, that technique. Is he really just a C-rank hunter? While he was distracted, a monster lunged at Do-ho's unprotected back. Do-ho snapped back to reality and parried the blow. Focus. I need to clear this area, no time for distractions. He barked orders. Bae-run, take the front. Minho, Yumi, cover R6. Bae-run nodded. Got it, Captain. Watch my back. The team rallied into formation. Soo-hyun glanced down, satisfied. Good. They are finally working as a team. He turned his eyes back to the boss. Time to end this now. Unleashing his full aura, the pressure forced the giant to tremble in pure fear. A net of devastating sword energy rained down from the heavens. The Cyclops was sliced into ribbons, its massive form dissolving into dust and silence. As the dust settled and debris rained down like hail, Duho's group finally silenced the last of the small fry. Barun leaned heavily on his sword, gasping for air like a fish out of water. I honestly thought I was seeing the pearly gates, one muttered. Yumi, equally shaken, asked, "What is our next move?" Another voice chimed in, trembling. "Those monsters. They appeared out of thin air. If another wave hits, we just keep killing. But shouldn't we call for backup? Where are the supervisors?" Duho turned his face grim. "In all my raids, I have never seen a glitch like this. Don't count on reinforcements. We are on our own. That area looks clear. Let's recover our stamina." As Kim Soo-hyun stood apart from the group, Duho approached him. "Kim Soo-hyun, are you holding up?" The protagonist replied calmly, "Yes, I am perfectly fine." Suddenly, cold sweat soaked his back. He realized his mistake. Damn it, I forgot I'm supposed to be a trash tier hunter in this leveling manhwa setting. He had displayed way too much power back there. Kim Soo-hyun quickly plastered a pained grimace on his face, masking his strength. "Actually, my entire body feels like it was hit by a truck." Duho nodded. "I will get Yumi to heal you. I need to discuss our next strategy with Barun first." Yumi didn't wait, rushing over immediately. "I am here." A soft glow enveloped Kim Soo-hyun as she began her healing chant. "Are your injuries critical?" "No, it is not that deep. Hold still, I will cast recovery magic on you." He nodded politely. "Thank you." As the light mended him, Yumi's eyes sparkled. "You were incredible back there. You soloed a Cyclops, even B-rank Awaken struggle against those beasts." Kim Soo-hyun played the humble card perfectly. "Pure luck. I just happened to find its weak point." Yumi fell silent, her expression darkening. "Kim Soo-hyun, aren't you worried?" "You mean the difficulty of this dungeon?" She glanced at the other group. "That too, but I mean them. Mika is paralyzed by fear, and the others do nothing but complain. We don't even know who that stranger is. But above all," she glared at Barun and Duho, "I have read disturbing rumors on the Hunter forums. Lately, parties like this claim contribution issues to deny rewards. They say the lower ranks didn't do enough just to hoard the loot for themselves. There is a high probability that once we clear this dungeon, they will leave us with absolutely nothing." Kim Soo-hyun met her gaze. "I understand the situation," Yumi insisted. "But you were the MVP of this raid." Kim Soo-hyun smirked internally. "She is not wrong about that." He reassured her, "Don't worry, I have everything under control." Suddenly, Duho interrupted. "Kim Soo-hyun, a word. Let's step aside for a moment." Kim Soo-hyun chirped. "Of course." Yumi's face went pale, realizing the danger. "Actually, I also have something to discuss with you." Duho caught a glimpse of Kim Soo-hyun's eyes, sharp as a blade, and felt a chill of confusion. Moments later, the group pushed forward deeper into the abyss. Yumi scanned the shadows nervously. "It is strange. No monsters." Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the silence. "I am certain we exterminated everything in this zone. We should be safe until the next checkpoint." As Duho marched ahead, Barun whispered to him, "How did the chat with Kim Soo-hyun go? Is the plan still in motion?" Duho closed his eyes, recalling the pressure he felt from the rookie. "The plan is cancelled." Barun blinked in shock. "Why?" Duho whispered. "Because I suspect something far more terrifying than the monsters is walking among us." Soon they faced a colossal iron gate. Silence reigned as they gazed up at the structure. Kim Soo-hyun glanced sideways, his inner thoughts cold. "Take your time. The rat will eventually show its tail." The iron giants creaked open. As they filed in, Minhyuk stammered, Where are we?" Duho analyzed the room. "This looks like the dungeon core. Is there an exit?" Yumi gasped, pointing a trembling finger. "Oh, is that it? Isn't that the exit?" Her voice pitched high with hope as a massive golden gate materialized. "It has to be." Yumi sprinted toward it, tears in her eyes. "Finally, we can get out of this hellhole." Duho shouted, "Wait, don't move blindly." Suddenly, the air cracked with a violent tremor. A holographic interface, the system manifested in thin air. "Welcome, travelers. The dungeon trial will commence shortly." Panic erupted. "What? That's the voice of the tower. Why is it here? What is going on?" While others panicked, Kim Soo-hyun remained stoic. Since it's a yellow dungeon, simply killing monsters isn't the end condition. He recalled past quests, save the village or survive. This was just like the awakening manhwa trials of the tower. Only by fulfilling the specific victory conditions can we clear this. The system announced, please select your trial method. Option 1, Annihilation. Fight the monsters head-on. Waves will be summoned for 30 minutes from the rear gate. Option 2, Escape. Open the gate and outrun the horde for 30 minutes. Warning. If no selection is made within 10 minutes, a random trial will be enforced. Baran gripped his head. What does this mean? Why is the system acting on its own? Yumi's face drained of color as she realized the implication. Does this mean, if we fail the trial, we never leave? The stranger nodded grimly. It appears so. Yumi's voice rose to a shriek. Then, we have to run. Think about the difficulty of this dungeon. We stand no chance in a fight. Minhyuk scratched his cheek nervously. But, wouldn't the rewards be legendary if we chose combat? And hey, we handled the last wave pretty well. Yumi whipped around, eyes blazing with fury. Do you think you have the right to speak? You were useless back there, Minhyuk snapped, losing his patience. Excuse me, you're the one who kept screaming about running away. Baron stepped between them. Knock it off. Stop fighting amongst yourselves. Now is not the time. Meanwhile, Duho stood silent, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. He turned to look behind him. Kim Soo-hyun was watching him intently. The rookie offered a calm, almost knowing smile, but his eyes held a profound depth. Barun panicked. Leader, what is the call? We only have 10 minutes until the roulette spins. Duho exhaled. Even with the Cyclops. The only reason we are alive is because of Kim Soo-hyun. I believe we should ask for his judgment. All eyes shifted to the protagonist. Yumi clicked her tongue. Ch, you're asking a C-rank leader of a trash squad. She paused, admitting begrudgingly, but he was a monster in that last fight. Kim Soo-hyun delivered his verdict calmly. I believe we should stand and fight. Yumi's jaw dropped. What? She immediately pointed a finger in his face, screaming. Confidence is high after slaughtering the Cyclopes, but do they truly grasp the nightmare unfolding in this leveling manhwa? He offered a warning, but his words dissolved into thin air. Ignored. Ghosted. Kim Soo-hyun remains unfazed by their arrogance. Retreat sounds sweet, but in this dungeon, no choice usually implies a boss monster that defies the laws of physics. The unknown lurking behind those doors is a gamble they can't afford. Holding the line is the only play. Duho weighs the odds. The logic holds. Steel leaves its sheath as he addresses the squad. We stand our ground. Defense formation. Eyes sharp. The system flashes its cruel decree. Option 1. Selected confrontation. 30 seconds to hell. Good luck, players. Reality warps as the air grows heavy with bloodlust. They are here. Crimson eyes, burning in the dark. Winged abominations pouring from the rift like a plague. Incoming, a scream tears through the air. But Duho is too slow. A serpentine tail whips out. His blade rises, but the beast is faster. The tail coils around his throat, squeezing the life out of him. Can't breathe. A flash of silver Kim Soo-hyun severs the limb in a single heartbeat. The purple beast howls, shifting its rage to the newcomer. Kim Soo-hyun's blade bites deep into its gut. 1 minute gone. Behind the lines, Yeun channels healing light, masking her true intent. The squad fights for their lives, but Kim Soo-hyun, he's a whirlwind of destruction, blasting enemies away with calculated precision. His gaze is cold, scanning the chaos. The first wave is done, but the system isn't finished yet. A shadow lurks on the periphery, debating whether to strike. Suddenly, the battlefield falls silent. All eyes turn. Even the stoic Kim Soo-hyun freezes. The gate. Bathed in light, a gruesome trophy hangs, suspended, a body skewered on jagged spikes. A player tried to flee and paid the ultimate price. What the hell is this? Terror ripples through the group. Movements falter. Hope shatters. Focus Duho roars. It's not over. But then, the monsters dissolve into mist. The silence is louder than the screams. The system interface blanks. Route 1 terminated. Route 2 initiates in 10 minutes. Escape through the gate. Woo Mi's voice cracks. Why? It's only been 5 minutes. Someone broke the rules. Someone opened the door. Yeun collapses, burying her face in her hands. I saw someone run out. They opened it. Panic sets in. Can we stop the next wave? Suicide Duho grimaces. The next wave will be exponentially stronger. We can't win. We're drained. No mana. No stamina. Fighting means death. Despair mounts, but Kim Soo-hyun strides toward the trapdoor. We move. Woomi screeches, pointing at the corpse. Are you blind? Walking to your death. Kim Soo-hyun halts. You rookies aren't reading the fine print. Look at the system log. The summon chases players. Nowhere does it mention traps for those who follow the rules. That corpse. He died breaking the sequence. The trap only triggers for cowards who flee early. We have 3 minutes. You've climbed the tower, yet you understand nothing. Stay here and you die when the clock strikes 0. So do we rot? Or do we gamble? Do-ho steps up. He's right. We move. Stay if you want to die. Curse me later. Hate me all you want. Call me a failure of a leader, but right now, my job is to make sure we survive. Woomy grinds her teeth. Fine. I'm in. Better than dying alone in this hellhole. Move double time. Once we're out, seal that door. The group bolts for freedom. But one figure remains motionless. Ye-eun pauses. Kim Soo-hyun. You're not coming, I'm staying, he replies calmly. Here, are you insane? The group skids to a halt. Is he planning to solo the boss wave? I won't be alone, Kim Soo-hyun says, his voice dropping an octave. I'm staying because someone else needs to stay. Right, Miss Ye-eun? Her innocent mask slips. Excuse me. Go, now. Kim Soo-hyun commands. Ye-eun panics. No, I'm leaving. She spins around, but Do-ho is already heaving the massive door shut. What are you doing? Byung-eun yells. She's innocent. Debrief later, Do-ho grunts. Ye-eun rushes the gap. Leader, wait, don't leave me with him. Do-ho Kim Soo-hyun's voice cuts through the noise. Remember our deal. The heavy doors slam shut with a thunderous boom. Darkness falls. Ye-eun crumbles to the floor trembling. Why? Why would you do this? We're going to die. I just want to live. Don't you want to live? Kim Soo-hyun stares down at her with predator eyes. You want to live, he sneers. Then drop the weapon you're hiding. Ye-eun's face twists into a demonic grin as she draws a jagged dagger from her robe. Kim Soo-hyun's blade flashed, cutting through the lies. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a rat from the Purple Assassin Guild? With a single precise strike, he tore her sleeve, revealing the dark mark branded on her skin. Ye-eun froze, her blood running cold. She had been exposed so easily. That mark belonged to the vilest murder syndicate in history. Let me tell you about this guild. It was a hive of scum, a sanctuary for psychopathic killers, destined to commit atrocities that would make the devil himself shudder. Right now, they were just a rumor. But in this manhwa recap, remember this: in a few years, they would become a calamity, rivaling the Great Cataclysm itself. They were the ones who would speed up the apocalypse. And that is exactly why the root must be severed, before the tree rots. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes, reciting her crimes like a judge reading a death sentence. After wiping out the dungeon targets, you planned to snatch an achievement suitable for your class, didn't you? Ye-eun glared at him, her mask slipping. He continued. You calculated everything perfectly. Lee-hee wanted to team up, but she values her life too much. Even in battle, I saw her looking for an exit route. And Inseo had the ambition to conquer the dungeon, but let's be honest, his combat skills were far too weak to clear the board. And the mystery man, everyone was suspicious of his hidden identity. You used that paranoia, turning him into your first sacrificial lamb. Then you spread poison in the form of rumors about Lee Do-ho and Kim Barium. If anything went wrong, the finger would point straight at them. But ironically, those very moves were what gave you away. Ye-eun listened, then her shoulders began to shake. A chilling laugh erupted from her throat. Ha ha ha. I knew something was off the moment you crushed that Cyclops. She stood up, discarding her innocent act along with her knife. You aren't simple, are you? Don't tell me you're actually a high ranker in disguise. But it doesn't matter who you are, Kim Soo-hyun. You're dead meat anyway. When the monster wave hits, I'll just vanish. After all, stealth is my specialty. Skill stealth. The user becomes completely invisible within a specific range, suppressing all sound and presence. She smirked, revealing her hand. My healer persona was a lie. I was born to be an assassin. I opened the dungeon gates right under your noses, thanks to my shadow arts. Suddenly, the system manhwa interface materialized. Trial Route 2 has commenced. Ye-eun activated her stealth, her confidence skyrocketing. Well, good luck with that, Kim Soo-hyun replied, his voice terrifyingly calm. I wouldn't be so cocky if I were you. Does that fancy skill of yours hide the scent of fresh blood dripping from your shoulder? Ye-eun's eyes widened, staring at the red crimson staining her hand. Wait, when did he? Terror gripped her heart as she looked up. A tsunami of monsters was rushing straight toward her. Despair filled her gaze. The scream died in her throat. Blood sprayed into the air as the beasts descended. Kim Soo-hyun watched the carnage, his eyes colder than ice. Now you're the only ones left. He stood alone against the tide of nightmares radiating the aura of a king. The monsters roared, charging at him as one. Kim Soo-hyun drew his blade. Sword energy exploded outward. Sorry, he shouted over the roar of battle, but none of you are taking another step forward. A flying lizard screeched, diving from the shadows, with its jaws wide open, ready to tear him apart. Kim Soo-hyun moved like a phantom. He weaved through the horde, his blade tracing a deadly arc of energy. With a swift upward strike, he bisected the flying beast in midair. He landed gracefully, as the monster's corpse crashed to the earth. Kim Soo-hyun's mind raced. Just as he predicted, they were endless. A true stamina test for any leveling manhwa protagonist. But then a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. This is actually better. I've had plenty of time to prepare for this exact moment. Kim Soo-hyun extended his hand, beckoning the horde. Come here, you filthy pests. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Brilliant blue mana surged around his fist, charging up a devastating strike. Meanwhile, in the tunnel, footsteps echoed frantically. Run, keep running. It was Lee Do-ho's party. Min Sok gasped. Don't stop. If we slow down, we're monster chow. Yumi snapped back. I know that idiot. Behind them, Bun panted. Did Yi-un really kill him with cheap tricks? How did you know? Bun asked. Lee Do-ho kept his pace eyes focused ahead. I simply had information before anyone else. His mind drifted back to a private conversation. Is that all you wanted to say? Lee Do-ho had asked, turning around. Kim Soo-hyun. Are you really just a C-rank awakener? Why do you ask? Kim Soo-hyun replied. Lee Do-ho sighed. Barium and I talked. You took down a Cyclops solo. That's not normal strength. We wondered if you were the legendary Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. Kim Soo-hyun's expression shifted. He thought he was being subtle, but in this awakening manhwa world, true power can't be hidden. Lee Do-ho pressed on. If you are him, would you take over as the raid leader? You're more qualified than anyone. You handle danger perfectly. Please tell me the truth. Are you really C-rank? Kim Soo-hyun paused, weighing the silence. Finally, he spoke. No. That's all I can say for now. But you guessed right. I am Kim Soo-hyun. He reintroduced himself with calm dignity. Lee Do-ho nodded. I knew it. Are you hiding your identity for a specific mission? I have my reasons, Kim Soo-hyun admitted. But I'm telling you this because my gut says you're a man worth trusting. Lee Do-ho blinked, surprised by the compliment. Me, Kim Soo-hyun continued. I'm sorry, but I have to decline. You need to remain the raid leader. Watching you struggle and fight for the team convinced me. My decision is final. You have the composure to lead through chaos. More importantly, you're willing to bleed for your comrades. You are a true leader. You deserve that badge far more than I do. Kim Soo-hyun's praise was genuine. So I need you to accept my request instead. Lee Do-ho looked confused. Your request? Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Remember, I said I had some issues to discuss with you. It involves the fact that there is a traitorous killer among us in this raid. Lee Do-ho's face went pale, cold sweat breaking out. A killer? What do you mean, Kim? Soo-hyun's eyes hardened. I'll explain, but promise me one thing. Get everyone out of here. Leave me behind. Lee Do-ho asked anxiously. Everyone except you. What are you planning to do? I'm staying, Kim Soo-hyun declared. I came here to hunt a criminal. Back in the present, Lee Do-ho ran the realization hitting him like a truck. That guy. He really is the greatest rookie of all time. Kim Soo-hyun was no ordinary player. As a high ranker with legendary skills, he stayed behind to buy precious time for the rest of the party. But even for an elite facing an infinite horde of demons alone, was suicide. Damn it, Lee Do-ho thought I have to stop overthinking. My worrying won't change the outcome. A weakling like me would only be a dead weight, he muttered, grinding his teeth as a wave of helplessness crashed over him. Yet the image of Kim Soo-hyun's confident smile flashed in his mind. Lee Do-ho skidded to a halt. Screw it, I can't leave Kim Soo-hyun to die alone. He spun around and sprinted back into the abyss. Kim Soo-hyun, I'm sorry. Bae-jun screamed, his voice trembling with guilt as he fled. Hey Lee Do-ho, where are you going? But Lee Do-ho was already rushing toward the chaotic light. Sorry everyone, I'm breaking our promise to escape. I'm going back. Lee Do-ho slammed against the heavy gate, screaming Kim Soo-hyun. Suddenly a shockwave blasted out. A terrifying tsunami of azure flames erupted from within, forcing him to gasp for air. Inside the floor was carpeted with the charred remains of monsters. What in the world happened here? Suddenly, a winged beast dove from the shadows, aiming for Lee Do-ho's throat. Instantly, a system window flashed. Skill Holy Fire. Critical hit against Dark Attribute. Holy Fire. Pure divine energy surged from Kim Soo-hyun's palm. He dashed forward, engulfing the beast in a tornado of blue purgatory fire. The heat was so intense, it nearly singed Lee Do-ho's eyebrows. He yelped in terror. Kim Soo-hyun glanced back, gritted his teeth, and prepared to unleash another wave of power. Another horde lunged from the darkness, a crescent of sword ki, infused with holy fire, slashed through the air, obliterating them instantly. Lee Do-ho's jaw hit the floor. Kim Soo-hyun landed softly, standing amidst the azure inferno like a god of war surrounded by piles of burning ash. Lee Do-ho scrambled over Kim Soo-hyun, but the main character just stared coldly. Lee Do-ho, why did you return? I explicitly told you to escape immediately. Lee Do-ho bowed his head. I'm sorry, but I couldn't just run away and leave a friend in this hellhole. Kim Soo-hyun smirked, knowing his friend's stubborn loyalty. And what about Kim Ye-eun? Lee Do-ho asked. Oh, don't worry. She's been taken care of. In reality, the monsters had already served her the karma she deserved. A permanent silence. Lee Do-ho scratched his head awkwardly. I rushed here to save you, but you already wiped them out. I'm useless. Kim Soo-hyun turned back grinning. No, you're actually just in time, because the real nightmare starts now. Above them, the air rippled as a massive magic circle materialized, pulsing with ominous energy typical of a leveling Manhwa boss battle. The dimensional rift tore open. A skeletal hand clawed its way out. A skull with burning eyes emerged, freezing Lee Do-ho in sheer terror. Kim Soo-hyun remained unfazed. Finally, the boss has decided to grace us with its presence. The entity radiated death. Clad in darkness, clutching a staff of corruption, its jaw unhinged as it locked its glowing gaze upon them. Despite the earth-shaking entrance, Kim Soo-hyun sounded almost bored. So, the dungeon master reveals himself. It was a skeletal mage cloaked in shadows. Nothing was visible, except for its burning purple eyes and a gemstone embedded in its skull, pulsing with dark magic. Lee Do-ho was paralyzed. What? What the hell is that thing? Kim Soo-hyun sighed. I told you, it's the boss. Lee Do-ho rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You mean that pile of dry bones is the final boss? The creature paused, clearly offended. The air grew heavy. Dry bones? How incredibly rude. Lee Do-ho gasped. It talks. The skeleton talks. Kim Soo-hyun massaged his temples, embarrassed by his friend's dramatic reaction. The entity floated closer. I would prefer if you addressed me by my true title, not Bones. Lee Do-ho blinked. True title. The monster nodded gravely. I am the High Priest of Darkness. But Kim Soo-hyun saw through the charade instantly. He's hiding his true form. He's still a fledgling. Kim Soo-hyun stated flatly. Fledgling? Lee Do-ho asked. Yeah. He's not a true lich yet. Just a wannabe trying to evolve. A real lich possesses a totally different mana density. The creature scoffed. Childish human. Do you really think such a cheap provocation will work on me? Kim Soo-hyun didn't let up. Immature. Stunted growth. A failure. A half-baked cosplayer. A knockoff Lich. Lee Do-ho's jaw dropped again. The insults hit harder than physical attacks. The Lich's aura visibly deflated under the verbal assault. Trembling with rage, the creature shrieked, You arrogant insect, I will tear the flesh from your bones and feed you to my minions. Darkness exploded around him as he rose into the air. Dark magic swept across the room. The corpses of the slain monsters began to twitch and rise. Lee Do-ho stammered his sword, shaking in his grip. Amidst the chaos, Kim Soo-hyun remained analytical. He's immature now, but does he have the potential to ascend to a true lich? He certainly has the necromancy skills. The reanimated corpses snapped into position, eyes glowing with renewed bloodlust. They were mindless killing machines. So this bastard is the reason the difficulty spiked. He's why this became a yellow rank dungeon. The lich raised his staff. Lee Do-ho swung his sword wildly at the air. Why did you have to piss him off? Was that really necessary? Did we really need to mock the skeleton wizard? Kim Soo-hyun replied calmly. It was a calculated move. I needed to draw his aggro so he'd target me first. Lee Do-ho stared in confusion. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's sword erupted in azure flames, illuminating the abyss. Kim Soo-hyun drove the blazing blade into the stone floor beneath them. With a fluid motion, he carved a perfect circle around them. The blue flames roared to life, creating a sanctuary within the darkness. Lee Do-ho looked around at the wall of fire, blinking blankly. Is it over? Kim Soo-hyun turned, his voice laced with grim caution. Sir Do-ho, I don't mean to bruise your ego, but... He hesitated, letting the heavy silence hang before continuing. You simply lack the stats to tank that monster alone, and I can't focus on the boss if I'm busy protecting you. I understand, Do-ho replied, bowing his head in defeat. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. The undead can't breach this barrier. Whatever happens, do not leave the circle. Just keep the mob's aggro focused on you. Do-ho looked up bewildered. But what about you? Kim Soo-hyun's gaze locked onto the figure floating above his voice, dropping to a whisper. My target is that thing. Without another word, he launched himself from the floor like a cannonball aiming straight for L's throat. The sudden burst of speed caught the villain completely off guard. Kim Soo-hyun swung his blade, a strike meant to cleave bone and soul. He thought he had the kill, but the figure flickered, vanishing into thin air like a phantom. The blade sliced through empty space. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened in shock, but his combat instincts kicked in instantly. He kicked off the air, spinning around to locate his enemy. L was floating lazily in the void, as if lounging on an invisible throne. Fast reflexes. Human, he mocked, his voice dripping with arrogance. But ultimately useless. Kim Soo-hyun paused, calculating. Was that a blink skill? Kim Soo-hyun analyzed rapidly. Liches possess weak physical defense. They spam undead minions to zone their enemies, all to protect their one fatal weakness. He had known the mechanic for a long time. The source of their power, the life stone, was embedded right in their skulls. That magic stone was the anchor of their wretched existence. To guard it, a lich must maintain absolute distance from any melee threat. Teleportation is just a crutch developed to cover that flaw, Kim Soo-hyun reasoned. Which means, if I can match his speed, I can shatter his skull. Resolve hardened his expression. Kim Soo-hyun shot forward again, a streak of lethal intent. L didn't even flinch, his disdain palpable. Just as the blade threatened to bisect him, L vanished again. But this time, Kim Soo-hyun saw the trick. He was using the cloak to slip into blind spots instantly. A heartbeat later, L appeared directly above him, looking down like a god viewing an insect. And this time, he wasn't just dodging, he was counterattacking. Instinct saved Kim Soo-hyun. He barely managed to parry with his sword. But this clash gave him the opening he needed to unleash his own ace. Burn holy fire erupted, filling the void between them with blinding white flames. L, too arrogant to dodge, took the full force of the blast. The explosion rocked the dungeon. As the smoke swirled, Kim Soo-hyun landed panting. Did that finish him? Just as hope began to rise, a chilling maniacal laugh echoed through the chamber, shattering the moment. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes snapped to the figure below. L was still there, alive and untouched. That flame was nasty, he sneered, his voice echoing. Definitely enough to deal critical damage. However, L threw his head back, laughing wildly. What good is a one-shot kill if it never connects? He was unscathed, protected by a barrier that the fire hadn't even scratched. Kim Soo-hyun stared intensely, his mind racing through tactical options. I thought I had him. Is this the limit of my aerial combat capabilities? Needing time to formulate a new strategy, Kim Soo-hyun decided to stall with words. Watching you calculate your odds while hanging in the air. It's amusing, L taunted, playing along. But before you think too hard, he pointed a bony finger. Look at your weapon. The sword, Kim Soo-hyun's only lifeline in this aerial duel, was sizzling, the metal turning black as L's dark mana consumed it. My dark aura corrupts everything it touches, L gloated, savoring the despair. I give it 5 minutes before that blade crumbles into dust, leaving you defenseless. But Kim Soo-hyun didn't panic. His expression remained terrifyingly calm. That won't happen, he stated flatly. He ripped his sword free from the wall. Gravity took hold as Kim Soo-hyun dove toward the ground, his roar echoing through the hall. Because this battle ends in less than 5 minutes. A massive boom shook the dungeon foundation. Dust and debris billowed out like a storm. Inside the safety circle, Do-ho watched the escalating violence, feeling utterly helpless. His hands trembled, fists clenching until his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth. I didn't come back to this nightmare just to be babysat. He wanted to join the fray, but his stats were garbage. If I step in now, I'll just be a burden to Kim Soo-hyun. I'll get in his way. Outside the barrier, the monsters milled about mindlessly, unable to target Do-ho, ignoring him completely. He weighed his options frantically. A B-rank fake awakener like me is dead meat without a carry. His legs shook, caught between cowardice and duty. But then, instinct took over. He sprinted forward, shattering the boundary of his safety zone. Standing here, doing nothing. That's not who I am anymore. With a primal scream, he slashed through the protective flame barrier Kim Soo-hyun had created. The strike carried more power than he had ever mustered before. His desperate blade cleaved through the monsters lurking near the edge, spraying a fountain of black blood into the air. Do-ho didn't stop. He moved with a frenzy, cutting down beast after beast, his face twisted in a mask of pure burning determination. High above, Kim Soo-hyun spotted the commotion and froze. What is he doing? I told him to stay put. Why is he engaging? Kim Soo-hyun was baffled for a split second. Do-ho was fighting just outside the barrier. But then, he saw the strategy. No, he's brilliant. He's using the barrier's edge to funnel them, turning the defensive line into a weapon. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the energy shift. And his aura. It's stronger than when we entered. It was a classic leveling manhwa moment. The life or death pressure had forced Do-ho to awaken his dormant potential. A smirk tugged at Kim Soo-hyun's lips. Good. If he can hold his own, I can change tactics. Decisive as ever, Kim Soo-hyun abandoned the aerial dogfight and dove toward Do-ho. Elle watched him go stunned before bursting into laughter. Running away already, how pathetic. Ignoring the taunt, Kim Soo-hyun saw the swarm closing in on Do-ho. He needed a shortcut. He descended like a meteor, his sword weaving a net of death that shredded every monster in his path. He landed smoothly in front of Do-ho, the shockwave clearing the immediate area. Only then did he answer the Lich's mockery. Running away, Kim Soo-hyun turned back his aura, flaring up to match the Lich's dark power. Don't insult me. The real raid begins right now. Lee Do-ho's voice trembled heavy with hesitation as he called out. Hunter Kim Soo-hyun. He took a tentative step closer, his concern palpable. Why are you heading in this direction? Kim Soo-hyun turned, his expression softening. Senior Lee Do-ho, I apologize for my harsh words earlier. You were never useless. We defeated that monster together, remember? He paused for a heartbeat, then looked Lee Do-ho in the eye with burning resolve. Together with you, Senior Lee Do-ho, I want to crush that rotting insect into dust. Lee Do-ho's jaw dropped in shock. However, the Lich found this display amusing, cackling with a voice like grinding bones. What a pathetic waste of energy. How tragic. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with such sentimental garbage? This isn't a fairy tale. You only have 2 fighters. Yet Kim Soo-hyun ignored the villain's taunts, leaning in to whisper a tactical plan into Lee Do-ho's ear. Lee Do-ho listened, his confidence wavering. Is that really feasible? It wasn't that he doubted Kim Soo-hyun, but the Lich's power felt like an insurmountable mountain. But Kim Soo-hyun remained calm. Trust me, this is enough. Even if Lee Do-ho's hope was dim, he chose to place his faith in the young hunter's instincts. I can't promise certainty, Lee Do-ho admitted, but I believe you have a special reason for this confidence. He immediately shifted into his battle stance. Fine, let's drag him into our trap. Meanwhile, the Lich, blinded by arrogance and unable to gauge his own limits, rushed in for a melee confrontation. You fools, let me teach you the true meaning of death. He summoned dozens of monsters, a classic awakening manhwa horde, roaring as they charged like bloodthirsty demons. The duo seized the momentum. With swords drawn, they unleashed a synchronized symphony of destruction. Kim Soo-hyun took the center, driving his blade into the floor. The shockwave sent monsters flying, tearing flesh from bone, while Lee Do-ho used the opening to rush the Lich. The Lich was so drowning in his own superiority complex that he barely noticed Lee Do-ho charging with a blazing aura. Furious, the Lich screamed, "You wretches dare ambush me! You are slower and weaker than the rotting bugs I summon." But Lee Do-ho blocked out the noise. His mind locked onto a single target, the Lich's head. He charged forward in unstoppable force. Right below him, Kim Soo-hyun activated his energy, wreathing his blade in a dual aura of frost and fire. He widened his stance, torquing his body past 90 degrees to maximize the kinetic force. Waiting until Lee Do-ho was mere meters from the target, Kim Soo-hyun unleashed the Frostfire strike, yet the Lich merely laughed, welcoming the challenge with open arms. A dual attack. Clever, but ultimately futile against me. He waved his hand, releasing a cloud of invisible particulate matter to blind their senses. Lee Do-ho was forced to attack blindly, but his instincts were sharp. He spun his blade, creating a spiral storm of steel. With decisive force, he thrust the spiraling blade straight at the Lich. The sword energy exploded upwards. Combined with Kim Soo-hyun's frostfire, this attack carried the weight of a natural disaster. The fusion of skills created a terrifying tornado, drilling toward the ceiling. The Lich was forced back, genuinely shocked by the destructive power. A combination skill. The attack was too fast, too heavy. The Lich couldn't escape his fate, and the chamber filled with his agonizing shrieks. Seizing the moment, Kim Soo-hyun dashed forward. Above, Lee Do-ho flipped through the air, his descent perfectly calculated. Kim Soo-hyun skidded to a halt at the perfect coordinates, bracing himself as if waiting for a heavy load. And just as planned, Lee Do-ho landed on Kim Soo-hyun's blade. Using the weapon as a springboard, he took 0 damage and maintained his momentum. Kim Soo-hyun heaved the sword upward, launching Lee Do-ho back toward the Lich like a human missile. The Lich, dazed, finally snapped to reality. You won't fool me twice. The Lich fired a blast of dark magic directly at the airborne tank. Miraculously, Lee Do-ho blocked it. The Lich sneered. I'll end you right here. But he lost track of the shadow. Kim Soo-hyun had already flashed behind him, preparing a lethal surprise. However, the Lich sensed the disturbance. Before the sword could swing, the Lich whipped his head around. He saw it coming. Yet Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. This is the end. The blade slashed toward the Lich's face. But suddenly snap, the sword shattered at the exact point where Kim Soo-hyun had used it as a lever earlier. The weapon crumbled into shards. A broken blade couldn't possibly split the skull of an archmage. The attack failed. The Lich stared at the broken steel, his eyes lighting up as if he'd won the lottery. He had cheated death. Relieved, he burst into maniacal laughter. How embarrassing. You forgot your weapon was corroded by my dark magic, you amateur. Kim Soo-hyun remained frozen in his attacking pose. The Lich mocked him ruthlessly. What now, little hero? How do you fight without a weapon? But Kim Soo-hyun just smiled, his eyes glinting with mischief. Who said I only had one sword? His confidence came from the fact that he was the distraction. Behind the Lich, Lee Do-ho swung his pristine blade in total silence. Only when the wind shifted did the Lich realize his fatal error. What Lee Do-ho poured every ounce of mana into his unblemished weapon. This strike was faster than sound. The blade blurred past the Lich before he could even raise a finger. In a moment of pure disbelief, the Lich was cleaved in two. His jaw hung open in shock as the life orb on his forehead split down the middle. It marked the finale of his wretched existence. With the life orb destroyed, he screamed as his soul evaporated into the void. As Kim Soo-hyun and Lee Do-ho landed safely, a massive explosion rocked the room behind them. Debris scattered everywhere. The boss was finished. Kim Soo-hyun finally explained. When I said we'd fight together, that monster assumed I'd use you as bait. That bias made him focus on me, leaving him completely blind to you, Senior Lee Do-ho. You fool, the Lich hissed, its voice grating like stones grinding together. Did you really believe victory was yours the moment my blade shattered? Your arrogance was your downfall, I countered coldly. You thought a broken sword meant I was defenseless. But you failed to realize that Do-ho and I had been orchestrating your demise from the very start. Even as his life force faded, the monster refused to go quietly. With his final breath, he hissed a warning. Do not think. This is the end. His body began to crumble into dust, yet his malice remained. It is not finished, he rasped, leaving behind a chilling curse as he dissolved into the void. When the darkness swallows the sun, our king shall return. And he will bring a nightmare you children aren't ready to face. Silence fell over the ruins. The monster was gone. Do-ho stared at the empty space, disbelief in his eyes. Is it finally over? Kim Soo-hyun nodded solemnly. It is. Yet a shadow lingered in Kim Soo-hyun's heart. The battle was won, but the Lich's final words clawed at his mind like a bad omen. Why did that threat feel so terrifyingly real? Their king. The question hung in the air. Later, escaping the dungeon, the two heroes found themselves in a ridiculous situation, hiding in the bushes like common thieves. Well, we made it out alive, Do-ho whispered, peering through the leaves. But now we have a slight problem. What's our next move? From their hiding spot, they watched a pathetic display. Bae-jun was putting on an Oscar-worthy performance for the press, acting the part of the grieving survivor to perfection. What about your team? The reporter asked eagerly. Bae-jun squeezed out some crocodile tears, her face a mask of faux tragedy. I pray for their return, she sobbed, but deep down, I fear they're already gone. Hearing this, Do-ho could only chuckle dryly at the absurdity. She called the rescue team just to play the victim. Unbelievable. Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, but Do-ho cut in sharply. Hey, you can't be seen here, right? Kim Soo-hyun froze. He hadn't expected to be outed so quickly. Do-ho smirked. I know who you are. You're Kim Soo-hyun, the high ranker everyone is looking for. Kim Soo-hyun averted his gaze casually, picking his ear with a twig as if bored. I guess so. The truth always comes out eventually, doesn't it? But I'm not in the mood for a media circus today. Hearing that, Do-ho stood up, dusting off his gear with a decisive nod. Fine. I'll handle the press alone. Kim Soo-hyun blinked, surprised. You deal with that Shark Tank by yourself. Don't worry, I'm good at cleaning up messes, Do-ho grinned. He pulled a heavy bag from his inventory. But I have one condition. The loot from this raid. I want you to take all of it. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened in shock. Wait, everything. These ether stones are worth millions, Kim Soo-hyun argued, pointing at the bag. For a B-rank hunter, this is life-changing money. I do just fine for myself, Do-ho insisted, pushing the bag into Kim Soo-hyun's hands. I have my pride. I can't accept this reward. Why? Kim Soo-hyun couldn't wrap his head around it. You risked your life too. Why turn down a fortune? We only killed that Lich because of you, Do-ho said firmly. Compared to your contribution, I was just a distraction. He paused, looking Kim Soo-hyun in the eye. Let's be real. If you hadn't been holding back for my sake, you could have soloed that boss easily. You set me up to land the final blow just to help me grow. Kim Soo-hyun sighed internally. Damn. This guy is sharper than he looks. Just take it. While I distract, the reporters slip out the back. I've already called a cab to wait for you on the main road. Do-ho didn't wait for an answer. He dialed his phone. Yo, Young-hun. It's Do-ho. I need a favor. By the time Kim Soo-hyun reached the road, the sun was dipping below the horizon. Time always seemed to warp inside the dungeons, stealing away the daylight. Sure enough, a taxi was idling on the desolate road just as promised. Kim Soo-hyun slid into the back seat, leaving the chaos behind. As the car started moving, Kim Soo-hyun shook his head. I didn't think a cab would come this deep into the mountains. Lee Do-ho. That guy has connections everywhere. The driver glanced in the mirror. You Do-ho's brother? No, just a friend. The conversation died there, and Kim Soo-hyun turned to watch the blood-red sunset. His mind drifted back to the raid. He had stopped the villain, yes. But he hadn't been able to save everyone. The cost of victory was still too high. Even saving the survivors was only possible because Do-ho stepped up. If I had been alone, things might have ended very differently. I'm still too weak. The realization burned. To protect what matters, I need to ascend to a higher level. I used to think survival was proof of strength. I was the last one standing, so I thought I was powerful. But this awakening manhwa reality is cruel. Surviving isn't enough. If I want to rewrite the future and stop the apocalypse, my current strength is a joke. I can't do it alone. I need to find the others warriors I can trust to stand by my side when the world ends. He winced as a blue screen popped up. Status extreme exhaustion. Typical for a system manhwa protagonist. The driver noticed his pale face. You okay, kid? You look wrecked. Kim Soo-hyun ignored him, staring at the passing city lights. First things first. I need cash for the hospital bills. Maybe I should lighten my load, he thought, patting the bag of ether stones. And I definitely need a change of clothes. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office dripping with luxury, Director Kyung-jun was scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, the door burst open. Director. Kyung-jun scowled at the interruption. What is it? The assistant was breathless. Sir, we have a cellar with ether stones. Kyung-jun rolled his eyes. Why are you telling me? He glanced at the tablet. A C-rank hunter, can't the staff handle small fry like this? That's the thing, sir. The assistant's hands were shaking. It's not a normal transaction. The amount. It's over 500 grams of pure ether. Kyung-jun shot up from his chair, eyes bulging. What? This was the kind of massive windfall you only see in a leveling manhwa. Kim Soo-hyun sat in the VIP lounge waiting to liquidate his loot. The manager, Lee Kyung-jong, had done a complete 180 the moment he heard what was in the bag. Oh, my deepest apologies for the delay, sir. He fawned over Kim Soo-hyun, rubbing his hands together like a goblin spotting a mountain of gold. It is an absolute honor to meet you. I'm Lee Kyung-jong, general manager of the Ether Auction House. He barely sat down before his greed took over. I hear you've brought us a massive haul of ether stones today. Kim Soo-hyun didn't waste words. He dropped the heavy sack onto the table with a dull thud. See for yourself. The manager's eyes nearly popped out as he inspected the goods, trembling with excitement. Incredible. It's all genuine, Lee gasped. Stones of this purity and size are strictly found in gold-rank dungeons. This is a legendary find. But then, a shadow of doubt crossed his face. Just to be clear, these were obtained through legal channels. Correct. It's a lot for one person. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed the temperature in the room, dropping instantly. Are you accusing me of something? Sensing the danger, Lee laughed nervously to diffuse the tension. No, nothing like that. Lee leaned back, crossing his arms, in a display of petty authority. He was trying to seize the upper hand in the negotiation. It's just that. Our records show you're merely a C-rank awakener. A solo clear of a gold dungeon is something usually only seen in a leveling manhwa, not reality. Kim Soo-hyun saw right through the cheap psychological tactic. They just wanted to drive the price down. Scoffing, he reached into his pocket for the real prize. I got lucky with the boss drop. If that pile isn't enough, how about this? He placed the Lich's core onto the velvet cushion. Time seemed to freeze. The manager and his assistant stood paralyzed, their jaws practically hitting the floor. This is. Lee reached out with a trembling hand, his voice shaking. He knew exactly what he was looking at. This was no ordinary gem. It was a high-grade ether stone. Specifically, a life stone, the very heart of a lich. To defeat a lich, one usually has to destroy its core. To retrieve one intact, the drop rate was infinitesimally small. a miracle in itself. Seeing their reaction, Kim Soo-hyun knew he'd won. The payout would be massive. He stood up abruptly, feigning disinterest. If you're still suspicious of my sources, I'll take my business elsewhere. Panic exploded in Lee's eyes. He lunged forward. No, please wait. Sir, let's be reasonable. Please sit down. But as Lee reached for the stone, he grabbed nothing but thin air. What the when did he? In a blink, Kim Soo-hyun was already at the door, the stone flipping casually in his hand. I'll give you one shot, Kim Soo-hyun stated coldly. His grip tightened around the gem. Make your best offer. Right now. You don't get a second chance to lowball me. The blood drained from Lee's face. He knew he was checkmated. Hours later, Kim Soo-hyun walked home under the moonlight, his pockets heavy with success. He strolled through the streets, the number echoing in his mind. 600 million won. Not bad for a day's work. But, as the adrenaline faded, the cold reality of the future washed over him. When the apocalypse truly begins, all this cash will be nothing but worthless paper. Still, he thought in this timeline, money means survival. And it means, Mom doesn't have to suffer. He unlocked the door. Mom, I'm home. A middle-aged woman rushed to the entryway, her face lighting up like a sunbeam. Oh, my precious son, you're finally back. But Kim Soo-hyun's smile vanished instantly. His gaze locked onto a fresh, angry red scratch, marring her cheek. A dark aura began to leak from him. Oblivious to his rising rage, she fussed over him. I wasn't expecting you so early. Dinner isn't even ready yet. Did you have a good time with your friends? Kim Soo-hyun's heart clenched. She looked so frail. Mom, he interrupted, his voice low. Who did that to your face? She flinched instinctively, covering the wound and forcing a smile. Oh, it's nothing, sweetheart. Just a little clumsiness. Don't worry about it. But Kim Soo-hyun knew the truth. That rundown restaurant she worked at. The image of drunk patrons throwing bottles and brawling flashed in his mind. She had been hurt trying to stop a fight between customers. Rage hot and volcanic bubbled up in his chest. Quit that job, he demanded, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. Now, I won't let you work in that hellhole anymore. She looked shocked, taking his hands in hers. Kim Soo-hyun, be reasonable. You're starting university soon. I have to earn your tuition fees somehow. Her eyes softened with a heartbreaking warmth. I can't give you a wealthy life, but as your mother, I want to support you with everything I have. You've always been my pride and joy, Kim Soo-hyun. I just want to be a mother worthy of such a wonderful son. Kim Soo-hyun stood frozen, her words piercing his heart. It was such a stark contrast to the memories of his past life. In that other timeline, papers were hurled in his face. A cold, demanding voice echoed. You think you can become the strongest hunter with this pathetic monocapacity? He had bowed his head in shame back then, crushed by the weight of expectation. That woman had touched his face too, but with ice in her veins. Make me proud, she had commanded. To her, he was just a tool. A weapon to be forged into a hero for her own glory. Kim Soo-hyun, his mother's worried voice snapped him back to the present. Are you okay? The warmth in her eyes? It was real. He made a decision. Mom. He guided her to the table, wrapping her hands around a cup of warm water. I have something important to tell you. She looked confused as he prepared to break the news. An awakener, you mean? Like those superhumans on TV? Yes. The income is incredible, and the social standing is rising. I've decided to pursue this path instead of university. I'm sorry I kept it from you, Mom. I didn't want to worry you, but I can't hide it anymore. She didn't ask about the danger. She simply looked into his soul. Kim Soo-hyun, is this what you truly desire? Not for the cash or the fame, but is this what your heart wants? He froze, stunned by the sudden question. Memories of the hellish apocalypse from his past life flashed through his mind, and he answered with steel in his voice. Yes, Mother. This is the path I must walk. She let out a heavy sigh, whispering, I understand. He clasped his hands together, looking like a terrified child awaiting punishment. You're not angry with me. I was sure you'd be furious, he admitted, his voice trembling slightly. I hid this awakening manhwa reality from you for a whole year. It's a dangerous world, and I expected you to yell at me for risking my life. Mother Soo-hyun looked him in the eyes, her expression softening. Of course I'm worried about you, my son. She recalled the night she opened his door, to find him sleeping so peacefully. But when I realized you hid it for a year, I knew I couldn't force you to quit, just by getting angry. I never wanted to be a mother who controlled her son's destiny. All I want is for you to choose your own path and find happiness. Seeing her son rest easy brought a contagious warmth to her own heart. However, her gaze sharpened with protective motherly instinct. Just promise me one thing. If anyone gives you a hard time or makes you sad, you tell me immediately. Understand, Soo-hyun nodded firmly. I promise. Thank you, Mom. As she beamed a radiant smile at her boy, he reached into his pocket. It was time for the second surprise. Since I've started making money as an awakener, I think it's time you retired. Her curiosity piqued. She took the phone he offered. Oh really, and just how much has my son earned? Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull as the numbers lit up the screen. 600 million won. Her scream threatened to bring the entire apartment complex crashing down as she bolted up from her chair, eyes glued to the display. Oh my god, did we just become millionaires overnight? Is this normal for hunters? Soo-hyun watched her frantic celebration with a helpless smile. Aren't you a little too excited, Mom? Just a minute ago, I thought you were worried about my safety. She waved him off, laughing. Of course I worry, but who on this green earth doesn't love money? She tossed the phone back to him, brimming with energy. Tonight we feast. Just wait right there, Soo-hyun. I'm going to make a banquet worthy of a king. Is there anything special you want to eat? He chuckled, a soft sigh escaping his lips. He had dreamed of this moment for lifetimes. This domestic warmth, something he had never truly possessed before. Mother and son worked side by side, filling the table with delicious dishes. Laughter and clinking spoons filled the air as they shared the meal. The warmth was so intoxicating that for a fleeting second, he considered giving up the fight to live this peaceful life. But reality was a cruel reminder. He wasn't the real Kim Soo-hyun who belonged in this chair. This happiness belonged to the original owner of this body, not him. A smile played on his lips, but deep in his eyes, a profound loneliness swirled like a storm. Yet he pushed the sorrow aside. He had been granted a miraculous second chance to protect this world's peace. Memories of a happy childhood, borrowed memories, flashed through his mind. As he ate, he made a silent vow to the soul he displaced. Kim Soo-hyun, if you ever return to this body, I want you to be able to stand tall before the world. I want you to be strong enough to protect your incredible mother. He watched her pile more food onto his bowl, his heart swelling with resolve. He whispered into the void, I will turn you into a legend. After dinner, Soo-hyun retreated to his room, the heavy door clicking shut. The domestic bliss was over. It was time to work. I need to get stronger. I can't protect anyone if I'm struggling against weaklings. He unzipped his blue duffel bag. It's time to climb the tower again. He stared at the snapped blade in his hand. Useless. I need a real weapon. Not this government-issued garbage, but a masterpiece worthy of a true hunter. He let out a long breath. It's been a long time since I heard that grumpy old voice. The scene shifted to a rugged man, hammering steel surrounded by racks of gleaming weaponry and crates overflowing with armaments. The blacksmith lifted a heavy blade, sweat dripping from his brow as he exhaled sharply. The years were weighing on him. He inspected the weapon he had just forged. This was none other than the legendary artisan Kim Dae-ho. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the entrance. Is anyone there? Dae-ho ignored it, returning to his anvil. But the visitor was persistent. Hello, anybody home? Dae-ho threw open the door, rage flaring in his eyes. Which little punk dares to disturb my work? If nobody answers, you assume they're out and get lost. Despite the verbal assault, Soo-hyun remained unfazed. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Dae-ho raised a skeptical eyebrow. He glared at the young man standing on his doorstep. Who the hell are you, Kid Soo-hyun? Simply smiled, his expression radiating a strange familiarity. In his mind's eye, a sword appeared, simple in appearance, but legendary in status. The holy sword Balmung. In this system Manhwa, it was the blade that defined an era. It was the dragon slayer, the faithful companion of the hero Sung-in. A divine artifact forged from rare materials and the blood, sweat, and tears of a master. And the creator of Balmung was the man standing right in front of him, Master Artisan Kim Dae-ho. Even the simplest blade he touched seemed to glow under the heavens. Memories of the past flooded back. Sung-in had once walked through the pouring rain to this very door, finding the old master obsessed with his craft. I have returned, grandfather. Dae-ho turned from the fire. Is that you, brat? Sung-in asked softly. Is the commission ready? Dae-ho looked at the young hero. It's finished. Sung-in's eyes widened as he saw a long, magnificent blade resting on the stone table. Dae-ho puffed out his chest. Perfect, isn't it? This is the greatest masterpiece I have forged in my entire life. But Sung-in bowed his head low. I cannot accept this holy sword. The rejection hit Dae-ho like a hammer. He stood up, shocked. What? Why not? Sung-in's voice was steady, but pained. I know you used every rare material you've hoarded for decades to make this. You sacrificed everything for this one blade. Dae-ho listened in silence. With a body like mine, how could I dare to wield it? You always take a loss for my sake. This sword holds your soul and your fortune. I cannot take it. The old man stared at him for a long moment before breaking the silence. Sung-in, the world calls you a hero. Even stuck up here on Mount Yippee, I hear the songs they sing about you. They praise your name to the skies. Sung-in flinched. But I also hear the whispers of the hardships that shadow your glory. The old blacksmith could see the crushing loneliness in the young man's posture. He sat by the fire looking deep into Sung-in's soul. Don't you feel it's unfair? Everyone on Earth demands your help unconditionally. Yet not a single one of them offers anything in return for the blood you spill. And yet here you are, living exactly how they expect you to live. As time passed, the weight of those words would only grow heavier. Sung-in couldn't find the words to reply. Di-ho was the only choice. In this entire world, no other blacksmith possessed the divine skill required for the task. It was time to rewrite the tragedy of their past connection and balance the scales of fate. The protagonist gazed up at the old master. In a world where everyone demanded a price for their help, some legends were willing to give everything without asking for a dime. Di-ho's passion for the craft was undeniable. He knew with arrogant certainty that he was the only soul alive, capable of forging a weapon worthy of the young hero's potential. Kim Dae-ho wasn't just a master of the forge. He was the savior of my past life. A legend I failed to protect when the flames of war consumed us all in the previous timeline. The memory struck him like a physical blow clinging to the old man's cold, lifeless body amidst the chaos. But here, in this timeline, Di-ho stood before him, breathing and strong. The old blacksmith crossed his arms, his face twisted in a scowl that screamed, "Go away." But Kim Soo-hyun swore internally, "Long time no see, old friend. This time, I will defend you until my last breath." Kim Soo-hyun bowed with respectful precision. "It is an honor to meet you. My name is Kim Soo-hyun." But Master Dae-ho's aura remained as welcoming as a closed dungeon gate. "Kim Soo-hyun, never heard of ya," the old man grunted. "Who the hell are you, and how did a brat like you sniff out this location?" The MC played his card calmly. "Rumor has it you forge weapons for the Awakened." That triggered the explosion. "What? Who spouted that nonsense? I've never touched that garbage in my life." With a thunderous slam, Dae-ho shut the heavy iron doors, leaving the boy stranded outside. Kim Soo-hyun just smirked. "I knew it. He hasn't changed a bit." He shouted through the wood, "I brought the materials for the forging." Silence hung in the air. Then the door creaked open, just a crack. Di-ho peeked out, suspicion in his eyes. "Fine. Let me just see what trash you dragged in here." The hook was set exactly as Kim Soo-hyun planned. He revealed a shimmering violet mineral. "Here it is." Di-ho's eyes went wide, his skepticism shattering instantly. "No, that's impossible." The purple glow illuminated the alley. "You recognize it, don't you?" Kim Soo-hyun asked. "This is a premium ETE stone. It was a legendary item, a tier of loot you'd only see in the climax of a high-stakes awakening manhwa. In reality, finding this stone on planet Era was statistically zero, a miracle in itself." Kim Soo-hyun recalled the dark monster-infested abyss where he had secured it. In his past life, these stones only dropped from the deepest dimensional cracks. It was the ultimate hidden reward of the dungeon. That was precisely why he had targeted that specific hellhole from the start. While there were 1,000 ways to use the ET stone, its true potential could only be unlocked by one thing: being forged into a weapon of mass destruction. Swords, axes, spears, anything made from this ore would become a masterpiece. Dae-ho's hands trembled as he held the treasure. Where did a kid like you find this?" Kim Soo-hyun deflected. "Does the origin really matter?" The blacksmith clutched the stone possessively. "Not at all." His eyes burned with greed for the craft. "So what is it you desire?" The answer came without a microsecond of hesitation. "A sword. I want a long sword." The gates opened, and they stepped into the sanctuary of the forge. "I thought some snot-nosed brat was wasting my time, but if this is your commission, you came to the right place. Come in. There will be no charge for labor," Di-ho declared. "Bringing me the greatest material on Earth is payment enough." Di-ho grabbed a contract form from his desk. "Take a look." The paperwork. But Kim Soo-hyun shook his head before even reading it. "I don't need a contract." The old master spun around, stunned. "What?" He held the priceless stone up. "Are you insane? Do you have any idea what this is worth?" Kim Soo-hyun's gaze was unwavering. "I know exactly what it is. But I choose to trust you." The young hunter dropped the truth bomb. "After all, your only desire is to personally forge a legend from that ETE stone. And in all your years of smithing, you've never had the chance to work with a material this god tier, have you?" A grin slowly spread across Dae-ho's face. The old man placed his hands on his hips and let out a hearty, booming laugh. "You are one interesting kid. I like your style." The tension dissolved into camaraderie. Di-ho extended his rough hand. Deal. I will pour my soul into this order, he vowed. I guarantee a blade that perfectly matches the majesty of this stone. Kim Soo-hyun took the hand, sealing the pact. That sounds perfect. I leave everything in your capable hands. The handshake wasn't just business. It was the forging of an alliance. But perfection required patience. If you need a weapon in the meantime, grab whatever catches your eye from the rack, Diho offered. Take it. The workshop was filled with high-quality steel, the work of a man who refused to create trash. The golden hour of sunset bathed the streets as Kim Soo-hyun exited. A temporary blade hung at his hip. The legendary weapon would take 11 months to complete. I can barely wait, Kim Soo-hyun thought. But 11 months is a long grind. For fans of a Manhwa recap, this is where the real training montage begins. He gripped the hilt of his loner sword. It wasn't the ETE blade, but it was solid, typical of Diho's standard. The system windows began to pop up. There was no time to rest. The only path was forward. He looked up at the blinding light of the portal. System, you are entering the void. A massive dimensional mirror appeared, guarded by an elderly keeper. This old man was the gatekeeper of the 10th floor trial. He sensed a powerful presence approaching. Kim Soo-hyun breezed past him without breaking a sweat. Trial floor 11, initiated. The scene flashed back to a tender moment, saying goodbye to his mother, who waved with a smile, trusting her son's strength. Trial floor 12 initiated. Right below the tower, the masses stared up at the ranking board in awe. Trial floor 13 in progress. He was climbing the ranks of this leveling manhwa at breakneck speed. Trial floor 14. Kim Soo-hyun was a blur of motion, clearing stages and slaughtering beasts. Floor 15. Slash, strike, move. The grind was relentless. Floor 16. With a final devastating strike, the monsters fell. Kim Soo-hyun walked the path of the conqueror. Jump cut to 6 months later, a hospital room where Juho sat, arm in a cast, looking defeated. Byung-jun stood by the bedside, arms crossed, radiating disappointment. You idiot, Byung-jun scolded. You run around like a headless chicken during your 6-month recovery, and look what happens. I warned you, Juho groaned. Look, it wasn't as easy as I thought, okay? You suddenly decided to challenge the tower again, and on difficulty level 5, no less. Byung-jun sighed. Don't you think you're being a little too hard on yourself? You're lucky I pulled you out when you only had these injuries. Do you have any idea how catastrophic it could have been? Juho let out a heavy sigh, staring at his bandaged hand. I can't give up just because it's hard. The image of Kim Soo-hyun's back burned in his mind. If I quit now, I will never catch up to him. Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the table. Juho picked it up, and his eyes widened in shock at the caller ID. He answered, stammering with surprise. Hello, Kim Soo-hyun. On the other end, the MC's voice was calm. I'm glad you picked up. It's been a while. Kim Soo-hyun stood beneath a clear blue sky, the picture of tranquility. If you have a moment, there's something I need to ask you. Above him, sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating a bird's nest, the calm before the next storm. Kim Soo-hyun laid out his terms, listing 3 crucial favors he needed from Lee Jun-ho. First off, he needed a secure hideout in the suburbs, a safe haven for a false awakener to lay low. Since he had already gifted his previous home to his mother for her new shop, he was effectively homeless. The second request, however, involved the shadowy Assassin Guild. The crest of the Assassin Guild flashed in his mind. There was no guarantee they hadn't caught wind of the desolate dungeon yet. He recalled the news article on the web, the very report that exposed the dungeon's manifestation. It was a mysterious dungeon incident, and the Assassin Guild's location was still unknown. The article featured 2 portraits. One was a female victim identified as Miss Kim, a member of that very guild. The other image was a portrait of a male victim, labeled simply as another casualty of the incident. Kim Ji-yoon was one of the lowest-ranked members, but her guildmates would surely question why she died before completing her objective, and for that reason, tracking them would be walking into a death trap. But Junho remained confident on the other end of the line, assuring him it would be fine. All Kim Soo-hyun had to do was avoid getting caught. It seemed he didn't need to waste energy worrying about that variable anymore. Junho reaffirmed his stance, telling him to leave it in his capable hands. Kim Soo-hyun thanked him through the phone. And finally, it was time for the third and most significant request. This request was so specific that Junho hesitated, his voice laced with doubt, as he asked if it was real. Kim Soo-hyun's expression hardened his mind, already conjuring images of the vicious, bloodthirsty monsters to come. He declared that a massive dungeon break would occur on December 24th in Anyang City. Kim Soo-hyun's voice was absolute. The death toll would reach at least 10,000 souls. It would be recorded as the single worst tragedy in human history. Junho was shaken, confused as to how Kim Soo-hyun could possibly possess such prophetic knowledge. Kim Soo-hyun didn't give a direct answer, stating he couldn't reveal the details just yet. He slid one hand into his pocket, leaning casually against the wall behind him, just as he said before he knew Junho would have a mountain of questions. If the task was too heavy, he was free to refuse. He only asked because he hoped Junho would trust him. Junho listened in silence, before a smile touched his lips, promising to do his absolute best. Kim Soo-hyun's mood lifted instantly. Understanding was reached. The burden was now shared. He ended the call gazing upward. His final request was for support during the upcoming nightmare, the eruption of the Blue Dungeon in Anyang City. With less than 6 months until Christmas, he had to become exponentially stronger before the clock ran out. The sky above him remained deceptively blue and peaceful. He thought of the weapon he was waiting to receive from Daeho, and the monumental task of clearing the 20th floor of the tower. He had to be in peak condition to face the coming catastrophe. But first, he calculated he needed to clear the 19th floor with a perfect record. The system notification flashed before his eyes. Welcome to the 19th floor, the classic grinding ground of a leveling manhwa. Kim Soo-hyun descended into the depths, spotting a colossal skeleton below, covered in strange round clusters. Kim Soo-hyun floated down with a cold, detached expression. Suddenly, the round clusters began to twitch and move. As he got closer, the truth revealed itself. They were rats. Their eyes glowed a menacing red as they gnawed on massive chunks of flesh. The system updated. You have entered the rat cave. Survive and escape. Kim Soo-hyun grimaced in pure disgust. Hearing the disturbance, the vermin looked up. Kim Soo-hyun landed with the force of a meteor, shattering the stone beneath him and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. He looked up, assessing the threat. Before him stood the giant skeleton and the swarm. The bones below had clearly been picked clean by these foul creatures some time ago, and they were starving. Kim Soo-hyun drew his sword, sinking into a combat stance, fully aware. He looked like a fresh, delicious meal to them. The wave of rats surged forward to feast. Kim Soo-hyun leaped, vanishing from his spot. In a blur of motion, he slashed through the vermin, his combo attacks sending them flying through the air. But one rat had flanked him. It lunged, sinking its teeth into his arm. Kim Soo-hyun reacted instantly, slicing the creature cleanly in two with a ruthless counterattack. He looked at his torn sleeve, gritting his teeth. The fabric was smoking. Was it poison or acid? Whatever it was, a bite from these things meant serious injury or worse. Seeing the horde rushing him again, Kim Soo-hyun unleashed his holy fire to incinerate them. The rats screeched as they were consumed by the blue sacred flames. He jumped onto a giant bone, looking down. Individually, they were trash mobs, but their sheer numbers were a problem. Watching them through the wall of holy fire, he realized maintaining this spell was a waste of energy. He had no idea what horrors awaited him past this swarm. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the terrain. If that direction was the only exit he had to move, the rats scrambled up the bone structure toward him, forcing him to leap high into the air to avoid their snapping jaws. Frustration bubbled up. Damn it, they weren't giving him a single second to formulate a plan. One rat leaped higher than the rest, jaws wide open. Kim Soo-hyun coolly delivered a crushing kick to its face. He glanced down, seeing the sea of vermin, waiting for him to fall like a helpless sacrifice. He slashed wildly to scatter them, but then his sharp eyes caught something. A fracture on the ground below. He spotted the crack and a small hole in the earth. Was there a hollow space beneath the floor? A plan formed in his mind instantly. He gripped his sword, hurling it downward with all his might. How to escape them all in one move? The blade plunged straight toward the fracture. He dove after the weapon immediately. He just needed to get off the surface where they hunted. The sword acted as the breaker, shattering the ground to create an entry point for his descent. A massive explosion echoed as the floor gave way. Kim Soo-hyun landed safely below, looking up at the jagged hole he had created in the ceiling. Through the gap, he could see the orange hue of the sky above. He was right. There was a hidden sublevel beneath the ground. This was where the real trial began. The walls around him looked sturdy. Suddenly, a single rat crawled out from the debris he had caused. Seeing the creature trembling, he analyzed the situation. A few survived, but why did they look so terrified? He hadn't even attacked yet, but the rat turned and fled in a panic. In its haste, the rat stepped on a loose stone. The floor sank, and spikes shot up from the ground, skewering the creature instantly. It was a trap-filled zone. Above him, two torches flared to life on their own. Something massive was moving in the shadows, and his senses screamed danger. He glanced sideways, a smirk playing on his lips. A snake with an incredibly long tongue emerged. He knew the rats weren't the main course. This was the true predator. A colossal serpent revealed itself before Kim Soo-hyun. Its maw opened wide eyes, glowing with predatory light as it lunged straight for the kill. Kim Soo-hyun shot upward like a rocket, narrowly evading the colossus's sweeping tail. The massive limbs slammed into the earth, shattering the bedrock on impact. Floating above the debris, Kim Soo-hyun gripped his holy sword, eyes locked on the target. Steel clashed against scales with a deafening ring, but the impact only sent tremors through his own arm. He stared at the blade. Even Lee Do-ho's masterpiece couldn't leave a single scratch on this monster. Its physical resistance was absolute. Fine then, he thought, let's try burning you. Azure flames ignited around his hand as he hurled a bolt of holy fire directly at the beast instead of slashing it. Kim Soo-hyun pulled back, creating distance as beads of sweat formed on his brow. He glanced up. The monster looked completely unfazed, its scales shimmering without a scorch mark. Did that really do nothing? He grit his teeth. It wasn't just physical immunity. This thing had magic resistance to match. In this leveling manhwa world, the holy fire was usually an instant kill, but here, it was useless. The serpent didn't give him time to breathe. It lunged again, its tail whipping through the air like a siege weapon. Kim Soo-hyun dodged with supernatural agility, the wind of the attack rushing past him. The tail lashed out in a relentless rhythm. He weaved through the air to escape. But it was a trap. The massive jaws suddenly materialized behind him, ready to snap him in half. Damn it. In a split second, Kim Soo-hyun wedged his sword vertically between its jaws, blocking the bite. It's faster than I calculated. He stared into the beast's abyss-like eyes before kicking off, sending its head crashing into the cavern wall. Kim Soo-hyun touched down amidst the rubble, the monster pulling itself free without a scratch. He wiped the sweat from his jaw. For a creature the size of a building, it moved with terrifying speed. It was a flawless predator with zero weaknesses. The serpent flicked its tongue, mocking him. Kim Soo-hyun used his sword to push himself up. If this were a month ago, you might have been a boss I couldn't beat. But a smirk played on his lips as he tightened his grip on the hilt. Now, you're barely a warm-up. As the maw descended again, he vanished, reappearing above to slam its head into the dirt. He drove the blade down. I've got 50% of my mana reserves left. I need to lock this thing down before I run dry. He became a blur, darting toward the giant snake's face with godlike speed. A sonic boom echoed as he struck instantly, recoiling to create distance again. Spotting ancient vines clinging to the cavern walls, he grabbed hold and began sprinting along the vertical surface. He moved so fast, the serpent twisted itself into knots trying to track him. System activate mana jump. Proficiency, 0%. Effect grants the user an additional leap in midair. The height and count would increase with mastery, but for now, it was enough. Ignoring his magic limits, he launched a devastating kick, straight to its jaw. That's gotta hurt. The impact sent the beast careening into the wall, where the disturbed vines instantly ensnared it. Gotcha. The snake thrashed its tail, hammering the floor in a blind rage. The tail shot upward like a spear to impale him, but Kim Soo-hyun pressed himself flat against the cliff face, letting the attack pass harmlessly by. Mana surged into his blade, causing it to hum with lethal power. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Kim Soo-hyun unleashed a vertical slash with everything he had. A critical hit. The serpent roared in agony, a sound that shook the cavern. Kim Soo-hyun retreated as explosions blossomed below, debris raining down around him as he landed. Yet through the smoke, the jaws lunged again. Kim Soo-hyun just grinned. The snake's eyes widened in realization the green vines had completely immobilized its massive body, binding every limb. It hung there suspended like a puppet. I see your game, Kim Soo-hyun mused. Physical immunity, magic resistance, and absurd regeneration. You're the first monster I've faced that combines all three resistances, but you still can't beat me. Azure energy swirled around his hand. Because my destructive output is simply higher. He raised his palm, and from the portal above, a majestic cry echoed. A blue phoenix descended. The creature circled him, radiating intense heat. This was the Holy Fire Phoenix, the unique summon of the Holy Fire set. I unlocked this on the 18th floor, after evolving my flame. He extended his arm, inviting the mythical beast to land. This isn't just some mindless pet I order around. It's a sentient force of nature. It drinks mana like water, but the payoff. Kim Soo-hyun smirked as the bird perched on his arm. Its destructive power is 10 times that of my standard fire. Go. The snake hissed in defiance, but it was over. The phoenix became a streak of blue light, piercing straight through the monster's chest. It exited the other side, leaving a gaping, cauterized hole. The serpent went limp. Total victory. The system notification chimed. Achievement rate 100%. Kim Soo-hyun recalled the bird. So floor 19 is history. He knew the difficulty spiked every 10 floors in this system, Manhwa. If floor 10 was a nightmare, floor 20 is going to be hell. He looked up toward the exit light. I spent 6 months preparing for this. The scene shifted to a clear blue sky, overlooking a familiar house, where a sword rested on the stone. Right below, the streets were buzzing. Did you check the updated rankings? The crowd couldn't stop whispering. He did it again. Is Kim Soo-hyun even human? Clearing the 19th floor with that score? That's 9 floors in 6 months? Who is this guy? He ghosts the Awakening Association and ignores every major guild recruitment offer. A sleek red sports car sat parked nearby. Inside, Lee Do-ho listened to the chatter. It was hilarious. No one knew the legend was right under their noses. Lee Do-ho looked down and saw Kim Soo-hyun approaching the red car. Kim Soo-hyun stepped out, radiating the aura of a protagonist. Lee Do-ho pushed the shop door open. Phew. Kim Soo-hyun smiled. Been a while, brother Lee Do-ho. You beat me here. Just got here myself. More importantly, Lee Do-ho grinned like a kid on Christmas. How does she handle? Do you love the car I sent you? Kim Soo-hyun glanced at the onlookers gawking at the vehicle. I don't know. Isn't it a bit too loud? Lee Do-ho looked offended. Loud. Please. A hunter of your caliber needs a ride to match. When I asked how you got around, remember what you said? Lee Do-ho mimicked him. Oh, I just take the subway and bus. I nearly had a heart attack. An awakened needs mobility and style. This baby has a V8 naturally aspirated engine, with acceleration that Kim Soo-hyun laughed, cutting him off. Okay, I get it. Let's talk inside. Passers-by couldn't take their eyes off the sleek machine. Whoa, look at that beast. That ride is insane. Meanwhile, a table sat cluttered with coffee and confidential files, as Yoo-ho analyzed data on his tablet. How are you holding up? Is the prep for the 20th floor complete? Kim Soo-hyun nodded calmly. Yeah. I stalled a bit waiting for a specific item, essential for this leveling manhwa run, but the notification finally arrived today. By the way, thank you for securing the safe house and my mother's shop. Yoo-ho took a sip of coffee, a genuine smile softening his features. It was the absolute least I could do for you. Remind me, where did you say you were based before this? Kim Soo-hyun replied simply, Ansan. The mention of that city sparked a calculation in Yoo-ho's mind. That's not far from here. Kim Soo-hyun froze mid-sip, his instincts flaring. Yoo-ho continued, I managed to book a high-level meeting with the certification director for next month. If you warn them about the future, we might secure federal aid. But Kim Soo-hyun's mind drifted. The catastrophic dungeon outbreak was only 2 months away. The odds were looking grim. Kim Soo-hyun set his glass down, his gaze intensifying. What about the Assassin Guild? The mere mention of that shadow organization brought a cold tension to the air. My spies are digging, but they're ghosts. However, the number of unregistered awakeners vanishing or turning up dead is spiking. It's a dark turn, even for an awakening manhwa. It could just be the higher difficulty dungeons claiming lives. A heavy silence fell over the table as the two strategists weighed the probability of a conspiracy. Yoo-ho's eyes narrowed at a notification on his tablet. Wait, there is a strange report. An unregistered awakener just dropped dead in the middle of the street, foaming at the mouth. The autopsy confirms a rare neurotoxin. Kim Soo-hyun stiffened. The villainous face of Dong Young flashed in his memory. Poison. It had to be them. Can you run a search algorithm on that toxin? Kim Soo-hyun asked. If we pull that thread, the whole conspiracy might unravel. Yoo-ho nodded sharply. Consider it done. As twilight painted the sky blood red, they parted ways. Kim Soo-hyun approached his scarlet sports car. Staring at the horizon, he knew the clock was ticking. 3 months until Ansan became a living hell. Memories of the past timeline flooded back. The carnage, the screams. Even the greatest heroes of that time were helpless against the slaughter. Stopping it myself is the only guaranteed path. His eyes burned with the resolve of a regressor. Meanwhile, in the workshop of Daeho legendary weapons, lined the walls in perfect order. Kim Soo-hyun scanned the master-crafted arsenal with a critical eye. The heavy door creaked open and Daeho entered cradling a bundle wrapped with extreme care. Sorry for the delay. Daeho presented the package. The material was stubborn, defying the hammer at every turn. But that just made the challenge sweeter. The old smith lit a cigarette smoke curling around him. I guarantee the stats are god tier. Go on, give it a swing. Kim Soo-hyun unveiled the blade, his eyes widening in pure shock. It looked simpler than the legendary Balmung, yet the moment his skin touched the hilt he knew. This wasn't just metal. This weapon had a soul. A divine aura bathed the room as he gripped it. With his free hand, he drew his previous blade for a test of supremacy. He tossed the steel sword into the air. With a fluid motion, he slashed. The new blade met the old, shattering it into dust like it was made of fragile glass. It reacts to my mana perfectly. It cuts only what I will it to cut. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. It is the ultimate weapon. Daeho exhaled a cloud of smoke. Have you picked a name? A blade like that needs an identity. Kim Soo-hyun nodded solemnly. Gram. I shall call it Gram the Dragon Slayer. Daeho scoffed loudly. Gram? Like a unit of weight. 100 grams. That sounds ancient and lame. But to Kim Soo-hyun, it meant everything. In Norse lore, Gram was the original form of Balmung. He couldn't reuse the old name, but he needed the legacy. He wouldn't forget the horror of his past life, nor the dragon-slaying destiny attached to that legend. I'm off, old man. Stay safe. Leaving already, Daeho grumbled, disappointed. Stay for some tea. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, turning away. Can't. There is somewhere I need to be, right now. Clouds drifted across the moonlit sky. Far away, a stone fortress glowed with torchlight, guarded by soldiers, standing statue still in the night. A shadow materialized behind a sentry. A hand clamped onto his shoulder. The guard spun around, spear raised in panic. Who goes there? Recognizing the face, the guard lowered his weapon. Commander Maxman raised a hand, smiling wearily. Sorry to spook you, soldier. I just returned from the border patrol. Any issues? The guard stood at attention, chest out. None, sir. The perimeter is secure. You must be exhausted, but I need you to hold the line a bit longer. If the Kingdom of Alwam launches a surprise raid, this castle falls tonight. Understood, sir. I won't let you down. The soldier saluted and resumed his march, adrenaline keeping him awake despite the fatigue. Maxman gazed into the distance. It has been a month already. Looking back at the castle, he saw only despair. The morale was crumbling like dry sand. If this war drags on, the commoners will pay the ultimate price. He sighed, the weight of command crushing him. So many worries, Commander Maxman, a voice sneered. Maxman didn't need to turn to know who it was. You're here. Royal Consul. The masked official stood there, radiating arrogance and corruption. The consul, the king's top lackey, had arrived shortly after Aoam declared war. He took total command, demanding absolute obedience like a true system Manhwa villain. That was the rule of war, but this man was a monster. To him, the lives of loyal soldiers were nothing but disposable pawns on a chessboard. Maxman envisioned mounds of dead soldiers, discarded like insects. Why would His Majesty appoint a sociopath as supreme commander? The consul patted Maxman's shoulder condescendingly. Stop thinking so hard. Just shut up and endure it for one more month. Surely a hero of the old kingdom has the stamina for that, the consul mocked. Maxman said nothing, his fists clenching until the knuckles turned white. 1 month. Maxman watched the tyrant walk away. Nothing will save us by then. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the earth, shattering the silence. Maxman flinched. What was that? A soldier sprinted toward him, face pale with terror. Commander, we have a massive situation. We are under attack. The main gate has been breached. Standing amidst the rubble was Kim Soo-hyun, dusting off his hands as if he had just knocked on a door. But to understand this chaos, we must rewind a few hours. At the entrance to the 20th floor, Kim Soo-hyun walked toward the Guardian, ready to start this epic manhwa recap. The old man was lounging on the ground, sensing a presence approaching. He turned his head as the footsteps grew louder. Sitting up, he smirked. Well, looks like we've got a visitor. This was the gatekeeper of the realm. Scanning Kim Soo-hyun's physique, the old man calculated his worth. Warriors of this caliber were a rare breed these days. He crossed his legs comfortably and asked here to beg for wisdom. Kid Kim Soo-hyun didn't deny it. Yes. Can you help me out? The old man rubbed his thumb and index finger together in the universal sign for money. I don't know. Maybe I'll find myself interested after I hear your offer. Kim Soo-hyun was used to this shakedown. Dealing with greedy NPCs was part of the grind, and this gatekeeper was the slyest fox yet. He calmly made his offer 100,000 points. A theoretical crow seemed to fly awkwardly over the old man's head. The gatekeeper's voice cracked. Say what now? Kim Soo-hyun repeated himself, deadpan. I said I'll give you 100,000 points. Is that enough to buy your attention? Suddenly, the old man burst into manic laughter. He scrambled to his feet, eyes wide. Offering a sum that takes most people 10 years to scrape together. You really are built different. My appraisal of you was spot on. He eagerly snatched the transfer. So where are you headed? Kim Soo-hyun explained his mission. I'm planning to challenge a specific floor within the system. Is there anything I need to watch out for? The old man grinned mischievously. Don't sweat it, you won't die in there. Everyone else will kick the bucket before you do. However, if possible, try not to kill anyone. Kim Soo-hyun looked confused silently, waiting for the punchline. The gatekeeper's expression suddenly turned grave. Also, you need to stay hyper-focused on your objective at every single moment. Kim Soo-hyun blinked unimpressed. That's it. That's the advice. The old man shrugged, practically pushing him toward the portal. Yup. Now get moving. I've got points to spend. Kim Soo-hyun sighed, feeling shortchanged despite the massive payment glaring at the old man waving goodbye. Good luck, the old man shouted. Kim Soo-hyun knew these NPCs always spoke in riddles, and while the advice usually paid off in this leveling manhwa, he couldn't help but wonder what the specific objective really meant this time. A spatial rift opened beneath his feet. Caught off guard by the sudden spawn, Kim Soo-hyun lost his footing and plummeted into the pitch-black abyss. As he free fell, he spotted a massive tree far below. Twisting his body in midair, he reached out and snagged the trunk, using the momentum to swing himself to safety. He parkoured down the cliffs with superhuman agility, finally landing to gaze ahead. A colossal structure loomed in the distance. The system interface flashed floor 20. The trial of the realm begins. The mission briefing rolled out. The Grandolum Kingdom is an iron fortress guarded by thousands of elite soldiers. Your objective: dismantle the castle within 1 month. The system continued with a twist. However, heed this warning. You are not their enemy. You may acquire an ally during the trial, uncover the castle's secrets, and survive. Kim Soo-hyun scanned the holographic text. The exposition dump is a bit heavy today, he thought. But amidst the long-winded description, he picked up on the crucial clues. He looked down at the soldiers patrolling below. The system wants him to take down the castle and find secrets, implying this isn't just a mindless hack and slash dungeon run. Contradictory thoughts raced through his mind, specifically, the warning about not becoming their enemy. If possible, don't kill anyone. The gatekeeper's words echoed the system's warning. It all pointed to one conclusion: he had to avoid meaningless slaughter. He crossed his arms, analyzing the fortress. But how am I supposed to dismantle a castle without throwing hands? Night fell, and he sat watching the perimeter, his eyes locking onto the towering castle walls. The walls were thick, true to the name Iron Fortress. The soldiers and mercenaries on guard were no joke either. Some radiated mana. They were at least C-rank awakenees. He lay back, feeling a headache coming on. They had the numbers, and they held the ultimate geographical advantage. I have to destroy the castle, spare the lives, and find the secret. He stared at the starry sky. 1 month is a generous time limit, but I don't have the luxury of wasting it. Kim Soo-hyun went silent, his resolve hardening. Fine. Decision made. Down by the walls, the guards maintained their strict vigilance. One soldier squinted, noticing a figure strolling casually toward them. Who goes there? Kim Soo-hyun remained calm. No need to overthink this. I'll just do what I always do. A frontal assault. He walked into the light and spoke up. Excuse me, I'm just a passing traveler. He continued his act. Terribly sorry, but could I crash in the castle for just 1 night? The guard pointed his spear aggressively. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea where you are? Can't you see? We're on high alert for war. Get lost. Kim Soo-hyun internally calculated his schedule. In 2 months, a dungeon break would devastate Onsan in the real world. I need to clear this trial instantly and get back to prepare. His hand hovered over his hilt. Well. He looked the guards in the eye. Sorry about this, but I really need to get inside. He launched himself into the air, opting for brute force. The guard gaped. What? The soldiers looked up in horror as a shadow eclipsed them. Kim Soo-hyun descended like a meteor, his sword slamming down. He delivered a devastating strike directly onto the gate. The ground shattered, and the massive fortress walls cracked under the pressure. The soldiers were blown back as the giant gate collapsed into rubble. Kim Soo-hyun landed softly atop the debris, his expression bored, as if destroying a fortress gate was a daily chore. He stared at the blade in his hand, ignoring the chaotic screams of intruder, and the gate is down. Stop him, erupting around him. A faint smile touched his lips. I can finally feel it. I've mastered this weapon. The sword looked ordinary, but it harbored a terrifying hidden power. Kim Soo-hyun felt a surge of pride. This sword is unique. The way it was forged allows me to mentally adjust its sharpness at will. The soldiers recovered and charged en masse. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes sharpened. He swung his blade, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the oncoming army. He struck them down and weaved through the mob, sprinting toward the inner castle. As he ran, he glanced back to check his work. With this sword, there is nothing I cannot cut. Soldiers were writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs. Hey, are you okay? Your wound? He watched them thinking, but if I choose? A soldier checked his stomach in disbelief. There's no cut. Kim Soo-hyun confirmed it mentally. I can also choose to cut absolutely nothing. Archers fire. The command rang out from the walls. A rain of arrows darkened the sky, whistling toward him. Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch, shifting into a defensive stance. His sword became a blur, shattering every single arrow midair. The display of skill left the soldiers with their jaws on the floor, stunned into silence. He locked eyes with the upper ramparts. With a single explosive leap, Kim Soo-hyun scaled the wall and landed on the battlements. He casually shoved a nearby guard off the ledge. The soldier cursed as he fell. "You bastard!" gravity, taking him down to the rubble below with a terrified scream. Kim Soo-hyun remained stoic. "I'm sure he won't die from that height." The remaining guard on the wall trembled, calling out to his fallen comrade. "Hey, are you all right down there?" A sudden commotion shattered the silence, instantly grabbing his attention. Soo-hyun gazed across the field to see a chaotic mob on the opposite side. What was happening? Commander Maxman was being physically restrained by his own soldiers. "Let me go, I must defend the wall. I'll handle this intruder myself," Maxman roared, but his troops held fast, desperate tears in their eyes. "You cannot, Sir Commander. If you fall, the entire empire falls with you." Overhearing their panic, Soo-hyun pieced the puzzle together. So that's the commander. He watched as the soldiers risked treason just to keep their leader from entering the fray. The troops clung to Maxman like desperate children. "Forgive us, Commander Maxman. Escort him inside now." But Maxman was a beast of a man, refusing to yield. "Unhand me this instant." They ignored his fury, driven by fear. "Take him to the safe room." Soo-hyun analyzed the bizarre dynamic. Even though he was their superior, they defied his orders to protect him, a suffocating kind of loyalty. Soo-hyun crouched low, muscles coiling like springs. "Time to shake up the board while I assess the situation. Honestly, kidnapping the boss might be faster than talking to him." With explosive force, Soo-hyun launched himself into the sky. He soared over the stunned formation, leaving them gaping. One soldier snapped out of it, screaming, "Quick, don't let him near the commander." An arrow streaked toward him. The projectile wasn't meant to kill. It was tethered to a thick rope that coiled around Soo-hyun's ankle like a viper. Instead of panicking, Soo-hyun extended his leg, pulling the line taut. The soldier holding the rope was yanked off his feet by Soo-hyun's momentum. Soo-hyun kicked against the air to stabilize, turning the trap against them. The poor soul on the other end went flying through the air straight toward Soo-hyun. Calculating the trajectory perfectly, Soo-hyun caught the flying soldier mid-air and landed gracefully. The troops on the ground froze, seeing their comrade held hostage. "He's got one of ours." Ceasefire. Maxman and his personal guard spun around at the noise, only to see Soo-hyun shove the hostage aside and charge straight for the main target. Soo-hyun's blade flashed, severing the rope at his ankle. "Now I can see you clearly." He raised his sword high. Maxman didn't flinch, raising his own massive weapon to meet the charge. This guy is strong. Steel met steel in a violent crescendo. It was a one-on-one duel of titans. Their blades moved so fast, they became a blur of destruction. The shockwaves sent soldiers and supplies flying. Dust and debris exploded outward, shrouding the battlefield in a thick, gray fog. While the grunts kissed the dirt, Maxman and Soo-hyun stood their ground in the eye of the storm. A soldier coughed through the dust, voice trembling. "Commander Maxman, are you all right?" Maxman stared down his opponent, unwavering. "Stay back. I'm fine." He analyzed Soo-hyun's stance. "Perfect, relaxed, ready. I will handle this pest. You lot check the castle perimeter, see if he's a spy from the Aom Empire. Though, he fights like a lone wolf." Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by the man's deduction. He chuckled to himself. Excellent situational awareness for a commander, combined with the raw stats of an A-rank Awakener. It was the classic setup for a leveling Manhwa protagonist, but this guy was the real deal. The soldiers behind him, however, were a nervous wreck. "Be careful, sir. We are nothing without you." Maxman grit his teeth. "How many times must I tell you? Stop spouting such weak, pathetic nonsense." But the soldiers were psychologically dependent on him. It was a harsh truth. They looked like sheep who would perish the moment their shepherd was gone. "We believe in you, sir. You are our everything." They were clinging to the legend of Maxman. 20 years ago, during the Great War with the Aom Empire, he had single-handedly brought them victory. The belief was absolute. As long as Maxman stands, the wall will never fall. Listening to their cries, Soo-hyun understood the heavy atmosphere. They trust him with their lives. No, they worship him as the hero of the empire. Soo-hyun's gaze sharpened. Looking at the soldiers cowering in Maxman's massive shadow, he realized the truth. That title wasn't an honor. It was a shackle. It reminded him of his own past, back when he was Kim Sang-gin, crushed by the weight of expectation. Soo-hyun finally spoke, voice calm. but piercing. Commander, I apologize for smashing your gate without permission, but it was an emergency. Will you grant me entry to the castle? Maxman didn't blink. Silence. Your request is laughable. My empire is on the brink of war. I cannot allow a criminal who destroyed our defenses to waltz into the keep. Soo-hyun lowered his stance, sword gleaming. Then I suppose I'll have to commit another crime. He surged forward, winding up a punch. The best way to take a castle without bloodshed is to capture the king. The two warriors clashed again, sparks flying. In the heat of the blade lock, Maxman blinked. What is that? The commander's eyes widened in shock. Soo-hyun was holding the rope from earlier, the one he had tied to Maxman's arm in the confusion. Maxman recognized it as the same tether that had bound Soo-hyun's leg moments ago. Soo-hyun bit down on the rope to tighten the slack, then activated his skill. Transformation. The signature trait of Gigantomachia, reduced speed for god-tier strength. Gigantomachia Soo-hyun roared as a massive spectral arm manifested over his own. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. I'll use you to unlock the secrets of this level and clear this floor perfectly. Maxman's jaw dropped. What the? With the rope clamped in his teeth, Soo-hyun smirked. Consider this me breaking your chains. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Dust billowed into the sky. Commander, Commander, answer us. The soldiers stood paralyzed, staring into the void. As the smoke cleared, there was nothing. The rubble was empty. Their invincible leader had vanished into thin air. A scream tore from the ranks. Search everywhere. Find the commander. The captain tried to maintain order amidst the chaos. Don't neglect the castle defense. Form ranks. The soldiers shouted back, terrifyingly confused. Yes, sir. The captain scanned the area, sweat pouring down his face. He was standing right here. How does a giant like that just disappear? Elsewhere, in the quiet torchlit corridors of the castle, a patch of shadow on the wall rippled like water. A hand emerged from the darkness. Maxman was unceremoniously dumped onto the stone floor. Soo-hyun stepped out after him, the rope still connecting them. The commander fell to his knees, gasping for air. What? What just happened? Space Magic Soo-hyun dusted himself off. Buying this skill from the level 15 shop was definitely worth the points. He looked at the fading portal on the wall. Shadow Meld. A skill that allows instant travel between shadows, the ultimate technique for assassins and infiltrators. It had a long casting time, burned through mana like crazy, and had strict limits on usage distance. But for a forced entry like this, it was absolutely broken. Soo-hyun glanced back at the shadow. I prepared it specifically for moments when I needed to bypass security or escape a trap in the tower. And it looks like my investment paid off. He turned his gaze down the silent hallway. Judging by the expensive decor and the silence, he was definitely deep inside the castle. I can smell it. Soo-hyun's expression darkened. The stench of corruption is strong here. He sensed the presence of the real enemy he had been tracking. Soo-hyun gripped his sword, walking toward the confused commander. Now, let's dig up the secrets of this place. You holding up Maxman gritted out the words through his pain. You were right. The young man reached out, untying the bindings on the veteran's arms. I apologize. I had to go to these extremes. It was the only way to secure a private audience with you. Sorry for the rough treatment. The older man looked confused, rubbing his wrists. What? You mean? You aren't planning to overthrow the empire? The boy denied it instantly. Not at all. Maxman raised his voice, incredulous. Then why shatter the gates and assault my soldiers? Unbinding the ropes, he explained calmly, I had no choice. They barred my entry. He stood up, shaking off his own bindings. And I am in a desperate hurry. I cannot afford to waste a single second. Maxman frowned, suspicion lingering. In a hurry for what? The boy looked up, eyes sharp. Disaster is about to befall this castle. Maxman froze, torn between doubt and rising anxiety. What disaster is the Aemon Empire attacking? The boy shook his head. I'm not certain myself. That is precisely why I broke in to find the truth. But if my instincts are right. He glanced at the commander sitting on the floor. This threat makes the war between two empires look like a playground squabble. Has anything suspicious happened in the castle lately? Maxman was stunned by the question. His mind raced back to the Imperial Aid's warnings. Do not overthink things. Just endure it for one more month. Just one more month. Maxman stood up, dusting himself off. Even if something is wrong, how can I trust you? What if you are merely a spy sowing discord? The boy placed his hands on his hips and sighed deeply. If I were truly a spy, I wouldn't use such a roundabout method. I possess the power to conquer this entire castle single-handedly. Maxman stared at him, silence, stretching as he replayed the earlier battle. He recalled the boy's swordsmanship, fluid, unstoppable. He had to admit it. Yeah, Honestly, watching you fight earlier, there isn't a single soul in this empire who could stop you. So you are saying I have no leverage here. Since I cannot stop you, my trust is irrelevant. The boy just listened silently to the veteran's resignation. Then Kim Soo-hyun asked, "Are you ready to talk now?" Maxman wasn't fully convinced, but he nodded. "I still have doubts, but in exchange for answers, I will accompany you." Kim Soo-hyun smiled, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "The pleasure is mine." Torchlight danced on the stone walls as Kim Soo-hyun followed. "Is it much farther?" Maxman led the way, torch in hand. "We are almost there." He pushed open a heavy door. A vast cavernous space revealed itself with a long, ominous staircase spiraling down. "This is it." Maxman recalled the wretched, starving souls that once rotted here. This place was used as a dungeon over 100 years ago. The heavy stench of death still clings to these stones. Countless prisoners perished here. The commander descended the stairs. Eventually, they abandoned this pit and built a new prison. Few people even know this location exists. However, Kim Soo-hyun, walking behind, asked a pointed question. "Is there a specific spot? A place so dark that not even a sliver of light can reach it?" Maxman frowned. "What does darkness have to do with this?" Kim Soo-hyun stepped past him, taking the lead. "You will see soon enough. I can smell the rot festering inside this castle." A massive gate loomed ahead. There was no denying it. Now, the scent of corpses was overwhelming. Suddenly, a voice echoed, making them both spin around. "Who goes there?" Maxman squinted into the gloom. It was the Imperial aide. The man stepped out of the shadows, approaching them. "Commander Maxman, what on earth are you doing down here?" His tone turned scolding. A commander abandoning his post during wartime and standing beside. "Isn't that the intruder?" Kim Soo-hyun stepped forward, shielding Maxman. "And what are you doing here?" The boy faced the official down. This dungeon was sealed tight until the commander opened it. "How did you know to come here?" The aide's eyes shifted. I was merely passing by and sensed a presence. We must be vigilant in these times." Kim Soo-hyun scoffed, exposing the lie. "Your timing is far too convenient. Were you stalking us?" The official's demeanor turned icy. He tried to manipulate the situation. "Preposterous. Commander Maxman, say something." "He is an intruder. How can a commander let himself be controlled like a puppet?" Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. He drew his blade. "Step away from him." Before the aide could finish speaking, Kim Soo-hyun slashed. Maxman's jaw dropped in horror. The Imperial aide collapsed to the ground, struck down by the boy's blade. Maxman screamed, "You, what have you done?" The veteran reached for his sword. "You murdered the Emperor's aide, the chief of staff. Are you truly an enemy spy, after all?" The boy tilted his head, unfazed. "The Emperor's aide. What an amusing disguise." He turned around. "Isn't it?" Behind them, the corpse began to rise. Maxman's shock turned to terror. The slash had torn the official's robes, revealing not flesh but a bleached ribcage and a skull. It was a lich, its eye sockets burning with baleful magic. Maxman stared at the abomination. "You mean, he wasn't human? A monster?" Kim Soo-hyun sighed, exasperated. "What is wrong with this kingdom?" The stench of death and overwhelming darkness shrouded the castle before the war even began. It proves this thing has been hiding here for a long time. The Lich unleashed a terrifying aura. Kim Soo-hyun's memory sparked. "I fought something similar in the past. That's why I recognized the scent sooner than anyone else. However, this is distinct from the last time." His eyes narrowed. "This is a genuine Lich. Its aggression and power levels are off the charts, like a boss from a nightmare-leveling manhwa." He assessed the threat. "It is in a completely different league compared to the hybrid trash I fought in the wilderness dungeon." Maxman stared at the creature, still processing the reality. "I knew it. You aren't the real chief of staff. Where do you hail from?" "Another castle, a neighboring kingdom," Kim Soo-hyun interjected. "Who knows? He could be from a hell you've never heard of." The Lich remained calm, its voice hollow. "Well, I have no obligation to answer. Change of plans." Maxman blinked. "Plans?" The monster raised a skeletal finger. Indeed, violet energy crackled around the room, enveloping Maxman and Kim Soo-hyun. The creature looked ferocious, pointing its deathly magic straight at them. "You two will be buried here." The Lich unleashed a beam of catastrophic power, the energy screaming towards them. Kim Soo-hyun charged forward, ignoring Maxman's shout of warning. Meeting the blast head-on, Kim Soo-hyun swung his blade. With a single decisive motion, he sliced through the wicked purple magic. Maxman and the Lich were both dumbfounded. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, barely breaking a sweat. "This thing." He raised his sword proudly. It handles magic beautifully. Perhaps it is the high-grade enhancement stone I used. This blade certainly won't shatter as easily as the last one. He remembered his old sword crumbling to dust. He looked at the ferocious Lich. But just because the gear is good, doesn't mean the fight will be easy. It is a shadow monster. Unless I use holy attributes or smash its lifestone, physical attacks are useless. He glanced back at the man behind him. Maxman, stay sharp. He noted the veteran's serious expression. He is strong, but without holy skills, I cannot expect him to do much damage. Fine then. I'll burn him to ash with holy fire. Kim Soo-hyun shot into the sky like a rocket, his blade erupting in brilliant azure light. He unleashed a devastating strike, but the Lich wove through the air to evade dark purple energy, gathered at the monster's fingertips, firing a beam of destruction straight down at where Kim Soo-hyun had just been standing. Kim Soo-hyun countered with his own blue radiance. The two opposing forces collided holy light against death energy, triggering a massive explosion that shook the very air around them. Kim Soo-hyun shielded his face from the blast, his mind racing as the shockwave washed over him. He glared at the Lich, radiating malice from above. My holy fire isn't enough to burn through his death aura. Unlike that half-baked weakling from before, this monster was insanely powerful. Gripping his sword tighter, he calculated his odds. I could survive using holy fire, but I can't afford to drain my mana dry in the middle of a fight. Running out of gas now implies death. I have no choice. I need to strike his life core directly. Locking eyes with the undead creature, Kim Soo-hyun launched himself upward once more. His blade slashed through the air, but the Lich twisted away. Kim Soo-hyun kicked off a crumbling wall, using the momentum to hurl a concentrated blast of power straight at the enemy. But the Lich was fast-moving, like a phantom splitting into multiple shadows. A barrage of purple energy bolts screamed toward the protagonist. Kim Soo-hyun anticipated the attack and vanished before the explosion hit. In a blink, he materialized behind the Lich, landing a brutal kick to its spine. As the undead monster plummeted, Kim Soo-hyun beat him to the impact zone. The Lich whipped around, unleashing waves of purple death energy to stop the incoming blade. The vile energy erupted from the Lich's back, raining down like a cursed storm. Kim Soo-hyun was forced to cross his arms and endure the barrage. The monster used the dark gas to create distance, its power growing exponentially. It pointed a skeletal finger at him, commanding the purple aura to devour him whole. With the grace of a master swordsman, Kim Soo-hyun shredded the dark magic in an instant. Yet above him, the Lich's aura only grew more terrifying. The creature finally landed. Maxman shouted from the rear, "Hey, are you all right?" Kim Soo-hyun nodded calmly. "I'm fine." But a nagging suspicion clawed at his mind. He stared down his opponent. This guy is strong. But he's not focusing on me. It's like he's distracted. He's hiding his true power. He's stalling. The Lich stood silent, waiting. Suddenly, the gate behind them began to spew a thick, ominous black fog. The undead mage muttered an unintelligible incantation. "The preparations are complete," he hissed, his eyes burning with malice. "Playtime is over." The black fog surged forward, aiming straight for Maxman. The veteran froze, but Kim Soo-hyun moved like lightning, slashing the shadow apart just in time to save his life. "You!" Maxman gasped. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze remained fixed forward. The gate had shattered, unable to contain the overwhelming pressure pouring out from within. "I see. I figured it out." Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. Maxman sensed it too, another presence attacking from the rear. Can this Lich control darkness remotely? Kim Soo-hyun shook his head. No, it's this place. This is his domain. A realm of absolute darkness where light dares not tread. A sanctuary for madness, hatred, and death. The Lich's purple aura seemed to be woven into the very air around them. The monster smirked, if a skull could smirk. "You realized it. Yes, this is my home. A place filled with the sweet, agonizing screams of the dead." Suddenly, a new voice echoed from the shadows. "This is our home." Maxman whipped his head around, his eyes widening in pure terror. A Lich in crimson robes emerged, a gold jewel embedded in its skull. "Impossible," Maxman stammered. Kim Soo-hyun remained stoic as two more undead mages materialized. One in red, one in blue. 3 Liches stood before them, their combined presence threatening to crush the very foundation of the dungeon. Kim Soo-hyun scanned the trio. "Finally, I remember." A memory from the original story flashed in his mind. An army of soldiers and 3 commanders of death. Thousands of guards trapped in a sealed fortress. These Liches had infiltrated the imperial castle, disguising themselves as the emperor's loyal servants. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. The red Lich sneered at his comrade. "You took too long. Why waste time playing with these insects?" The blue lich stuttered nervously. Why you? You should have killed them the moment they stepped on the stairs. Do you think our grand design will succeed if you're this careless? The red lich scolded. Maxman looked between them trembling. What? What plan are they talking about? Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch. He turned to the veteran. Did you know that the lich race has an emperor? Maxman blinked. What? The Lich King. The ruler of the realm of the dead. There are very few ways to summon him, and one of them is through a massive sacrifice of human lives. Maxman went pale. Realization hit the old man like a truck. He recalled the servant's orders. Better to die here with honor than abandon the castle. It was a trap. Exactly, Kim Soo-hyun confirmed. They intend to offer every single imperial soldier as a tribute. He imagined the weary troops marching to their slaughter, all to summon the Lich King right here. The blue lich giggled, clapping his skeletal hands. My, he is quite sharp, isn't he? The red lich stroked his chin. To think a mere mortal knows of our great king? The first lich nodded. Indeed, he figured it all out. He recalled standing on the cliff's edge, gazing down at the fortress. In our search for a worthy tribute to our king, we stumbled upon this castle. We slaughtered the emperor, leaving him in a pool of his own blood. Then, we wore his flesh like a suit, ruling as his shadow. The emperor became nothing more than our puppet. Maxman roared rage, overcoming his fear. You filthy low-born monsters. The lich ignored the old man's trembling fists. The ritual was scheduled for next month. But thanks to you, the altar is ready ahead of schedule. Kim Soo-hyun extended an arm to hold Maxman back. The monster cackled. As soon as we dispose of you two, the summoning begins. Dark mana exploded from all three liches, surrounding Kim Soo-hyun and Maxman. The protagonist glanced around calmly. 3 liches, huh? They won't be easy opponents. But in this awakening manhwa world, I've faced worse. I can solo them all as long as I keep a strict eye on my mana consumption. The undead leader extended a withered hand, gathering eldritch energy. A violet fissure tore through the ground beneath Kim Soo-hyun's feet. That ominous glow boxed them in, rising from the abyss to seal Kim Soo-hyun and Maxman in a cage of despair. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. He recognized this curse instantly, the Guide of the Eternal Night. This was an S-rank catastrophe. A forbidden technique used by liches to pulverize the very fabric of space within a domain of shadows. His mind raced. Impossible. A standard lich shouldn't possess this level of mana. Unless, Kim Soo-hyun realized with a chill that these monsters were the direct apostles of the Lich Emperor. The undead leader aimed his palm at them, a cruel mockery of a farewell. Perish, mortals. He crushed his fist, triggering the annihilation. The cage constricted. Not even his holy fire could withstand this spatial collapse. Damn it all. Just as the void threatened to swallow him whole, blinding sword intent erupted. Steel flashed, shredding the suffocating darkness into ribbons. The 3 liches froze, turning in unison toward the sound of their spell shattering. Kim Soo-hyun stared at Maxman in disbelief. He had cleaved through the Guide of the Eternal Night. The commander stood tall, blade drawn. The lich leader trembled with rage. Inconceivable. No mere physical strike or spell should be able to touch the void. How did he shatter the dimension with a piece of steel? The other undead hissed. Who is this human? Is he wielding a holy relic? Maxman's aura turned frigid. Stop your babbling. This is just a rusted blade. It's simply that I happen to be a paladin. Maxman gripped his hilt until his knuckles turned white. Kim Soo-hyun watched him with new respect. A paladin. The commander's voice shook with fury. You assassinated our emperor and planned to sacrifice my entire army. I will never grant you mercy. With a roar that shook the hall, the veteran knight charged straight at the 3 monstrosities. I will end your wretched scheme. The red lich stepped forward. Paladins are such pests. The green lich scoffed. He is still just flesh and blood. As they lunged, the red lich unleashed a wave of necrotic energy. Crush him like an insect. We are too close to our goal to waste time. The leader barked orders. Move the corpses outside the castle. Slaughter anyone who tries to flee. Maxman ignored the minions. His eyes locked on the bosses as he sprinted forward. You shall not pass. The red lich hovered above, raining down judgment. Do you forget your place, human? A torrent of purple death crashed down. Rot and die. A venomous purple projectile screamed toward Maxman. Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. Holy fire. A barrier of azure flame erupted, shielding the commander. Kim Soo-hyun unleashed his mana, channeling the blue phoenix of slaughter. The majesty of the firebird spread its wings, flying to meet the incoming purple doom. The phoenix didn't just block the attack, it devoured it. With a savage cry, the beast of flame pulverized the dark magic and drove straight for the Red Lich's throat. What sorcery is this? The Lich panicked. Get away from me. Sensing the overwhelming heat, the Green Lich abandoned his ally and fled in terror. Who are you? The creature shrieked. Ignoring the monster, Kim Soo-hyun turned to the knight. Commander Maxman, I understand the rage burning inside you. They butchered your emperor and threatened your men, but you cannot let vengeance blind you now. Maxman grit his teeth, the weight of duty warring with his fury. Then, tell me, what must I do? Kim Soo-hyun gazed at the commander's back, the heavy burden of leadership threatening to crush him. He was the pillar of this battlefield. Kim Soo-hyun reached out, his voice steady. If only for this moment. Will you trust me to take the lead? The old knight looked into Kim Soo-hyun's eyes and saw unwavering resolve. Above them, the blue phoenix continued its celestial duel, dodging a blast of purple necromancy from the Red Lich. While the skies burned with a clash of fire and shadow, Kim Soo-hyun focused on the man in front of him. Have you made your choice, Commander? Maxman hesitated, his grip on the sword tightening. I am not sure. How can I abandon you here to face them alone? I owe you my life, Maxman argued. Honor demands I stand by you. Kim Soo-hyun cut him off sharply. We don't have time for debate. The castle walls, or the beating hearts of your soldiers, which weighs more? The question struck Maxman like a physical blow. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself to choose. A knowing smile crossed Kim Soo-hyun's lips as Maxman turned and sprinted up the stairs to save his army. Alone now, Kim Soo-hyun drew his blade, recalling the cryptic words of the old gatekeeper. In every moment, simply do what must be done. He recalled the system's notification, a classic twist, in this awakening Manhwa world, reminding him these soldiers were not the true enemy. I can gain a powerful ally from this trial. Kim Soo-hyun raised his sword, high mana surging. Maxman will save the living, and I will handle the dead. With a single earth-shattering motion, he brought the blade down. The world went silent. The Lich leader looked up, bewildered. What? What was that? The Lich stared at Kim Soo-hyun, who stood calmly in the distance. The young hunter coolly slid his sword back into its sheath with a sharp click, as if the work was already finished. Suddenly, a fissure of blinding light erupted across the castle wall. Stone and mortar exploded outward as the fortress itself began to crumble under the force of his strike. That lunatic, the Liches screamed. The cracks spread like spiderwebs before a massive explosion rocked the foundation, blowing the wall apart. Outside, the soldiers gasped in horror. The castle, it's coming down. Through the gaping hole, sunlight pierced the eternal gloom, illuminating the purple miasma where the Lich leader hovered. The floating monstrosity sneered. You persistent, brainless pests. He glared at the Green Lich buried in the rubble. Stop cowering. Summon the undead army now, or I will harvest your soul myself. His voice dripped with murderous intent. The Green Lich scrambled up, terrified. Yes, master. He glanced desperately toward the Red Lich for support. And you, the leader, commanded the Red One. Check the altar. If the ritual site is damaged, everything is lost. The Red Lich turned to obey. But the Blue Phoenix was faster. A streak of azure fire slammed into the ground, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Dust billowed out. The Red Lich sighed in relief, thinking he survived until a shadow loomed behind him. Leaving so soon. Before the creature could even turn, a cold blade bisected him from crown to crotch. The Lich's last thought was pure shock. When did he get behind him? The undead commander watched his ally crumble into dust midair, rage boiling in his empty sockets. He ground his teeth, glaring at the threat. You. He let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. You arrogant human. A surge of chaotic violet energy blasted toward Kim Soo-hyun, but with a mere glance, the protagonist blocked the devastating strike with his own aura. While Kim Soo-hyun hovered like a god in the sky, Telich stood his ground below, weaving a sphere of dark destruction between his skeletal hands. Instantly, a purple energy prison materialized behind Kim Soo-hyun. The MC frowned, realizing the trap. Damn it, am I stuck in midair? The Lich clenched his fist, triggering the spatial lock. As the dimensional prison crushed inward, Kim Soo-hyun roared, Phoenix, awaken. The legendary Firebird descended like a meteor, smashing into the barrier with apocalyptic force. He touched down amidst a blinding explosion, sweat dripping down his face. Did I overexert myself? Then a cold voice pierced through his fatigue. Struggling is useless. The Lich smirked with arrogant confidence. I know that divine flame is draining your mana reserves. Surrender now, human, and I will grant you a swift, painless death. Kim Soo-hyun's lips curled into a smirk. You're not wrong. That move does consume a lot of mana. He reached toward his own blue aura, dismissing the summon. So I'll just take it back. His blade began to hum with terrifying spiritual pressure. But who said I'm useless without mana? Telich's expression twisted into pure horror. Flashback to moments ago. Maxman had hesitated. Wait, is there anything I can do for you before you go, Kim? Soo-hyun had just smiled, reassuring the commander. I'm fine. Besides, I still owe you a great debt. Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun gripped his weapon, showcasing the versatile skills typical of an awakening manhwa hero. Attribute conversion Holy Light. The blade erupted with blinding sacred energy. His eyes burned with battle lust. Now, let's have a proper dance. Meanwhile, as the shockwaves settled, a soldier on the ground desperately directed the evacuation. Report casualties. Keep your eyes on the enemy movements. The soldiers were in disarray. Just what the hell is happening inside the castle? Suddenly, a dark shadow shattered the castle walls, soaring into the sky. The explosive entrance demanded the attention of every living soul on the battlefield. Soldiers stared up, paralyzed by fear, at the floating skeletal figure. What is that thing? The undead monster glanced down at the army, with utter boredom. That guy talks too much. But if you pests don't behave, it gets messy. The monster raised a hand. Enough games. Countless crimson threads burst from his fingertips. Arise. The threads burrowed into the earth like parasites. The ground cracked open, and shattered corpses began to twitch, dragging themselves out of their graves. The soldiers watched in horror as the army of the dead reassembled. As the skeletons marched forward, panic spread through the ranks like a plague. Monsters. It's a monster horde. While some screamed, a few brave souls pointed their weapons at the sky. Target the summoner up there. Fire. But the attacks were futile. Despair began to set in. Damn it. What are we supposed to do? Just as hope faded, a steady, authoritative voice cut through the chaos. The soldier turned, his face lighting up with relief. It was the iron wall of the defense. Commander Maxman. The soldier stammered. Thank the gods, you're alive, sir. After the gate collapsed, we thought Maxman raised a hand, silencing him instantly. I ensured all troops were clear of the blast zone. There are no casualties. With the soldier calmed, Maxman immediately assessed the tactical situation. But that doesn't matter now. Is the defensive gate repaired? The soldier flinched. Not completely, sir. It's still unstable. Right on cue, the reanimated corpses began scaling the walls. Damn it. Maxman realized the danger and rushed forward, using his own body to barricade the breach. Focus on repairs. I'll hold them off. But the soldier refused to retreat. He stood his ground, shouting, No, sir. We'll cover your back. What about the horde outside? Maxman barked. The vanguard can handle the small fry. The soldier looked at his commander with desperate loyalty. We won't let you fight alone this time, Commander. Seeing the fire in their eyes, Maxman finally nodded. Fine. Form a defensive phalanx and stay on me. Yes, sir. The troops cheered, morale restored. Maxman gripped his weapon, eyeing the approaching wave of death. I don't need to go all out here. My job is to protect these men. He glanced toward the sky. I'll leave the real monster to that boy. High above, Kim Soo-hyun answered that trust with a devastating punch straight to the Lich's skull. The two titans clashed in midair, creating shockwaves that rattled the sky. Kim Soo-hyun went for the kill, but Lich twisted away at the last second. Unfazed, the MC swung his holy blade, a crescent of energy, smashing the monster into the distance. The Lich slammed into the fortress wall and crumpled to the ground. Impossible, he gasped, touching the crack in his skeletal face. I have cultivated my power for a century. I am the strongest of the apostles. Trembling with denial, he looked up at Kim Soo-hyun, who was descending like an avenging angel. Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. He lunged forward for the final strike. The Lich stood frozen, unable to comprehend how a mere human was about to end his existence. Crack. The soul stone embedded in his forehead shattered under Kim Soo-hyun's blade. With his power source destroyed, the skeletal body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. No, he rasped, clawing at the dirt. I cannot fail here. The grand plan. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes. The stone is shattered, yet his spirit hasn't dissipated. This guy was tougher than a normal dungeon boss. But it didn't matter. Stop blabbering. Your plan is finished. The Lich froze. Finished. You think? This is finished. A maniacal rattling laugh erupted from the monster's throat. You are the one wasting time? You foolish human. Did you really think we were the only ones working to revive the king? The Lich stared deep into Kim Soo-hyun's soul. Countless apostles are working in the shadows. Even 10 of you couldn't stop the return of our Lord. His voice rose to a fever pitch. The king will return. He will drown this world in eternal darkness. Kim Soo-hyun sighed, scratching his ear. See, That's exactly why I said you're wasting time. He had heard enough of this villain monologue. He raised his sword, looking down with cold, absolute certainty. If the Lich King returns, he'll just die by my hand too. The monster gasped. What did you say? But Kim Soo-hyun didn't repeat himself. He brought the blade down, severing the Lich's connection to this world. As the enemy dissolved into black dust, Kim Soo-hyun stood in the silence, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The warning I gave the Lich wasn't a bluff. As the pieces fell into place, the memory resurfaced. You Lich King, who tore through the dimensions to invade our reality. Your death is absolute. Of course, I was the one who ended his wretched existence. But then a chilling realization struck Soo-hyun, plunging him deep into thought. It wasn't just here. The dungeon in Gwangdu shared this exact pattern. Those undead monstrosities. They kept chanting the Lich King's name. After analyzing the variables, the answer became terrifyingly clear. His resurrection isn't just possible, it's happening far sooner than the timeline predicted. Damn it. The timeline is accelerating way beyond my previous life's memories. But panic won't solve this awakening Manhwa crisis. Soo-hyun shoved the impending doom to the back of his mind. First, I need to exterminate the threat right in front of me. Only one Lich remains. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted to the veteran commander. Commander Maxman, I hope you're still holding on. High above the skeleton Lich cackled maniacally as he watched Maxman struggle. You pathetic insect. Yet, despite the mockery, the old commander didn't lose his cool. Instead, his senses sharpened into deadly focus. His flight path is chaotic. Unpredictable. This bastard knows aerial combat is my weakness. But once Maxman grasped the enemy's strategy, a wave of calm washed over him. It doesn't matter. My goal wasn't to kill him from the start. I just needed to draw his aggro away from my men. That young man will arrive any second, if I can just stall for a little longer. Suddenly, the floating skull froze. His empty sockets widened as a severance in the link occurred. He checked the connection again, his voice dropping to a gravelly growl. Dead impossible reality shattered his arrogance. He muttered the words like a broken record. All of them. Gone. Why? How could mere humans destroy them? How? The minions and the mastermind. Wiped out. Hearing the creature's despair, Maxman's heart soared with relief. Magnificent. The kid actually pulled it off. But the Lich's shock instantly morphed into infernal rage. In a heartbeat, a colossal magic circle dominated the sky. Purple miasma erupted from the earth, and one by one, the soldiers collapsed like puppets with cut strings. I can't breathe. A soldier near Maxman gasped, clutching his throat. Seeing his beloved subordinates suffering, Maxman's composure cracked. You bastard, what have you done to them? Stop this madness at once. The monster ignored him, but Maxman wasn't out of options yet. He had one final card to play. Ordinary soldiers can't survive this miasma. I have no choice. I must unleash that forbidden technique. Just then, a blur of motion tore through the air. Soo-hyun materialized from nowhere, delivering a devastating blow straight to the Lich's face. The skull smashed into the wall with a thunderous crash. Soo-hyun landed softly, light as a feather, leaving Maxman stunned. The commander blinked, slowly approaching. Did you defeat it? Even in the heat of battle, Soo-hyun maintained his manners. Yes, Commander. I took care of the others. He paused, his gaze shifting to the soldiers gasping on the ground. His expression darkened. But this situation looks critical. If we delayed even a second longer, we'd be in serious trouble. Hearing this, Maxman looked at his troops and let out a long, shaky breath. Thank the gods we intervened before total annihilation. As Soo-hyun analyzed the symptoms plaguing the rear guard, a piece of system knowledge clicked in his mind. Death Siphon. A vile dark art that drains the life force of the living and the death energy of the fallen to empower the caster. Suddenly, the Lich's earlier command echoed in his memory. Try not to kill them yet. So that was his game. Soo-hyun stared at the fallen soldiers, the puzzle complete. This spell scales exponentially with the number of corpses. Soo-hyun's eyes snapped back to the Lich he had just sent flying. I underestimated him. He's far more durable than I thought. Even if he's just an apostle of the Bone King, a subordinate of the one I just killed, his power level is legit. Across the room, the battered skull finally shook off the dizziness. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. I will never forgive you. He began to twitch violently, repeating the phrase like a glitch in the system. I will never forgive you. The mantra spiraled into a deafening screech that shook the very walls. As the scream died down, a dark void opened, and an ominous staff materialized in his skeletal grip. Maxman and Soo-hyun froze, the pressure in the room skyrocketing. Before they could react, the Lich raised the cursed staff high above his head, channeling dark mana. Instantly, a complex arcane formation lit up the ceiling. Maxman's face went pale as he recognized the spell. He's sacrificing his own life force to create an absolute barrier. Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. He launched himself into the air, weapon raised. He's preparing another siphon. I have to shatter his life core before he completes the chant. With grim determination, he struck C-L-A-Ng. But the barrier didn't even crack. Seeing the futile attack, the skeleton lich laughed triumphantly. Foolish human. You can never breach this defense. Never. This is a blood curse fueled by my very essence. A twisted evil grin seemed to form on his bony face. If you want to dispel this curse, there is only one way. You have to kill me. But you can't touch me. Soo-hyun rebounded off the barrier and landed at a safe distance. He gritted his teeth, a rare look of anxiety crossing his face. What now? I can break it eventually, but it'll take time. Time the soldiers don't have. As Soo-hyun wavered, a steady voice cut through the chaos. Don't panic, kid. Maxman stood firm amidst the swirling energy. Remember our deal. Remember what you told me. The veteran raised his blade, his aura flaring. Your job is to slaughter the enemy. He drove his sword into the stone floor with world-shaking force. And my job is to protect my men. Boom! A pillar of blinding light erupted from the commander, expanding outward, until a shimmering dome encased the entire palace hall. The fallen soldiers gasped, strength returning to their limbs. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the ranks. The heavy pressure. It's gone. What is this magic? Soo-hyun looked up awestruck before recognizing the technique. This is Sacred Sanctuary. In the center of the light, Maxman heaved for breath, his energy rapidly draining. His ultimate ability. It buffs the morale of all allies in range and completely nullifies any dark attribute debuffs. But the cost? It burns away the user's lifespan. Maxman looked up, his voice strained but commanding. I'll stake my remaining years to hold the line here. The rest is up to you, kid. Empowered by the commander's resolve, Soo-hyun's eyes blazed. He launched himself forward with explosive speed. The impact shuddered through his bones, repelling him once more. He landed, glancing back at the soldiers, fighting with renewed vigor. They're giving everything they have. I can't let their efforts be in vain. Fire ignited in Soo-hyun's heart. But just as he focused, the lich vanished, reappearing instantly in his blind spot. Fortunately, Kim Soo-hyun reacted with lightning speed, spinning around to deflect the strike with his blade. You trash. You dared to slaughter my friend, and now you have the audacity to raise your weapon against me. Know your place. The taunt hit its mark. Rage exploded within the skull-faced monster, and it unleashed a storm of reckless blows. Is that all? You have nothing but weakness to show me. Useless. You are nothing but a dim-witted insect, incapable of achieving anything alone, the creature shrieked. To complete the great ritual, we require the blood of 1,000 wretches just like you. After weathering the storm of attacks, Kim Soo-hyun finally saw his opening. My friend, you say? As their weapons locked in a sparks-flying stalemate, Kim Soo-hyun's voice dripped with icy mockery. I suppose even a monster like you understands the value of a bond. Realizing the sword was too slow, he abandoned it for raw power, driving his bare fist forward. But listen well. The 1,000 souls you've butchered, every single one was someone's precious friend, someone's beloved family. The skull monster froze its hollow mind, unable to comprehend the weight of those words. It didn't even notice the azure flames silently coiling around its body like a predestined curse. As the creature writhed in the agony of the spirit fire, Kim Soo-hyun watched with cold, merciless eyes. Have you ever felt the despair of losing everything precious to you? Etch that pain into your very soul, and take that suffering to your wretched allies in hell. With a final roar, Kim Soo-hyun brought his hand down, a single devastating slash of judgment. The monster crumbled its existence, fading into the void. Even at death's door, it couldn't grasp reality. Defeated by a mere human? Impossible. As the dark scepter plummeted toward the earth, a streak of azure light shot through the air. The spirit bird pierced the artifact, snapping the staff of evil in two with a resounding crack. Instantly, a shockwave of pure energy rippled out, freezing the army of bones in their tracks. Then, like dust in the wind, the undead legion began to disintegrate before the soldiers' bewildered eyes. Look, the monsters. They're fading away. On the other side of the battlefield, Maxman watched his barrier dissolve into light. Disbelief washed over him. Is it truly over? He scanned the area to confirm the victory, and his strength finally abandoned him. He collapsed, but before he could hit the hard ground, Kim Soo-hyun was there, catching him in a blur of motion. Startled by the sudden support, Maxman looked up in surprise. Kim Soo-hyun beamed down at him, a genuine smile, replacing his battle rage. Thank you for holding the line. You did well. So the nightmare is finished. The young hero nodded firmly. It is. Hearing those words, the old veteran let out a long breath, slumping against the railing in sheer relief. Regaining his composure, Maxman chuckled warmly. I think I need a moment to breathe before we celebrate our victory. How about you? But as the question left his lips, he saw Kim Soo-hyun's battered body finally give out, sinking to the ground. The young hunter groaned, exhaustion washing over him. I think I need a break too. Maxman grinned at his savior. Will a mere break be enough for a hero like you? The next day, inside the Awaken Management Bureau, a voice thundered with rage. Preposterous. You claim a dungeon will open in Anang City in 3 months and cause a catastrophic outbreak. The outburst came from none other than Chairman Song Kyunti. His face was twisted with annoyance as he unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse on his subordinate. Do you honestly expect me to swallow such garbage, Lee Do-ho? The subordinate gulped, trembling under the pressure. Seeing no response, Kyunti sighed in exhaustion and slumped back into his executive chair. No one can predict a dungeon's appearance with such precision, and you're saying this specific gate will trigger an explosion that plunges Anang into total anarchy. Before Lee Do-ho could defend himself, the chairman stabbed a finger in the air, berating him again. Even if a gate manifests, it doesn't just detonate instantly. It takes at least a month for a gate to reach critical mass. That is the fundamental logic of our world, basic knowledge that every rookie knows. Lee Do-ho couldn't stay silent any longer. He gritted his teeth and countered. But, Chairman, historical data proves that anomalies exist. Dungeons don't always obey common sense. He didn't let his boss interrupt this time, speaking with desperate speed. No matter the probability, we cannot ignore this threat. Anang has a population of 600,000. Their lives are hanging in the balance. As soon as the words landed, Kyunti's face flushed red with fury. And if you're wrong, if nothing happens, I'll be the fool who acted recklessly and caused a panic for absolutely nothing. One mistake won't just scare 6,000 people. It will send shockwaves through 60 million. We can't. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the tension, silencing the chairman. Please hold your tongues. If you keep circling like this, we'll never reach a conclusion. It was Kim Doi, an A-rank awakener and elite agent of the company. Even Kyunti had to respect his strength, though he scowled. Agent Doi, don't tell me you actually buy into his nonsense. Faced with the question, Doi coolly adjusted his spectacles. The light reflected off the lenses as he gave a measured, rational response. While unprecedented, Lee Do-ho's concerns aren't baseless. However, the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Just how credible is this mysterious informant? That question hit the mark. Doi turned his sharp gaze toward his colleague, his voice dropping to a threat. If you want us to believe, you give us a name. Who exactly fed you this intel? Knowing this was his ace in the hole, Lee Do-ho straightened his posture. My source is beyond reproach. In fact, his reputation is already known to both of you. Afraid they would dismiss him again, he dropped the bombshell. The information came directly from Kim Soo-hyun. The name hung in the air, striking the two men like a physical blow. After a chaotic pause, the two exchanged looks of disbelief. You mean the one who ascended faster than anyone else? The breaker of the abyss, who defies the logic of this leveling Manhwa world. The phantom super rookie Kyunti couldn't mask his shock. Are you seriously claiming to have a personal connection with Kim Soo-hyun? Lee Do-ho hesitated for a split second before nodding. I do. We fought together in the Gwangdu dungeon raid months ago. Back then, he was only a C rank, but his conviction returned instantly. It is him. There is no mistake. He looked at the chairman with pleading eyes. Does this change your perspective, sir? Kyunti fell silent, the weight of the name pressing on him. Kyunti pondered for a long moment before delivering his cold verdict. No, it changes nothing. Lee Do-ho felt like he'd been slapped. Excuse me. The chairman paced around the room, analyzing the situation with bureaucratic cynicism. We have zero physical data or evidence proving that your informant is actually the famous Kim Soo-hyun. And even if it is him, why should I trust the word of a single hunter? Lee Do-ho stood there, mouth agape, unable to form words against such stubbornness. Kyunti didn't let up. He asked directly, let's say I believe you. Let's say I order a mass evacuation, and then the sky stays blue. What happens then? I, the chairman, would have to fall on my sword. He stepped closer, invading Lee Do-ho's personal space with a sneer. Listen to me clearly, Lee Do-ho. From a legal standpoint, a dungeon break is a natural disaster, an act of God. Even if people die, even if there are casualties, I bear zero liability. Lee Do-ho's blood boiled at the callousness. Just because you don't want to take the blame, He was about to explode, but Kyunti raised a hand, finalizing the fate of the city. I have made my final decision, and the consequences are mine to bear. Without giving Duho a chance to utter a single protest, he immediately threw the guests out. Let's bury everything that happened today. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the world, Soo-hyun was training like a man possessed, finally grasping the power he had sought. System alert. You have perfectly cleared the trial on the 20th floor. You have acquired 100,000 achievement points. Your stats have skyrocketed. Reading the glowing blue text, Soo-hyun let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. That difficulty was absolute hell. Who expects 3 apostle-grade monsters to spawn on the 20th floor? Even if they were level 10, this was only floor 20. Catching his breath, he pulled up his status window, awe striking him. Still, seeing these numbers, the suffering was worth it. These stats are insane. Mana capacity at 70, and magic power at level 7. I've finally hit the S-rank standard I was aiming for in this leveling manhwa. Just when he thought it was over, the system chimed again. Calculating achievement. He froze, staring at the text. Still not done. Suddenly, windows multiplied like a virus, overwhelming his vision. What the hell is this? Does this mean I could have recruited an entire army of NPCs to help me fight? Flashbacks of the tutorial window hit him. The information was there all along, with a 1-month time limit. Pushing the regret aside, Soo-hyun decided to just chill and watch the sunset. Have I gotten too used to playing solo? It felt like a piece of the puzzle was missing. Watching from above, he saw Maxman directing the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Seeing them work like a well-oiled machine, a satisfied smile touched his lips. Perhaps this time, I wasn't truly fighting alone. Down below, Maxman barked orders with military precision. I've stabilized the castle's internal affairs, but the war with the Audrum Kingdom isn't over yet. Prioritize repairing the ramparts and the main gate. Forget the interior for now. Yes, sir. Feeling restless, Soo-hyun jumped down to join the fray. You lot are going to be busy. Hearing that familiar voice, Maxman's face lit up with relief. Hey, I was just looking for you. I thought you vanished without even checking your wounds. Soo-hyun scratched his cheek, laughing awkwardly. I just stepped out for some fresh air. Needed a breather. Receiving that answer, Maxman beamed. I want to formally honor your valor in front of the troops. The suggestion made Soo-hyun flinch, ready to bolt. Honestly, I left earlier because I hate that kind of pageantry. Soo-hyun ruffled his hair, looking genuinely pained. Praise and expectations. They just feel heavy to me. Seeing his discomfort, Maxman's eyes softened with deep understanding. I used to be exactly the same way. The confession caught Soo-hyun off guard. Noticing the shock, the old commander began his tale. Because of my contribution in the Great War, they hailed me as the hero who saved the nation. But I loathed that title. Maxman's gaze drifted to a painful memory. As time passed, the title didn't feel like glory. It felt like a mountain crushing my shoulders. A hero. Soo-hyun stared at him, stunned. Did this man endure the same crushing pressure I felt in my past life? After a long silence, Maxman continued. But then you told me that this is my job. Protecting these soldiers is my duty. Thanks to that, my heart feels lighter now. Seeing the genuine smile on the commander's face, Soo-hyun smiled back. Glad I could help. Tension dissolved, and the two men burst into laughter. They say the hardest problems often have the simplest answers. Ain't that the truth? Life is funny that way. After chatting, reality called them back to the grind. The king was assassinated. I have a mountain of work to rebuild this nation. Time to get your hands dirty then. Good to hear you're motivated. I'll be going now. The sudden goodbye caught Maxman off guard. You're leaving already? Disappointment was written all over his face. Soo-hyun smiled, explaining gently, I think I've done what I came to do. I leave the rest to you, Commander. Seeing his resolve, Maxman didn't try to stop him. You said praise and expectations felt heavy, didn't you? This might sound a bit rude considering that. He paused, slamming a fist over his heart with conviction. But for me and every soldier here, the true hero of this castle is you. Thank you. And travel safely. The acknowledgement stunned Soo-hyun. Recovering, he gave a dazzling smile. Thanks. Ding system alert. You have obtained the highest achievement. A unique reward is being granted for this system manhwa milestone. New skill generating undying hero. Meanwhile, in a modern gym, Bae-jun was pumping iron while talking to someone behind him. Oi Lido. Pick up the damn phone. I'm sick of that ringtone. The man on the bench press didn't budge. Who calls this late at night anyway? Finally, he grabbed the smartphone. The sudden silence made Bae-jun pause his set. Duho adjusted his mood instantly. Yes, Mr. Soo-hyun, I was waiting for your call. But the next words wiped the smile off his face. Say what? You're at the hospital. Cut to the ER where Soo-hyun was getting chewed out by a doctor. Like I said, you absolutely should not be walking around in this condition. Look at your body. What were you thinking? Soo-hyun argued back defiant. I'm an awakened. My recovery rate is insane. Just give me a prescription and wrap it up or something. Painkillers work too. The doctor rubbed his temples, defeated by the stubbornness. Sir, please have some common sense. After an earful of nagging, Soo-hyun finally escaped the hospital. Looking at his heavily bandaged arm, he felt a bit ridiculous. I told them I was fine. Did they have to turn me into a mummy? Do-ho here. Soo-hyun, is the injury serious? The sudden shout nearly gave Soo-hyun a heart attack. After the greetings, they sat on a nearby bench to talk. Are you really okay? You looked like you were in bad shape earlier. He sighed, defending himself. If I can move, I'm good. Right. Seeing the MC shut down, Do-ho switched tactics. When I heard you swept the 20th floor in a single day and landed here, I thought you were on death's door. I saw the rankings. That was an impressive Manhwa recap. Worthy performance. Can you give me some tips? The question made Soo-hyun sweat nervously. Tips? Why do you ask? Thinking for a moment, he admitted the brute truth. Honestly, I don't have a strategy. I just hit them really hard. Do-ho realized the truth then. So that's why he got hurt. He looked the MC over and sighed. Guess I don't need to worry about a monster like you. Shifting gears, Soo-hyun asked. Anyway, about that thing I asked you to handle. Faced with such a blunt question, Lee Do-ho let out a heavy, defeated sigh. I failed. Forgive me, I couldn't get it done. I even let your identity slip. I knew it was over the moment I opened my mouth. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun clicked his tongue in sharp irritation, his expression darkening. Whatever. I never expected anything from that director anyway. Lee Do-ho froze his eyes, widening in surprise. Wait, you know him? Kim Soo-hyun stayed silent, his thoughts drifting to the past timeline. Of course I know him. I was an awakener under his command in my previous life. The man is a workaholic monster. Seeing the silence, Lee Do-ho pressed on, trying to salvage the situation. The negotiation crashed, but I managed to pry some critical intel from Kim Roy, his right-hand man. He paused for dramatic effect. A blue dungeon has manifested in Onsan City. They're planning a massive raid, and every able-bodied awakener is flocking there right now. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed instantly. It's starting. In his past life, he had walked into that trap blind, completely unprepared for the catastrophe that exploded in Onsan. And the cause of that disaster? That incompetent coward director Kyu Tae, who was too busy dodging responsibility to do his job. Rage boiled in Kim Soo-hyun's chest, just thinking about it. That trash only cares about covering his own tracks. Well, he's about to find out what real chaos feels like. The dark aura radiating from Kim Soo-hyun made Lee Do-ho shiver in fear. The dungeon appeared exactly when you predicted. Kim Soo-hyun. How did you know Kim Soo-hyun? Shrugged it off coolly, hiding his secret. Just a gut feeling. Regaining his composure, he looked up. Thanks for your hard work, Lee Do-ho. But it's time for Plan B. From here on out, I move alone. Lee Do-ho blinked, stunned by the sudden shift. What, alone? Kim Soo-hyun felt a pang of guilt, but stood firm. Yes. You've done enough for me already. Suddenly, Lee Do-ho's voice boomed through the room. It's not enough. The outburst caught Kim Soo-hyun completely off guard. Excuse me. Lee Do-ho didn't back down. We can't rely on the bureau anymore. Tell me the real plan. There has to be something else I can do to help you. This burning loyalty. It was the last thing Kim Soo-hyun expected. A faint smile touched his lips. All right then. Listen closely. I'll tell you everything. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. On December 17th, 1 week before Christmas, a massive rumor exploded within the community. Hey, did you see that post on the AB forum? You mean the one from yesterday? It can't be real. Gotta be a prank. Who the hell is the damn guild anyway? In front of a high-rise, a reporter spoke urgently into the camera. Breaking news, a viral post on the AB community board has set social media on fire today. A terror warning issued by the mysterious Damn Guild. Is it a hoax? We have a witness here who claims to have seen this guild with his own eyes. The mic turned to the guest. Does the Damn Guild actually exist? Lee Do-ho, suppressing his internal panic, answered with a stone-cold face. That is correct. I have met them personally. Damn it, Kim Soo-hyun, you really gave me a tough role to play in this drama. The reporter pressed on. Sources say the casualties at the Gwangdu dungeon raid were catastrophic. Is this true? Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun watched the broadcast from his hideout, bewildered. What is he doing? Elsewhere, director Tae slammed his fist on the desk, shattering the silence. How dare that bastard manipulate the media like this? The Ansan situation is already a mess. Witnessing his boss's volcanic rage, Doohee could only offer weak words of comfort, unable to calm the storm. Even the Bureau can't gag a freelance awakener. The explanation only threw gasoline on the fire. This is all that punk Kim Soo-hyun's fault. Did you track him down yet? He snatched up the report, scanning it furiously. We found his location, sir, but we can't bring him in immediately. Rumor has it he's been holed up in the AB district for a month. Doohee's mind wandered off. Kim Soo-hyun. Why are you stirring up such a massive storm? Tae paced the room, his mind racing through the possibilities. Just what the hell is he plotting? Far away in a secluded room, a figure trained like a man possessed. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's heart skipped a beat as a different voice resonated within him. His less than? Do you wish to leave is greater than? Outside, violent banging shook the door. Hey, you rented this place for a month and haven't stepped out once. What kind of shady business are you doing in there? Getting no answer, the landlord barged in. If you're gonna die in there, at least pay the rent first. Why is this unlocked? He stormed in, ranting completely oblivious to the ominous purple mist swirling in the air. Hey kid, you look fine. Glad you didn't skip town. He froze mid-sentence. His instincts screamed danger. Wait, what is this terrifying mana pressure? Kim Soo-hyun stood up, his training complete. As he calmly pulled on his shirt, he spoke. My apologies. I'll pay you extra. The thick purple aura clinging to him made the landlord tremble. I see. How much longer will you stay? Kim Soo-hyun gave a short cryptic smile. I'm leaving right now. In a flash of purple mist, he vanished, leaving only a heavy bag of gold coins on the floor. Where did he go, leaving the shabby room behind? Kim Soo-hyun's mind drifted back to the events of December 23rd. It's been a month since I handed everything to Lee Do-ho. He had liquidated all his assets, draining every point he had saved in this leveling Manhwa reality to buy a single item, the highest grade mana catalyst. The shopkeeper's shock was still fresh in his memory. Highest grade catalyst. You're only on the 21st floor. That thing costs 2 million points. Are you insane? Ignoring the warnings, he made the purchase. Then he locked himself away, consumed the elixir, and forced his body to assimilate the overwhelming mana that saturated the air. Honestly, it tasted like absolute garbage. But the suffering was worth it. He had finally achieved the perfect physical state. He set his sights on the distant castle, eyes burning with resolve. Good. Tomorrow is the day of reckoning. While Kim Soo-hyun prepared for war, the major guilds were in chaos. Guildmaster, it's time. The man addressed rose from his throne. Right. Let's move. Fully geared up, he smirked, glancing over his shoulder. It's time, Black Dragon. The man called Black Dragon didn't even look up, his eyes glued to his smartphone. After a long pause, he lazily shifted his gaze. Yeah. As they exited the building, the guildmaster broke the silence. So this terror threat. The damn guild. Black Dragon cut him off before he could finish. Aren't they just some shady underground criminal ring? Why would they announce their existence to the world like this? A spy. The man ahead chuckled darkly at the accusation. Well, what does your gut tell you? Hawk-jun paused, weighing the heavy question in his mind. I'm not sure. There's maybe a 50% chance a terror attack is feasible now that the Blue Dungeon has manifested in Ansan. But still, is there any reason to take things to this extreme? The casual complaint made the man freeze in his tracks. His expression darkened instantly, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. That bastard who wrote those posts. His sudden shift in attitude caught Hawk-jun off guard. The man clearly didn't care about him personally. I wondered who leaked information about a guild known only to a handful of awakeners, so I dug into it. After a brief pause, he dropped a name that made Hawk-jun's eyes widen in shock. The author goes by the name Kim Soo-hyun. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Having dropped that bombshell, he returned to the main agenda. I intend to find out exactly why that punk is so desperate to drag our guild into the mud. By the time the conversation ended, they had arrived at their destination. As the man disappeared into the car, Hawk-jun stared after him deep in thought. Strange. Why would a man who only cares about his own profit be so obsessed with this? Pushing the thought aside, he bowed and headed inside the building. Just what is his connection to the guild anyway? Settling into his seat, Hawk-jun turned his intense gaze toward the person beside him. Could it be? Is there a secret link between the Ares Guild, Dong Dong, and Yang? After running the numbers, he decided to let it go. But the name Kim Soo-hyun lingered, summoning the memory of that blinding pillar of light and that arrogant, provoking smile. Hawk-jun couldn't shake the memory. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. Snapping out of his reverie, he gazed out the window at the passing scenery. I can't believe a mere C rank is the legendary Kim Soo-hyun from the rumors. Yet Soo-hyun's offer echoed endlessly in his mind. If you ever need help, just contact me. Remembering it all only made him more conflicted. But while he wrestled with his thoughts over an Ansan Gyeonggi-do, a group of street thugs was waiting for their next victim. Man, this is boring as hell. Why is Christmas so dead this year? There is nobody around to rob. One lackey offered a theory. I bet they all ran away already. Immediately, the guy next to him panicked. Wait, shouldn't we be running too, instead of loitering here? The leader just laughed in their faces. You morons, you actually believe that garbage. His voice rose, fueled by his own arrogance. Why are you trembling over some rumors spread by a lying scumbag? He was so busy ranting, he didn't notice the masked figure materializing behind him. It is obviously all fake news. It is not fake news. The sudden voice froze the group. Who the hell is this guy? Before he could answer, the blonde thug stepped up trying to act tough. Why is this area full of freaks? What is with the clown mask? You on your way to a Christmas costume party or something? He pointed at the newcomer, leading his goons in a round of mocking laughter. All right, boys, let's shake him down. He looks like a total nutjob anyway. But before the sentence was finished, a hand clamped onto his collar. He was immobilized instantly. Fear replaced the blonde's bravado, as his minions froze, too terrified to advance. You think I'm crazy? That is cute. But I am perfectly sane. With a flick of his wrist, the masked man hurled the thug away and drew a gleaming sword from thin air. I am just your average, everyday terrorist. As the cold steel pressed against the thug's neck, a massive explosion tore through the silence, shocking the gang to their core. A bomb panic took over. They scrambled over each other to flee, screaming, "Terrorist help! It is a real attack." The chaotic scene instantly hit every news channel in the country. Breaking news, a massive explosion has rocked Pyeongchang-dong in Ansan Gyeonggi-do. Residents are currently being evacuated in a panic. In a familiar office, veins bulged on Kang Tae's forehead as he watched the report. A subordinate burst in. Director, are you seeing this? Kang Tae could barely contain the fury blazing in his eyes. I thought this was just Yuho's plan to clear the civilians, but damn it. Suddenly, Du Uwi, the silent shadow, spoke up, pouring oil on the fire. According to witness testimonies, this entire terror attack was executed by a single individual. Kang Tae couldn't believe his ears. What? Just one person? The memory of Yuho's warning stung him. The source was reliable. The message was written by Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun. Blinded by rage, Kang Tae barked out orders. Du Yui, I am entrusting this operation to you. Understood. But Kang Tae wasn't done. Gather as many Awakeners as possible and capture Kim Soo-hyun. He is the terrorist. Meanwhile, the target of their hunt stood calmly atop a burning building, surveying the inferno below. Soo-hyun mused to himself. Is this chaotic enough yet? The fire from his building was already licking at the neighboring structures. The architect of this destruction stood perfectly still, the picture of tranquility amidst the flames. Does this finally look like the work of a genuine terrorist? Staring at his handiwork, Soo-hyun felt zero guilt. The buildings and cars appeared to be engulfed in hellfire, but it was all an illusion. He examined the flame dancing on his palm. I have mastered the art of drowning the world in illusionary flames, almost like a cheat skill from a system Manhwa, allowing me to control divine fire without burning a thing. Now this is what I call a proper debut. Pushing the theatrics aside, Soo-hyun focused on the core of his strategy. So far, 0 casualties. But it is not over yet. I need to keep this momentum and push toward the center of Ansan. Checking the timing, he smirked. They should be arriving right about now. Speak of the devil, a presence materialized behind him. You there? Freeze. Soo-hyun recognized the voice instantly. The devil himself. Turning around, he saw Do Yui flanked by a heavily armed squad of Awakeners ready to take him down. Do Yui stepped forward, his voice projecting authority. We are the Awakener Management Bureau. Cease this act of terrorism immediately. Fearing words weren't enough, he escalated to threats. I am an Awakener, affiliated with the state and the vice director of the Kim Do Agency. Surrender now, Kim Soo-hyun. The threat meant nothing to him, but the name sent ripples of shock through the squad behind Do Yui. What? Kim Soo-hyun? That rookie is the terrorist. Ignoring the chatter, Do Yui pressed on. I know you planned this entire charade with Yuho. If you cooperate with us now, Soo-hyun cut him off mid-sentence. You talk too much. Without an ounce of fear, he raised his sword and pointed it straight at them. Save your breath, and just come at me. I don't have time to waste on weaklings. The pretenders couldn't handle his disdain. Boiling with rage, they abandoned reason and charged, Rookie or not, you're dead. Drop the attitude. Blade swinging, the Vanguard tried to chat. So Kim Soo-hyun, you part of that trash guild, but Soo-hyun remained silent, his eyes coldly calculating their worth. Above B rank. Dismissing the noise, Soo-hyun focused on the clash. But amidst the chaos of steel and sparks, a shadow moved to blindside him. Quit blocking my line of sight. The ambusher took his shot, but Soo-hyun ghosted past the attack, as if he were made of smoke. A single strike was all it took. In this leveling manhwa world, Soo-hyun's verdict was instant. This one was definitely below B-rank trash. Watching from the sidelines, an observer sighed in disappointment. They were swarming him like a pack of wild dogs, zero dignity, zero strategy. Disgusted by his team, his irritation shifted to Do Ui, who stood frozen. Why are you just watching? You're supposed to be our heavy hitter. Lost in thought, Do Ui muttered a riddle. Something isn't right. While he hesitated, the battle raged on, with deafening intensity. It didn't matter how many skills they threw at him. Soo-hyun danced through the storm of attacks, untouched and unreachable. He stomped an attacker's wrist. But before he could follow up, a warhammer crashed down, forced back. The rescued man gasped. Thanks for the save. Soo-hyun leaped backward, creating distance to scan the battlefield. A bunch of B ranks. This isn't nearly enough firepower. Finally, Do Ui made his move. Wings unfurled as a mystic sigil manifested above Soo-hyun's head, locking him in place. Bind. With the target immobilized, he began his analysis. No physical damage. It looks like fire, but it's cold. No collateral damage to the property either. Analysis complete. Before Soo-hyun could utter a word, Do Ui interrogated him. Tell me, Kim Soo-hyun, why stage a terrorist attack just to evacuate civilians? You're clearing them out before the outbreak. Soo-hyun didn't flinch. Tell me, Mage, shouldn't you secure your victory before asking questions? Do Ui narrowed his eyes at the provocation. Fine. If you want to do this the hard way, I'll happily oblige. Gravity reversed. Soo-hyun was launched skyward, then plummeted. Do Ui pursued grimoire in hand, chanting an ancient incantation. Bookmark release pages scattered like razor blades as arcs of electricity crackled. 5-star Thunderstrike. Soo-hyun raised his blade in defense. The impact blasted him into a skyscraper, but when the dust settled, he stepped out without a scratch. Do Ui's brow furrowed in disbelief. He survived a barrage of attacks and a freefall drop without a single scratch. The realization hit him cold. I'm not even in his league. Unaware of the mage's fear, Soo-hyun continued his own cold assessment. This guy is definitely above B rank. Soo-hyun's gaze sharpened, his aura shifting. Well, is that all you've got? I think I've proven that none of you can touch me. Dewey froze, but the other awakened, arrived clueless and bloodthirsty. I'm gonna end him. One rushed to check on their leader. Do Ui? You good? He nodded grimly. I'm fine. Then the mob screamed, die. Suddenly Do Ui raised a hand. Wait, can you spare us a moment? His teammate blinked in confusion. Huh, a moment. Ignoring the confusion, Do Ui barked orders. Contact the agency, request immediate backup. Tell them to send every awakened they have. The stubborn blonde lunged again, but he was moving in slow motion to Soo-hyun, who vaulted over the blade and kicked off the fool's head for leverage. Humiliated, the blonde roared in frustration. You cocky bastard, stop playing around and fight me like a man. His squadmate held him back, terror creeping into his voice. Stop, he's a monster. Rumor has it, he cleared the first floor in under 2 years. Exactly. After trading blows, the truth was undeniable. They weren't looking at a terrorist. They were looking at a legend. He's supposed to be a spellcaster, yet he dominates with a sword. Time seemed to freeze as the squad hesitated, paralyzed by doubt. Do Ui's face went pale. The skill gap was an abyss. He's holding back. I'd bet my life he hasn't even shown us half his true power. Soo-hyun loomed over them like a titan. Why would a sleeper suddenly reveal his fangs? Dewey shivered, the earlier threat echoing in his mind. I believe I've demonstrated clearly enough. None of you are worthy of being my opponents. Do Ui could only glare, his face dark with a mix of fear and calculation. Kim Soo-hyun. He wields the power of an S-rank warrior. Maybe even higher. Dewey signaled his team. Hold your fire. Wait for reinforcements. Defensive formation. Just survive his attacks. Soo-hyun glanced over, impressed. Not bad, Kim Roy. You catch on quick. The mage was rallying them to conserve mana for survival. And surprisingly, Soo-hyun made no move to stop them. There were 2 reasons for this charade. First, he had to gauge the combat readiness of the current awakened forces. In this manhwa recap, understanding power levels is crucial. He needed to push them to their limits. And second, to draw out every last defender. If I drop the villain act now, Director Song won't send a single soul to help. That old man doesn't care if the city burns. Soo-hyun smirked. But if I become a national threat on the evening news, that forces his hand. Identity concealed, mission accepted. I just need to play the bad guy until the army arrives. 2 hours until the dungeon break. But Soo-hyun's passivity was starting to look suspicious. Dewey narrowed his eyes. Why? Why isn't he finishing us off? Suddenly, the earth trembled. Heavy footsteps echoed in the distance. An army of uniformed awakened marched into view, weapons drawn and ready for war. A new voice sliced through the tension, distinct from Do Yui's group. They had arrived to answer the call for reinforcements. Instinctively, he looked toward the horizon. Kim Soo-hyun, whose senses were already honed for this moment, had detected them long ago. Suddenly, all eyes locked onto the arriving saviors. They are finally here. Dutop Ui pushed up his glasses, cold sweat trickling down his face. The director must be absolutely livid. This squad is legendary. The Federal Awakener Group elite enforcers handpicked by the administration. And now, this legendary force stood right before their very eyes. The administration's Special Forces unit, known simply as ARC. Behind his mask, a wave of nostalgia washed over Kim Soo-hyun. It had been a long time, hadn't it? The blonde thug screamed in sheer panic. He couldn't believe his luck. A high-ranking figure had actually descended. Is that the S-Class Hunter Park Yoon-gu? The current captain of ARC S-Class Park Yoon-gu. On the front lines, the thug was practically vibrating with excitement, shouting demands for a spot in the prestigious guild. His teammates sighed, reminding him to focus on the mission first. The rugged man with the thick beard and glasses, that was indeed the S-Class powerhouse Yoon-gu. He was one of the strongest S-Class hunters I knew back when I was Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze remained fixed on the man's face, unwavering. That man was Yoon-gu, all right. He furrowed his brows, assessing the scene. A voice crackled over the radio, reporting that the enemy numbers were deceptively low. According to the files, this Kim Soo-hyun is registered as a C rank. But make no mistake, his estimated power output is strictly S-Class, perhaps even transcending that level. Do Ui looked concerned as he relayed his assessment to the higher-ups. There was a terrifying possibility that this target was even stronger than Lord Yoon-gu himself. Suddenly, a shout cut him off. What are you babbling about, Vice Director Kim? A man with fiery red spiky hair stepped forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. Are you scared just because you haven't seen combat in a while? This brash fighter was ARC's current vice captain, the A-class hunter, Kang Seung-cheon. He looked down on Kim Soo-hyun with eager disdain. To him, the target was nothing more than a child. However, Yoon-gu's deep voice sliced through the air. Do not underestimate him. The captain then laid out the immediate strategy for the entire squad. I don't know his true limits yet, so I haven't made a move. Do Ui was left in the dark regarding the specific tactics. Was that really it? Moments later, the command was given. The tactical plan was simple. The entire squad would descend and engage first, with the captain joining the fray only when necessary. Seung-cheon couldn't wait, his fighting spirit flaring. All I have to do is capture him, right, master? That single word, master, immediately caught Kim Soo-hyun's attention. Do Ui felt uneasy about the potential outcome. Even if this guy was a disciple of Park Yoon-gu, he was still only an A-class hunter. I apologize, but can he really stand against? Before he could finish, Yoon-gu jumped down calm and collected. It will be fine. He had absolute faith in his team's power. The Awakeners of ARC were a breed apart. Kim Soo-hyun remained silent, locking eyes with the piercing gaze of the captain, while memories of the past flooded his mind. He hasn't changed a bit. He is exactly as I remember. Back when I was struggling in the dirt, forcing myself to stand, he was always there, a towering, immaculate figure looking down. Yoon-gu's eyes were just as sharp and strict then as they are now. That intense gaze had burned itself into Kim Soo-hyun's memory. I wonder if your teaching skills have remained as sharp as your gaze. Kim Soo-hyun widened his stance, grounding himself in preparation for the clash. Above him, the elite members of the ARC squad descended for the ambush. Come at me, Kim Soo-hyun thought. I'll verify your growth personally. Seung-cheon led the charge, his spirit soaring. He gripped his blade tightly, moving like a predator who had finally cornered his prey. In an instant, all 5 members of ARC slammed onto the ground, causing a tremor that shook the earth. Kim Soo-hyun immediately raised his guard, leveling his sword. Here they come. The ARC unit surged forward in unison. But suddenly, they split apart, rushing past him without launching a single attack. The bystanders watched in stunned silence. What is that? In the blink of an eye, the ARC squad was moving at lightning speed, forming a tightening circle around Kim Soo-hyun. The blonde thug looked on, completely bewildered. What the hell is this? Some kind of stupid skill? Du Yu pushed his glasses up. He recognized this tactic. To the untrained eye, it looked like they were merely running in circles. But inside that formation, energy flared as each member triggered their skills. It was a scene straight out of a manhwa recap, where Kim Soo-hyun stood calm amidst the chaos, parrying strikes from every angle. The blonde thug's jaw dropped in awe. It was an impenetrable barrier of offense. Du Yu had anticipated this exact strategy. Distinct attacks converged on a single point with terrifying velocity. It wasn't just difficult to counterattack. Simply surviving the onslaught would be a nightmare for any normal hunter. This was a battle-tested formation, a perfectly organized assault combining support magic, physical restraints, and a tempest of wind pressure. It was a synergy capable of taking down even the most catastrophic beasts. This was why Yoon-gu radiated such confidence. Their perfect coordination created a unified, unstoppable force. Seung-cheon laughed maniacally, pouring more power into his strikes. Hey, Kim Soo-hyun, stop cowering like a rat. Show us what you can actually do. Kim Soo-hyun tilted his head, his senses razor sharp. The enemy lunged with a long blade aimed straight for his vitals, but he sidestepped it with effortless grace. The spectators held their breath. He dodged it, damn it. But Seung-cheon's lips curled into a smirk. It was all going according to plan. Not quite. The moment Kim Soo-hyun landed, the shattered ground beneath him gave way, destroying his balance. Just as they predicted, his footing faltered, and Seung-cheon's face lit up with malicious glee. Got you, instantly. A heavy binding chain shot out from the shadows, coiling tightly around Kim Soo-hyun's arm. In seconds, multiple team members pulled the chains taut, creating an inescapable spider web of steel. Kim Soo-hyun was completely immobilized, unable to twitch a single muscle. The blonde spectator cheered from the sidelines. They caught him. Seizing the moment, Seung-cheon raised his massive blade high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The blade slammed down with the force of a meteor. A massive explosion erupted, sending a shockwave rippling out that even knocked back the chain wielders. The blonde thug was about to scream, but his mouth was clamped shut by a teammate. The dust settled. The chains were shattered. Didn't Kang Seung-cheon promise to go easy? Did the chains snap? A figure slowly emerged from the white cloud of dust. As his silhouette became clear, jaws dropped in collective disbelief. To everyone's shock, the figure bound and hanging upside down was none other than Seung-cheon. Damn it. How the hell did you pull this off? The members of the A squad stared in absolute disbelief. Did our pincer formation fail? Where did we go wrong? He screamed, eyes bulging with rage. It was as if that bastard knew our entire strategy from the very start. Hearing this, the two chain wielders froze, confusion washing over their faces. Say what? Seung-cheon recounted the humiliation through gritted teeth. The moment I swung my blade, when I faced Kim Soo-hyun head-on. My massive chain was already severed. It turned out the long blade never even touched Kim Soo-hyun. He had dodged with terrifying precision. With calm eyes, he watched the chain shatter, spinning with the momentum of the swing to slice right through the links. Gritting his teeth, Seung-cheon couldn't utter a word. To think he was bound by his own weapon. The shame of his silence weighed heavier than the chains themselves. Du Yui's face twisted in disbelief. Even with combat experience, how could he execute a counter like that? In a split second, it defies logic. The A squad captain remained silent, his presence heavy. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun clicked his tongue, annoyed by a long crack running down his mask. Of course I knew your plan. Damn, my mask is ruined. In his past life, he had dealt with this technique until he was sick of it. I practiced against those tactics until I could do it in my sleep. His blade gleamed coldly under the sun. I see now. I was wrong. Yoon-gu finally acknowledged the reality of the boy's power. I should be the one handling you. The veteran stepped forward, his aura shifting. You said your name was Kim Soo-hyun, correct? It seems the heavens favor the young. His deep voice cut through the silence. If we had met under different stars, I might have been tempted to recruit you myself. Yoon-gu frowned, pointing his sharp blade directly at Kim Soo-hyun. I must ensure such power isn't used for evil. Du Yui stepped in, panicked. Captain, other awakened are gathering. Please be careful, or the rankings might be thrown into chaos. But the captain didn't waver. I will go all out. Indeed, a crowd was forming, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Kim Soo-hyun paid no mind to the newcomers. So they're finally gathering, he muttered, checking his internal clock. For a long time, I've wanted to test my steel against yours. His hand tightened around his hilt. But reason prevailed. Kim Soo-hyun released his grip, letting the sword drop. But not now. Amidst the dancing flames, he raised both hands. I surrender. The sudden shift left everyone dumbfounded. Huh. Behind the cracked mask, a confident smile played on his lips. He had planned this perfectly. The onlookers froze. What did he just say? They couldn't process Kim Soo-hyun's bizarre decision. He's surrendering. After we went through hell to get here, what is he plotting? Even Yoongu was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Eyes full of calculation, shifted behind the mask. Exactly what I said. He glanced at his watch. 6 o'clock sharp. No need to waste energy on meaningless fights. The city was already submerged in an inferno, reaching for the sky. The real battle starts now. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the earth. The awakened stumbled, unable to keep their footing. An earthquake. Du Yui instantly realized something was wrong. No, look there. A mysterious light pierced the void. A new dungeon was opening. A blue dungeon. Sung Chon, free from his chains, sensed the danger with terrifying sharpness. Wait. It's not just opening. The light flashed, and the dungeon gate suddenly compressed into a sphere. His face went pale. Don't tell me. The gate is shrinking the moment it appeared. Strange, ominous sounds filled the air. A dungeon break. The gathered, awakened flinched in horror. It's going to explode immediately. Kim Soo-hyun's calm voice cut through the panic. As you can see, the appearance of dungeons and the speed of their breaks are becoming impossible to predict. He reached out, summoning the roaring flames of the city to his palm. The inferno obeyed its master, drawing everyone's eyes to him. Du Yui stared, jaw dropped. He's absorbing the surrounding fire. Just as I thought. That is his true power. Kim Soo-hyun clenched his fist, extinguishing the flames, and addressed the crowd. I know you are confused and angry that I deceived you. But awakened ones, I ask you now. A powerful gust of wind erupted, forcing them to shield their eyes. The red fire turned a mystical blue. The mask hiding his face burned away in the heat. Fight with me. He reclaimed his sword, pointing it at the gate. Let us protect the city of Aneng together. Duay's eyes trembled as he stared at the face finally revealed. A knowing smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I knew it. It really is Kim Soo-hyun. At that moment, Kim Soo-hyun's sharp gaze locked onto the blinding light above. This event must be crushed right here. The explosion in Anong was merely the catalyst, the spark that would threaten the entire world. Humanity still didn't understand why. Currently, a dungeon break was known only as a phenomenon that occurred when a dungeon wasn't cleared in time. But this was an instant break. As a regressor who knew the mechanics of this system Manhwa, he knew the truth from now on. Hell would break loose much more frequently. Kim Soo-hyun turned to the man he had manipulated. Brother Do Yui, how many reinforcements do we have? Do Yui knew the exact count. At least 100. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, genuine gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. You figured out my plan, didn't you? Do Yui looked down, avoiding his gaze. Not at all. Because of your little terror charade, I was able to call for backup much faster. The arriving hunters looked around in confusion. What are they talking about? It sounds like they knew the explosion was coming. Suddenly, a hunter screamed, pointing skyward. Look, clinging to the green gate was a massive claw, followed by a roaring lizard head. As the beast breached, the portal panic finally set in. The monsters are pouring out. The break has started. Prepare for battle. Dui's expression hardened as reality struck. The light from the gate expanded, tearing open before their very eyes. A blue dungeon break. Following the lizard, a horde of nightmares began to spill from the light. A colossal green-skinned ogre leaped into the crowd. It's here. Its massive weight crushed the slower, awakened instantly. Before the fight even began, the first victims had fallen. His teammates screamed, but terror had rooted the young hunter to the spot. Snap out of it. Do you want to die today? Yet fear had already stolen his soul. He stood, frozen, tears streaming down a face pale with dread. The massive goblin raised a fist that blocked out the sun. In a split second, that mountain of muscle crashed down toward the trembling youth with bone-shattering force. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the end. But the pain never came. He opened his eyes to see a legend standing before him. Park Yoon-gu had caught the blow with his bare hands. The veteran hunter instantly gauged the beast's aura. Unbelievable. Every single trash mob here hit as hard as a boss from a red or orange D-rank dungeon. With a roar, Yoon-gu deflected the beast and barked an order. Get your head in the game, unless you have a death wish. The young awakened stumbled back, shaken to his core. Yes, sir. Sung Chon picked up on the guildmaster's command, rallying the other stunned hunters to form a defensive line. Confusion clouded his judgment. But boss, wouldn't it be faster if our guild handled this? Before he could finish, a scorching blue flame, roared to life behind him, silencing the battlefield. Seung-cheon froze as a crushing pressure descended. Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the flickering flames, leaving the other awakened staring in bewildered awe at this sudden intervention. You might want to watch your six. In this chaos, stabilizing the morale of the raid team was the absolute priority for this leveling manhwa protagonist. In a blink, he flashed past Seung-cheon with godlike speed. That kind of movement wasn't that reserved only for the highest-ranking hunters. Kim Soo-hyun cast a cold, indifferent glance over his shoulder. Just try not to die. Before Seung-cheon could retort, the MC launched himself toward the swarm of aerial beasts. Seung-cheon trembled, but not from fear, from pure indignation. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? Mimicking the boss, he's mocking us. But Kim Soo-hyun had no time for bruised egos. His eyes were locked on the wyverns. Holy fire wrapped around his blade, transforming into a scythe of azure wind that reaped the monsters' lives instantly. With a single slash, the sky rained corpses like withered leaves in autumn. Kim Soo-hyun touched down lightly on a rooftop, his mind already calculating the next move. Master. No Park Yoon-gu can handle the ground mobs easily. With a tank like that holding the line, the civilians below would be safe. This was the crux of Kim Soo-hyun's strategy. He didn't need to waste mana on the fodder anymore. It was time for the main event of this manhwa recap. His voice turned to ice as he called out to the shadows, "Stop hiding." A unique monster emerged, a small frame betraying immense power, dragging a long, freezing purple tail, a demi-black dragon. Amidst the chaos, Manager Dewey sensed the dark mana spiking. He looked up to see a nightmare with 4 wings blotting out the sky. What in God's name is that? He whipped around to his subordinates, panic edging his voice. The evacuation. Give me a status report now. Only 50%, sir. Dewey grit his teeth, a sense of doom rising in his throat. It was a miracle they hadn't lost any civilians yet, but miracles don't last forever. Move faster. If those beasts go berserk, it's over. The appearance of a named boss changed the entire dynamic of the raid. It wasn't just Anang City at stake. The entire nation was in the crosshairs. In moments, the streets would be flooded with dungeon monsters hungry for blood. The beasts were already crawling out, eyes locked on human prey. Keep them off the ground. Nobody leaves the safe zone. Trust the awakened and follow protocols. Dewey refocused blasting magic at the wyverns swooping into his visual range. His grimoire ability allowed him to weave multiple elements simultaneously. But amidst the spellcasting, his gaze drifted to the lone figure on the roof, Kim Soo-hyun. Only he knew the weight of the burden he carried. Despite the lingering questions, Dewey had to have faith. In this awakening manhwa scenario, Kim Soo-hyun was their only hope for survival. But the dungeon gates spewed monsters like a broken dam, eroding that faith. How could one man possibly handle an army of beasts and a dragon simultaneously? Suddenly, the hair on Dewey's neck stood up. Death was here. By the time he sensed the ambush, the monster was breathing down his neck. Damn it. But then the beast lurched violently to the side. Park Yoon-gu was perched casually on the monster's skull, his blade buried deep in its brain. You look a little distracted there, Manager. Dewey could only stare dumbfounded by the veteran's entrance. Guildmaster Park Yoon-gu calmly wiped monster blood off his glasses. We're burning daylight, so I'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. Yoon-gu's eyes sharpened with tactical clarity. Leave the trash mobs and the evacuation to my guild members. We'll hold the line. You just focus on supporting the other awakened. As he prepared to leap back into the fray, he glanced up at the rooftop. Oh, and one more thing. Can you take care of that overgrown lizard for me? Kim Soo-hyun's reply was cool and confident. Naturally. The trust between them was absolute. Then, happy hunting. Kim Soo-hyun didn't waste breath on words. He raised a hand to the void, and a massive claw of condensed blue flame manifested from thin air. In a heartbeat, the flame construct hoisted him skyward, bringing him face to face with a demi-black dragon. Kim Soo-hyun's feet found purchase on the vertical glass of a skyscraper, as if gravity were merely a suggestion. He sprinted up the tower, closing the distance to Aigulus with his blade shimmering in cold light. Even at this dizzying altitude, he danced around the dragon's swipe with effortless grace. Kim Soo-hyun twisted in midair, eyes locked on his target with predatory focus. Letting gravity do the work, he became a falling meteor, driving his sword toward the dark beast. But the dragon was an apex predator for a reason. It sensed the ambush from above and struck before Kim Soo-hyun's blade could complete its arc. Kim Soo-hyun grit his teeth against the blinding flare of mana, forcing his blade down. Clang. The steel reverberated violently, stopped dead by the dragon's impenetrable obsidian scales. Yet, the fire in his eyes didn't dim. With a guttural roar, he poured every ounce of his strength into the grip, forcing the blade deeper. Finally, steel bit into flesh. He carved a long gash across the beast's hide. Instantaneously, he summoned his ride. Phoenix. The azure bird shrieked, slicing through the wind to catch him. Kim Soo-hyun grabbed the phoenix's talons, using the momentum to swing himself safely to the ground. The summon dissolved into embers the moment his boots hit the pavement. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The wounded dragon was snarling, its rage spiking its power level. It's tougher than I calculated, just as I expected. This raid was going to be a grind. Without hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun launched himself back into the air, just as dark energy began to coalesce in the dragon's maw. With a deafening roar, the beast unleashed a breath of pure darkness, obliterating everything in its line of sight. In a heartbeat, his entire field of vision plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness. But then, a surge of azure flame exploded outwards, shattering the encroaching shadows in an instant. The fire scorched the monster's eyes, forcing a screech of agony from its throat. However, the beast wasn't finished yet. Its massive tail whipped around with terrifying precision, aiming straight for Kim Soo-hyun. The strike was too fast, a devastating blow that left him zero time to react. He was launched like a ragdoll into the corner of the ruins, bringing the concrete crashing down on top of him. But miraculously, Kim Soo-hyun rose from the rubble calm and composed, his body wrapped in a protective cloak of blue fire. Once again, he stood face to face with the demi-black dragon. Even though this was his second time fighting this boss, the difficulty level was insane. Yet in this timeline, he finally saw an opening. Dark memories from his past life began to surface, reminding him why this awakening manhwa scenario was so critical. In the previous timeline, the explosion at Anyang wasn't just a battle. It was a massacre. Back then, the call for hunters had come too late. Over 15,000 casualties, and more than half of those souls were reaped by this very monster. It was a scar on the nation's history that never healed. Because of the unpredictable dungeon break phenomena, there were never enough awakened warriors nearby to save the civilians. It was a regret that had haunted Kim Soo-hyun to his grave. And in that past life, he had just finished clearing another dungeon. By the time he arrived at the scene drained of mana and stamina, he was powerless to stop the carnage. But as he snapped back to reality, dark energy began to gather in Aegolas's maw. The dragon fired 2 spheres of concentrated darkness straight at him. Kim Soo-hyun gripped his sword, waiting for this exact moment. Your firepower is impressive, I'll give you that. This time, however, he had the stats to tank it. But for me, I only need to focus on one thing to slice through anything you throw my way. With a single fluid motion, his blade slashed through the air, dissipating the dark fireballs as if they were nothing. Kim Soo-hyun had completely downloaded the dragon's attack pattern. After breathing fire, there is a split-second cooldown where the dragon loses focus. Seizing that window, he activated his jump skill, soaring high into the air. His cold gaze scanned every inch of the demi-dragon's hide. Kim Soo-hyun locked his target on the beast's exposed neck. Now, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a long-handled weapon. This was the key to slaying the beast. A legendary weapon based on the myth of an undefeated warrior purchased directly from the ABS item shop. Critics called it overpriced trash because it was a one-time use consumable. But Kim Soo-hyun had bought it in advance for a reason. This weapon was infamous for its devastating destructive power. The moment his hand gripped the shaft, purple energy surged forth, manifesting countless magic circles above his head. I promise you this. His eyes shone with icy determination as he prepared the finishing move. No one else will die by your flames today, you damn lizard. The Dragon Slayer spear tore through the atmospheric layers, descending like a judgment from the heavens. Aegolas, still recovering from its breath attack, couldn't dodge in time. By the time it looked up, the rain of death had already arrived. In a flash, dozens of energy spears skewered the dragon's body. Dragon blood erupted like a geyser, painting the surrounding skyscrapers crimson. Pinned down by the relentless barrage, Aegolas couldn't move a muscle. Its massive body went limp, plummeting from the sky in freefall. Boom! The heavy carcass slammed into the earth, shaking the ground. Kim Soo-hyun landed gracefully on a nearby rooftop, observing the crash site. As the dust settled, only the spear-riddled corpse remained. He watched carefully from a distance, refusing to let his guard down. Is it truly dead? The demi-black dragon seemed motionless, but in a manhwa recap like this, you can never be too sure. Suddenly, the spears embedded in the dragon dug deeper into its flesh. Seeing this, a satisfied smirk appeared on Kim Soo-hyun's face. Looks like the trap worked perfectly. But then something vile and slimy began to ooze out of the dragon's corpse. Kim Soo-hyun remained calm. He knew this phase was coming. Upon the death of the physical body, the vengeful spirit of Igolus would emerge. The entity took on a twisted humanoid form, moaning in agony. It hurts. Its blank white eyes stared up at Kim Soo-hyun. You killed me? Who are you? Kim Soo-hyun replied with a voice devoid of emotion. Before you ask me, shouldn't you ask yourself who you are? The demi-black dragon's soul froze, looking bewildered. Me, who am I? The monster suddenly fell into a trance, forced to confront its own existence. A chill ran through its spiritual form as memories flickered. Who am I? A single tear seemed to roll down its ghostly face as it bowed its head. The soul couldn't answer. It clutched its face in despair. It hurts. It hurts so much. Suddenly, the physical body of Igolus levitated off the ground, animated by pure rage. Kim Soo-hyun frowned. This phase was going to be messy. The soul's high-pitched shriek pierced the air. Pain, the blood floating in the air, crystallized, transforming into thousands of razor-sharp projectiles. In an instant, the sky became a curtain of deadly blood arrows. The monster screamed, tears of blood streaming down its face. It hurts. Azure flames flared up to shield Kim Soo-hyun from the mindless barrage. The commotion drew the attention of everyone nearby. Despite his defense, the sheer volume of blood arrows was overwhelming, grazing his skin. Worse yet, the dead dragon's body moved on its own. It swung a massive claw, swatting the very enemy that had killed it. The impact sent Kim Soo-hyun flying. He smashed into the corner of the opposite building with bone-shattering force. His body went into shock from the trauma. He couldn't even lift his head. Igolus didn't hesitate. It charged forward to finish the job. Just then, Dooho arrived after evacuating the civilians. Sorry I'm late. Wait, where is Kim Soo-hyun? The other hunters froze, witnessing the dragon's brutal movement. Don't tell me. The beast opened its blood-filled maw directly over Kim Soo-hyun's motionless body. Dooho, breathless and panicked, could only watch in horror. Crunch. The black dragon clamped its jaws shut, engulfing Kim Soo-hyun's small frame entirely. Its jaw muscles rippled as it began to grind and crush everything inside. It was a nightmare scenario unfolding right before their eyes. All that remained visible was a limp arm and a trail of blood dripping from the beast's mouth. Dooho's lips trembled in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. A hero couldn't just die like this. Kim Soo-hyun. But at that critical moment, a notification chime rang out. Your HP has dropped to critical levels. A hidden mechanic, a staple of any good system, Manhwa suddenly activated. Skill Undying Hero. Igolus's eyes widened in shock. Inside its mouth, Kim Soo-hyun's voice rang out, vibrant and full of power. Thanks for the assist, you damn lizard. The immortality skill kicked in instantly, restoring lost HP. Recovery speed increased. Physical stats significantly boosted. Kim Soo-hyun grinned. Everything had gone exactly according to plan. A brilliant golden aura exploded from his body, forcing the dragon's jaws apart with raw strength. His eyes burned with renewed vitality. Thanks to you, I just leveled up. The dragon's eye rolled back in terror as it felt the immense pressure from within. Its body was being torn apart. What is happening? Kim Soo-hyun pried the monster's mouth open with his bare hands. The beast looked at him in sheer confusion. Who is this man? Inside the beast, darkness closed in as the dragon's jaw snapped shut. Fall stood within the maw of the black dragon, eyes wide with utter confusion. A void opened in his heart, filled with chaotic dread. It made no sense. He was seeing Kim Soo-hyun through the dragon's own eyes, yet his soul screamed that this man was the enemy. Ghosts of the past flickered, superimposing themselves over the boy's figure. His mind became a blank slate of chaos. Why was this happening? He glared, but his body was rooted deep into the flesh. Thick veins pulsed, fusing him to the creature. Horror dawned on him. Had he become one with the monster? Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. Rage burned in his gaze as he drew his blade. With a single vertical slash, he aimed to split the beast's skull in two. Gravity took hold as Kim Soo-hyun fell. Yet, he felt weightless, his condition at its absolute peak. In this split second, the system interface flashed in his mind. Was this the true power of the indomitable hero rank S? A passive ability, common in a leveling manhwa, where mana scales with the user's spirit. Proficiency, 0%. The physique of a tower climber who dared to challenge a demon lord. An indestructible form, impervious to damage, bordering on true immortality. When vitality drops below a critical point, the power awakens. Regeneration and stamina recovery explode to godlike levels. Simultaneously, all physical attributes transcend human limits. Kim Soo-hyun kicked off the empty air itself, his eyes locked on the target with deadly focus. He launched himself upward. A devastating slash carved down Icarus's spine, forcing a shriek of agony from the beast. Kim Soo-hyun landed hard grit, grinding between his teeth. Its hide was impenetrable. There was no opening to exploit, but every monster has a weakness. Kim Soo-hyun charged again, unleashing a torrent of strikes. The dragon's scales were harder than diamond. He cursed under his breath. Where the hell was the chink in its armor? Then from above he saw it. A hairline fracture. This was it. With a roar of determination, Kim Soo-hyun drove his blade down, cleaving the massive body asunder. The black dragon threw its head back, howling in torment. Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, his killing intent overflowing. Isn't it time you finally died? Inside the shell, Fall looked out bewildered. A voice pierced his consciousness. Fall. His eyes bulged in shock. Lord Fall. Memories of the Zenith citizens flooded back. We believe in you. You will save us, won't you? He turned toward the armor on the rack, their desperate pleas echoing in his ears. Please protect us from the calamity Icarus. You are our only hope. The memory shifted to a battlefield of fire and ash. The dragon loomed over the castle. Fall knelt barely holding himself up with his sword. Despair clawed at his heart. The promise of eternity had crumbled. Why wouldn't this nightmare end? The beast shrieked, trapped in the magic circle. Blood poured from Fall's lips. There was only one option left. Determination hardened his gaze. If I can just control that bastard. From the rubble, a trembling voice called out. Lord Fall. He leaped onto Icarus's head as it thrashed in pain. He began the forbidden ritual. His flesh began to fuse with the dragon. Tendrils of flesh ensnared him. He was being consumed alive. Tears mixed with blood in a landscape of despair. But a gentle voice whispered in his mind. No, Lord Fall. Back in reality, Kim Soo-hyun surged forward. Blade raised high. His face was a mask of grim resolve. One strike Icarus's massive claw was severed slicing through the building below like butter. Kim Soo-hyun turned his eyes cold as ice. The ones you saved, and the ones you failed. The dragon lay in a pool of blood, while Fall remained frozen fused to the beast. The interrogation cut deep. Do you really think those people would want to see you like this? Fall's monstrous form began to dissolve. His eyes widened, regaining clarity. As he returned to human form, he whispered, the ones I saved, and the ones I couldn't. The dragon beneath him roared, spewing hellfire. It lunged to devour Kim Soo-hyun, catching him off guard. Kim Soo-hyun regained his composure instantly. He extended a hand, blasting blue flames to counter. Fall murmured his will, returning. I fought against Icarus. The fallen hero charged. Kim Soo-hyun retreated as energy surged. Fall's eyes burned with madness. And I will continue to fight. He recalled his golden age. A body riddled with wounds, standing tall against the apocalypse. Facing the dragon atop the burning citadel. Reality snapped back. He seized control of the black dragon once more. Dark aura exploded as it glared at Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun realized. Brute force wouldn't be enough. Icarus raised its head, unleashing a world-shaking roar. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened. The energy was chaotic, wild, vibrating with pure malice. High above, Fall used his own hands to tear open his chest cavity. A mysterious, tragic smile played on his lips. Bone cracked and snapped. A core of shimmering energy was revealed within. Kim Soo-hyun stood on a crumbling wall, summoning his weapon, watching the end approach. The dragon growled, struggling. Kim Soo-hyun's grip tightened around his spear. Let's end this nightmare. The beast's eyes locked onto him. It rocketed into the sky. A shockwave of power nearly flattened the city below. Kim Soo-hyun remained the eye of the storm. He raised the long spear, taking aim. With a sonic boom, he hurled it faster than the eye could track. The dragon climbed higher, desperate to escape. But the spear was a relentless predator, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Fall held the dragon steady. The projectile homed in on his exposed body atop the beast's head. Impact. The spear tore through him, scattering blood like rain. The black dragon convulsed, spewing fire in a death throe. Its colossal form lost all momentum, plummeting from the heavens. Right below, the survivors looked up, paralyzed by terror. The dragon Kim Soo-hyun shouted as the mountain of flesh descended. It was crashing straight into the city. The impact shook the earth to its core. Skyscrapers toppled like dominoes. The sky turned pitch black as dust swallowed the sun. Icarus had finally fallen. A gaping hole marred the knight's chest, smoke rising from the wound. Kim Soo-hyun descended from the heavens, his phoenix fire wings dissipating as his boots touched the scorched earth. Dismissing the summon, the air grew quiet. Kim Soo-hyun watched his opponent like a hawk, his guard fully up. Have your memories returned? Lying in the dirt, the fallen knight offered a bittersweet smile. My forgotten past was nothing but a litany of failures. Clarity returned to his eyes as he confessed, I am Falcon, a knight of the Tezaram Empire. I waged an endless war against the demi-dragon Igalus, but my inability to end it quickly cost my nation everything. The land bled because I was too weak. In the end, I cast a forbidden spell to seal us both in a dimensional rift. I dragged that beast into the void with me. But in that eternal prison, Igalus invaded my soul. Even after escaping the void, the war raged on inside my own flesh. I fought him every second. Tears streamed down Falcon's face as corruption blackened his skin. I failed, he choked out his voice, cracking with agony. I slaughtered the innocent. My hands are stained with their blood. Kim Soo-hyun stood in silence, the weight of the knight's grief heavy in the air. He closed his eyes and turned away, unable to watch the hero crumble. Do you still cling to those regrets? Kim Soo-hyun asked, gazing at the scar, where the souls of the knight and the dragon had been stitched together. Stop mourning what is lost, and look at what remains. If you hadn't fought to protect your kingdom, there wouldn't be anyone left to mourn. Falcon scoffed through his tears, a faint smirk appearing. Is that your attempt at comfort? You're terrible at it. Kim Soo-hyun shrugged coldly. I never claimed to be a saint. The knight's tears ceased. He looked at the young man with newfound respect. You're right. Then he spoke words that widened Kim Soo-hyun's eyes. I do feel regret. But if I could turn back time, I would make the same choice. I would fight again. Kim Soo-hyun thought of his own past life, a mad struggle against the dragon apocalypse. If you could go back. His gaze hardened. You'd really do it all again. Memories of a rain-soaked duel with Fafnir flashed in his mind, the relentless cycle of battle. Falcon raised a trembling hand, conjuring a swirling orb of energy. Kim Soo-hyun watched the light pulse. Without you, this nightmare would never have ended, Falcon whispered. Take this, my final legacy. A magnificent set of golden armor materialized in the air, humming with power. The finest plate of the Tezaram Empire, forged specifically to withstand the dragon's wrath. Kim Soo-hyun reached out his hand, brushing the cold steel. Thank you. A blue window popped up, a classic trope in this leveling Manhwa system. You have acquired Falcon's heavenly armor. Above them, the dark clouds parted, allowing a single beam of sunlight to bathe the fallen knight in divine warmth. It was a sign of redemption. Falcon stared into the light, his eyes peaceful. Thank you. It has been such a long war. His body began to dissolve into particles of light. The monstrous form faded, leaving only the human knight. Finally, I can rest. Kim Soo-hyun bowed his head deep in respect as the sun embraced them. Igalus and Falcon vanished into the ether together. Kim Soo-hyun stood witness to the end of an era. Sleep well, he whispered. Hero of Tezaram. Soul fragments danced in the sunbeams like golden fireflies. Kim Soo-hyun looked up, a spark of surprise, widening his eyes at the beautiful spectacle. Kim Soo-hyun. The shout snapped him back to reality. Du-I and Du-ho stumbled toward him, panic written all over their faces. Du-ho arrived first, frantically checking Kim Soo-hyun for injuries, practically vibrating with anxiety. Are you alive? Speak to me. Relax, I'm fine, Kim Soo-hyun replied casually, dusting himself off. Though that thing was a monster. I thought I was a goner for a second there. Du-ho went pale, sweat dripping down his face. That energy was terrifying. You really almost died out there. Don't joke about that. Du-I approached, composing himself, though his hands trembled slightly. I'm just glad you're safe. Thanks to you, everyone survived. He sighed, adjusting his glasses. The director won't be happy about the damage. Then he bent his waist in a perfect 90-degree bow, startling Kim Soo-hyun. On behalf of the guild, I offer my deepest apologies and gratitude. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, letting out a breath of relief. Warmth filled the air as Falcon's spirit particles lingered overhead. Raise your head, Kim Soo-hyun said softly. There's no need for apologies. I'm just happy no one got hurt. Seeing you guys safe takes a huge weight off my shoulders. Man, I'm beat. His vision blurred. Kim Soo-hyun Du-ho screamed as the hero swayed, a peaceful smile on his face. Gravity took hold, and he tipped backward. Du-ho caught him, his face losing all color. Kim Soo-hyun, stay with me, where are you hurt? But then the rhythmic sound of soft breathing filled the air. Du-ho froze. Oh, wait. He's just asleep. Du-I adjusted his glasses, watching the scene with a mix of relief and awe. He pushed himself past the limit. It's a miracle he's in one piece. The crisis is over, but a massive storm is brewing. Du-I thought, a smirk playing on his lips. And this boy is the eye of that storm. Kim Soo-hyun slept like a log, the dark circles under his eyes proof of the hell he had just survived. Breaking news flooded every channel. Dungeon break in Annyeong. Citizens evacuated just in time. The media was in a frenzy. Pundits argued on screen. Annyeong is a disaster hotspot. We predicted these extremist guild attacks months ago. But every report ended with the same headline cementing his legend catastrophe, averted by the awakened Kim Soo-hyun. Days later, in a VIP hospital suite, the steady beep of a monitor was shattered as Kim Soo-hyun bolted upright, drenched in cold sweat. He stared at the IV needle in his arm, disoriented. A hospital. When did I? My memory is blank. Must have overdone it. He grabbed his smartphone to check the date, his heart racing. The 27th. I've been out for 3 whole days. His eyes drifted to a fruit basket and a folded note on the bedside table. He reached for the paper to see who had left it. I dropped by, but since you were out cold, I left this note instead. We need to regroup because the whole world is talking about the incident. Kim Soo-hyun scanned the letter, his mind racing. It continued, saying Juho had already blocked the flood of pestering calls from the media. Forgive me for acting on my own, but I knew you'd understand. A faint smile touched Kim Soo-hyun's lips as he grasped the situation. No wonder his phone had been blissfully silent. Lee Juho had shielded him perfectly. There was more written at the bottom. You saved countless lives, so just shut off your brain and recover. As he read, Kim Soo-hyun reached for the fresh apple resting on the bedside table. P.S. I figured you'd wake up starving, so I brought fruit. Lowering the note, Kim Soo-hyun gazed at the apple, gratitude swelling in his chest for such a thoughtful ally. He tossed the apple in the air, catching it with a snap. He had cleared the Wangdu dungeon and now the Anong explosion. In this system Manhwa world, he was finally making a real difference. It was a far cry from his tragic past life. His expression hardened into steel. The road ahead was long, and letting his guard down now would be fatal. A sudden noise shattered his train of thought. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze snapped toward the door, his instinct screaming danger. A heavy footstep echoed as a figure stepped into the light, leaving Kim Soo-hyun wide-eyed with shock. Hawk-jun quietly clicked the door, shut his body wrapped in bandages like a war casualty. Kim Soo-hyun eyed him suspiciously. It was Choi Hak-jun. Dark circles haunted Hak-jun's eyes as he stared Kim Soo-hyun down. The silence was suffocating until Kim Soo-hyun broke it. You look like hell. What do you want with me? Kim Soo-hyun pressed on. And what happened to your face? Ignoring the concern, Hak-jun approached with icy resolve. I have a proposition for you. Hak-jun slammed his hands onto the tray table, leaning in with desperation. How would you feel about joining our guild? He forced a strained smile, while Kim Soo-hyun stared back, unable to process the absurdity. Meanwhile, at the Heroes Guild headquarters, a storm was brewing. Dong-young sat on his throne like a king, looking down at his subordinates with arrogance. The promotion exam to become a major guild is critical for our future. Murmurs rippled through the crowd as he continued, his voice dripping with greed. Becoming a major guild unlocks power you can't imagine. The room fell silent as Dong-young hooked them. But most importantly, the government funding we receive will skyrocket. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. I expect every single one of you to be ready for this test. If anyone screws this up, I will kill them myself. The crowd roared in unison. Understood. Guildmaster dismissed, he commanded. But as the room cleared, he tapped his armrest. Hak-jun, stay. The young man froze, turning back toward Dong-young, with dread pooling in his stomach. Yes, sir. Dong-young's face twisted into a mask of pure rage, veins bulging as he hissed. Did you think we were done? A sickening crash echoed from the room. Hak-jun was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he hit the floor. Dong-young stood over him, rolling his wrists, fury radiating off him in waves. Hak-jun, the tyrant, sneered, a sadistic grin stretching across his face. How many times do I have to repeat myself? I don't care if you're a rat or a chatterbox. It means nothing to me. He seized Hak-jun by the collar, hoisting him up with terrifying strength. But what I will never forgive, he growled, grabbing a handful of Hak-jun's hair and yanking his head back, is a traitor. He brought his face inches from the trembling victim. Why did you dare to lie to me? Hak-jun stammered through the pain. I didn't lie. I swear I didn't know. Dong-young released him, stroking his chin in mock contemplation while keeping a cruel grip on the situation. You didn't know? You saw him at the Abyss? You even took the ranking exam together and you claim ignorance. Another brutal kick sent Hak-jun sprawling. As Hak-jun gasped for air on the cold floor, Dong-young fished for a cigarette. You tried to tell me you didn't know that was Kim Soo-hyun. I've given you enough chances. This is the last one. Bring me Kim Soo-hyun. With his power, the promotion test will be a cakewalk. He lit the cigarette, the smoke curling around his cruel smile. Hee-ho-jun looked up in hopelessness. But how can I possibly bring him here? Laying in his own blood, Hee-ho-jun pleaded, I only met him by chance. I can't force a monster like that to do anything. The memory of Kim Soo-hyun's overwhelming aura flooded his mind. You know as well as I do, his power is in a league of its own. Dong-young exhaled a cloud of smoke, looking down with disappointment. Why must you make this so difficult, Hee-ho-jun? He ground the burning cigarette into the floorboards, his expression shifting from calm to demonic in a heartbeat. I don't care about the how. If I tell you to fetch a dog, you fetch the damn dog. A vile smirk returned to his lips. If you fail me again. Perhaps little Yusan needs a lesson in manners. Hee-ho-jun's eyes ignited with hatred at the mention of her name. Dong-young laughed manically, letting the ash from a fresh cigarette drift down like snow. Remember, this is your final warning. Get Kim Soo-hyun here before the exam starts, or else. Later, in a sterile hospital room, Yusan gently dabbed at the wounds on her brother's face. Hee-ho-jun flinched, a hiss of pain escaping his lips. Yusan pulled back instantly, her eyes wide with worry. I'm being careful. Does it hurt? He forced a brave smile through the swelling. No, I'm fine. Just startled me, that's all. But Yusan wasn't buying it. Her expression darkened. She froze, the cotton swab hovering in midair. When she spoke, her voice was trembling with suppressed rage. It was Dong-young who did this to you, wasn't it? Hee-ho-jun panicked, waving his hands. No, Yusan. The dungeons are just getting more dangerous, that's all. Don't lie to me. What kind of monster only targets your face? She grabbed his cheeks, tears welling up. Hee-ho-jun, stop protecting him. I know the truth. Panic seized him as he rushed to her side, gripping her trembling shoulders. Yunson, stay with me, his voice cracked with desperation. The medicine. Where is the medicine? He thrust the vial into her hands, pleading for her to drink. A scream tore from her throat, a sound of pure agony, before she downed the mysterious liquid in a single, desperate gulp. Hawk-jun's expression darkened, a shadow casting over his features as he watched her suffer. Dong-yang's venomous words echoed in his mind. Watching the one you love wither away. It is a special kind of hell, isn't it? Modern medicine has abandoned her. But fate has smiled upon you today. I possess the only elixir capable of quelling her torment. The man flicked his cigarette, letting a vial of glowing blue liquid clatter to the floor. Without a backward glance, he walked away, leaving Hawk-jun staring at the price of his soul. Just remember our deal. Fail me and her suffering returns tenfold. Hawk-jun ground his teeth, swallowing his pride. He turned back to her, masking his despair with a gentle touch. You are safe now. He pulled Yunsun into his embrace, feeling her small hand crush his in lingering pain. Don't lie to me, he whispered, his heart breaking. Your pain is my pain. Silence filled the room as he stroked her hair, a vow of vengeance hardening in his eyes. This is why I fight. Until the light returns to your eyes, I will never surrender. I would burn the world down just to save you. Back in the present, Hawk-jun's expression was a mask of conflict. He forced a stiff smile, trying to bury his inner turmoil. Facing Soo-hyun, he stammered, strictly speaking, this offer could benefit us both. I know a rising star like you is drowning in recruitment offers. But hear this. Join our guild, and I swear on my life no one will ever bother you again. Hawk-jun's eyes pleaded silently as he extended the invitation. But before he could finish his desperate pitch, Soo-hyun cut through the tension. Hold on, Choi Hak-jun. Soo-hyun sat up in his hospital bed, his gaze piercing through the other man's facade. You realize how unnatural this whole conversation feels, don't you? The call-out made Hawk-jun flinch. Soo-hyun pressed on, his voice commanding. Before you try to drag me into your mess, tell me the truth. What is really going on here? Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed, sensing the trap closing around them. He recalled the note he had left for Hawk-jun earlier, a promise of brotherhood. If you ever need an ally, call me. The memory of that kindness made cold sweat bead on Hawk-jun's forehead. Is that really all you have to say? Hak-jun's hand drifted to the hilt on his back. Slowly, deliberately, steel hissed against the scabbard. The blade leveled at Soo-hyun's throat, cold light dancing along its edge. Soo-hyun's eyes widened in genuine shock. Let us settle this, Hawk-jun declared, his voice trembling. A duel. Sweat dripped from his chin, his smile, a fractured mask of despair. Defeat me and I confess everything. But if you fall, you belong to the Ares Guild. Choi Hak-jun, the nation's youngest A-rank Awakener, a prodigy of the world-renowned Ares Guild, hailed as a genius born once in a generation. Yet, in a dark future, on the eve of his S-rank promotion, he sat alone in a room, reeking of copper and carnage, his blade resting in a pool of blood. He had slaughtered the entire Ares Guild. A maniacal grin stretched across his face, his body bathed in crimson. Soo-hyun's mind flashed back to that nightmare from his previous life. Back then, he was a demon. "You want me to save the world," he had scoffed, gripping his weapon with murderous intent. "Do not be an idiot. Why should I bleed for a world that does not care?" But that was the past. The Choi Hak-jun, standing here now, was a man of honor. Soo-hyun recalled their first meeting in this timeline full of warmth. He contrasted it with the fear he had seen in Hak-jun's eyes earlier that day. He had been desperate to speak, but was silenced by Dong Yang's shadow. He had played the stranger, forced to ignore his friend to survive. Even during the raid against Falcon and Igris, Hak-jun had fought valiantly from the vanguard. I have seen him risk his life to shield the innocent. Soo-hyun's mind raced as the blade descended. Why is a righteous man attacking me with the ferocity of a berserker? Soo-hyun launched himself into the air, just as the bed was cleaved in two. Hak-jun looked up, his eyes burning with a tragic resolve. Silence is consent. Hovering mid-air, Soo-hyun gritted his teeth. He is forcing a duel while I'm still recovering. This isn't like him. Something is pulling his strings. He thought of Hak-jun's cheerful demeanor from days past. Fine. If he wants a fight, I will give him one. Soo-hyun glared down at his opponent. Choi Hak-jun, I will beat the truth out of you. The clash of energy shook the building, drawing the terrified gazes of medical staff below. Is it an earthquake? Panic erupted in the halls. Above them, Hak-jun unleashed a torrent of strikes, forcing Soo-hyun to dance through a storm of steel. A nurse's scream pierced the air. It is a terrifying scene, straight out of an awakening manhwa, with two hunters destroying the upper floor. Soo-hyun slammed his foot down, spinning into a devastating counterkick that smashed into Hak-jun's forearm. Using the momentum, he rebounded off the floor, stomping down on the sword arm again with crushing force. Soo-hyun assessed the chaos. If this drags on, the hospital will be reduced to rubble. I need to end this now. Hak-jun unleashed a wave of energy, blasting Soo-hyun back to create distance. The clock was ticking. Soo-hyun needed a finisher. Soo-hyun landed lightly on the ruins of his hospital bed. His eyes darted around the debris, searching desperately. Where is my weapon? There, a gleam of metal in the corner. Soo-hyun's heart leaped. But before he could move, Hak-jun charged his blade, thirsting for blood. Too fast, Soo-hyun grimaced, improvising in a split second. He grabbed the shredded bedsheet lying at his feet. With a whip-crack motion, he flung the sheet into the air. The white fabric blinded Hak-jun instantly. Damn it, my line of sight. Seizing the opening, Soo-hyun dove for his weapon. But a whisper reached his ears, heavy with guilt. I am so sorry. Hak-jun raised his sword high, abandoning his honor. This is cowardly, but I cannot let you arm yourself. His eyes were hollow, filled with the resignation of the weak facing the strong. I know I cannot beat you in a fair fight. With a roar, he brought the blade down, shattering the very floor beneath them. Soo-hyun ignored the cataclysm behind him. Eyes locked on the prize, he dove toward his sword, gambling his life on a single second. Kim Soo-hyun's instinct screamed before his mind could process. His body froze, sensing the killing intent, and he whipped his head around just as the attack landed. A catastrophic explosion tore the hospital room apart, sending him flying out into the void, debris raining down like hail, clutching nothing but a fruit knife. Grimacing against the pain, Kim Soo-hyun crossed his arms into an X, bracing for impact. His eyes narrowed sharp, as daggers scanning the chaos for his assailant. He had barely survived that ambush, but the sheer pressure was suffocating. As expected of a top-tier boss in a leveling manhwa, Choi Hak-jun's power was terrifyingly real. Kim Soo-hyun glanced at the small knife plummeting beside him and snatched it from the air with lightning reflexes. His gaze hardened with resolve. He couldn't fight here with innocent civilians below. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Holy Fire. The Holy Fire Phoenix manifested its talons, gently gripping him as it ascended toward the hospital rooftop. Rada below. Amidst the ruins of the shattered room, Hak-jun stood with his sword, his eyes burning with a tragic determination. Reaching the roof, the Phoenix deposited its master safely. Kim Soo-hyun spun around, senses heightened, waiting for the inevitable arrival of his hunter. Even unarmed, Kim Soo-hyun refused to believe he would lose, but he had to admit he wasn't at full capacity. Right below, Hak-jun launched himself into the sky with a single powerful leap. Kim Soo-hyun cursed internally. His mana hadn't fully recovered from the Anang raid, but there was no time to rest. Hak-jun landed heavily before him, settling into a combat stance, though confusion flickered in his eyes. Do you honestly believe a kitchen utensil can stop a divine weapon? Kim Soo-hyun just smirked, his aura radiating absolute confidence. Watch me. In a heartbeat, the two warriors collided, turning the rooftop into a battlefield. Kim Soo-hyun weaved through the onslaught, forced onto the defensive. He analyzed the situation cold-bloodedly. Without a proper artifact weapon, his options were severely limited. Sparks flew as Hawk-jun's heavy blade gouged deep scars into the concrete. I lack the mana resonance for a direct clash, Kim Soo-hyun realized. But as Hawk-jun swung a vicious uppercut strike, Kim Soo-hyun didn't retreat, he blocked it head-on. Struggling against the overwhelming weight, Kim Soo-hyun stared into his opponent's soul. I may not have the gear, but my mana control is absolute. Violet energy erupted from his hands, enveloping the flimsy fruit knife. Faster than the eye could follow, he deflected the blade and drove his makeshift weapon toward Hawk-jun's ribs. A clean strike, the blade sliced from ribs to shoulder, spraying crimson blood into the air. Hawk-jun gritted his teeth, the agony, forcing a curse from his lips. Damn it all. Ignoring the wound, Hawk-jun raised his sword high, gathering dark, corrupted mana. He roared the name of his ultimate technique, Shadow Blade. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes went wide. This was the signature move of an awakening Manhwa legend. A gigantic phantom sword materialized, threatening to cleave the very building in two. The strike descended like divine judgment. Kim Soo-hyun threw himself backward, barely escaping the kill zone, in a desperate dodge. Full moon blast. The rooftop quaked under the devastation debris, and dust billowing out in a mushroom cloud. Rata below the wail of sirens pierced the air as police units swarmed the scene. Crowds gathered at the base of the hospital, whispering in fear, while tactical teams rushed up the stairwells. Up on the roof, the world was silent. Hawk-jun stared at the canyon he had carved into the concrete. As the dust settled, he began to laugh, a hollow, maniacal sound filled with utter despair and resignation. Because across the crater, Kim Soo-hyun stood completely unharmed. The fruit knife was still in his grip, humming with potent, concentrated mana. Hawk-jun's shoulders slumped, his voice trembling with defeat. Just as I feared. A bitter smile touched his lips, sweat and blood mixing on his face as he accepted his fate. I can never defeat you, Kim Soo-hyun. He looked at the ground, realizing his ultimate attack had been sliced cleanly in half by the protagonist. Kim Soo-hyun didn't gloat. He looked at the broken man and demanded, "Now tell me the truth. What is driving you to this madness?" He recalled the rumors about a woman named Yun-sun. Kwak Yun-sun. She is the only person in this wretched world I wanted to protect. Memories flooded back a childhood spent side by side. They had been inseparable since they were kids. He had always seen her as a friend, until one day, courage took over. He bought a bouquet, confessed his heart, and she became his entire world. After high school, she took over her family's humble flower shop. When he was a jobless nobody, she was his anchor. The memory of her tending to her flowers was his sanctuary. She would wave at him with that radiant smile, and all his troubles would vanish. Just watching her was enough to make Hawk-jun weep with gratitude. He remembered embracing her, swearing to protect that smile. That was why I entered the dungeon, why I became a hunter. I was so happy. But in this manhwa recap, happiness is always the calm before the storm. The sky turned dark, one fateful day. Hak-jun arrived at the shop, dread pooling in his stomach. The leaves were withered, burnt to ash. The shop was dark. No smile greeted him. Panic seized his heart as he kicked the door open, screaming her name, Yun-sun. The sight that greeted him froze the blood in his veins. Yun-sun lay collapsed on the floor, surrounded by shattered pots and dying roses. She was coughing violently. Blood, dark and ominous, spattered the floor with every heave. He rushed to her mind, racing. What happened? Who did this? She looked up, agony etched on her pale features. Hawk-jun. His heart shattered seeing her like this. He tried to lift her, but a voice from the shadows stopped him cold. Oh my. Dong Young strolled in casual as a viper. He surveyed the tragedy with a mocking sneer. I was coming to buy flowers, but it seems business is dead. His predatory eyes scanned the room, landing on Hawk-jun with a smirk. Hawk-jun stared back, terror and suspicion warring in his gaze. An awakened here. The villain stepped closer, feigning sympathy. Looks like a rare magical poison. Lethal stuff. He chuckled darkly. Lucky for you, I'm an expert in this particular field. He stood over the helpless couple, hands in his pockets, radiating arrogance. Hak-jun looked up, desperate for any lifeline. What do you say, boy? Dong Young whispered the devil, offering a deal. Should I save her? Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened. It was a classic system manhwa extortion scheme. Hawk-jun fell to his knees, his spirit completely broken. So that's it, Kim Soo-hyun said coldly. You needed the antidote, so you became Dong Young's attack dog. Hawk-jun bowed his head, defeated. He is the only alchemist who can brew the cure. He dropped his sword. Slowly, the broken warrior stood up. Kim Soo-hyun. Do you remember the promise you made me? A memory surfaced the two of them before the certification center. Kim Soo-hyun had promised to help him if he ever lost his way. Hak-jun smiled, but it was a smile of infinite exhaustion. I wanted so badly to believe in your strength. The smile vanished, replaced by a plea of raw desperation. Please, save me. The invisible chains of blackmail were strangling him. His soul screamed for freedom. Free me from Dong-young's control. Save Yun-sun. Save us, I beg you. And then, in a blur of motion that caught Kim Soo-hyun off guard, Hak-jun vanished, reappearing directly behind him. Hak-jun's voice trembled as he added a final painful truth. If I accept your charity now, I'll never trust my own strength again. I'd just be trading one puppet master for another, exactly like with Dong-young. Soo-hyun turned back, confusion clouding his gaze. Hak-jun continued, his resolve hardening. If I keep leaning on others, the nightmare will just repeat itself. His lonely footsteps echoed a rhythm of despair that refused to halt. From behind, Soo-hyun watched his silhouette drift toward the railing, toward the edge of the abyss. I have no other choice. I must end this cycle myself. He turned one last time, a tragic smile breaking through his desperation. Soo-hyun, thank you for everything. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the city, someone stared at a report in disbelief. Is this for real? The information broker sat amidst mountains of secrets, crossing his arms. I sell truth for a living, pal. Why would I lie to you? This is S-class classified intel. I'm only saying this once, so listen close. The broker stood up, barking a disgruntled warning. Whatever chaos you cause, leave me out of it. On the other end, Do-ho calmly checked his phone. Understood. Talk later. A knowing smirk played on his lips. Yeah, Soo-hyun, you awake. How's the body? Suddenly fresh intel hit him, and he roared into the receiver. The hospital is under attack. The doctor nearby looked at him with pure alarm. Are you all right? Soo-hyun replied calmly to the elder. I'm fine. But the crowd nearby buzzed with fear. I saw a redhead barge in. He's using his last reserves of mana to track someone. Soo-hyun spoke into the phone, his voice steady as steel. Don't worry, Do-ho, I'm unscathed. But his expression darkened, his mind racing. However, there is something I need to verify. Hearing the request, Do-ho's eyes went wide with shock. His hand crushed the documents he was holding, paper wrinkling under the pressure. Is that so? So that's what happened to Choi Hak-jun. Perfect timing. I have intel you need. He cut in his tone, dropping to a whisper. It's about the Ares Guild. Soo-hyun listened, absorbing every deadly detail. Inside the Ares office, Dong-young sat like a king's cigarette dangling from his lips, feet on the desk. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, glaring at the door with sheer annoyance. A silhouette loomed in the doorway. Dong-young snapped, losing patience. Huh, ever heard of knocking? Then recognizing the visitor, he laughed, eyes gleaming with amusement. Oh, Hak-jun, aren't you on vacation? What brings you back to the doghouse? But Hak-jun didn't answer. A massive surge of aura exploded from his body, his eyes burning with the fires of madness. Guildmaster, I have one question. Sensing the murderous atmosphere, Dong-young tilted his head, intrigued. Blood dripped steadily from Hak-jun's blade, a crimson rhythm on the floor. The villain finally realized something was wrong. Hak-jun's grip tightened on the sword, already stained with the blood of the guards outside. He smiled, a broken, terrifying expression. If an awakener uses their skill on a victim. His eyes were wide with insanity, the mana around him vibrating violently. And that awakener dies. Does the skill effect vanish? Dong-young's face went dark. He sensed the lethal danger staring him down. But then a cruel chuckle escaped his throat as the realization hit him. The guildmaster's own aura flared up, oppressive and heavy. He leaned forward, staring daggers at his subordinate. Why ask that? Planning a mutiny? What exactly are you planning to do? Meanwhile, Yun-sun bit her lip, dread pooling in her stomach. Suddenly, the TV blared with breaking news. Emergency alert. An awakener has launched an assault on Songju Hospital in Gangnam. The hospital is under siege by a rogue awakener. Miraculously, there are no civilian casualties yet. The Awakener Management Bureau is investigating, but the primary suspect has been identified as Choi Hak-jun of the War God Guild. A tragic twist in this awakening manhwa reality. Yun-sun frantically dialed his number, her fingers trembling. But the cold mechanical voice responded. The subscriber you are calling. She shook violently, terror consuming her. Hak-jun, what have you done? Please just pick up. Suddenly, knock knock. The sound echoed like a gunshot. Yun-sun jumped, heart pounding. The news continued in the background. The victim of the attack was also an awakener, a figure known for suppressing the Anyang riots. Yun-sun approached the door with caution. Who? Who is it? Standing there was Soo-hyun, wearing a warm, disarming smile. Hello there, I'm Kim Soo-hyun. Yoon-sun looked up stunned to see the famous hero at her doorstep. Moments later, seated with a glass of water, Soo-hyun broke the silence. Thanks for letting me in. A bit sudden, right? You must be surprised. Yoon-sun managed a weak smile. No, you're quite famous these days. Hak-jun actually talked about you a lot, she admitted. Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow. Really, that's unexpected. She continued, voice soft. He always said he wanted to become a hunter like you. I saw the news. They say Hak-jun attacked you, but I know him. He isn't the type of person who would do something like that without a cause. Soo-hyun, I don't know the details, but I heard about your situation. Did Dong-young use drugs to blackmail you? He looked her in the eyes. Miss Yoon-sun's son Hawk-jun likely came to me under guild orders initially, but when he stood before me, he looked utterly desperate. He said if he kept relying on others, he'd never stand on his own 2 feet again. In the end, he refused my help. He declared he would end this nightmare with his own hands. I couldn't force him to stop, not with that look in his eyes. That is why I came here. To understand the full story, I need to know your thoughts. Yoon-sun's lowered her head trembling, as she recalled Hawk-jun's final reassurance. Yoon-sun's, as long as you are safe, nothing else matters. Don't give up. I will handle everything. Before the chaos began, that was his vow to her. Tears finally spilled down her cheeks. She shook, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, save him. I've never been able to fight by his side. Please don't let Hawk-jun die alone. Soo-hyun sat in silence for a moment, then his expression hardened into legendary resolve. Understood. That is exactly what I needed to hear. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Dong-young delivered a brutal kick to Hawk-jun's chest. Hawk-jun flew backward, crashing hard. Blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the floor crimson. Dong-young laughed a sound of pure malice. Ah ha ha Hawk, Juno Hawk-jun, I pitied you truly, but of all the stupid moves you could make, this is the worst decision of your life. Did you really think leveling up a little gave you a chance against me? Hawk-jun tried to rise, but his limbs failed him. Damn it. My body won't move. It feels like 1,000 needles piercing my veins. Dong-young smirked, looming over him. Do you see the reality now? The overwhelming gap between us? I don't even need to snap my fingers to end you. Hawk-jun roared, rage fueling his broken body. Shut up, Dong-young. Yoon-sun's illness. You poisoned her. You orchestrated all of this. You poisoned her, just to force me into your guild. You son of a bitch. Dong-young scratched his head, feigning annoyance before his face twisted into a demonic grin. Wow, you figured it out. I almost forgot about that little bitch. Hawk-jun collapsed on the floor, clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. I knew it. I suspected it for so long, but I was too weak to act. Fury consumed him, and he smashed his head against the floor in frustration. Calm down, Choi Hak-jun. This time, things have to be different. With renewed resolve, Choi Hak-jun gripped his sword and launched a desperate assault. He screamed, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Dong-young flinched at the sudden ferocity, but his shock quickly twisted into a sinister sneer. How utterly foolish. With a casual snap of his fingers, the air itself turned against Choi Hak-jun. Countless wounds burst open, spraying crimson mist as agony consumed him once more. His blade clattered to the floor, a mournful sound of defeat. Dong-young loomed over his broken form, spitting in contempt. Idiot. Did you really think I relied on a single toxin? There are chronic poisons like I used on you, son. But others lie dormant waiting to detonate. I foresaw your betrayal long ago. That is why I poisoned you every time we met. You really should learn to control your expressions. A brutal kick sent Choi Hak-jun flying. His body slammed into the wall, spiderwebbing the concrete. Choi Hak-jun's senses began to shut down. The world blurred into darkness. I can't kill him. In the end, I failed to save you, son. I truly am worthless. I knew failure meant leaving her alone, yet I recklessly came here anyway. You, son, forgive me. Perhaps I just wanted to escape this hell through death. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through the desolate silence. Soo-hyun had arrived. Where did all the rats scurry off to? Dong-young turned, confusion etched on his face. Soo-hyun gazed at the motionless body on the floor, his voice chillingly steady. Greetings. We've met before, haven't we? Soo-hyun's lips curled into a demonic smile that promised chaos. I'm here to submit my application. Moments later, Dong-young produced a form. This is the application. As Soo-hyun took a seat, the villain chuckled. I must admit, this is an unexpected turn of events. I thought you were reluctant to join our ranks. Yet here you are, seeking us out. Soo-hyun glanced at Choi Hak-jun, who slumped against the wall, drenched in blood. Dong-young pressed on. I'm curious. What caused this sudden change of heart? You already know I'm not exactly a paragon of honesty, don't you? Soo-hyun let out a dry laugh. I think you misunderstand. I'm no hero. In fact, I despise those self-righteous acts of justice. If the price is right and I get what I want, I'll work with the devil himself. Dong-young grinned. Music to my ears. Back to business. We can discuss the profit splits, but trust is earned, not given. I can't fully trust you yet. Sign the contract first. We can negotiate terms later. Without hesitation, Soo-hyun grabbed the pen. Sounds fair. Dong-young watched, calculating. The villain thought, this is going far too smoothly. Aloud, he said, now, let us officially discuss your employment. Do you have any conditions as a member of the Ares Guild? Soo-hyun smiled calmly. First, neutralize the poison in Choi Hak-jun's body. The request caught him off guard. Soo-hyun continued, his expression unreadable. You mentioned guild work. Having a corpse rotting here is bad for business. Besides, I have some unfinished personal business with him. Understanding dawned on Dong-young's face. Aha, you want him conscious so you can finish him yourself. It's possible, but even if I detoxify him, he's a broken tool. The after effects of the toxin will leave him permanently crippled. Soo-hyun feigned indifference. I don't care. Even a crippled Choi Hak-jun is worth more than 100 C-rank fodder in this leveling manhwa world. Dong-young's expression turned serious. Very well. If that is your wish. He approached Choi Hak-jun, gripping his throat in a vice. His fingers dug into a specific pressure point. Choi Hak-jun gasped, his face turning a suffocating shade of purple. Cough, cough. The toxic purple veins began to recede. The deed done. Dong-young released his grip and tossed him aside like garbage. It is done. Now, regarding your position and salary. Soo-hyun crouched beside the fallen hunter, whispering Choi Hak-jun. I'm here. Choi Hak-jun opened his eyes in shock. Why did you? Soo-hyun pressed a finger to his lips. Quiet. Soo-hyun stood up as Dong-young made his offer. You will receive 70% of dungeon profits and serve as the Vice Guild Master. How does that sound? Quite a generous offer. Soo-hyun turned, repeating the terms. 70% and Vice Guild Master. Dong-young. As I said, your methods are lacking. If this was just about employment, I wouldn't need to entertain this shady backroom deal. Dong-young's eyes narrowed, sensing the shift in the air. Then, what is it you desire? Soo-hyun casually rested his hand on the Guildmaster's throne. 100% of the income, and the position of Guildmaster. Hand over your entire system Manhwa Empire to me. Dong-young's face went rigid. Ha ha ha. The villain threw his head back in manic laughter. I knew you were plotting something. You want me to just hand over my legacy just so you'll join? Don't be ridiculous. Soo-hyun's gaze turned icy. What's so funny? You built this guild by exploiting the weak and weaponizing their secrets. That is the foundation of your power. So I am simply following your logic. I'm taking this guild from someone weaker than myself. Dong-young's eyes rolled back in pure madness. Don't you dare preach to me with that fake hypocrisy, you brat. I didn't exploit them. I utilized them to their full potential. Do you pity the gazelle when the lion tears out its throat? From the start, they were weak, ignorant livestock. Creatures with zero value. By the laws of nature, they were born to be devoured. Murderous aura exploded from his body, as he declared with twisted pride. I was the one who gave them purpose. I made them useful to this society. Lack of power, lack of will, lack of intellect. That is the only sin in this awakening manhwa reality where only the strong survive. Soo-hyun crossed his arms, unmoved by the outburst. Survival of the fittest. You might be right, but you seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. Even the weak will bite back to protect their own lives. Suddenly, a shadow moved. Choi Hak-jun launched himself from behind his blade, singing with vengeance. The villain's instincts screamed danger. He spun around only to face a nightmare. Hawk-jun charged in his eyes, burning with killing intent. Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the air like ice. Savor the desperation of the weak. A massive gash opened on Dong-yang's back, spraying crimson everywhere. The impact was devastating. Blood painted the air as Dong-yang's eyes rolled back, his jaw unhinged in a silent scream of agony. Battle lust ignited in Hawk-jun's gaze. Hot blood splattered across the room, landing before Kim Soo-hyun's freezing, indifferent expression. Just like that, the tables had turned. Dong-yang lay flattened on the floor, motionless as a corpse. Hawk-jun gasped for air, the adrenaline finally fading. Clutching his bandages with a trembling hand, he couldn't believe his own survival. Is Is it finally over, Kim Soo-hyun? What on earth just happened? I was certain Dong Yang's poison had finished me. Even with the antidote, my body was wrecked beyond repair. My senses were gone. I was knocking on death's door. Then he remembered. Kim Soo-hyun's touch. A surge of mysterious energy flowing into him. The realization hit him like a truck. A miraculous vitality was flooding his veins. I feel stronger than ever. But Kim Soo-hyun had silenced him earlier. Hawk-jun couldn't hold back his questions. You did something to me, didn't you? But why go this far? From the moment we met until now. Why save a wretch like me? Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped an octave. Save the sentiment. The nightmare isn't over yet. Suddenly, a chilling sound. The corpse began to rise. The blood on the floor bubbled and twisted into a glowing, toxic green sludge. Blood dripped from his grin as he let out a sinister laugh. Huh? A sneak attack. Fine. I'll school you properly. I've been dying to kill you myself. Hawk-jun. System alert. Hemostasis Magic Tier 2, Level 9. With 55% proficiency, his wounds were closing at supernatural speeds. This is the terrifying reality of a system Manhwa villain. Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened. I knew he could neutralize toxins, but a high-level healing factor, this complicates things. Hawk-jun stood his ground, aura flaring. Shut your trap, Dong Yang. You're outnumbered now. You stand no chance against the two of us. Surrender now, and you might only rot in prison. Dong Yang threw his head back, cackling like a madman. Ha! You think you're in a position to negotiate? No, your play's trash. His face twisted into a demonic mask of rage. Witness true despair, green zone poison. A swamp of toxic slime erupted beneath him. Hak-jun leaped back, screaming Kim Soo-hyun dodge it. It's lethal, but the protagonist barely blinked. What is this filth? They vaulted onto a table to escape the rising tide. Hawk-jun's voice trembled. It's his ultimate trump card. Green Zone Poison Magic. Tier 4. Level 5. It creates a domain of absolute death. The range and potency scale with his magic power. It's a massacre waiting to happen. He can turn this entire room into a graveyard instantly. It's a wide-range annihilation skill. Amidst the fumes, Dong Yang taunted them. Hey Kim Soo-hyun, you think I built this guild by stepping on the weak? Well, you're not wrong. But here's the lesson you missed. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Trampling the weak isn't a crime. It's the divine privilege of the strong. With a sweep of his hand, he weaponized the toxic sludge. The deadly wave crashed toward Kim Soo-hyun, who backflipped gracefully, landing on a different table. Kim Soo-hyun's mind raced as he maneuvered. Interesting. He has total telekinetic control over the poison beneath his feet. Hawk-jun roared, launching a counteroffensive. But Dong Yang simply kicked the air, raising a wall of venom. Hawk-jun was forced to defend steel ringing against liquid death. Kim Soo-hyun's sharp eyes caught a detail. The poison only corrodes organic matter. The furniture in Hawk-jun's blade are untouched. That's it. Kim Soo-hyun kicked the table into the air and surfed it like a glorious wave of wood, charging straight at the enemy. Dong Yang's eyes widened in genuine shock. But the shock turned into a sneer. You think you're clever? He raised another hand. Purple acid zone. A violet torrent blasted the makeshift shield. The wood hissed and dissolved instantly. Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth, forced to abandon his ride, and flip backward to safety before he melted along with it. Watching the table turn to sludge, the puzzle pieces clicked. I see how it works now. He uses the green poison for biological targets and purple acid to melt physical objects. It's a dual-layer absolute defense. A perfect harmony of offense and defense. Dong Yang raised his dripping hands, basking in his own power. Kim Soo-hyun, you might be skilled, but you lack the heart of a ruler. Did you honestly think you could dethrone me in my own domain? Kim Soo-hyun's gaze remained calm. I admit I miscalculated, but the solution is staring me in the face. He raised his hand, and droplets of blood defied gravity, floating into the air. Dong Yang froze. He recognized that aura. It was the stolen legacy of Enhan. Kim Soo-hyun commanded blood arts, transformation, golden blood spear. The air rippled as the blood hardened into crimson blades, hovering around Kim Soo-hyun like a halo of judgment. For the first time, fear flickered in Dong Yang's eyes. Kim Soo-hyun smirked, a predator looking at prey. If you're truly the strong one, try dodging this. Hundreds of blood tips aimed at one target. With a flick of his wrist, the heavens fell. The storm of crimson steel rained down on Dong Yang. Boom. The room shook. Dong Yang barely scrambled away, flinging a desperate glob of poison in retaliation, but a blur of steel intercepted it. Hawk-jun shattered the attack. Kim Soo-hyun now, Hawk-jun shouted. Using his ally as a stepping stone, Kim Soo-hyun launched himself into the air, the blood sword swirling around him for a second wave. Dong Yang snarled in frustration. But he forgot about the second threat. Hawk-jun flashed behind him like a phantom. The villain was forced to drop to the floor to keep his head attached. Cornered like a rat, Dong Yang somersaulted, kicking a wave of toxic sludge upward. "Get off me." He channeled every ounce of mana into a barrier of liquid death. Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth as his blood blade slammed against the wall. "Damn it, the defense is still too thick." Dong Yang sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Say whatever you want. My poison is the ultimate weapon, attacking and defending simultaneously. It is absolute perfection." Kim Soo-hyun's reply was ice cold. "You're right. Your skill is annoying." But then blue flames erupted from his body. Dong Yang's smirk vanished instantly. Standing amidst the roaring inferno, Kim Soo-hyun declared, "I just need to burn it all away." With a single motion, he unleashed a wave of destruction. In a heartbeat, Dong Yang was engulfed by the azure flames. The magical fire seared his flesh, tearing a wretched scream from his throat. A shockwave rippled out, followed by a massive explosion. When the thick smoke cleared, Dong Yang was embedded deep into the wall. The stone behind him shattered like a spiderweb. He coughed up mouthfuls of dark blood. The green toxic sludge on the floor suddenly retracted, vanishing, as if terrified. Hawk-jun realized with a jolt. His poison skill has been nullified. The toxins were retreating to their host. Dong Yang was too broken to sustain the ability. Now is the chance to end this. But suddenly Dong Yang's maniacal laughter cut through the silence. "Ha ha ha, I'll make the antidote for you. Even if you kill me, the poison in Yusun won't vanish. Are you praying her curse dies with me? Are you willing to gamble with her life? Will you spare me to save Yusun? Make your choice." Hawk-jun wavered, his resolve crumbling. But Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the manipulation like a blade. "Enough. Don't listen to a word of his filth." He reassured Hawk-jun, then walked straight toward the villain, Kim Soo-hyun. Before anyone could react, Kim Soo-hyun stepped directly into the pool of lethal poison. Hawk-jun and Dong Yang watched in horror. The toxins crawled up Kim Soo-hyun's body like living parasites, invading his veins and reaching his face. Dong Yang cackled with glee. "You walked right into your grave. No matter how strong you are, my poison is." Suddenly, a blinding holy aura erupted. The villain froze, his eyes bulging. Kim Soo-hyun was bathed in a magnificent golden light, a classic scene in any awakening manhwa. In seconds, the green veins vanished. Hawk-jun stood paralyzed by the miracle, his mind racing. The poison. It's been completely neutralized. His mana is fully restored, just like before Kim Soo-hyun looked down at his enemy. "Your poison has no effect on me." Dong Yang's face twisted in disbelief, his body paralyzed by fear. Seeing the holy barrier, he gasped in denial. "What is this blinding light?" Kim Soo-hyun stated calmly. "I told you, it's useless." A necklace materialized, a relic of the saint. This is the reward for a perfect clear of the 10th stage on the second floor. It restores all health and purges every negative status effect. Fans of this leveling manhwa know how crucial such items are. However, it only has 5 charges. I used one on the 10th floor of the tower and another on the 15th. Another to save you, and one just now for the poison. That makes 4. With the final charge remaining, Kim Soo-hyun tossed the necklace to Hawk-jun. Hawk-jun caught it, his hands trembling. He looked from the artifact to the young hero, overwhelmed. Kim Soo-hyun. The image of Yusun's smiling face flashed in his mind. "Hawk-jun, I'll be okay." Kim Soo-hyun offered a gentle smile. "I'm sure you know better than I do where that needs to be used." Tears streamed down Hawk-jun's face. He clenched the necklace tight. "Thank you, truly." Suddenly, Dong Yang shrieked like a banshee. "Choi Hak-jun, you bastard." Kim Soo-hyun silenced him, his hand crushing Dong Yang's throat. As the villain gasped for air, Kim Soo-hyun's eyes turned into abysses of ice. "I'm done holding back." Cold sweat drenched the villain, yet he forced a cocky grin. "You think you can kill me? I am the master of a major guild. Even if battles between awakeners are ignored, do you think the world will stay silent if a rookie murders a guildmaster? I have powerful connections. You will pay with your life." Kim Soo-hyun sighed bored. "You say you're a big shot. But what if that big shot is linked to the criminal Chaos Guild? What happens when the world finds out a guildmaster is a puppet for terrorists?" The color drained from Dong Yang's face. Kim Soo-hyun smiled coldly. "I've already investigated both organizations." He recalled the intel he received. "You have perfect timing. I have proof that the Ares Guild is inextricably linked to the Chaos Guild. Chaos operates overseas, but they needed a bridge into Korea. They chose Ares to bypass our borders using your network. They eliminated witnesses to keep the secret. And now, the Chaos Guild has their eyes on you. Back in reality, Kim Soo-hyun tightened his grip, terrorizing other guilds, conspiring with criminals, slaughtering civilians. Is that enough reason to execute you? I'm eager to see how the public reacts when your mask falls off. In the end, you were just bait. Dong-young let out a twisted laugh. Don't make me laugh. His face contorted with madness as he seized Kim Soo-hyun's wrist. Pouring every last drop of mana into his venom, he shrieked, "I will kill you." Once more, the deadly toxins flooded Kim Soo-hyun's system. Kim Soo-hyun took a calm breath and exhaled a wave of power that instantly vaporized the poison. He held the villain aloft effortlessly. Dong-young stared, terrified by the lack of effect. It disappeared, Kim Soo-hyun smirked. I was just putting on a show. A basic manhwa recap trope, right? Your poison can't penetrate my magic resistance. But I am curious about one thing. His expression darkened into something demonic. How does your own poison taste? Dong-young panicked. How is he manipulating the toxin's properties? Before he could think, his own lethal concoction was forced back into his body. Kim Soo-hyun released him. Dong-young collapsed, writhing and screaming. Argot, burns, it burns. Desperately, he fumbled for a vial. The antidote I need? The antidote. Kim Soo-hyun glared down, with heavy killing intent. He summoned his blade from the system inventory and slashed, severing the villain's fingers instantly. Another agonizing scream filled the room. Kim Soo-hyun looked down coldly. TSK, don't be like that. You enjoyed watching others beg for this cure, didn't you? Why don't you taste your own medicine? Dong-jang writhed in agony, the poison tearing him apart from the inside. It hurts, just kill me already. Suddenly, he bolted past Kim Soo-hyun like a desperate animal. Kim Soo-hyun frowned, turning just in time to see the glass shatter. Dong-jang had flung himself into the void. Walking to the edge, Kim Soo-hyun looked down with cold eyes. His voice dripped with disdain. Disgusting. He couldn't handle the very pain he inflicted on others. It was finally over. Summoning his spiritual energy, he manifested the blue phoenix. With a wave of his hand, he sent the majestic beast soaring into the sky. Kim Soo-hyun watched in silence. Every trace of the villain's corruption, everything gained through sin, was about to be purged from this world. The phoenix struck the tower, and in a heartbeat, a massive explosion consumed the structure. Meanwhile, back with Yoon, the holy light was finally purging the toxins from her body. Choi Hak-jun waited, his heart pounding in his chest. Moments later, the healing process was complete. Yun opened her eyes, the color finally returning to her pale cheeks. She smiled through tear-filled eyes. Overcome with emotion, Choi Hak-jun broke down, sobbing like a child as he pulled her into a desperate embrace. I couldn't have saved you alone, he stammered between sobs. It wasn't just me, Yoon. You were saved because others fought for us too. That is why I'm done living in the past. Just as I was helped, I will dedicate my life to helping others. Slowly, the two lovers pulled back, gazing at each other. Yoon spoke softly, Choi Hak-jun. Remember what I always told you. Never try to carry the world on your shoulders alone. I may not be able to fight by your side, but I will always support the path you choose. The scene shifted to Ju Ho phone pressed to his ear. Okay, Kim Soo-hyun. We haven't detected any abnormal mana fluctuations here. Choi Hak-jun arrived safely and Yun seems stable. Anything else? Honestly, seeing them together, it reminds me why we fight. They look truly happy. January 2023. The Ares Guild was officially dissolved. Their once mighty headquarters now stood scarred with a massive hole. On the television, the news anchor continued the report. At approximately 9 p.m. last night, the Ares Guild headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, suffered a catastrophic structural collapse. Although no civilian casualties were reported, the body of Guild Master Dong-jing was found in the rubble. It is a grim turn of events, fitting for a dark awakening manhwa, and police are currently investigating. Investigators state the fall was the cause of death, yet traces of a high-level battle remain. Kyung-tae switched off the TV and turned to face him. So, care to explain what actually happened? Why exactly have you kept me in the dark about the details of that night? Kim Soo-hyun, sitting calmly, shrugged. I already briefed Kim Do-why. I simply did what had to be done. Kyung-tae's face twisted in anger. What had to be done? You infiltrated a registered guild, assassinated its master, and demolished their headquarters. In the eyes of the law, that isn't justice, it is an act of terror. Kim Soo-hyun met his gaze with eyes like ice. Dong-gyung used his powers to blackmail innocent people and extort massive sums of money. I know for a fact you were aware of Ares Guild's crimes in the underworld. Yet you sat back and watched, doing absolutely nothing. I believe I did the association a favor. Weren't they just a mess you were too afraid to clean up? Du-Wei stood nearby, sweating nervously at the rising tension. Kyung-tae turned away, grinding his teeth. I noticed this during the Anam incident, but you really have a talent for justifying your actions. But this time, you have crossed a line. Let's get to the point. Do you have a single shred of hard evidence to back up your claims? Even if Ares was corrupt, what gives you the right to be judge, jury, and executioner? Do you honestly believe yourself to be some kind of folk hero? Is this because the public cheered for you back in Anam? The biting sarcasm made Du-Wei panic. Director, please. That's enough. A terrifying chill radiated from Kim Soo-hyun as he spoke in a low voice. A hero? I never asked for that title, but I suppose some things never change. He let out a cold, humorless chuckle. It feels good to hear that hypocrisy again and again. Du-Wei trembled, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Kim Soo-hyun. Wait. There is one thing you all misunderstand about me. I am the furthest thing from the hero you imagine, someone who risks their life to save the world. Do you think I acted out of compassion? The more I think about it, the more I realize. That's not it. I did it simply because I wanted to. And because no one else could. Kim Soo-hyun stood up, his presence filling the room. Everything I have done has been pure instinct. That is exactly why you two should be very careful. He stepped closer to Kyung-tae, looking down at the older man with eyes that glowed with a predatory supernatural light. Consider this a warning. I will do whatever I please. Even if it means killing you right here. Cold sweat ran down the director's back, but he forced a loud laugh. Ha ha. Come on, don't be so cold over a little joke. Being called a hero isn't an insult, is it? However, we can't just sweep this incident under the rug so easily. I can use the association's authority to clear your name. I can make this all go away. Provided you agree to one simple condition. Kim Soo-hyun paused, feigning deep thought. Let me guess. The condition is that I officially sign a contract with the association as an awakened hunter. Kyung-tae gasped, his eyes widening. How? How did you know Kim? Soo-hyun scoffed internally. It was painfully obvious. He turned his back on the director. You hoped to use this crime as leverage to put a leash on me. You wanted a puppet for your missions. I refuse. The director scrambled up. Wait a minute. Kyung-tae pointed a shaking finger, screaming, Hey, Kim Soo-hyun. It is not that simple. You committed a major felony. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? No matter how powerful you are, you cannot survive in this world without political backing. Kim Soo-hyun ignored him, casually tapping on his smartphone until a recording began to play. So what is your point? The recording played a familiar voice. This involves the safety of civilians. 6,000 lives are at stake. The director froze in confusion. Wait, isn't that my conversation with Juho? The recording continued. It was a sudden incident. There is nothing I can do. Don't lecture me on what is possible, Kim Soo-hyun. Let the silence hang for a moment, then smiled darkly. Do you remember your attitude back then, director? The recording delivered the final blow with Kyung-tae's own voice. Even if they all die, it is not my responsibility. The director ground his teeth, his face twisting in humiliation. What is this madness? You dare challenge the association director Kim Soo-hyun, the Awakener, who slaughtered a major crime syndicate's leader. You clearly have zero regard for public safety. But ask yourself, who will the people truly turn against? I don't need your approval, director. Not from a man who can't even do his own job. His gaze turned icy cold. Old man Kyung-tae, are you still clinging to your pride? If you're trying to blackmail me, be prepared for the backlash. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes crinkled into a mocking smile. Relax, I'm just kidding. Don't have a heart attack. Kyung-tae ground his teeth fury, causing his aura to crush the steel railing of the skyscraper like paper. Moments later, Kim Soo-hyun strolled out, the memory of Kyung-tae's warning finger burning in his mind. You better take this secret to the grave, kid. You hear me? As he walked away, a frown marred Kim Soo-hyun's face. Did I push it too far? No. That old bat needed a lesson in humility. I can't believe he actually tried to extort me. Unbelievable. I guess sacrifices have to be made to keep the peace. I need to lay low before I cause another incident. The tower. That's the only place I can vanish until the heat dies down. The title of hero. It used to terrify me. I wanted to run from it. But the word hero echoed in his soul. Kim Soo-hyun's expression softened as memories flooded back. Little Mai's beaming smile as she cried, You're our savior. Then came Duho's heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for everything. And the image of a legendary figure standing in the sunlight declaring, You are the true hero now. Even Choi Hak-jun, broken and tearful just days ago, sobbing, "Thank you. I mean it." And finally, his mother's voice, warm and safe. "Thank you for saving me, son." Kim Soo-hyun stepped toward the blinding light of the gate. If the path of a hero is my destiny, then a hero is what I shall become. Meanwhile, in a cavernous hideout illuminated by eerie candlelight, a secret council was underway. Hushed whispers filled the stale air. "Is it true you're telling me Dong-jin has been eliminated?" "Yes." The figure cloaked in shadows couldn't hide his shock. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I was getting sick of his incompetence anyway." Another figure in a hat scoffed. "You can't be serious. We just lost a critical smuggling route into Korea." But the long-haired man, face obscured, remained arrogant. "It matters not. His death changes nothing in the grand scheme." He held up a photo, his voice dripping with malice. "However, this Kim Soo-hyun, he is becoming a thorn in our side." "Did you say he entered the tower?" The scout bowed his head. "Yes, sir. That was his last confirmed location." The leader crumpled Kim Soo-hyun's photo in his fist. "Deploy the surveillance team. I want to know the second he crawls back out." A dagger flew through the air, pinning the photo to the wall as a demonic grin spread across his face. "We will take care of him personally." Following the collapse of the Ares Guild, the world was divided on Kim Soo-hyun. Was he a savior or a demon flaunting his power in this brutal leveling manhwa reality? Even the High Command held emergency summits regarding his existence. He is the hero who single-handedly saved Anyang City. Defenders argued passionately. Without Kim Soo-hyun, 600,000 civilians would be corpses right now. His power and judgment are the only reasons they're alive. But the opposition was furious. "A hero, don't make me laugh. Kim Soo-hyun is a battle junkie obsessed with showing off his strength." The Ares Guild was a pillar of dungeon exploration, and he annihilated them simply because he didn't like them. The critic pointed an accusing finger, trembling with indignation. And yet, instead of punishment, he receives VIP treatment regarding dungeon clearances. All this for a measly S-Rank Awakener. It's obvious the association is protecting him, but his supporters fired back. Look at his track record. He's cleared dozens of high-level dungeons, Anyang included. If he just wanted power, he'd climb the Tower of Trials. Why bother cleaning up dungeons to save people? The debate raged on, endless and heated. While the world argued over his morality, Kim Soo-hyun had already vanished. Deep within a dungeon, his blade sang through the air, clashing against a mysterious bandage-wrapped entity. Kim Soo-hyun hunted in the shadows, clearing dungeons no one else could find. He ignored the rumors, the fame, and the hate. None of it mattered. His eyes were razor-sharp, focused solely on the kill. He swung his sword, slicing through the mana-gathering constructs in the void. "This is all I need." With every thought, his strikes grew heavier, faster. He launched himself into the air, crashing down like a meteor. Then silence. The battle was over. Kim Soo-hyun sat atop a mountain of monster corpses, contemplating the line between want and duty. A blue holographic system window popped up. Boss defeated. Completion rate 100%. Awakener Kim Soo-hyun returning to the real world. The scene shifts to Do-ho, typing furiously on his laptop until a familiar voice broke his concentration. Do-ho looked up, eyes widening in surprise. "Oh, what brings you all the way out here?" Choi Hak-jun grinned. "Still working even after traveling so far. You're a workaholic. Feels like it's been ages since we teamed up, doesn't it? Thanks for coming." Do-ho sighed. "It's been barely a month." Choi Hak-jun pulled up a chair. "How have you been holding up?" Do-ho leaned back, exhausted. "Don't ask. I'm drowning in paperwork. There aren't enough hours in the day. I'm constantly running to the Awakener Management Bureau, entering the Tower of Trials, and I still have to clear dungeons on the side." Choi Hak-jun chuckled. "Still acting as Kim Soo-hyun's personal manager, huh?" Do-ho nodded. "Exactly. Since I'm basically his employee now, I should demand a raise." Choi Hak-jun went quiet, his expression turning solemn. "I know I've said it before, but regarding the Ares Guild incident, thank you. Thank you for handling the association for us. Because of you, I proved my innocence and could finally be with Yoon-san." Do-ho smiled gently. "Hey, don't sweat it. Just consider it a debt you can repay later. Choi Hak-jun dinner is on you next time." Choi Hak-jun beamed. "Deal." "Absolutely." Then a thought occurred to him. "How is Yoon-son's son doing?" "She's great," Choi Hak-jun replied. "We're inseparable. I tried to go back to the tower, but she stopped me." Suddenly, a voice chimed in from behind. "Well, that's good news." Brother Kim Soo-hyun. Do-ho scolded him immediately. "What took you so long? Why are you always late?" Kim Soo-hyun shrugged. "I had to stop by and see Mom first." Do-ho rolled his eyes. Using the mom card again. Are you planning to stick around this time? Kim Soo-hyun casually snatched Choi Hak-jun's water and took a sip. Yeah, I've got business here. Do-ho frowned. What kind of business? Choi Hak-jun snatched his cup, back annoyed. Hey, Kim Soo-hyun. I don't care if you're my savior. Stop stealing my drinks. Kim Soo-hyun casually told them to order food, but then he turned back a mysterious glint in his eyes. To actually take a look at this first. The moment he revealed the object, their jaws dropped in shock. Resting in his hands was a massive otherworldly egg. The two leaned in, examining the object with intense curiosity. Choi Hak-jun gasped, "Is that a divine beast's egg? Where on earth did you find this?" Kim Soo-hyun replied calmly. "It was a drop reward from clearing floor 10. A classic stroke of luck you'd see in a leveling manhwa." Cold sweat trickled down Choi Hak-jun's face. The sheer value of the item was overwhelming. This is a super rare item. I've heard these things possess power that defies logic. Lee Do-ho, cautious as always, asked, "Is this the business you mentioned earlier?" Kim Soo-hyun nodded, his expression unreadable. "Exactly. It sat dormant since I got it, but the moment I started clearing floor 20, it began to react. The divine beast inside is starting to stir, but the progress has stalled. I suspect it needs specific conditions to hatch. That's why I need a specialist. Specifically Song Hoi-ki. In this awakening manhwa world, no one understands these creatures better than him." Lee Do-ho's expression darkened with worry. "That might be true, but do you really think someone of his caliber would agree to help? Song Hoi-ki is notorious for rejecting outside requests. He's currently tied to one of the top 3 conglomerates in the regeneration industry." Choi Hak-jun chimed in, looking skeptical. "Plus, even though he's an S rank, he refuses to align with any guild or association. He's a lone wolf. Getting a hold of him is nearly impossible. Do you have a plan?" Kim Soo-hyun just chuckled, a confident smirk playing on his lips. "Don't worry. The man is obsessed with divine beasts. I just posted a simple public message. To Song Hoi-ki, I possess a divine beast egg. Contact me." Kim Soo-hyun laughed as he explained. "To get a guy like him to move, you have to play hard to get. He'll come to us on his own terms." Meanwhile, in a different location, a pair of eyes scanned that very message on a tablet screen. A young man with striking platinum hair pursed his lips in silence. Beside him, a massive dragon slumbering on the floor suddenly perked up, its slit pupils dilating as it looked toward the door. A voice called out from the hallway, "Young master, I have the report." The dragon's throat vibrated with a menacing growl, but the young man stroked its scales gently. "It's okay. Settle down." Only then did he speak. "Enter." The subordinate stepped in respectfully. "Excuse the intrusion. We have completed the background check on the individual named Kim Soo-hyun." The platinum-haired man signaled for him to continue. "He is an awakener. His foundation is that of a mage, yet he utilizes a hybrid style of swordsmanship and magic. Officially, the association records list him as a C rank." The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "He dared to summon me on a public chat channel, and he's only a C rank." The subordinate bowed nervously. "That is his official status, yes. However, he currently holds the #1 ranking on every single floor of the Tower of Trials up to floor 29. Furthermore, he is confirmed to be the primary factor in suppressing the dungeon break incident in Anang. In reality, analysts conclude his combat power is likely close to S rank." Hearing this, the young man set down his tablet, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "A master hiding his claws, I see." This platinum-haired tamer was none other than Song Hoi-ki. He petted the dragon's cheek, his interest piqued. "He's just like me. What people see is only the surface." The subordinate hesitated. "Yes, I agree. However, there are rumors that he has been frequenting the association recently to undergo the formal S-rank promotion procedures." Hoi-ki stood up, genuinely shocked. Kim Soo-hyun is finally making it official. He's taking the S-rank test. The scene shifts to the association building, now swarming with cameras and reporters. "Whoa, look at this crowd," Lee Do-ho muttered. "It seems the rumor about your evaluation has spread like wildfire. I tried to keep a low profile, but I guess that's out the window." Choi Hak-jun pointed at the object in Kim Soo-hyun's arms. "Are you really taking that inside?" Kim Soo-hyun looked down at the egg. He grinned, his plan falling into place. "I told you, I'm going to make Song Hoi-ki desperate for this." Suddenly, a sharp-eyed journalist spotted him. "It's Kim Soo-hyun." Instantly, a blinding storm of camera flashes erupted. "Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, you've been selected as this year's standout rookie. Please give us a comment. Why did you wait so long to apply for the S-rank evaluation? Is there a specific guild you plan to join?" We know you handled the Anang incident, but how did you predict the break would occur? Choi Hak-jun and Lee Do-ho stepped in like bodyguards blocking the microphones. Hey, seriously, give us some space. We need to get through. Back off. One reporter's eyes locked onto the object in his arms. Mr. Kim, what is that egg? Immediately, another reporter recognized it and screamed that, "That's the egg," from the rumors. Kim Soo-hyun stopped and addressed them with practiced calm. That is correct. This is indeed a divine beast egg. The cameras went into a frenzy, focusing entirely on the mysterious shell. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, his eyes disappearing into crescents. I have many questions regarding its hatching. If there is anyone with deep knowledge of such creatures, please, I urge you to contact me. This scene felt straight out of a manhwa recap, where the protagonist manipulates the media perfectly. Did you obtain this from Song Hui-ki? The questions kept coming, but Kim Soo-hyun turned away. Let's go. Lee Do-ho finally realized the genius of the move. Oh, so that was his plan all along. Kim Soo-hyun walked away satisfied. That should be enough. Now that I've shown the egg on national television, he won't be able to resist coming to find me. Suddenly, a loud shout cut through the noise. A desperate reporter lunged forward. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, answer this. Regarding the terror attack on the Ares Guild, sources say you were responsible for their destruction. Please give us your statement. Kim Soo-hyun froze mid-step. The air around him grew heavy. He turned his head slightly, his face partially obscured by shadow, and spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. It seems you people have grown bold. His aura flared, terrifying and sharp. If I were truly a terrorist, do you think you would still be standing there breathing? The reporters turned pale, cold sweat soaking their backs. Terrified by his murderous intent, they parted like the Red Sea. Moments later, as the trio walked into the lobby, Choi Hak-jun gave a thumbs up. Whoa, that was intense. Lee Do-ho, however, sighed. Relax. Your public image just took a nosedive. Kim Soo-hyun shrugged unbothered. Forget it. If I worried about every little ant buzzing around, I'd never get anything done. Lee Do-ho, did we get the shot? Lee Do-ho nodded. Impressive acting. Did you achieve your goal? Yes. The bait is in the water. Now I just sit back and wait for the big fish to bite. As they reached the elevators, a man in a white lab coat approached them. Welcome, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun. Before you enter the evaluation room, there is a request to allow one reporter inside to document the historic S-rank test. What is your decision? Kim Soo-hyun replied instantly. Only these two enter with me. The official nodded and shouted to the back, turn the rest away. He understood immediately the protagonist wanted no witnesses. The crowd outside grumbled. He's not joining a guild. I thought this was a scoop. What do I tell my editor? Nearby, a scarred man whispered into a phone hiding in the shadows. Yes, he dismissed everyone except his two close associates. Understood. I will continue surveillance. This was Kim Gok, the Vice Guild Master of the Reaper Guild. The plot of this system manhwa was thickening. Inside the evaluation room, the examiner bowed. First, allow me to explain the regulations and privileges you will receive assuming you pass the S-rank assessment. To begin with, all S-rank Awakeners receive a substantial salary deposited on the first of every month. In exchange, every S-rank must participate in designated dungeon raids rotating with other high rankers as a mandatory duty. Now, allow me to briefly explain the testing procedure. Suddenly, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Du Yui broke the silence with a commanding tone. I will take over the explanation from here. Soo-hyun looked up, his eyes narrowing in surprise at the new arrival. Kim Do-yui, what are you doing here? Do-yui simply nodded at the proctor, before turning his gaze to Soo-hyun. I am an employee of this institution. It is my duty to participate in and observe every single examination. And above all else, Do-yui's eyes gleamed with intensity. I couldn't miss the chance to witness your limits with my own eyes. Soo-hyun let out a heavy sigh, realizing his intuition had been spot on. Ignoring the tension, Do-yui pressed on. Allow me to brief you on the procedures. Let us move to the next floor. The level 5 assessment is in a completely different league compared to the standard tests. You will be required to complete a trial, similar to the legendary Tower of Challenges. Soo-hyun scanned his surroundings, his analytical mind already dissecting the situation. This trial will measure everything: your level, physical limits, magical capacity, and even your mana control. It is not just about raw stats. Every factor that influences the tide of battle will be scrutinized. The system and the test itself are born from an Awakener's unique ability. It transcends time and space, creating a domain where a level 5 Awakener can unleash their full potential. This is the signature power, of the United States top-tier ranker famous for his mastery of illusions, Johnny Brad. By now, Soo-hyun stood in the center of the testing circle. Du Yui gave one final warning. Do not try to reject the machine's magic. You must accept it. Soo-hyun's eyes turned cold as ice as he slowly closed them, syncing his consciousness with the flow. Now, let the assessment begin. Du Yui and Lee Do-ho watched the boy through the massive monitors. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun's mind had already drifted into another dimension. Above him, a pitch-black sky was streaked with faint white clouds. Soo-hyun opened his eyes, gazing up at the artificial heavens. Even knowing it's fake, I can never quite get used to the sensation of this manhwa recap-style virtual reality. Suddenly, an ominous shadow manifested, closing in on him fast. Yet, Soo-hyun's expression remained terrifyingly calm. A gigantic fist wrapped in gale force winds came crashing down. Soo-hyun launched himself into the air, dodging effortlessly. Boom! The punch slammed into the ground, creating a massive explosion and shattering the earth. The monster slowly retracted its colossal fist. Soo-hyun scoffed, floating mid-air. You're not even going to give me time to enjoy the view. Before him stood a horde of gaping-mouthed monsters, led by a particularly massive boss creature. In a flash, Soo-hyun drew his sword from his inventory system. A sharp glint of spiritual energy flickered in his eyes as he smirked. Fine then. Why don't we turn this leveling manhwa warm-up into a bloodbath? Your dungeon conquest capability is now under review. We will see if you truly possess the qualifications to ascend to S-rank. This isn't just about your basic combat stats. We are testing your survival instincts in the face of adversity, physical durability, attack, potency, and even your mental fortitude. Endurance, decision-making, speed, composure, field of vision, judgment, and sheer grit. However, be warned. Do not become intoxicated by your own power or lost in the illusions created to test you. The number of arrogant heroes who lost their minds and lives in this place reaches into the hundreds. Soo-hyun had just finished slaughtering the first wave when the atmosphere shifted. A far stronger monster emerged from the void. When you realize your current limits, shatter the unpredictable future, and survive, and in that process prove to us that you are a true hero. Every second of Soo-hyun's battle was broadcast on the main screen. Test complete. Completion time, 15 minutes and 48 seconds. Choi Hak-jun couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wow. Soo-hyun is truly impressive. Du Yui scratched his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. But deep down, a storm of confusion and fear was brewing in his heart. His completion time isn't drastically different from other S-Rank Awakeners. The original purpose of this first test is to evaluate survival skills, specifically when surrounded by endless waves of competent enemies. Usually, not many people can even pass this first stage, Du Yui muttered under his breath. But he cleared it effortlessly, as if he were just playing a game. I am really looking forward to your performance in the second trial. The scene shifted back into Soo-hyun's illusionary world. He stood with eyes closed, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, before calmly opening them. The system announced, the second test will begin immediately. Soo-hyun sighed heavily. I guess getting a break is out of the question. Suddenly, a grotesque, crimson energy manifested in the air. Soo-hyun sensed the lethal danger and locked his gaze on the source. The deadly entities were locking onto him. Terrifying shadows began to materialize. The second test was designed to push magical control and combat experience to the breaking point. Soo-hyun thrust his hand forward. Blue flames erupted, incinerating a monster's head instantly. But to his shock, the creature regenerated rapidly, reforming like gathering sand. Soo-hyun analyzed the situation with cold logic. If I don't destroy their cores, they will just keep reviving, no matter how many times I kill them. To clear this system manhwa-style trial, I need to pinpoint the core hidden deep inside and destroy it in a single strike. He began to gather a new surge of power in his hand. Magic stamina, mana, output, precision, and focus, everything had to be perfect. The energy intensified, becoming overwhelming, just as the shadow monster lunged. The beast swung its blade, aiming to decapitate him. A wave of sword aura slashed through the air. Soo-hyun remained calm, manipulating the energy around him with godlike control. His body blurred, sliding past the shadow in a flash of movement. The creature's form immediately began to disintegrate into nothingness. In Soo-hyun's hand sat a purple orb. With a cold look, he crushed it, shattering the core. I'm short on time, so let's wrap this up. Instantly, the observers outside received the notification, second test completed. Completion time, 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Ha! Lee Do-ho's mouth twitched in disbelief. Do you seriously intend to fight a monster like him? Choi Hak-jun scratched his head, cold sweat dripping down his face. I really didn't have a choice back then. I never imagined he was this overwhelmingly powerful. Lee Do-ho. I guess he is even stronger now than he was before. Lee Do-ho fell into deep thought. They must be shocked too. He glanced at Du Yui below. They aren't just here to see how strong he is. The director definitely sent him here to find Soo-hyun's weakness. The researcher in the white coat hurriedly read the data. In the first test, although it takes time to assess general abilities, 15 minutes is a standard clear time. But it only took him 1 minute of actual combat to finish the second test. He just completely shattered Parkon's 40-minute record. I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own eyes. Du Yui bit his lip, tension radiating from him. This is unbelievable. In Korea, no, perhaps he is the greatest awakening manhwa hero the world has ever seen. Suddenly, the massive screen went pitch black. The text, "No signal," flashed ominously. Du Yui jumped, panic washing over him. The researcher frantically typed on the keyboard. What's happening? The connection has been severed. Lee Do-ho and Choi Hak-jun stood up in shock. What is going on? Choi Hak-jun pointed a trembling finger toward Kim Soo-hyun's physical body. Brother Lee Do-ho, look at that. Violet lightning crackled from Kim Soo-hyun's hand, a terrifying display of raw power that instantly darkened Lee Do-ho's gaze. What is that energy? The purple aura spiraled, encasing the boy's entire body in a cocoon of light. Meanwhile, deep within the simulation, Kim Soo-hyun froze as a colossal shadow loomed, a gigantic hand of darkness, crushing a massive tree like a twig. Cold sweat trickled down Kim Soo-hyun's spine. Why is this happening now? A nightmare from the past surfaced in his mind, a twin-horned behemoth, belching hellfire. The memory overlaid perfectly with the beast standing before him. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with ice. I think you've taken this little prank a bit too far. The monster threw its head back and unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. Dust and debris exploded outward, but Kim Soo-hyun stood his ground, anchoring himself against the crushing wind pressure. He knit his brow, mind racing. This has to be a system error. Outside, panic erupted. Someone screamed at Du Yui's team, check the energy signature. Get the technical department on the line now. A techie stammered, yes sir. Desperate, the staff member spun toward the man in the blue shirt. Have you managed to reach Johnny Brad yet? The man shook his head grimly. We're trying to patch through to the U.S. Awakener Agency, but it's going to take time. Du Yui grit his teeth, fear growing in his eyes. Something is terribly wrong. No matter what power Kim Soo-hyun was manifesting, Johnny Brad's simulation skill shouldn't be overridden this easily. Even if it seemed impossible, this meant only one thing: his power was recovering. Kim Soo-hyun's consciousness should have returned by now, Dewey thought. Unless something or someone is actively blocking his escape. Back in the nightmare, the giant hand crushed Kim Soo-hyun in its grip before ruthlessly slamming him into the earth. Kim Soo-hyun rose from the crater dust, falling from his shoulders. As far as I know, a rank 5 test ends at round 2. Is this a bug? This was an event completely unknown to him, even from his past life. I don't even know where this thing came from. Suddenly, the beast lunged, aiming to flatten him. As the dust cleared, a massive fissure scarred the ground, but Kim Soo-hyun was already airborne. He descended like a hawk blade gleaming. You chose the wrong opponent today. With a cold decree, his sword flashed, carving a deep gash into the giant arm. The severed limb crashed to the ground, leaving the monster stunned. Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. He vaulted higher, pouring every ounce of strength into his next strike. His blade buried itself into the monster's shoulder. The beast gnashed its teeth, ready to shatter from the pain. But suddenly the severed arm on the ground began to twitch. Kim Soo-hyun froze. Before he could react, the severed hand snatched him up, lifting him toward the monster's face like a sacrificial offering. Yet even in the jaws of death, Kim Soo-hyun remained terrifyingly calm. It intends to attack head-on. He needed a burst of power, instantly concentrating and releasing mana from both inside and outside his body. It was time to shatter his limits and amplify his aura. Kim Soo-hyun clenched his fist. Release. A shockwave of absolute power exploded from his hand, blinding and majestic. The energy coiled around his blade, turning the steel into a beacon of destruction. But he wasn't done. The magical power surged forward like a tidal wave. The monster opened its maw, firing a beam of pure devastation. The two forces collided, shaking the dimension, but Kim Soo-hyun's mana was superior. It began to devour the purple energy whole. The beast's eyes went wide with shock, as Kim Soo-hyun's attack tore through its beam and pierced straight through its massive body. The hand gripping him disintegrated into smoke. Kim Soo-hyun landed gracefully, exhaling a long breath as he looked up. Is it finally over? He closed his eyes for a moment of peace. When he opened them, the simulation was gone. Reality returned, but he jumped startled by two pale, terrified faces pressed against the observation glass. Choi Hak-jun banged on the glass, practically sobbing. Brother Kim Soo-hyun clutched his chest. Geez. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Lee Do-ho roared over the intercom. Kim Soo-hyun, are you okay? Open this door right now. As soon as he stepped out, Choi Hak-jun grabbed him, shaking him so hard, his head almost flew off. Brother, do you have any idea how scared I was? Stop. Let me get used to reality first. I'm dizzy. Do Yui rushed over, bowing slightly. Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, are you all right? I apologize profusely. I believe we had a technical malfunction. Kim Soo-hyun waved it off calmly. I'm fine. More importantly, what about the test results? The man in the blue shirt whispered to his colleague. He's not even a little rattled, is he? Do Yui chuckled, breathing a sigh of relief. Haha, well, it goes without saying. You passed with flying colors. In fact, I took the liberty of preparing a new Awakener registration card for you beforehand. Kim Soo-hyun blinked. Beforehand, the two men nodded, and a luxurious box was presented. This is your new ID. From this moment on, you are officially an S-Rank Awakener. He continued. However, you will be restricted to entering dungeons registered only by the Amma Guild. You have top-tier priority access, and we've even increased your bank loan limit significantly. Kim Soo-hyun held the sleek card, lost in thought. The perks of being an S-rank are nice, he thought, but I had only one goal in reaching rank 5. It gives me the qualification to join world-class dungeon raids. The threats of the future wouldn't be limited to Korea. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. With this, the foundation is laid. It was the final preparation needed to become a true hero in this awakening manhwa world. The scene shifted to the open sky. A figure rode a massive dragon. Hyung-ki had arrived. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. A massive tremor warped the space, causing panic below. Ugh, what is this crushing pressure? This is the pressure of an enormous mana source. It was none other than Hyung-ki. Do Yui grit his teeth, looking skyward. Who in this area could possibly possess mana this potent? By the time Do Yui looked back, the figure had landed, bowing his head in silence. Kim Soo-hyun couldn't help but let out a helpless laugh. Haha, no way. Did the big fish bite this early? Do you? Glanced at the boy, then issued a cold command. Show yourself, Kim Soo-hyun. Feet touched the ground softly. Song Hyung-ki stood there, his presence overwhelming. He shoved his hands in his pockets, tilting his chin up arrogantly. Why don't you reveal yourself, Kim Soo-hyun? From the distance, footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Kim Soo-hyun stepped into the light, looking up with a confident grin. You make quite the noisy entrance, seeing as there are still eyes watching us, Guildmaster Song Hyung-ki. The man crossed his arms, staring down in contemplation. Kim Soo-hyun reached into his inventory and pulled out a mysterious egg. Why don't you see for yourself? He held it up, emphasizing the root of the conflict. After all, I assume you came all this way for this egg and the unidentified divine beast inside. Hyung-ki's eyes widened, his composure cracking for the first time. Kim Soo-hyun continued, his voice steady. I have to admit, I'm surprised you decided to make your move so quickly. Finally, the corner of Hyung-ki's mouth twitched into a smile. He confessed his true motive. I am simply responding to your awakening. Then, he laid out his demand. Put it down right now. The massive blue dragon vanished into thin air, only to materialize instantly, right in front of Kim Soo-hyun's jaws gaping wide. Hyung-ki smirked with fox-like cunning before fading away. Our main character stood frozen, eyes wide. The beast lunged past him like a blue streak of lightning. Cold sweat drenched Kim Soo-hyun's back as he whipped around. Was that a feint? He glanced upward, realizing the true intent. That guy intended to take the prize by sheer force. Kim Soo-hyun dropped into a combat stance, grimacing. Damn it. His mana reserves were bone dry after that last trial. He braced himself for a desperate defense. This was going to be ugly. He knew the rules of this leveling manhwa world. If they touched the egg, it was game over. I have to protect it. Just as his resolve hardened, Hyung-ki's hand clamped onto his wrist like an iron shackle. The man leaned in, his voice dripping with false sweetness. Why don't you just be a good boy and hand it over? Kim Soo-hyun gritted his teeth, trapped. Shit. Suddenly, the egg in his arms began to tremble violently. Spiderweb cracks spread across the shell. Kim Soo-hyun held his breath, anticipation spiking. Even Hyung-ki froze as the shell shattered, completely revealing a tiny scaled foot. His eyes went wide. Is that? Kim Soo-hyun stared, unable to believe his luck. A dragon. He looked down at the creature. It was small, sure, but the aura was unmistakable. That was definitely a baby dragon. Dragons were the apex of divine beasts, possessing absolute power. He had hit the jackpot. Kim Soo-hyun examined the hatchling with awe. The little guy opened its eyes, flashed a toothy grin, and launched itself straight onto Kim Soo-hyun's face. Hyun-ki stood there totally dumbfounded. Kim Soo-hyun panicked, remembering the other threat. Wait, not now. The massive blue dragon swooped down, but the killing intent was gone. Hyun-ki watched nervous. Whimper Hyun-ki stroked his beast's snout, confused by its sudden submission. Yang, what's got you acting like a scared puppy? Kim Soo-hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Did his majestic dragon just bow to the baby? Hyun-ki tried to soothe his pet, his eyes darting between the two creatures with deep suspicion. Let's take this elsewhere. The scene shifted to a high-end office. Hyun-ki swirled his drink. So the system granted you that hatchling for clearing the 10th floor. Kim Soo-hyun didn't bother hiding the truth. That's right. A perfect clear reward for a 100% completion rate. The 10th floor, huh? Hyun-ki murmured, piecing it together. That explains why Yang was terrified. He said that baby outranks him in the bloodline hierarchy. Kim Soo-hyun blinked, stunned. There are ranks among dragons. I've never heard of that lore. Meanwhile, the little menace was happily gnawing on his hand. He looked up, hesitant. So, do you still plan to take him? Hyun-ki waved a hand dismissively. No, I've changed my mind. Keep it. Why the sudden shift? The older hunter leaned forward. Do you know the lifespan of the dragon race? Kim Soo-hyun stayed silent. I'm not sure. Hyun-ki began his lecture. Even with growth accelerators, they mature in 3 years, and then live for another millennium. They aren't like us filthy humans. Divine beasts are pure souls. They give their masters unconditional loyalty, trust, and burning devotion. And here's the kicker. They choose their master before they even hatch. Their personality evolves based on the soul of the one they bond with. If the master is wicked, a dragon becomes a calamity. Even if they don't turn into monsters, some trash humans just treat them as tools. Hyun-ki's gaze softened, looking at the floor. That is why I hunt for unhatched divine beast eggs. It wasn't greed. He was protecting them from corruption, ensuring their happiness and safety. The guy was a guardian, not a thief. Kim Soo-hyun let out a long breath, finally relaxing. So about your blue bastard. Hyun-ki snapped back instantly. He's not a bastard. His name is Yang. Kim Soo-hyun quickly corrected himself. Right. How old is Yang? Hyun-ki smiled bitterly, petting the beast. Only 5. He looks terrifying, but inside, he's just a toddler. His expression darkened with existential dread. I have maybe a century left. Yang will have to survive 900 years without me. Honestly, it would be a mercy if he forgot I ever existed. Kim Soo-hyun stared at the man, his perspective shifting entirely. I thought he was just some eccentric, rich weirdo collecting pets. Kim Soo-hyun admitted silently, but he actually has a heart. The baby dragon leaped from the table into Kim Soo-hyun's lap. Hyun-ki nodded solemnly. That child has made its choice. A divine beast won't hatch unless it resonates with your mana. Hyun-ki's eyes narrowed, his aura flaring up again. Consider yourself under surveillance. If I see even a hint of neglect, I will tear that dragon from your grasp. The threat was real. Raise it right, you lucky bastard. And study up on divine beasts. Kim Soo-hyun wiped the sweat from his brow. Understood. Have you given the little one a name yet? Kim Soo-hyun paused. A name. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Mir. His name is Mir. Later that night, under the city lights, Kim Soo-hyun walked home lost in thought. He's a better person than I gave him credit for. Kim Soo-hyun recalled his past life memories. I was worried since he was always such a wild card before. He never expected the fearsome hunter to have such a soft spot. I'll be visiting Mir often, Hyun-ki had insisted. Don't you dare lock me out. Looking down, he saw Mir fast asleep, drool soaking his shirt. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, cradling the creature. You sleep like a log, don't you? With a helpless sigh, he continued down the empty street. But he wasn't as alone as he thought. High above on a rooftop, a silhouette watched. Mir. Just what exactly are you? The mysterious figure frowned, retreating into the shadows. The real game was just beginning. He tapped the comms device in his ear, his voice low. Target acquired. Kim Soo-hyun is inbound with the divine beast. Do you want me to maintain visual? The shadow broker on the other end gave a cold command report, his every breath. High above the neon-lit city, the mastermind swirled his drink, gazing down at the streets. This manhwa recap is far from over. The real scenario hasn't even begun. The stalker acknowledged, eyes locked on Soo-hyun's distant figure. Roger that. Tracking mode engaged. He staggered to his feet, dusting off his knees. All right, moving out. But he wasn't alone. A shadow lunged from the darkness, a sapphire pendant pulsing with an ominous blue light. Before he could react, cold hands clamped around his throat from behind. Eyes wide with terror. Crack. Silence. Down on the street, Soo-hyun froze. His instincts screamed. He checked on little Mia, his mind racing. What's their next move? His gaze shot up to the rooftop where the noise had come from. But the presence. It was completely gone. Did they bail? Or are they ghosting me? Back at his sanctuary, Soo-hyun punched in the door code. Please let today be over. He prayed for a quiet night as he stepped inside, kicking off his loafers. His hand hovered over the light switch, but then his expression darkened. The air in the room felt heavy. Soo-hyun's eyes turned ice cold. He stopped removing his shoes, planting his foot firmly back on the floor. Instinct took over. Behind him, a leg whipped out of the shadows, aiming to take his head off. Whoosh. He sensed the killing intent and sidestepped the lethal blow with a dancer's grace. He spun around, frowning at the intruder. Mia was still safe in his arms. I really didn't want to trash my own house, he grumbled. He slammed a palm onto the floorboards, pivoting his body into a vicious leg sweep. The assassin vaulted over the sweep, defying gravity. As she descended, Soo-hyun twisted for a counter kick. But she was fast, her fist was already cocked, like a loaded gun. Soo-hyun gritted his teeth and charged. Bam bam fists collided in a blur of motion. Every block was perfect, every strike calculated. Tension filled the room. The intruder smirked, impressed by his reflexes. This kid, he's actually keeping up with my speed. She chambered another kick, eyes gleaming. Not bad for a rookie. She launched a devastating knee strike. Thud. Soo-hyun caught it with his bare hand. Her eyes went wide with shock. Impossible. Soo-hyun's voice was a low growl. Look, breaking and entering, I get it. It's part of the job. He gripped her trembling knee tight enough to bruise. But touch the kid. That's a death sentence. She snapped another kick at his face, forcing him to lean back Matrix style to create distance. Soo-hyun straightened up, analyzing her stance. His mind worked like a combat computer. I can keep fighting. My mana recovery is solid. But until I figure out her objective, Mia is a liability. The intruder dropped into a combat stance, beckoning him with a taunting finger. Come and get it. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed as the realization hit him. He replayed the skirmish in his head. Ah, I see. So that's how it is. She's sticking to hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no killing blows. He realized she wasn't here to kidnap Mia. A cold, amused smile touched his lips. She just wants to measure my power level. He gently placed the sleeping Mia on a safe shelf wrapped in her blanket. And here I thought this was an assassination attempt. He raised his fists, his aura flaring. You broke into my house just for a sparring match. You've got guts. Weird way to say hello. She didn't reply, just launched herself like a human missile. Attack and defense. Clash and parry. They were evenly matched. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Wham! A kidney shot slipped through his guard. Soo-hyun winces pain, flaring in his side. He ate the pain and swung a heavy haymaker. As she blocked, he drove a brutal elbow into her bicep. Crack. Now it was her turn to cry out. Her arm went limp, nerves deadened by the strike. But she wasn't done. She planted her good hand on the floor, loading her legs like springs. She locked onto his stance, determination burning in her gaze. One last charge. Bring it on. Soo-hyun met her fury with his own. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the room. Dust swirled. The silence returned, filled only by their ragged breathing. Sweat dripped from Soo-hyun's chin. Across the room, the intruder finally reached up and peeled off her black mask. A clear, bright laugh rang out. She tossed her cap aside, letting a cascade of hair fall free. Soo-hyun blinked, completely stunned. Bathed in moonlight, she flashed a charismatic grin. You pass. Join us. I'm Perrin Guild, master of the Reaper Guild. She looked him dead in the eye, testing him. So, what's your answer? Soo-hyun stood there processing the absurdity. He put his hands on his hips, skeptical. Is this how the Reaper Guild recruits? By jumping people in their own homes? She waved it off. You survived, didn't you? No harm, no foul? Why the sour face? She teased. Soo-hyun sighed, looking at this legendary figure acting like a child. You attacked me, First Lady. And dropped the formality, we're basically the same age. She tilted her head, considering it. Fair point. Soo-hyun studied her, his guard still up. There's more to this. A guildmaster doesn't show up just for a fistfight. She's a legend. Memories of her past exploits flooded his mind. She was a titan in this world. Perrin, a Tier 5 Awakener, celebrated for her lethal skills and striking beauty. She was the kind of hero you'd see in a top-tier leveling manhwa, a natural-born leader of humanity. But history was cruel. In the war against the Chaos Guild, the Crimson Rose was cut down before she could fully bloom. She died too young, her potential wasted. Which meant she and the Reaper Guild were sworn enemies of the Chaos faction. Seeing his hesitation, Perrin's brow furrowed. Well, Soo-hyun looked up, a heavy realization hitting him. I used to run with the Chaos Guild in my past life. He met her gaze, his voice heavy with suspicion. Why did you come to find me? On the other side, Jung's gaze bored into him like a predator. Kim Soo-hyun knew there had to be a reason she showed up uninvited. Suddenly, she leaned back, crossing her arms with a look of pure amusement. I'm asking myself the same thing. Why am I here? Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch, calling her out instantly. Are you seriously asking me that right now? The silence that stretched between them was heavy enough to crush bone. You could hear a pin drop in the void of their conversation. Her unblinking stare was enough to make even a rancor sweat. Kim Soo-hyun finally surrendered, letting out a heavy sigh. I heard rumors that she was eccentric, but I didn't think she was this far gone. Kim Soo-hyun didn't mince words. If you don't have a reason to be here, get out. I have zero intention of joining any guild right now. She tapped her chin, feigning deep thought, before shooting him a look of mock pity. Really? That's a crying shame. Kim Soo-hyun hesitated, trapped in thought. Kicking out a powerhouse like her wouldn't be simple. His eyes flickered with a sudden idea. Maybe I should test the waters with her. He spoke calmly, his voice cutting through the tension. Cut the act. You're here because you're curious about the Chaos Guild, aren't you? Her expression shifted instantly. Kim Soo-hyun smirked internally. Did I hit a nerve? Murderous intent exploded from her, sharp enough to cut skin. Interesting. He grimaced as the pressure weighed down on him. But Jung just stared, a twisted smile of pure excitement, curling her lips. It seems we speak the same language. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze dropped to the muddy footprints, sullying his floor, his face darkening with annoyance. Ignoring the tension, he grabbed a wooden chair and slammed it down. Across from him, Jung lounged on the sofa, like a queen on her throne, legs crossed. Her eyes narrowed, piercing through him as she recalled his masked persona from before. So you acted like an ally to the Chaos Guild, just to lure them out. Kim Soo-hyun didn't deny it. Correct. He thought of a lizard severing its tail to escape a predator. They operate in the deepest shadows, making them nearly impossible to track. They function as isolated cells within a larger network. If you sever the link to one team, the trail goes cold instantly. Jung paused, glass halfway to her lips, genuine surprise flickering in her eyes. You understand their structure, like the protagonist of a system manhwa. Is that why you decided to annihilate the Ares Guild? Kim Soo-hyun averted his gaze. Well, the image of Choi Hak-jun and Yoon flashed in his mind, a warm embrace amidst the chaos. He smiled helplessly. There was just someone I needed to save. Jung sipped her water in silence, absorbing his words. Besides, even if I hadn't intervened, Ares was destined to crumble eventually. Her eyes widened in shock. It finally dawned on her, every Korean guild connected to chaos had been systematically targeted by her alone. A smile played on Jung's lips. You're sharper than I thought. She closed her eyes, exuding a chilling calm. You're right. I slaughtered them all. Her expression turned violently cold. For the sake of the purge. My goal is total eradication. Nothing connected to the Chaos Guild will survive. Kim Soo-hyun watched her closely. She's as bloodthirsty as ever. The killing intent rolling off Jung was thick enough to choke on. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed her. Whenever chaos is mentioned, she loses control. But can she channel that raw, volatile emotion directly into magical power? He assessed her with a tactician's eye. Her attitude and mana control are superb, but her raw talent, it's in a league of its own. Jung's face darkened, not hiding the malice. Like you said, I've been hunting down every one of their organizations in Korea. She recalled the small fry leaders she had crushed. But all I found were discardable tales. The head of the snake remains hidden in the dark. If I strike blindly, I learn nothing about their true numbers or the identities of the puppet masters. They are a venomous viper lying in wait. That is why I chose to wait for the head to strike. Kim Soo-hyun cut in thinking of his masked persona. And that's when I stepped onto the board. Jung nodded, clutching her glass against her chest. Exactly. After recent events, chaos is forced to make a move. I can't let this chance slip through my fingers. Kim Soo-hyun smiled back, the puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. Kim Soo-hyun asked, and you want to use me as the catalyst? Jung leaned back, casual yet dangerous. Don't take it personally. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? I'll provide full support to prepare you for the war against chaos. Kim Soo-hyun crossed his arms, his icy blue eyes gleaming with intensity. Fine. But I have one question first. Why are you so obsessed with the Chaos Guild? Jung slammed the glass down, her eyes narrowing as a tragic memory clawed its way to the surface. She saw herself holding a broken, bloodied man. His final whisper echoed in her ears, "Jung, run." Tears had streamed down her face in that hellscape. Back in the present, she leaned back, voice trembling with suppressed rage. I just hate them. That's all. Her aura darkened, becoming a suffocating shroud. The guild master. His life belongs to me. I will take it with my own hands. Kim Soo-hyun watched her stunned by the sheer weight of her vendetta. Then the darkness vanished, replaced by a polite smile. Her form began to dissolve into mist. I'll see you soon. As she vanished, her voice lingered in the air. Good luck, partner. Kim Soo-hyun stared at the empty space where the shadow had been. Resentment, huh? He recalled the skull emblem of the Reaper Guild. So that's why they hunted chaos in my past life. He felt a strange sense of relief. At least her motivation is brutally simple. His phone screen lit up, snapping him back to reality. He checked the notification and grabbed his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. It was a message. Here is my number. The next morning, a familiar, cheery voice rang out at his apartment complex. Kim Soo-hyun. She beamed like the morning sun. Wow, your place is gorgeous. Beside her, Yun-hyun waved warmly. Hello there. He smiled, glad to finally see where Kim Soo-hyun lived, while she peered through the window, completely awestruck. Kim Soo-hyun stood in the kitchen across from them and updated them casually. I've just been a bit tied up with tower climbing and re-evaluating my stats lately. He then shifted his gaze to Hawk-jun, asking, by the way, what brings you guys over here? Hawk-jun flashed a knowing smile. Well, about that, Yoo-sun beamed radiantly, extending her hand as she explained. She really wanted to thank you properly for all the trouble you went through. Beside him, Yoo-sun revealed a flower basket, catching Kim Soo-hyun completely off guard. Even though you've helped us so much recently, I haven't had a single chance to express my gratitude properly. Her expression was filled with gentle warmth as her hands gripped the basket handle tightly. You are the hero who saved both my life and Hawk-jun's. Kim Soo-hyun stared blankly at the basket of flowers as she added softly, it's a humble offering, but I really hope you'll accept this gift from me. She then chirped up happily. Although he'd never admit it out loud, he's incredibly grateful to you too. Beside her, Hawk-jun smiled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Don't expose me like that. Honestly, though, I've been singing your praises. Kim Soo-hyun watched the two of them bantering happily, and a rare, warm smile naturally spread across his face as he looked down at the flowers. His fingers brushed against a crimson rose as he murmured, a hero am I. He leaned in gently, closing his eyes to savor the rich fragrance of the bloom. Thank you both very much, the scent is wonderful. Suddenly, Yoo-sun's eyes lit up with curiosity as she looked down. Wait, do you have a pet? Kim Soo-hyun hesitated internally, thinking, I don't know if pet is the right classification for this. He glanced down to confirm. Ah yeah, it's actually a dragon hatchling. A dragon, oh, let me see it, she begged excitedly. Kim Soo-hyun closed his eyes with a hint of regret. Sorry, but Mia is actually deep in slumber right now. The little one sleeps a lot since she's still a baby. Suddenly a pair of ears popped out, making Yoo-sun's eyes sparkle with delight. Oh my god, really? Mia scrambled up and perched atop his head, yawning widely. Kim Soo-hyun explained, yeah, she's fresh from the egg, only hatched recently. Yoo-sun's eyes went wide as she let out a squeal. Kim Soo-hyun glanced up at the creature, claiming his head as a throne. Hawk-jun grinned. Looks like the little rascal is awake. Yoo-sun stared at the creature, her eyes shimmering. So you're Mia, you are just too cute for words. Hawk-jun teased the dragon, hey, do you remember I held you back when you were still just an egg? The dragon's drowsy eyes drifted toward the two guests still fighting off sleep. Suddenly, Mia fluttered clumsily toward Yoo-sun, startling both of them. She landed gently on the girl's shoulder, closed her eyes, and let out a soft purr. Seeing this, Yoo-sun reached up to stroke the scales, cooing, you are adorable. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as the dragon squeaked in delight. I've never seen her approach anyone but me like that before. She seems incredibly comfortable around you. Seeing this, Hawk-jun reached out his hand, smiling in a friendly attempt to bond. Hey Mia, don't you think you'd be more comfy on my shoulder? But Mia, still on Yoo-sun's shoulder, bared her fangs fiercely, causing his finger to freeze in midair. He hung his head in exaggerated dejection, muttering, my apologies. Yoo-sun could only laugh awkwardly. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's phone began to ring across the room. The screen flashed the name Perrin, causing a flicker of confusion. Perrin Hawk-jun looked over with curiosity. Wait, is that Perrin, the famous S-rank hunter Kim Soo-hyun? Didn't hide it, pushing off his knees to stand? Yeah, give me a second to take this. Yoo-sun looked at him, puzzled. Isn't Perrin a super VIP? I've seen her on TV before. Hawk-jun replied honestly. Yeah, they're basically the living legends we see in movies. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched his cheek, laughing optimistically. We'll catch up to their level soon enough. Just don't get yourself hurt. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun calmly walked upstairs, phone to his ear. What's the situation? Through the receiver, she delivered news that hit with the intensity of a leveling manhwa cliffhanger. A green rank dungeon is about to manifest in Busan. She pressed the phone to her ear, explaining, I've never seen a green dungeon open in such a short interval. The association is struggling to even estimate the difficulty. Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun couldn't help but recall the dungeon gates from his previous life memories of the past timeline, surfacing rapidly. There shouldn't be so many green dungeons opening consecutively. Even with exceptions, this anomaly shouldn't be happening at this point in time. Kim Soo-hyun stood in the empty room, lost in thought. I should have predicted this. Or is the future timeline shifting? Suddenly, a question struck him. Who was selected as the expedition leader? Perron said Song Hui-ki was chosen, but he turned it down. That gives me the right to pick anyone I want. Are you interested? Hearing the offer, Kim Soo-hyun closed his eyes, making a silent decision. I need to investigate this situation personally. He spoke into the phone. All right, leave it to me. He opened his eyes, his thoughts turning cold. But in exchange, I'm sure there's something you want, right? Kim Soo-hyun stated, I think we're going to get along just fine. She confirmed his suspicion. Those trash scumbags. They should have shown up for the appointment you told me about. On the other end, her eyes flashed with a sharp, cunning glint as she smiled. As for the potential trouble with the Chaos Guild here in Korea, leave that dirty work to me. Hearing her tone, he could only close his eyes and let out an exasperated sigh. Unbelievable. His mind drifted to the locations that had already suffered their attacks. Previously, the Chaos Guild had targeted the US, China, Korea, the UK, and France, with terrorist attacks revealing their true vile nature. It all began when the Blue Dungeon appeared in America. Kim Soo-hyun recalled the scenes of their frenzied slaughter. During the dungeon raid, they had assassinated several S-rank awakened hunters. And after failing to clear the dungeon, a dungeon break occurred. The ground was stained with rivers of blood, resulting in a catastrophic loss of human life. With his mind made up, Kim Soo-hyun sat on the bed analyzing the board. This is perfect. I'll leave the Chaos Guild matter in Korea to Park Ji-yoon, and I'll start investigating the events here. He informed Ji-yoon. All right, I'm entrusting that side to you. He didn't forget to add a warning. But remember, watch your back. If you move carelessly, you'll end up dead. On her end, she replied with supreme confidence. Don't worry about that. I'll send you the detailed briefing. She finally hung up, a trace of melancholy still lingering on her face. She looked at the phone with a helpless expression, muttering, Stop nagging me like an old man. She turned her head to look at the pile of bodies she had already dispatched around the room. I would have been killed ages ago if I were that easy to kill. Kim Soo-hyun then received her message, listing the participating guilds, the Gamblers Guild, the Red Demon Guild, and the Paeon Guild. Kim Soo-hyun mused. So, these are the guilds joining the raid. He glanced up, looking slightly annoyed. I wonder if they'll actually obey my commands. Elsewhere, Kang Hee heard the news and whipped around in sheer surprise. What, Kim Soo-hyun is the raid leader? Does the association have a death wish? He literally just awakened his S-class title yesterday. Do they think our lives are cheap change? Putting a greenhorn in charge. This is Kang Hee Guild, master of the Poppy Guild, and he was fuming. Beside him, Seung-cheon crossed his arms, tilting his head. An S-rank is an S-rank veteran or not. I don't see any issue with the association's regulations. But the old man waved his hand in disgust. Forget it. Get me a real S-class awakener. Unless they're on the level of Sung-hyun or Baron, I'm not buying it. Seung-cheon remained ice cold. Fine. I'll report that the Poppy Guild refuses to participate. Kang Hee's face turned purple with rage. You bastard, are you mocking me? Seung-cheon couldn't hold back anymore. He burst into laughter, hands on his hips, cackling at the absurdity. This only fueled Kang Hee's fiery temper. What the hell is so funny? We're talking about human lives on the line here. Wiping a tear from his eye, Seung-cheon smirked. Oh, come on. Why so dramatic? It seems your past glories in the Tower of Trials have made you a bit arrogant. You've got a long way to go. But listen, Kim Soo-hyun was handpicked by Baron himself for this mission. But honestly, how could a washed-up A rank like you understand the logic of the gods? Kang He roared, "You little rat." Seung-cheon glanced down, his expression hardening. "I'm just giving you a friendly warning, keep your eyes on him." The image of the boy's overwhelming aura flashed in his mind. Who knows? You might just eat your words once you see him in action. Meanwhile, a massive blue dungeon gate loomed over Gwangali Beach in Busan. Do-ho stretched his stiff limbs, tears forming in his sleepy eyes. Man, Busan is a trek. Beside him, Soo-hyun and Mia walked up looking puzzled. "Why did you tag along, Hyung? It's not like we're here for a vacation." Do-ho shrugged nonchalantly. "It's your first time as raid leader. I figured you could use a reliable vice captain." Soo-hyun side-eyed him calmly. "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm perfectly capable of commanding a squad on my own." Do-ho looked genuinely hurt. "Is there anything you can't do?" He scratched his cheek, his tone shifting. "Besides, that's not the only reason I'm here. As your senior in this harsh world, I can't keep letting you and Hawk-jun leave me in the dust. I need to get stronger, even if it's just by a fraction." Soo-hyun paused, surprised by the honesty, before a warm, genuine smile softened his face. Mia yawned on his shoulder as they approached the gathering crowd. Soo-hyun spoke first. "Good luck then, Sunbae." Do-ho frowned. "Why does it feel like you're mocking me? I'm deadly serious." They turned their attention to the mass of hunters. Do-ho whistled. "That's a lot of bodies. 50, maybe 60 people. Pretty impressive turnout for a debut raid." But the atmosphere was heavy. Someone in the crowd turned, whispering with a scowl. "Hey, check out their faces. They aren't happy." Soo-hyun blinked, innocent as ever. "What, I haven't even done anything yet. To them, you're just a greenhorn-leveling manhwa protagonist with zero dungeon cred." Suddenly a voice dripped with sarcasm from behind. "Look who finally showed up. Our esteemed Captain Kim Soo-hyun." The man smirked, extending a hand in fake politeness. "Pleasure. I'm Kang Hee Guild, Master of Poppy." Soo-hyun didn't flinch. He smiled politely, reaching out to take the offered hand. "The pleasure is mine. I look forward to." Kang Hee cut him off, his voice loud. "Since you're a total newbie, you must be shaking in your boots, huh?" He leaned in, his face twisted in mockery, while his lackeys snickered behind him. "Bringing a babysitter along, that just proves my point." Kang Hee crushed Soo-hyun's hand in a vice grip. Do-ho stepped forward, shouting, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" But the old man just slapped Soo-hyun's shoulder, laughing boisterously. "Relax, just a little hazing, purely a joke. If you need help, just cry for Uncle Kang Hee." He grinned. "I'm a veteran at this game." Soo-hyun looked down at his throbbing hand, then back up. His smile remained, but his eyes turned glacial. He scanned Kang Hee's crew, his gaze piercing through them. "Thank you for the concern. I just hope everyone remembers to follow my orders when we're inside." The laughter died instantly. The mood turned hostile. Kang Hee's smile vanished, a vein popping on his forehead. "You arrogant little brat." Suddenly, a looming presence approached from behind, making even Kang Hee flinch. "Looks like you two were having a spirited debate." The newcomer shoved Kang Hee aside and grabbed Soo-hyun's hand with genuine enthusiasm. "I'm Kim Tae-hyun, Guild Master of the Red Demon Guild. Let's make this a legendary clear." Ignored and humiliated Kang Hee scoffed and stomped away. Tae-hyun watched him go, then whispered to Soo-hyun, "Looks like you've already met our prickly friend. These high rankers have egos the size of the gate. Try not to take it personally." He gestured to the woman behind him. "And this is Guildmaster Mo Young." She stepped forward, her expression as sharp as a blade. "Mo Young, Guildmaster of Gambit. A pleasure." Soo-hyun nodded respectfully. "Likewise." On his shoulder, Mia let out another bored yawn. Soo-hyun analyzed them instantly. This raid won't be a walk in the park. Both of them radiated an intense aura. Tae-hyun's mana was explosive, barely contained behind his friendly grin. Mo Young, on the other hand, was an assassin in plain sight, perfectly concealing her power. But Soo-hyun could feel the pressure waves crashing against him. "She's testing me." Across from him, Mo Young's eyes bore into his soul, dissecting his strength. She can hide her mana, but she can't mask the scent of blood that clings to a true killer. Catching his intense gaze, she blinked, slightly flustered. "Is there something on my face?" Soo-hyun looked away. "No, nothing. I need to be careful with these two." He cleared his throat. "Is everyone fully prepped?" Tae-hyun grinned. "We're just waiting on you and your vice captain." "Then, let's not waste any more time." Soo-hyun signaled Do-ho, striding toward the swirling vortex with absolute confidence. "The real raid starts now. No time for warm-ups." The squad instantly engaged, slaughtering the dungeon beasts with ruthless efficiency. Seo-hyun, unleashed a wave of scorching flames, incinerating everything in his path. As the others fought with equal ferocity, he pulled back his mana unimpressed. "Not bad," Kang Hee remarked. "For a notorious green dungeon, this was child's play." But as Seo-hyun turned, a beast lunged from his blind spot, only to be instantly diced into bloody ribbons. It was the Gambler Guild member. He landed silently, the carcass of his prey splattered on the ground before him. Seo-hyun's eyes widened. The man wasn't stopping. He was maniacally stabbing the corpse over and over, lost in a frenzy of violence. Seo-hyun watched with a cold, disgusted expression. Finally, he spoke up, his voice cutting through the madness. "Hey, knock it off. It's already dead." The man blinked, letting out a hollow "oh." Then in a blur of speed, invisible to the naked eye, he vanished. Understood. What the hell was that? Seo-hyun frowned. But he quickly shifted focus, touching the ground to sense the mana flow. On his shoulder, Mia stared at the earth and growled. His expression darkened. "Yeah, something's down there." Lee Do-ho caught on immediately. "A trap." Mia was trembling, now sensing the danger. "There's a massive energy signature right on our path," Seo-hyun warned, turning to Kang Hee. "It's a trap. Tell your men to keep their guard up." But the older hunter just rested his weapon on his shoulder, looking at them with utter disdain. "Is that so?" His eyes were full of mockery. "Oh, right." His gaze drifted to Lee Do-ho. "You're the rookie who just scraped into A rank, aren't you?" So-hyun was baffled. "What does that have to do with anything?" The man sneered. "You should be on your knees thanking an S-class hunter for carrying you." Seo-hyun just stared at him, unimpressed by the ego trip. Before Lee Do-ho could retort, Seo-hyun cut in his face, stone cold. "Listen, Kang Hee." The man started to backpedal. "Come on, I was just joke." Si-hun didn't let him finish. He grabbed Kang Hee's collar and hurled him aside just as a massive spike erupted from the earth, piercing the spot where he had just been standing. "Everyone move," Seo-hyun roared. The ground shattered as high-pressure water geysers blasted into the air, turning the battlefield into chaos. The team scrambled to dodge the liquid spears. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, and water began to surge upward from the abyss. Even Seo-hyun was shocked. Kang Hee scrambled to his feet in terror as a tidal wave crashed down from above. In seconds, the entire squad was engulfed by the deluge. The hunters stood frozen in shock. Kang Hee wiped the water from his face, panic rising in his eyes as the environment completely shifted. The team was trapped. Seo-hyun remained calm, his eyes tracing a beam of light filtering down from above. As the silt settled, a submerged metropolis revealed itself. "Is that an underwater city?" the hunters whispered, staring at the ruins that looked like the lost kingdom of Atlantis. "This dungeon is absurdly high-budget," Lee Do-ho muttered, waving his hand through the air, his face a mask of disbelief. "It's fascinating. We can breathe perfectly fine, and there's no water resistance or bubbles. It defies all physics." "It's the dungeon's design," Seo-hyun noted. Kang Hee rubbed his chin, suspicious. "But it's too quiet. Even for Atlantis, this silence is unnatural." The silence was heavy, oppressive. It felt less like a city, and more like a tomb. Suddenly, Mo Yang pointed into the gloom and screamed. "Look there!" Through the murky water, a massive, shadowy silhouette was drifting toward them. "Is that what I think it is?" A decaying galleon floated through the void, its timber groaning with the wails of the damned. On So-hyun's shoulder, Mia bristled, growling at the incoming malice. One of the female hunters backed away, trembling. "Guildmaster, I've got a really bad feeling about this. It's chilling me to the bone." Tich-hyun looked uneasy. "You feel it too?" He glanced nervously at their ace. "So-hyun, something's wrong, isn't it?" A massive, hateful eye glared at them from the darkness. Both Lee Do-ho and Kang Hee froze, suffocated by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the creature. Seo-hyun locked eyes with the beast. Snapping out of his daze, Kang Hee signaled his troops. "Everyone battle positions. Prepare for impact." The ghost ship surged forward, tearing through the water like a torpedo. Hundreds of glowing red eyes peered over the railing as a heavy boot stomped onto the deck. It was a skeletal monstrosity, flesh rotted away to reveal bone, throwing its head back in a silent scream. "Wake up, you sea rats," the skeleton captain roared, looking down at the hunters with arrogant glee. "It's feeding time." The ship loomed over them, casting a massive shadow. On command, a horde of skeletal pirates leaped from the deck, cackling. "Excellent, let the slaughter begin." Seo-hyun stood his ground, his body wreathed in defensive flames. Mia was ready to bite. With a single swing of his sword, Seo-hyun cleaved a diving pirate in two. The creature shrieked as its spectral form shattered into dust. Seo-hyun analyzed the combat data. "I thought only Holy Fire would work on undead types in this leveling Manhwa scenario, but it seems standard magic damage is effective too." He glanced back at the team. They can kill them. Kang He realized the implication immediately and barked orders to his guild. Magic works on them, don't panic. He tried to steady their nerves. They just have numbers on their side. They're weak. Anyone who runs dies by my hand. Seo-hyun silently approved of the ruthlessness. Despite the chaos, the formation was holding. It wasn't a perfect strategy, but it was functional. The hunters engaged the skeleton crew with Kang He leading the vanguard of mages. With Tich-hyun and Mo-young holding the line, Seo-hyun smirked. I guess guildmasters aren't just for show. They're actually reliable. He glanced at his ally. I can leave the trash mobs to them. He called out Lee Do-ho. The hunter turned confused. What is it? Seo-hyun ignited his phoenix wings and blasted into the sky. I'm leaving the cleanup to you. Behind him, Lee Do-ho cursed as he was swarmed by angry pirates. Damn it. I knew he wouldn't make this easy. Seo-hyun didn't hesitate launching himself toward the phantom vessel. But something below locked onto him, widening his eyes in shock. A cannon muzzle flashed, spitting death straight at him. The creature fired relentlessly at the Holy Phoenix, forcing Seo-hyun to abandon his hold and free fall into the abyss below. He stuck the landing on the deck steel at the ready. A predator assessing its prey, he glanced up instantly, reading the battlefield. Across the deck, the skeletal captain leveled his weapon. Seo-hyun's eyes narrowed. That massive aura confirmed it. This was the dungeon boss. And it wasn't done shooting. Seo-hyun became a blur. His agility stat was off the charts, weaving through the bullet hell before launching a devastating slash, aimed right at the creature's neck. A clean decapitation. The burning skull separated from the spine, tumbling toward the crew. The skeleton pirates recoiled in terror. Captain. But the nightmare wasn't over. The captain's detached jaw unhinged, glowing with eerie green light, and he began devouring his own minions. From above, Seo-hyun watched the cannibalistic display stunned. He was metabolizing their souls. As he feasted, a manic laughter echoed, and the flames on his severed head sputtered out as the monster stitched itself back together. Dark energy exploded outwards. The captain roared, his power skyrocketing. Faces of the damned surfaced on his armor, wailing in agony. Souls. I need more souls. Seo-hyun analyzed the situation as the boss grew to titanic proportions. This wasn't just a fight. It was a classic system Manhwa mechanic. The boss heals by farming the endless souls scattered around the ship. If this drags on, it becomes a war of attrition, and the odds aren't in Seo-hyun's favor. Suddenly, the screams pierced his mind, cutting through his focus. No, it wasn't the monster. It was the victims trapped in his armor, crying out in despair. Help us. Let me out, please. Phantom hands clawed at Seo-hyun's senses. The air grew heavy with their resentment. Release me. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. So tired. Make it stop. Seo-hyun's expression darkened, his gaze turning glacial. You. A cold smile touched his lips as he looked up at the abomination. You've officially pissed me off. The captain charged his face, twisted in malice. He drew a jagged cutlass, swinging with the weight of the damned. Seo-hyun danced backward, barely evading the lethal arc of the blade. He grit his teeth. Even Mia hissed from his shoulder, her tiny body trembling with shared fury at the monster. Seo-hyun snapped. He launched a flurry of counterattacks, dismantling the skeletal frame piece by piece. With a final slash, the captain's body crumbled to the deck. But Seo-hyun frowned. The bones snapped back together instantly. A heavy fist caught him midair, launching him backward. He slammed into the mast, but used the momentum to vault higher. He drove his blade into the canvas. Friction screamed as he rode the tearing sail down, slowing his descent in a shower of sparks. Perched on the hilt of his blade, he stared down the monstrosity. The captain glared back. Confusion set in. How do you kill something that refuses to die? Seo-hyun balanced on the mast, observing. The boss isn't overpowered, but that regeneration factor is broken. Dealing with that healing speed is a nightmare. Burning cooldowns is useless if he just resets. Even his ultimate attacks were bouncing off. His mind raced, searching for a weak point in the monster's code. If this continues, it's game over. Across the deck, the skeleton captain sensed the hesitation, recognizing the threat. The monster's body blazed with green fire. He watched the boy clinging to the mast. That brat keeps spamming holy fire without thinking, but none of it matters. The captain raised a hand, preparing a massive spell. He calculated the odds. The human will hit 0 mana long before I run out of food. This will be the last time you smile, boy. At his command, the life force of the remaining skeleton crew was ripped away, leaving the minions to crumble in confusion. The captain gorged on their essence, a laugh rumbling from his hollow chest. He wasn't even trying to hide his arrogance anymore. Skulls erupted from his armor plating. He threw his head back and roared, "I'm bored of this game. Time to consume you." Seo-hyun's eyes went wide, but he stood his ground silent. Rada below, the captain was mutating, becoming an amalgamation of pure necromantic energy. The pressure was suffocating. He spread his arms, intoxicated by power. "I feel infinite. My body overflows with souls." Above Seo-hyun's face was a mask of ice. He dove straight into the abyss, holy fire blazing in his hands. He unleashed a barrage of skills, hammering the boss, but the captain didn't even flinch. Seo-hyun grit his teeth, cursing internally. Damn it. The boss stood unscathed, mocking him with a sneer. Seo-hyun's internal alarm blared. Mana critical. The captain narrowed his eyes, sensing the boy's power fading. "Looks like your little flame is losing its heat." The captain lunged, aiming to crush the exhausted hunter against the mast. Seo-hyun blocked with his sword, but the impact was catastrophic. The mast shattered like a twig. A massive explosion rocked the ghost ship, and smoke swallowed the battlefield. From the dust, the captain rained down, blows relentless. He was intent on turning our hero into paste. Rada below deck. Ju-ho felt the tremors. Fear crept into his eyes. He looked lost. "Seo-hyun, please tell me you're okay." Above, the struggle was desperate. Seo-hyun winced, cornered. "But Mia." She pressed against his neck, her eyes glowing crimson with rage. Seo-hyun looked down, startled by the blinding light radiating from her. A shockwave blasted outward. A torrent of azure flame erupted from the small creature, catching the skeleton captain completely off guard. The blue fire didn't just burn, it purified. The captain shrieked as his skull began to crack. Orange and blue flames danced, melting his defenses and searing his very soul. The monster stumbled, disoriented. Behind him, So-hyun rose from the ashes. A fresh aura enveloped him, vibrant and overwhelming. He looked at his hands, stunned. His mana bar refilled instantly. Strength, agility, sense, every stat was amplified by this mysterious awakening manhwa buff. He glanced at the little fox. "Don't tell me. Was that you, Mia?" She wagged her tail, looking smug and waiting for her well-deserved head pats. Across the deck, the captain clawed at his burning face, desperate for relief. "What is that brat? I was sure he was drained. How many souls did that take?" Seo-hyun stepped through the smoke, causing the monster to flinch. The wailing skulls were burning away. You're still alive." Seo-hyun's grip tightened on his weapon, a cold smile playing on his lips. Power surged around him as he stared the boss down. "If you're wondering, yes, and I'm going to kill you again, and again, until you stay dead." Soo-hyun didn't hesitate for a second. Wreathed in infernal flames, he launched himself straight at the creature's head, like a human missile. The ghost ship drifted silently in the current for a heartbeat. Then boom, a massive explosion rocked the vessel, sending shockwaves and debris scattering into the void. Ju-ho forced a wry smile, realizing his concern was pointless. "I guessed he would be fine," he thought. "I really shouldn't have wasted my energy worrying about a monster like him." High above, Soo-hyun delivered a devastating punch, right to the mist ghost captain's face. The undead leader couldn't even react. Sent flying backward, his cracked skull burned with unquenchable fire, terror filling his hollow eyes. "I've used up nearly all my souls," the creature panicked, trembling. "If this goes on, I'll truly perish." Desperation took over as he raised a shaking hand to negotiate. Wait, please wait." Soo-hyun paused, his fist hovering in the air, looking at the monster in confusion. The captain wailed, phantom tears streaming from his empty sockets as he screamed. "The Bone King. It was the Bone King's orders," he shrieked. "He told me to kill anyone who dared approach the ship. I had to protect his pet." Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at the mention of a pet. "The Bone King's pet," Soo-hyun repeated. The captain saw the hesitation and smirked internally. "I knew it. Even he fears the king's name." The mist ghost captain pressed his advantage. "I'm just a lowly servant. I only feed his pet when it's time. I had no choice but to stay here. I'm just here to survive." But before he could finish his desperate plea, a blade flashed through the air. The monster disintegrated into ash instantly. Soo-hyun watched coldly, sheathing his weapon. "Thanks for the tip," he muttered, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "So to clear this leveling manhwa scenario, I need to kill that beast too. Huh." Down below, Kang-hee wiped his massive axe, scanning the area. "I told you already. We need to take the boat. Are you planning to sit here and let Kim Soo-hyun hog all the glory?" But Sok-hyun, busy bandaging a teammate, shook his head. "We can't move yet. The injured are still recovering, and Mr. Soo-hyun hasn't signaled us. It's not time to engage." Hearing this, Kang-hee sneered, looking at the healer with undisguised mockery. "If you're scared, just admit it, you coward." Why do you always twist things like that? So-hyun shot back, struggling to keep his rising temper in check. I just don't get it. I know you want achievements, but you pushed everyone into a death trap earlier. Can't you read the situation at all? I honestly cannot fathom how a person like you could ever become the master of a guild. I just can't understand it. How does someone like you lead people? Kang Hee bristled with rage. Are you done running your mouth? So-hyun didn't back down. I didn't say a single word that was wrong. Juho watched the argument escalate, then suddenly someone turned to him. Brother, Juho, what's your take on this? Juho turned looking perplexed. I don't have much to say. But more importantly, has anyone seen Park Myung around here? That's when it hit him. Not just Park Myung, but the entire Gambler Guild was nowhere to be seen. Kang Hee scratched his head, frustrated. Did those rats take a boat and leave without us? We shouldn't just stand here. We need to leave immediately. While the others argued, Juho fell into deep thought, his eyes fixed on the ghost ship hovering ominously above. It's strange, Juho mused. They vanished without leaving a single trace. He stared at the rotting hull of the vessel. Did they really go ahead? If they went to such a conspicuous place, someone would have seen them. He made a decision. Let's search for them first. Meanwhile, deep inside the ship, Soo-hyun stood in the cargo hold. Before him, a massive torrent of energy swirled around a magic stone, pulsating above a glowing formation on the floor. He looked at the energy source, confused. Isn't it a bit too small? Soo-hyun recalled the captain's dying words about a pet. Suspicion gnawed at him. Is this why rumors say he's raising a kraken? He gripped his sword tighter, as waves of killing intent washed over him. It looks weak, but it's saturated with the Bone King's death energy. Beside him, Mia waved her hand, repelling the dark aura with a look of pure disgust. Soo-hyun chuckled. Mia seems fine. Good. He glanced at his own gear. Thanks to the magic resistance of my god armor, this suffocating dark energy doesn't affect me at all. Most other awakeners wouldn't be able to resist this, he thought. They'd likely rot and die just by standing in this room. Murderous intent continued to pour from the ship's walls. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle clicked together in Soo-hyun's mind. I see. This entire ship. It's just a cradle for the Bone King's experiment. His eyes locked onto the pulsating energy source, brows furrowing. The ghost captain and his crew didn't just kill people. They brought them here for a reason. The souls and subconscious of the victims became fodder to grow the Kraken, and the ship's structure ensures any intruder dies from the death energy before they can stop it. His goal was to cultivate the Kraken, enhancing its self-control and destructive power, bit by bit. A meticulous plan. But right now, it's sitting helplessly beneath a seal. If I unleash my full magical power, I can obliterate it before it wakes up. Thanks for the meal, Bone King. He tightened his grip on the hilt, energy gathering for the strike. Mia floated up her gaze, locked on the target. Your seal just made this a whole lot easier for me. But suddenly, sharp steel pierced toward Soo-hyun from the shadows. Two assassins lunged for his back. Clang! A spectral turtle shell materialized instantly behind Soo-hyun. Mia glanced back lazily. The assassins froze, eyes widening in shock. Why? Why can't we pierce it? Soo-hyun spun around, eyes blazing with fury. With a thunderous impact, he kicked them both. They flew backward, smashing into the ship's hull with an explosion of splintered wood and dust. Undeterred, they dashed through the smoke blades, raining down in a deadly crosscut. But Soo-hyun was faster. Slash! In a blur of motion, he cut one's shoulder and the other's hip. He stood over them, his expression icy cold. I thought this run would be easy, he mused, analyzing his opponents. Was I wrong? I suspected something like this might happen, but the timing is annoying. He mentally thanked the iron turtle he had defeated on the lower floors. Good thing I converted that iron turtle from the 21st floor into a passive trait. Slowly, Soo-hyun shifted his gaze to a new figure, emerging from the shadows. You can stop hiding and show your face now. Calm footsteps echoed on the deck. A voice tinged with surprise replied, just as I thought. You knew I was here. Dozens of eyes bored into the back of Mo Young's skull. She gripped her blade steel, shimmering with deadly intent. But Kim Soo-hyun, he just stood there, explaining things with terrifying calm. That metallic stench of blood. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Are you trying to broadcast that the Chaos Guild is here? Hearing this, the assassins ripped off their masks, grinning like maniacs who had finally found their prey. You really are the priority target. Our camouflage is flawless in any other leveling manhwa. Even an S-rank hunter would have been fooled. He scratched his head, leaning back with a look of pure disdain. It's because your little schemes are pathetic. Assassinating awakened inside dungeons, staging terror attacks to create anarchy. Don't you ever get bored. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's gaze turned frigid, piercing right through them. This time, the plan was to kill me, steal my identity, and then… He paused for a fraction of a second. The air grew heavy. The assassin's eyes went wide. His cover was completely blown in an instant. You'd cause mass hysteria in the American Blue Dungeon and frame me for the slaughter. The assassin stood frozen, mind racing. What the hell? How does he know about the classified operation? That intel is restricted even within the states. Only a handful of elites know the truth. He forced himself to regain composure, though his heart hammered. Kim Soo-hyun looked at them like they were bugs. Spot on. You're right about one thing, though. The time has finally come for us to step out of the shadows. The villain pictured himself, standing atop a mountain of corpses, savoring the thought. A festival of blood in every nation. I can't even count how many souls will perish in the chaos. Madness twisted his face. His killing intent exploded outward like a storm. And the architect of this tragedy will be none other than Kim Soo-hyun, the butcher of S-rank hunters. He threw his head back, cackling like a demon. It is truly a magnificent plan, but watching this theatrical performance, Kim Soo-hyun and Mia just exchanged relieved smiles. But that grand plan only works if you actually manage to kill me, right? Kim Soo-hyun's voice remained steady, challenging the very air around him. Do you really have what it takes? Mocked Kim Soo-hyun. The assassin ground his teeth, fury boiling over as his body dropped into a combat stance. Gripping his blade tight, he sneered. Keep barking while you can. He signaled the attack squad. Because today you die screaming. Kim Soo-hyun unsheathed his weapon, his mind tactical. These aren't just lackeys from Korea. The puppet master pulling their strings must be nearby. As the forces collided in a violent explosion of steel, he sent a mental command. I'm leaving the rest of the trash to you, John. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps came to a halt. A bald man with blood-red eyes stepped into a dark room, phone to his ear. Yeah, I just touched down. He frowned, reporting to his superior. The vanguard has entered the dungeon. Even if the kid survives that hell, one strike from me will finish the job. The voice on the other end made him flinch. Understood. I'll leave Kim Soo-hyun's head to you then. Our preparations here aren't fully complete, you know. The bald man confirmed the order. I'll contact you later. He pocketed the phone, finally noticing the figure sitting calmly on a throne of bodies. By the way, who the hell are you? She looked up, legs elegantly crossed. So you've arrived. John scanned the carnage on the floor. These wounds. They aren't from my men. She cut him off, a terrifying aura rising from her smile. Pretty strong, aren't I? His instincts screamed at him to stop moving. Did she slaughter this entire squad? Solo John rubbed his chin, intrigued. Is there anyone else here capable of such a massacre? Just a passing bald uncle, she teased. John chuckled darkly, ripping off his suit jacket in a rage. Useless trash. Losing to a lone girl, how humiliating. She stood up, shadows veiling her expression. One after another. Every piece of trash says the exact same thing. John flashed a cruel, predatory grin, completely unaware of the nightmare standing before him. He crushed his sunglasses, eyes burning with annoyance. So besides Kim Soo-hyun, Korea is still infested with these annoying pests. Knuckle dusters gleamed on his hands. I'll squash this bug first. But she was already airborne. The atmosphere shattered as they prepared to clash. Back on the main battlefield, the pressure was suffocating. Mia swooped down from the heavens, unleashing a breath attack. Kim Soo-hyun parried a strike, then slashed back with devastating force. Two assassins lunged from his blind spot. But this was a classic Manhwa recap moment. Kim Soo-hyun's shield was already up. He didn't even flinch. With a fluid motion, he blasted them back his blade, leaving a nasty gash across one attacker's face. The leader screamed, forget the rear attacks, go into stealth mode and strike from the shadows. Instantly, the squad vanished into thin air. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the battlefield. It's a typical system Manhwa mechanic, assassin class trait. Critical hit damage increases significantly when attacking from concealment. Smart move. A confident smirk touched his lips. But I have Mia and my own. Perception stats are off the charts. I've countered ambushes before. But there was a variable. The Skeleton King's artifact was completely masking their bloodlust. I have no choice but to trust her senses. He looked up. Mia. The little creature landed softly on his head. You can sniff out these rats, right? He whispered his strategy. Good. If you sense an attack coming, signal me instantly. He closed his eyes, entering a state of total focus. Suddenly, Mia shrieked, pointing sharply to the left. Without hesitation, Kim Soo-hyun unleashed a sword wave. Blood sprayed the air as a hidden assassin collapsed, eyes wide with shock. How did you? Incredible. Her sensory detection is even higher level than mine. She signaled again. Kim Soo-hyun's blade became a blur of death, striking true. The remaining assassins exchanged terrified glances. Our stealth. It's not working. But we fooled the Gambler Guild perfectly. Should we shapeshift? No, you idiot. Cheap tricks won't work on this guy. Fear took root in their hearts. If their skills were useless, they were nothing but prey. The realization hit them hard. We underestimated him. He's a monster. The bastard frowned, panic setting in. From the beginning, he was a monster beyond our league. Wiping the blood from his face, he scanned the area. The sheer killing intent was suffocating enough to drive anyone insane. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He realized it. Wait. That murderous aura. He locked onto the source. Soo-hyun stood his ground, his guard up, but the sudden ambush still caught him off guard. So you gave up on hiding in the shadows? Soo-hyun swung his blade, his voice ice cold. Or did you finally realize you can't kill me in a fair fight? In a flash, he cut one down. But another fanatic lunged forward, leading a desperate all-out assault. Soo-hyun whipped around, his eyes widening in shock. It finally clicked. Their target wasn't him. They were after the Kraken. He stomped the ground, launching himself forward like a bullet. Terror flashed in his gaze. He had to stop them, but it was too late. The enemy was already closing in on the beast. A blade pierced the air towards the Kraken. Soo-hyun could only watch in horror. The seal was breaking. A massive ship began to sink into the dark abyss. Boom! The vessel detonated in a fiery explosion. A figure was blasted out from the wreckage, cackling with manic glee. "This is my victory, Kim Soo-hyun," he roared. But then a massive tentacle rose from the depths. His laughter died instantly, replaced by sheer terror, before he was crushed into nothingness. Soo-hyun landed on a piece of debris, using it as a springboard to soar into the sky. It was time to say hello. "Long time no see, General." He called out the monster's name. As he charged his sword, Mia glowed with an overwhelming surge of power. He dove straight for its eye. One clean strike. Soo-hyun landed at a distance, counting the seconds. That hit would knock it out cold for a moment. "I have to end this now." He glanced at his blade. The buff effect was fading fast. Soo-hyun gripped Mia tight, forcing himself to focus. Steady. The sword spirit wasn't fully evolved yet. He couldn't abuse this system-breaking skill forever. He held the blade close, his senses on high alert. It was a massive gamble. He had burned all his mana, blocking the seal's explosion. Now helpless and drained, he began to freefall toward the water. His expression went blank. There was only one option left in this leveling manhwa. He had to activate Indomitable to recover his stamina and keep fighting. Suddenly, a figure cut through the waves. It was Do-ho, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Are you serious, kid?" He grabbed Soo-hyun and warped them out of the danger zone. A moment later, Soo-hyun blinked, safe but confused. Do-ho glared at him, furious. "You always make me worry. Do you have a death wish or something?" He turned his back, scolding him. "Fix that habit of trying to solo everything." Soo-hyun looked up, genuinely puzzled. "Hyung, why are you here?" Do-ho sighed. "The Gambler Guild vanished, so I had no choice but to board the ship. Then the damn boat blew up. We found a safe spot, but I came back because I couldn't leave you behind." Soo-hyun felt a wave of gratitude. "Thank you, Hyung. As the raid commander, I should have protected you, not the other way around. Forget it. Just buy me a drink later." "But won't that thing chase us?" Soo-hyun shook his head with confidence. "It's blinded and regenerating. It won't move for now." Meanwhile, the rest of the party looked uneasy. "It's massive. Can we really capture that?" Gang Wei crossed his arms, looking defeated. The raid leader, the Gambler Guild, even Do-ho. Everyone's missing. "This is driving me nuts." Tae-hyun stepped up. "Where did that beast even come from?" Suddenly, a voice cut in. "I'll explain everything." Both men jumped in surprise. Soo-hyun took a moment to debrief them on the entire situation. "And that brings us up to speed." Do-ho rubbed his neck, looking utterly exhausted. "Damn it. No wonder things went south. The Chaos Guild again." Gang Wei glared, his temper flaring. "Wait, why did you act on your own and make this mess worse?" Tae-hyun cut in to steer the conversation. "Drop it. We're in a tight spot." "Do you have a plan?" Soo-hyun nodded firmly. "Yes. The Kraken's weakness is exposed. If we coordinate perfectly, just like in a system manhwa, we can hunt it without bleeding a drop." He looked them in the eye. "But if you guys can't get on the same page, my plan is useless. So I'm going to assume you're all following my lead." After laying out the strategy, Soo-hyun finished with, "That is the plan." In the distance, the monster's eyes were drooping. Determination hardened their gazes. Formation set, Group 1 ready. The command rang out, and magic artillery lit up the sky. The beast was bombarded by a relentless combo. Duho roared, commanding the battlefield. Good. Next up, Group 2 Fire. Soo-hyun had briefed them earlier. The Kraken's weakness is its movement speed. It needs to close the gap to use its massive strength. If we kite it with long-range magic, it can't reach us and will be forced back. He watched the barrage impressed. It can't touch us, but look at that size. Killing it seems impossible. Still, Duho was executing his role perfectly. Our mission is just to keep the Kraken at bay while Soo-hyun recovers. The monster roared in agony as spells rained down on it. Duho grinned. Excellent. Keep it up. We hold the line until the commander is back at 100%. Suddenly, a scout shouted. Someone is approaching the target. Duho turned confused. Did Soo-hyun recover already? But then his face drained of color. What the hell? Duho's eyes nearly popped out. What is that idiot doing? A subordinate asked Guildmaster. Master, are you sure this is wise? Gang Y marched forward, ignoring them. Sir Soo-hyun said to keep our distance. Before the member could finish, Gang Y grabbed him by the collar. Hey, Gang Wee, snarled, his ego bruising. If that kid told you to go die, would you actually do it? The squad member tried to warn him, panic in his voice. But Guildmaster, with the Kraken's insane regeneration, isn't this raid impossible for us? Kang Hee sneered, blinded by arrogance. You moron. That punk was obviously lying. He pointed at the screaming beast in the distance. Can't you see it's already dying? Kim Soo-hyun just said that to hog all the rewards for himself. It's typical greed. Kang Hee marched forward, radiating false confidence. If you want to keep your jobs, follow my lead. The Papipong Guild will be the ones to claim this legendary kill. Moments later, the battlefield was chaos. Kang Hee barked orders while swinging his weapon. Don't give it a second to breathe. Attack. A member of the Red Demon Guild looked at Tae-hoon, trembling. Vice Guild Master, what are your orders? If we fire skills blindly, we'll hit our own people. Tae-hoon let out a heavy sigh. Is this really happening? He spun around and shouted. Cease fire, stop attacking immediately. We're taking control of this situation now. Kang Hee laughed maniacally as he unleashed another attack. That arrogant little brat. Just because he has a bit of power, he thinks he's special. Watch closely. I'll be the one to end this nightmare. Suddenly, the color drained from his face. What the? The shallow cuts on the Kraken's tentacles were knitting back together instantly. Kang Hee muttered in disbelief. I swear I slashed that spot just a second ago. The beast looked down, with its burning red-orange pupils staring into his soul. It opened its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, and unleashed a sonic roar that tore through the air. Guild members fell to their knees, clutching their ears in agony. Arg, what kind of roar is this? My head. The world is spinning. Kang Hee stumbled, gritting his teeth as his vision blurred. Ugh, what the hell is happening? Panic began to set in. Damn it, that frequency. It's destabilizing my mana flow. Retreat. Everyone fall back, Kang Hee screamed. But as he looked up, his eyes went wide with terror. Huh. A colossal tentacle descended like judgment from the heavens to crush him. But suddenly flashes of light sliced through the air, severing the limb instantly. A familiar silhouette emerged. Kang Hee forced a nervous laugh. Ha. Ha ha. You got here fast, kid. All healed up, I see. Kim Soo-hyun turned to him, his killing intent suffocating the air. Do you have a death wish? Kang Hee flinched, waving his hands frantically. Wait, hold on. Now isn't the time for this. Before the excuse could leave his lips, Kim Soo-hyun's fist connected with his face. Bam! Kang Hee was launched like a rag doll, leaving a trail of dust as he vanished into the distance. A black-haired guild member looked bewildered. Kim Soo-hyun. What should we do? Kim Soo-hyun pointed his blade. Head towards the main raid team. If you stay here, I won't be responsible for your lives. Azure flames erupted around him, coalescing into the majestic form of the sacred fire phoenix. He gave the order. Phoenix, shut that beast's mouth. The divine bird screeched and dive-bombed the Kraken, striking the nexus between its head and torso. Boom. A blinding explosion of holy fire detonated like a tactical nuke. Reflected in the monster's terrified pupil was a single image, Kim Soo-hyun descending like a god of war with his sword raised high. He plunged toward the massive pupil, putting his entire weight behind the strike. Slash, but the blade only grazed the outer rim of the eye. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed calmly. I aimed for the center, but I missed. Did it dodge on pure instinct? The Kraken lashed out in a frenzy, tentacles whipping the air, but Kim Soo-hyun weaved through them effortlessly. Great. It looks like I just pissed it off. He strategized while dodging the barrage. With it thrashing around like this, a sneak attack is impossible. A tentacle rose from the depths, towering over him like a skyscraper of flesh. Kim Soo-hyun tightened his grip. Guess I have to do this the hard way. With a single fluid motion, he severed the massive limb. I'll just have to chop every last one of them off. Watching from afar, Tae-hoon gasped. Impossible. We barely scratched its hide, yet he's slicing through it like the overpowered MC of a leveling manhwa. A brunette team member checked on him. Tae-hoon, are you alright? That scream earlier really messed us up. Should we just leave this to Kim Soo-hyun and his party? Tae-hoon laughed bitterly. His party? Are you blind? He pointed at the lone figure dominating the battlefield. We aren't even playing the same game as him. Kim Soo-hyun is going to solo that Kraken, and this dungeon break will be over. Tae-hoon felt a wave of inadequacy. You know, before I met Kim Soo-hyun, I actually thought I was hot stuff. I told myself give it 2 years. No, just 1 year, and I'd reach S-rank. But standing next to him, I feel pathetic. He turned to the other man. Lee Do-ho, you should seriously think about your future too. Lee Do-ho looked confused. What do you mean? You might not realize it yet, Tae-hoon explained solemnly. But Kim Soo-hyun is destined to become the world's strongest awakener. If you try to chase his shadow, you'll eventually burn out and collapse. His light is too brilliant. It incinerates anyone who tries to stand too close. Tae-hoon began to walk away, shoulders slumped. If it ever gets too heavy for you, there's always a spot in my guild. After all, compared to the rest of us normies, you're still built differently. Lee Do-ho stood in silence watching Kim Soo-hyun fight. I know, he thought. Massive tentacles rained down, but Kim Soo-hyun ignored them, charging straight for the Kraken's head. It ends now. The monster unhinged its jaw, revealing a nightmare of teeth. Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch. He dove straight into the abyss. The jaws snapped shut, swallowing him whole. Suddenly, the Kraken froze. A blinding line of azure light appeared, bisecting the beast from its skull down to its torso. Boom! Blue flames erupted from within, blasting the monster apart. Massive chunks of the Kraken crashed to the earth lifeless. Kim Soo-hyun landed softly, exhaling a long breath. He wiped the slime from his cheek. Gross. This thing's blood is stickier than glue. The raid members stared at him, jaws on the floor, unable to process the miracle they just witnessed. Looking at the bisected corpse of the calamity, someone whispered, He did it. Then the dam broke. Cheers erupted. The Kraken is dead. We won. We're alive. Lee Do-ho stood silently amidst the celebration, scratching his head. Geez. That guy and his nonsense. What nonsense? A voice asked from right behind him. Lee Do-ho jumped out of his skin. Wah. Give a guy a warning. You move like a ghost. Kim Soo-hyun sighed, looking unimpressed. What's with the reaction? It's not like this is our first rodeo. He pressed on. So answer the question. What nonsense were you talking about? Lee Do-ho smiled and ruffled Kim Soo-hyun's hair. Stuff a kid like you wouldn't understand. He glanced over and saw Tae-hoon standing alone, head bowed. Oh, Tae-hoon. Kim Soo-hyun. Lee Do-ho interrupted sharply. Kim Soo-hyun looked at him confused, but saw Lee Do-ho shake his head. Lee Do-ho quickly changed the subject. Anyway, the raid is over. You did good work out there. Oh, that reminds me, Kim Soo-hyun asked. Where's Kang-hee? Lee Do-ho pointed to a lump on the ground. He's been out cold, ever since you punched his soul out of his body. He looks half dead. Why do you need him? Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, his eyes cold. Isn't it obvious I need to finish what I started? Slumped against a rock, Kang-hee groaned as consciousness returned. His head was spinning. Did I? Blackout? Who's there? As he looked up, he was met with a gaze so cold it could freeze hell over. Killing intent radiated from Kim Soo-hyun, terrifying Kang-hee to his core. Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped to absolute zero. Don't you have something to say to the team? But Kang-hee, clueless and arrogant, just glanced around shiftily. The Kraken. Did you guys kill it? The party didn't answer. They only stared at him with eyes full of razor-sharp contempt. Kang-hee laughed awkwardly, sensing the mood. Looks like it's dead then. In that case, let's tally up the rewards. The man's face was thicker than a castle wall. He had absolutely no shame. Well, since my Papipong guild dealt the majority of the damage to the Kraken, compared to the Red Demon Guild, Kim Soo-hyun cut him off instantly. Are you seriously saying that right now? Kang-hee blinked, oblivious. What? The raid is over. Isn't it obvious we should split the loot? Kim Soo-hyun's killing intent exploded, suppressing the air around them. Let me rephrase that for you. Do you really have nothing to say to us? The pressure radiating from the MC turned Kang-hee's face pale as a sheet. Panic set in. Kang-hee drew his sword, but a sharp ear-splitting screech of tearing metal silenced him. Kim Soo-hyun had shattered the man's blade with his bare hands. It seems you don't realize what you've done. Because of your selfishness, everyone here could have died today. Kang Hee ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. With a roar of humiliated rage, he threw a punch. But Kim Soo-hyun simply raised a hand and caught the fist like it was nothing. Kim Soo-hyun's grip tightened like a vice. I gave you a chance to apologize, but you chose this path instead. The crushing pressure on his fist forced a scream from Kang Hee's throat. Let go of me! Kang Hee, crazy with pain and anger, spat out threats. How dare you hit me? I am the captain of this raid team. You think you can get away with this? When I get out of here, I'll report you to the association. Kim Soo-hyun remained terrifyingly calm. Go ahead, report it. He released the man's fist. But I think you're confused about what it means to be a captain. Being a raid captain doesn't just give you the right to strategize and give orders. It means you carry the weight of every single life in your squad on your shoulders. Kim Soo-hyun continued, his voice judging. If a leader is blinded by greed and endangers his team, he raised the broken blade high. Then the team has the right to execute him immediately without a trial. His eyes flashed. Die. The sword slashed down with terrifying speed. The party members gasped in horror. Only Do-ho remained calm, gripping his own weapon, ready for anything. The blade stopped millimeters from Kang Hee's neck. But it was enough. Kang Hee's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed, foaming at the mouth from pure terror. Do-ho sighed. Do you always have to be so extreme? Childish. Kim Soo-hyun wiped his hands. I had to traumatize him. If I didn't, he'd just go on to get other innocent people killed when I'm not around to stop him. Besides, after this disaster, he's lost all credibility with the guild. He won't be leading anyone anytime soon. Kim Soo-hyun clapped his hands, shifting the mood instantly. All right, everyone pack up your gear. Let's move out. Yes, sir, the member shouted. Kim Soo-hyun rubbed his chin in thought. Through this raid, I've secured Mia's power, and I have a solid theory about the Skeleton King's plan. I need to locate the hidden dungeons I haven't discovered yet, just to be safe. And, his eyes narrowed, I need to check on Jong's situation. After all, every member of the Chaos Guild is a monster with strength rivaling the final bosses of any awakening manhwa. Meanwhile, a few hours prior to Kim Soo-hyun's victory, Jong was slammed into a wall, the impact creating a massive spiderweb of cracks. Dust billowed out, obscuring everything. Suddenly, a massive fist punched through the smoke. Jong dropped low, barely dodging Eaton's devastating strike. Eaton ground his teeth and launched another hook, straight for her head. The fist closed in, but Jong's eyes remained as tranquil as a still lake. Shadow step. Her body dissolved into darkness, phasing directly through his fist. The shadow swirled and reformed behind Eaton's back, materializing instantly into her physical form. Eaton couldn't stop his forward momentum in time. Jong's voice was ice cold. It's over. She slashed her dagger horizontally across the back of his neck. Jong retracted her blade and backflipped to safety. She stared at the result, clicking her tongue. Tch, did he manage to defend himself in that split second? Eaton's hands were clasped behind his neck, covering his vital point. Jong's eyes widened. He blocked a blade with his bare hands. Eaton turned around, a wide grin on his face. You actually surprised me. I didn't expect you to have skills like that. To think you could actually wound me. He licked the trickle of blood from his hand with a twisted, perverted look. This is getting interesting. Jong frowned in disgust. Wipe that smile off your face. It just makes me want to kill you more. Eaton threw his head back and laughed. You dare face me head on, an assassin. He raised his guard, boxing style. Your fighting style is wild, little girl. Idiot. Eaton thought confidently. All my passive skills are focused on physical damage resistance. Seeing Jung dissolve into shadows again, he sneered. Come on then. Attack me all you want. A flurry of slashes rained down on him, but the blades sparked against his skin, leaving zero damage. Eaton stood firm, an unbreakable fortress. You won't even leave a scratch on me, he thought, blocking effortlessly while analyzing her movements. Her attacks are fast and sharp, annoying to block, sure, but that shadow form has a limit. Suddenly, the shadows coalesced. Jung's physical body returned. Right there. He had deduced the cooldown of her skill perfectly. Seeing her solidify, Eaton's adrenaline spiked. Bullseye, got you. He seized the opening, launching a catastrophic uppercut. The wind pressure alone made her shoulder tremble as she barely dodged. Jung assessed the situation grimly. If that hits me, I'm done for. She wove under his guard. His defense is absurdly high. My standard attacks are completely useless against a tank like this. Watching his fist plow through the air, she made a decision. I have no choice. I have to use that. Jung reached into her inventory and withdrew a new weapon. She gripped the hilt of the ominous new dagger. With a flash of speed, she slashed downwards, leaving a shallow cut on Eaton's forearm. Eaton glanced at the scratch and scoffed. That's your secret weapon, he grinned. I'm trembling with anticipation to see what you do next. He slammed his fist into the ground. The concrete exploded, creating a massive crater. Eaton was buzzing with energy. It's been so long since I've felt this thrill of battle. This woman is fun. Struggle more. Entertain me. Suddenly he froze. Jong was just standing there, relaxed, weapon lowered. Huh, what are you doing? Jung looked at him with bored eyes. It's over. No point in continuing. It would just be a waste of my energy. Bullshit. Eaton roared. This fight isn't over. Come on, attack me. Jung just shrugged indifferently. Eaton's vein popped. How dare you ignore me? He charged like a raging bull. If you've lost the will to fight, then I'll force you to fight until you die. In a blink, he was right in front of her. Yet, Jung's face remained perfectly calm. His fist rocketed toward her skull, but suddenly, the attack froze in midair. Eaton's eyes went wide. Huh? Why? Why won't my body move? Yishen gasped, for air panic seizing his chest. What have you done to me? His legs gave out and he collapsed helplessly to his knees. Jong stared down at him with eyes as cold as the grave. She was looking at a walking corpse. She approached slowly, savoring his terror, then leaned in and whispered, Did I not warn you? She seized his jaw, forcing his head up with a brutal grip. It is finished. With a violent swing, she slammed his skull into the pavement, the impact shattering the concrete beneath him. Damn it, Yishen's mind raced in shock. Were my defensive skills nullified? No, his mana was still flowing, but his physical form was paralyzed. It was a complete system lockdown. He lay there a prisoner in his own flesh thinking, what kind of sorcery is this? Jong's voice cut through the haze. You must be wondering why your body refuses to obey your commands. As you guessed, this is my trump card, she revealed, her voice steady. A secret weapon I rarely use because of its strict usage limits. This blade sends the target's mana into chaotic overdrive upon contact. Yishen's eyes widened in horror. Once cut, your own magic turns against you, suffocating your body from the inside out. The realization hit him like a truck. The outcome of this duel, in this manhwa recap, had been decided the moment she drew her sword. Damn it. Jong's hand clamped around his throat. Now she hissed, it's my turn to ask questions. Terror and crushing pressure threatened to stop his heart. Pointing her blade at his eye, she interrogated, Who is your master? Speak. She pinned him to the floor, her aura flaring with murderous intent. Answer me. She struck him without mercy, the force of the blow cracking the very foundation beneath them. Between brutal strikes, she screamed, Who is your boss? Talk. Her eyes burned with a feral madness, her assaults growing more unhinged with every second. Despite the crimson staining his lips and his face beaten beyond recognition, Yishen let out a twisted laugh. I don't know what you want. I don't have the answers. Instead, he rasped, Why don't you join us? Jung froze. What? The snake continued to tempt her. With a monster like you by my side, imagine the slaughter we could achieve. Jung let out a dark chuckle. Is that so? She raised her blade, the steel glinting coldly in the light. Then let me start my spree by ending your miserable life. She drove the blade down, but a firm hand caught her wrist, just inches from impact. Sojin had intervened. Calm down, he ordered. She ripped her arm away, her expression frosty. I understand your rage, Sojin analyzed calmly. But this trash is a high-ranking executive of the Dam Guild. He's a goldmine of intel. If you execute him now, our mission fails. Take a breath and cool your head. Jong remained silent, her killing intent barely contained. I told you to let go, she snapped. Sojin didn't flinch. Slowly, the darkness in her expression receded, replaced by a begrudging acceptance. She rubbed the back of her neck, exhaling sharply. Sorry, I lost control for a second. Standing up, she added, If you stepped in, his information must be worth keeping him alive. Exactly, Sojin confirmed. We're on the clock, so let's make this quick. Suddenly, the battered Yishen spoke up from the floor, tilting his head to look at the duo. I was having a moment with the lady, he sneered. Who gave you permission to inter? Wham! Jung delivered a lethal kick straight to his face before he could finish. He flew across the room, crumpling in agony. Sojin clicked his tongue. He came alone, which proves Kim Soo-hyun's intel was solid. This isn't just some random event in a leveling manhwa. It's a calculated move. The report about the Blue Dungeon opening in America was accurate too. Yishen, though dazed from the beating, stiffened. He had heard every word. The SP Guild's terror plot within the Blue Dungeon. How do they know about that? Jong turned to Sojin. I see where this is going. What about Kim Soo-hyun's team? Sojin removed his sunglasses. I heard their dungeon raid just wrapped up. Yishen's mind reeled with shock. Did my subordinates get captured by Kim Soo-hyun? No, that doesn't matter. The real problem is that Kim Soo-hyun knows our entire operation. He pictured Kim Soo-hyun's manipulating grin. Looking at the two hunters before him, the gravity of the situation sank in. This is bad. Very bad. He tried to twitch his fingers, but his body refused to respond. I can't even lift a finger, let alone contact the guild. At this rate, the boss's master plan will crumble. Desperation filled his eyes. I need to buy time, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Jong voiced her suspicion. Where exactly is Kim Soo-hyun getting his intel? Yishen licked his bloodied lip. That's it. He made a deliberate noise, drawing the sharp gazes of both Sojin and Jong. He burst into maniacal, savage laughter. Jong glared at him. Did I beat the sanity out of you? But he kept laughing until tears streamed down his face. This is just too rich. Using the damn guild to crush the opposition, the two hunters stared at him. What are you babbling about? Jong demanded. Explain yourself. Propping himself against the wall, he smirked. Use your brains. Only a handful of elites know about the Blue Dungeon Chaos plan. His gaze sharpened. Isn't it odd that he knows so much? These two are just nuisances, he calculated. I can manipulate them. The real threat is Kim Soo-hyun. If you're not careful, you'll all end up dancing as puppets in his awakening manhwa script. I need to turn them against Kim Soo-hyun. That will create the opening I need to warn the guild. He fantasized about the chaos of Jong clashing with Soo-hyun. Through his swollen, blood-caked face, he made his pitch. Let's make a deal. If we don't, both you and the damn guild will be played for fools by Kim Soo-hyun. Help me take out Kim Soo-hyun first. Do that, and I'll hand over every dirty secret I know about my guild. Jong's expression darkened. Sojin stepped forward, unsheathing his blade with a metallic ring. He pointed the tip directly at Yishen's throat. Shut your mouth, Sojin warned. You think we'd trust a murderer, but Yishen didn't flinch. You're being naive. Kim Soo-hyun already betrayed the damn guild once. What makes you think he won't stab you in the back the moment it becomes convenient? If he leaks the info and we go into hiding, do you really think you'll ever find us again? Sojin held his ground unmoved. He's lying, Sojin thought. He's trying to sow discord to create an escape route. But Jong was deep in thought, her hand on her chin. Finally, she spoke. Call Kim Soo-hyun, she commanded. Get the Reaper Guild members here too. Sojin looked at her stunned. But Jong held up a hand. I know what you're thinking. But even if this trash is lying, we need to verify the source of that intel. In a system manhwa world like this, information is power. Sojin sighed, glancing at the captive. Fine. Let's do it. It seemed his plan had hit the mark. A maniacal cackle tore from his throat as he taunted them. Look at you wavering. Just kill Kim Soo-hyun, and I'll become your loyal dog. But his laughter died instantly, choked off by a terrifying pressure. He had made a grave mistake. The aura radiating from Jong was far more horrifying than before. I would rather rot in hell than shake hands with a murderer like you. If Soo-hyun was truly allied with Doom, I would have slaughtered him from the start. She looked less like a human and more like a true demon lord. My sole purpose is the total annihilation of the Doom Guild. I will hunt your kind to the very depths of the abyss. The scene shifted as a red car sped through the night, finally coming to a halt. Soo-hyun stepped out the car door, clicking shut behind him. Someone was already waiting in the shadows. You're finally here. Soo-hyun slid a hand into his pocket, keeping his cool. Yeah, why summon me at this ungodly hour? Soo-jin simply pointed toward the entrance. See for yourself and you'll understand. Soo-hyun followed, his mind racing. What is this? Did they actually capture Ethan? The door creaked open and he stepped into the gloom. I don't sense any presence. Suddenly, a blade flashed in the dark. Soo-hyun remained unfazed. What the hell do you think you're doing? In an instant, a dozen blades were pressed against Soo-hyun's neck, yet he didn't flinch. Jong stood before him, her presence overwhelming, a terrifying mix of radiant light and suffocating darkness. From Soo-hyun's perspective, the world seemed to warp. He watched the figures materialize from thin air. Is this shadowification? The power to become one with the darkness and manipulate it at will? Usually, this skill is limited to just hiding one's own body in the night. The dark energy began to dissipate like smoke. Soo-hyun glanced at the assassins holding blades to his throat. I can't believe she cloaked this entire area in shadows. She didn't just hide herself. She concealed the presence of everyone else in the room. He looked at Jong, who seemed to be draped in the very fabric of the void. To be honest, that is a monstrous level of talent. Jong's eyes burned with killing intent. I didn't want to call you here for no reason, she began coldly. But our guest provided some interesting intel. He claims you are a former disciple of the Chaos Guild. Ethan knelt on the floor, hands bound tight. Greetings, Kim Soo-hyun. Long time no see, huh? Soo-hyun replied with icy indifference. I didn't peg you for the type to trust the words of a cornered rat. John didn't deny it. You aren't wrong. I am not someone who is easily swayed by the lies of others. She took a step forward, the pressure in the room rising. Honestly, after tracking your history, I doubted his claims were true. Soo-hyun decided to be direct. Then, what is it you want from me? John approached her cloak of shadows swirling around her. There is a small question that has been gnawing at my mind. She leaned in closer. I wonder. How exactly did you acquire such detailed information about the Chaos Guild? That man claimed only the inner circle would know such secrets. Unless you are one of them, your knowledge is incredibly suspicious. Is it not? So I need to verify whether or not you belong to the Chaos Guild. Her gaze sharpened into a glare. Reveal your source. Now? Soo-hyun maintained his poker face, though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He glanced over at the battered figure of Ethan kneeling on the concrete. I knew he was the battle-crazed leader of chaos, but to think he'd use his own capture like this. It was a plot twist worthy of a high-stakes leveling manhwa, turning a defeat into a trap. Whatever his game is, he wants to spark a war between me and John. I could solve this easily if I just answered her question. He closed his eyes for a moment. The image of a desperate man reaching out to him in the past flashed through his mind. But my source is my memory from a past life. There is no way John would believe that. He assessed his surroundings, surrounded by John's elites completely outgunned. The situation is critically disadvantageous. John holds all the cards right now. The odds of talking my way out of this with a lie are next to zero. His eyes narrowed in calculation. Even if I escape this moment, this suspicion will return to haunt me later. If that happens, I'll be playing right into Ethan's hands, and my own plans will hit a dead end. John's patience was running out. Stop calculating and start talking. Soo-hyun made his choice. First, I need to seize control of the narrative. Fine. I have never worked for the Chaos Guild, and I can prove it. But as for my source, that is something I cannot reveal to you. John's deadly gaze didn't soften in the slightest. Soo-hyun switched tactics, putting on a friendly facade. He smiled. We are in a partnership based on mutual goals, are we not? I'm not obligated to tell you everything. Besides, proving I'm not your enemy is what matters, right? He looked the powerful guildmaster in the eye and made a bold offer. Come to my house. I will show you the proof. But in exchange, you must come alone. The blade at his throat pressed harder, drawing a thin line of crimson blood. So-jin stood behind him, ready to strike. Do you really think we would agree to such a ludicrous demand? Soo-hyun ignored the pain, his composure unshaken. Isn't that for your guildmaster to decide? One of John's subordinates voiced his protest immediately. Guildmaster, don't go. It's obviously a trick to escape. Another agreed. He's right. Interrogating him here is the only way. John stared directly at Soo-hyun, and he held her gaze without flinching. A silent duel of wills. She raised a hand to silence her men. Very well. Lead the way. Her subordinate gasped. What? You can't be serious. There is no way this isn't a trap. It's too dangerous. John reassured them calmly. Do not worry. Her expression darkened, becoming truly demonic. If he is lying, I will not hesitate to harvest his soul right there and then. Now, show me that you are not one of those chaos filth. The two of them left the warehouse and arrived at his home. But John was completely blindsided by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Oh my goodness, my precious son, his mother rushed forward, grabbing his hands with overwhelming joy. Do you have any idea how much I've missed you? Soo-hyun smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mom. Work has been crazy lately, I couldn't get away. Suddenly, his mother peeked around him, locking eyes with John. By the way, who is this? Soo-hyun started to introduce her. This is a friend of mine. His mother cut him off, her eyes sparkling like stars. Could it be? She grabbed John's hands, happier than if she'd won the lottery. Is this my future daughter-in-law? Oh my heavens, Kim Soo-hyun. Why on earth did you wait until now to introduce your beautiful girlfriend to your mother? Under the intense heat of her enthusiasm, the girl found herself speechless. Jong froze completely, utterly unsure of how to navigate this social minefield. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, but then a steaming bowl of braised short ribs was placed before her, the aroma filling the room. All done. Come on, let's eat. Even Kim Soo-hyun looked taken aback. Mom. Seriously, Mom. Why did you cook a feast? His mother countered with irrefutable logic. You finally brought a friend home. Obviously, I have to prepare a proper meal, don't I? She looked at Jong with a sheepish smile. I apologize for the commotion earlier, dear. You are the very first girl Kim Soo-hyun has ever invited over, so I simply couldn't contain my happiness. Hearing that, Jong flinched her guard, going up with polite formality. No, no, it is quite all right. I am fine. Ignoring the protest, the mother placed a massive rib into her bowl. Here, it's not much, but please enjoy the meal to your heart's content. Chiang sat stiffly, her mind unable to process the domestic warmth surrounding her. Kim Soo-hyun's mother just smiled benevolently, the very picture of a gentle, capable homemaker. Jung stared at the woman in silence for a long moment before a wave of emotion hit her. Thank you, Auntie. As they ate, Chang quietly observed the dynamic. Kim Soo-hyun and his mother chatted away, their conversation lively and bright. Kim Soo-hyun's expression was genuinely radiant, a stark contrast to the pressure-filled face he wore during missions. Jung paused, struck by a realization. The tension left her shoulders, and she let out a soft sigh of relief, a small smile gracing her lips. Then came the caring question. How is the food? It is delicious. The scene shifted to Kim Soo-hyun's room. He sat on the edge of the bed. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Jung sat on the desk chair, her eyes analyzing him. You seem to have a very close bond with your mother. Kim Soo-hyun nodded, admitting it. I guess you could say that. He held a glass of water, looking at her. So what's the verdict? Do you still believe I'm an agent of the Chaos Guild? Jung met his gaze. I understand the point you are trying to make. However, simply having someone to care for does not guarantee that you aren't one of them. He set the glass down on the table. I see. So that alone isn't enough proof. He stood up, grabbing the hem of his white shirt. Seeing his action, panic flashed across her face. She blushed furiously, but kept her voice tough. What do you think you are doing? Are you finally revealing your true colors now that there is nowhere left to hide? Kim Soo-hyun tossed the shirt aside, leaving his upper body completely bare before her. What are you talking about? You said you still couldn't trust me. In the Chaos Guild, every member bears a branded symbol on their body. I'm simply showing you that I don't have it. He then asked with a feigned innocence that fit right into a manhwa recap. Should I take off my pants too? Defeated, she slapped a hand to her forehead. Whatever. Talking to you just drains my energy. But as she looked at him, the ice in Jung's eyes melted, replaced by a softer gaze. I believe you. If you were truly a member of Chaos, you wouldn't keep family this close. There is no way that organization would let her live in peace. I guess I was overcomplicating things. Kim Soo-hyun pulled his shirt back on. I know this is a sensitive topic, but may I ask what happened between you and the Chaos Guild? Jung shot him a sharp glare. We are currently in a partnership based largely on a mutual objective. It is not my obligation to tell you everything. Kim Soo-hyun wasn't surprised. She practically had that line memorized. Ah. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, I just thought that if we knew more about each other, our relationship might evolve into total trust. Chiang let out a short, dry laugh. What does that even mean? A heavy silence settled between them. Memories of the past came rushing back to Jung. An image of a younger Jung appeared, her aura even colder than it was now. 2 years ago, back when she operated as a solo player without a guild, Jung recalled her childhood, perhaps around 11 or 12. From a young age, she had received endless praise for being obedient and beautiful. She often wondered if they only loved the image she projected. Countless people had approached her, projecting their own expectations and desires onto her. But the moment they witnessed her quirky personality so different from their fantasies, a dark gloom would wrap around Jung. They would quickly turn to disappointment and leave. She had faced so many turning backs, so much rejection. Even her parents, the last hand holding hers, eventually let go. She was truly left alone. In that memory, little Jung stood solitary under a harsh spotlight. She remained silent, never screaming, never demanding. That was when she realized she didn't belong anywhere. Her eyes held a sorrow as deep as the ocean. Time flowed on, and the girl grew up. She entered the harsh reality of a leveling manhwa world as an awakener. She glanced back. A boy with a bright, clean face was smiling and waving at her. Hello there, I'm Kim Ki-hyun. I've been watching you for a long time. Jung cut him off instantly. No need. He frantically explained, wait, I'm not trying to hit on you, I mean a party. Let's form a party together. But Jung had already walked past him, cold as ice. She recalled the energy exploding like a spatial gate with a crowd gathered around. Ki-hyun explained to his group. There are a lot of awakeners here, huh? Well, it's normal since the association allowed freelancers to join. Since we don't have a leader or support, it's better if we team up, rather than going solo. He smiled, as voices of agreement rang out. Exactly. But her answer remained the same. No need. Rejected twice in a row, Ki-hyun was left speechless. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Kim Ki-hyun, get over here. Hurry up, we're moving out. He tilted his head toward the voice. Coming, he rushed toward his teammates while she walked straight ahead into the darkness. Two people, two completely opposite paths. Then came the clash of steel against the monsters. Ki-hyun fought with cool precision. He slashed through a beast, cleaving its body in two. He exhaled sharply, wiping sweat from his brow. This is harder than I thought. He looked ahead and saw something that defied logic. It was Jung. Surrounding her were the corpses of monsters, a pile far larger than what Ki-hyun's entire party had managed. His teammate approached, eyes wide. Whoa, how many did she kill? Eugene walked up. You invited her to the party earlier, didn't you? Ki-hyun's voice was heavy with disappointment. Yeah, but I got turned down. Looking at her solitary figure, they affirmed, it's fine. With skills like that, she'll be perfectly fine on her own. Eugene crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. Man, I wanted to party with a cute girl like that, not a bunch of dudes. Ki-hyun shuddered and glared, silently agreeing. You think you're the only one who feels that way. Woo-sik approached Ki-hyun. What do you think, Ki-hyun? He looked at the older man. Woo-sik Hyung. His gaze turned thoughtful. For some reason, she looks incredibly lonely. He couldn't take his eyes off her small, isolated back. The battle raged on. A massive green ogre launched a vicious strike at Ki-hyun. He raised his sword to block the impact, but Ki-hyun lost his footing. He was confused. His stance had been perfect. Eugene noticed the danger. Ki-hyun, behind you. Hey, Kim Ki-hyun, watch your six. Behind him, a monster raised its weapon for the kill. Damn it. But before it could land, Woo-sik stepped in, delivering a critical blow. He slammed his fist into the creature's back, red ichor splattering past Ki-hyun's face. He asked casually, Ki-hyun, you good? The boy scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, lost focus for a second. He stammered in explanation. I don't know. I was fine before, but today, something feels off. But I smack Woo-sik, cut him off with a slap to the face. Seeing Ki-hyun's blushing face, he teased. Spit it out. You're thinking about that girl from earlier, aren't you? Don't live with regrets. Go chase after her. Ki-hyun looked surprised, then flashed a bright grin and a thumbs up. You're the best, Young. Deep inside a gloom-filled dungeon gate, Yeon stood amidst a sea of defeated monsters. Her eyes were cold as ice striking down enemies, with mechanical precision. Come to think of it, I used to fear death. She gripped her weapon tight as the ground shook. A titan 10 times her size loomed over her. But now, I don't think I want to live anymore. The beast lunged. Yeon parried with a desperate flurry of sword strikes to hold it back. Her eyes locked onto the target. The massive weapon thrust toward her. The impact launched her backward, sweat pouring down her face. Damn it. The fatigue from endless battles has finally caught up. My legs won't move. The giant shouldered its weapon as if her resistance was nothing. Yeon clutched her injured arm, watching the creature raise its weapon for the execution strike. Is this it? Is it finally over? She remained strangely calm. It's fine. She closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate. I have no attachments left in this world anyway. The death blow never came. Yeon opened her eyes, confusion washing over her. The monster was frozen mid-swing, paralyzed by an unseen force. A voice cut through the silence. I told you, didn't I? Solo raids are tough. The beast was bisected instantly. She stared in shock at the figure, standing behind the corpse. I'll never forget that sight. Yeon stood frozen. Ki-hyun rested his greatsword on his shoulder and grinned. How about joining my party? In that moment, something shifted in Yeon's soul. That simple meeting gave her a reason to keep living. She smiled softly and walked past him. Surprised, Ki-hyun scrambled after her. Wait, was that a yes? Hey, hold on. But nearby, a cloak fluttered in the wind. A shadow hiding behind the rocks had witnessed the entire scene, a twist worthy of a dramatic manhwa recap. Yeon continued. After that dungeon raid, he wouldn't leave me alone. Ki-hyun was beaming. Yeon, fate brings us together again. It's destiny. Why don't you join our guild? She rejected him cold. No thanks. Does he want me for the team or the whole guild? Whether by coincidence or design, she kept running into him. Ki-hyun chased after her, relentless. Yeon, join us. Come on. It felt like I ran into him in every single dungeon. Even while I was fighting zombies, Ki-hyun was there in the background, chanting like a broken record. Yeon, join our guild. Come to our guild. Looking back, his guild invitations became a daily event for me. She sat by the riverbank, staring at a fish, gasping on dry land. And because he never stopped approaching me, she looked at his outstretched hand. With a resigned smile and a sigh, she finally gave in. She reached out and grasped Ki-hyun's hand. After joining the guild, Yoon remained the quiet observer. Ahead of her, the teammates bantered happily. Yin and Hyunjun were bickering as usual. You're such a disappointment. What did you say, you punk? Woo-sik tilted his head, asking Ki-hyun. So how did it go? Ki-hyun grinned. All good. Yeon watched the four of them walking into the sunset. She stayed silent, unsure how to blend in. Then a voice called out. Yeon, it was Ki-hyun. Woo-sik added, what are you doing back there? Hurry up, come here. As she connected with them, Yeon smiled. She picked up her pace. I finally feel like I've found where I belong. In the blue stone dungeon amidst moss-covered ruins, they fought like a pro team in a leveling manhwa. Yeon rode a stone golem while Ki-hyun shattered it. As the monster crumbled to dust, the two looked over their victory. Ki-hyun praised her. Nice, great work. Yeon. He patted her head gently. Their professional relationship began to evolve into something more. Later, under blooming cherry blossoms, they sat eating ice cream. Ice cream in this cold? She asked. Ki-hyun shrugged. Why not? It's delicious. Suddenly, a news alert blared from his phone. New dungeon detected in Suwon. Government reports a spike in anomalies typical of an awakening manhwa scenario. She rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. The news report droned on, but Yeon only had eyes for the man beside her. She watched him focus on the broadcast. Recently, the number of awakened going missing inside gates has skyrocketed. Under the golden hour, light and cherry blossoms, heat rose to Yeon's cheeks. Thump, thump. She clutched her chest. Here it goes again. Her heart was pounding. Just sitting next to him is making me nervous. She tucked her hair behind her ear. I'm going crazy. She closed her eyes, her mind in chaos. Why does my heart race like this whenever I'm near him? Ki-hyun glanced at her, noticing her flushed rosy cheeks. He smiled warmly. His fingers gently grazed her hand. Yeon. After we finish tomorrow's raid. He blushed slightly. Do you want to hang out? Just the two of us. Yeon's eyes widened, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. She whispered, okay. Little did I know. The news continued. Authorities have found evidence that the dungeon killer is an awakened individual. It is not a monster. It is believed to be the work of a serial killer. Hunters are advised to stay alert. It was the beginning of the end for my happiness. The raid concluded smoothly. The team walked out together. Ki-hyun stretched mission complete. Time to go home. Yeon felt like she was burning up. Finally, our date is actually happening. Ki-hyun looked at her, and she panicked internally at the mere thought of the word date. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Excuse me? The team turned as one. A man with a polite smile stood there. I'm from the association. I'm investigating the recent murders of awakened hunters. I hope you can cooperate. Ki-hyun's eyes narrowed, recognizing the context. Ah, the case from the news. So you're bold enough to conduct your investigation right inside the dungeon. The mysterious man scoffed. Yes, we handle on-site analysis. But deep down, Jung felt a cold shiver of unease. Why did it have to be today of all days? She thought, frustration bubbling. I just wanted to finish this quick and get out. Is there something we can help you with? The stranger's aura suddenly darkened, turning lethal. You don't need to do much, he sneered, lunging straight for Ki-hyun. With a murderous grip, he aimed for the throat to end it instantly, but his eyes widened in a flicker of surprise. His hand grasped the cold steel of a dagger, blocking his path. You actually reacted to my speed. Impressive reflex. It was Young who had intercepted the blow. Who the hell are you? She demanded. But the man simply crushed the blade in his grip and launched a counterstrike. You can call me a walking calamity. His eyes burned with malice. Ki-hyun screamed, Jung, watch out. The man struck, but Jung barely managed to deflect the fatal blow. A twisted laugh escaped him. Not bad at all. Ki-hyun watched in stunned silence. She was actually keeping up with those supersonic attacks. It was nothing short of a miracle. Even Yen, standing nearby, was floored. I had no idea Jung was this high level. But Ki-hyun's instincts screamed the truth. Can't you feel it? No. On the surface, it looked like a fair duel you'd see in a leveling manhwa. But he knew better. That monster was dominating every single aspect of this fight. Jung grit her teeth, pushed to her absolute limit. No good. He's overwhelming me. One slip up, and I'm dead. With a sickening crunch, he shattered her weapon, his hand now poised to pierce her heart. Change of plans. A sinister grin split his face. You should join my guild instead. Jung blinked, breathless. Join your guild. He nodded arrogantly. That's right. I have a grand ambition, you see. But even a tiger needs claws. I'm building an elite force, and I've already picked the perfect name. His voice dripped with madness. The Chaos Guild. A sanctuary for the most insane monsters on Earth. You've got the potential. So what do you say? How about we build this legacy together? He rested a heavy hand on her shoulder, a devil's invitation. Jung stared daggers back at him. And if I refuse, the man paused, his aura exploding into pure killing intent. Then, you become a corpse. But suddenly, Ki-hyun launched a desperate surprise attack from behind. Who decided that Ki-hyun slashed with everything he had, but the monster vanished dodging effortlessly. Yen and Hyun-jun unleashed their skills joining the fray. The villain blocked their combined magic with a single arm. How annoying. Ki-hyun stepped in front of Jung, a human shield. Jung, are you okay? She nodded, trembling. I'm fine, but he's a monster. I'll buy us time, everyone. Retreat now. But she grabbed his arm. No, I'm not leaving you to die alone. We're teammates, damn it, Ki-hyun barked orders to the support. Listen up. Hyun Jun-jin locked down his skills, silence him. But deep down, he knew it wasn't enough. The enemy parried their debuffs like swatting flies. Ki-hyun roared, charging in. I'll draw his aggro. Hit him with everything you've got. The monster stopped Ki-hyun's charge with a casual lift of his arm. Why? Ki-hyun shouted. Why hunt down fellow awakeners? The villain looked bored. Do I need a reason to crush ants? And you're just another bug. A fist fueled by overwhelming mana slammed into Ki-hyun's gut. You are truly irritating. The impact nearly folded him blood, spraying from his mouth. But Ki-hyun didn't let go. He locked his legs around the villain's arm, immobilizing him in midair. Now Ki-hyun screamed, blood coating his teeth. Strike while he's pinned. Jung materialized from stealth, a blur of lethal intent, aiming for the kill. Her blade drew a long silver arc across his throat. She landed heart-pounding, expecting victory. But the sight that greeted them froze their blood. A thin red line appeared on his neck. That was it. Jung cursed. Damn it, the cut is too shallow. The villain touched his neck, looking at his finger. Blood, huh? Jung stepped back toward Ki-hyun, panic setting in. If that didn't kill him, what can we do? Ki-hyun gasped. Don't panic. We still have the tank. Remember Woo-sik? On cue, Woo-sik dropped from the sky like a meteor, his massive greatsword slamming down. Boom! Dust engulfed the area. But as the smoke cleared, the monster had stopped the giant blade with one finger. Even the powerhouse tank was terrified. The villain's smile widened, sadistic and cruel. You little rats, I think I'm done playing nice. Flash forward. Jung blinked disorientation, washing over her. She remembered the blow to her neck. Huh. We were just fighting. Her vision was blurry, one eye swollen shut. Right. He knocked me out instantly. She scrambled to her senses. Is everyone else safe? A harsh light hit her face as reality came crashing back. No. She was cradling Ki-hyun. His body was a map of lacerations. Ki-hyun. He coughed wetly. Jung. You're awake. He slumped against her, fading fast. Thank God. You're alive. Her mind couldn't process the carnage. What happened, these wounds? She looked around frantically. Guys, we need a healer over here. But silence answered her. The darkness lifted to reveal a slaughterhouse. Her teammates, her family lay broken in pools of their own blood. Jin, Woo-sik, Hyun-jun, dead, all of them. A chilling laugh echoed. Ah, look at the survivor weeping for her friends. Pure hatred ignited in her eyes. She turned to face the devil standing amidst the corpses. Tears streamed down her face. You slaughtered them all? I will never forgive you. I'll kill you. She screamed, ready to charge. But a bloody hand held her back. Ki-hyun gripped her arm weakly. Don't, Jung. Run. He pressed a necklace into her trembling hand. You're the only one who can make it out. Broken and bleeding, he forced himself to stand one last time. I'll hold him here. Jung shook her head violently. No, he shoved her away. Go now. She bit her lip until it bled, turning to run as Ki-hyun charged into his final hopeless battle. Back in the present, Jung's expression was hollow, haunted by ghosts. And I ran away. Like a coward. I tried to hunt him down, but he vanished like smoke. She clutched the necklace, her knuckles white. So, please, tell me the truth. You know who he is, don't you? The master of the Chaos Guild. She looked up at the man across from her eyes, begging for an answer. Tell me. Suddenly a memory unlocked in the protagonist's mind. In his past life, amidst a burning city, he had held a dying comrade just like that. And standing in the distance was that same silhouette. Fine. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. In that past life, he had clashed blades with that very monster, the Guild Master of Chaos, a legendary first-generation Awakener. The villain had smiled, then blocking his strike effortlessly. Suddenly, the tension broke as a fan nearby shouted, "Hey, I'm a huge fan, can I get an autograph?" The irony of fate. The superstar stood bathed in the blinding strobe of camera flashes. Thank you, everyone. I'm afraid I can't sign autographs due to the schedule, but a selfie, anytime. A reporter seized the opening. Rumor has it, you donated your entire salary from this blockbuster film. Is that true? The man was a Chinese-American Hollywood titan. He swept back his hair with a dazzling smile. Yes, it is. This was Huang Renfeng, the hidden leader of the Chaos Guild. Jun's expression darkened instantly. Her gaze sank into the abyss as the faces of her fallen comrades flashed through her mind. So that's him. Jun bowed her head in silence, but the blood-stained memories of her family refused to fade. That man is the head of chaos. Tears traced a path down her cheek. The butcher who slaughtered everyone I loved. She thought of Ki-hyun, the boy who held her heart. Jun's eyes snapped up cold and lethal. Finally, I can take my revenge. Her gaze burned with an inferno of pure hatred. Kim Soo-hyun stood up instantly. Hold it. Don't tell me you plan to rush him with zero strategy. He sat calmly. Relax. I have a reason for holding back. Even knowing the enemy's face, his aura remained tranquil. I won't let a moment of agitation destroy the entire board. Kim Soo-hyun watched her closely. Jun's knuckles turned white as she clenched her fists. I hear you, but my blood is boiling. She collapsed back onto the bed. Fine. Huang Renfeng was a master of deceit, using transformation skills to hide his status as an awakened while pulling the strings of chaos. Caution was his weapon. Thank you. I hope you all enjoy the movie. Get home safe. The crowd below screamed in fanatic adoration. Appa, don't go, we love you. He stepped behind the door, and as it clicked shut, the charming smile dissolved. The mask fell, revealing a face twisted with utter disgust. This is why insects are so damn annoying. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the situation. Provoking Huang Renfeng now would be a rookie mistake. Worst case scenario, he hides in the Tower of Trials. We need to move in the shadows, strictly according to plan. Our objective is the total annihilation of the Chaos Guild. A dagger slammed into the guild's emblem on the map. He rested his chin on his hands, while I held the line at the blue dungeon. Jun listened intently. She and the Reaper Guild would strike the enemy's heart. Meanwhile, elsewhere, heavy footsteps approached. The villain sat in a dimly lit room. You're finally here. One looked around. Where is Ythred? A man replied, he's a no-show. If we can't even contact him, it's safe to assume he's been compromised. The woman on the couch grinned with sadistic delight. Good, that hulking idiot. I hated his arrogant face. Glad I don't have to look at it anymore. The man beside her looked grave. Is his stupidity the point right now? Ythred could have leaked our intel. She checked her reflection in her phone unbothered. So what? What can Kim Soo-hyun actually do to us? It's all futile effort. The man warned. Don't lower your guard. If they took down Ythred, they possess significant power. She remained purely arrogant. I still don't see myself losing. This was the Guildmaster of Stellar and Chaos Executive Chloe Lamariver. Beside her sat the other executive Mariver. Huang Renfeng finished tying back his long hair. Chloe is right. He admired himself in the reflection of the massive window. It's a pity we failed to kill Kim Soo-hyun, but it's hardly a crisis. We just handle it our way. With his hair secured, his eyes gleamed with a predatory light. Just slaughter anyone who dares touch us. Chloe and Mariver exchanged glances. See, isn't this thrilling? Overlooking the glittering city skyscrapers, he trembled with excitement, envisioning the moment this magnificent metropolis would crumble to ash. High above the clouds, Choi Hak-jun sat stiffly. Kim Soo-hyun asked me to come, so here I am. He read the room. Why is it so quiet? This is suffocating. He glanced at Seo Gae-jin. That uncle looks terrifying. No way I'm talking to him. He looked at June. And she looks like she'd bite my head off. Kim Soo-hyun sat, deep in thought, chin on his hand. What has he been staring at this whole time? Kim Soo-hyun was glued to his smartphone. Checking the dungeon support board. Is this shift due to the green dungeon in Busan? The future hasn't fully derailed. But in this leveling manhwa reality, I must stay vigilant. Choi Hak-jun finally broke the silence. Hyung, I have a question. Kim Soo-hyun glanced up. Yeah, what is it? Choi Hak-jun asked innocently. Why exactly are we going to America? Kim Soo-hyun's face went blank. I didn't tell you, a green dungeon opened there. Choi Hak-jun looked like he'd been slapped. Say what a scream echoed through the entire plane. A green dungeon. And you're telling me now. The team touched down in the US. Choi Hak-jun walked in a daze. Wow, we're actually in the States. Kim Soo-hyun chuckled. You were freaking out a second ago, but you look pretty excited to be here. Choi Hak-jun admitted it. Of course, it's my first time on a plane, first time abroad. He suddenly asked, Hey Hyung, have you ever been to America? Kim Soo-hyun almost slipped. I came in my pastly. I mean no. Choi Hak-jun returned to the main topic. But wait, isn't a green dungeon a world-first event? This should be trending everywhere. Why haven't I heard a whisper about it? Kim Soo-hyun looked at him. Naturally, you wouldn't know. The US government put a total blackout on the info. They want to clear it solo. Choi Hak-jun realized the danger. Then, a dungeon break could happen. Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Yeah, it's complicated. He thought of the arrogant elites trying to manipulate the world. Simply put, America has the highest quantity of awakened in the world, but most are B rank or lower. In the grand scheme, they're considered quantity over quality. What they're trying to prove to the international community is that they have the firepower to back up the numbers. Choi Hak-jun sighed. I don't get it. If innocent civilians get hurt because of their ego, how do they plan to take responsibility? Kim Soo-hyun threw an arm around his shoulder. Agreed. You're right. Pride is a useless luxury. June was on the phone watching them. She spoke up. It's been a while. Mr. Robert on the other end sounded ecstatic. Oh, is this Miss June? I heard you were coming to the States. What's the occasion? She smiled. Strictly business. It's a long story, so I'll cut to the chase. I want to talk about the Green Dungeon. The four of them gathered in the briefing room, ready for war. The man's voice boomed with practiced enthusiasm. Thank you all for making the long trip. You must be Kim Soo-hyun, correct? It is an honor to meet you. I'm a huge fan. I am Robert Williams, Guildmaster of the Medical Guild. Kim Soo-hyun's expression remained cool as he analyzed the man. Robert Williams. A man defined by his towering ambition and his ruthlessness in this system Manhwa world. Even back when I was just a lowly awakener. Perhaps I should bait the hook a little. The woman beside him, June, leaned in. Ah, he doesn't speak English, so I will. But Kim Soo-hyun cut her off sharply. I'll get straight to the point. I want a slot in the Green Dungeon raid. June's eyes went wide, her inner thoughts screaming, wait, since when does this guy speak fluent English? Robert paused, weighing his options before replying with feigned awkwardness. I don't know where you heard about that operation, but honestly, that is a highly unreasonable request. As you know, the United States has never accepted assistance from foreign awakeners. However, this situation is unique, as I reached out to you first. Kim Soo-hyun laid his terms on the table with lethal precision. If you agree, I'll split my loot with you. 50-50. Robert froze mid-sip, the teacup hovering near his lips as shock paralyzed him. Half Kim Soo-hyun sat across from him smiling like an innocent angel, yet his words were iron. That's right. You won't be losing anything on this deal. Robert's mind raced, analyzing the profit margins. He's right. The loot from a single S-rank hunter is worth the entire assets of a mid-sized guild. Furthermore, the raid team is desperate for one more S-rank. If my guild recruits Kim Soo-hyun, we'll be hailed as national heroes. But 50% is still too high. Calculated greed flashed in Robert's eyes. He covered his mouth, feigning hesitation. It is a proposal worth considering, certainly. But how will the American public react to such a deal? Kim Soo-hyun saw right through the act. He raised two fingers. I'm well aware that the U.S. raid team currently only has 2 S-class hunters available. The words hit Robert like a physical blow. How? How could you possibly know that? Kim Soo-hyun leaned in his gaze, piercing through the guildmaster's soul. With such a severe shortage, if the medical guild brings in an S-rank powerhouse, you won't just be a leader, you'll be the savior of the country. Robert recoiled as if stripped bare. Who is this kid? Can he actually read my mind? Kim Soo-hyun continued, a smug satisfaction playing on his face. Oh my, was I asking for too much? It seems I've put you in a difficult position. He stood up with a shrug of feigned resignation. Can't be helped. I suppose I'll take my offer to a different guild. Robert panicked, practically launching himself from his chair. Wait, just a moment. He forced a stiff, pained smile. Ah, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I will do exactly as you asked. Inside, he was screaming in agony. No, that's not what I meant at all. Kim Soo-hyun paused, pretending to reconsider. However, now that I think about it, 50% is a bit low. Then he dropped the real bomb. How about this? He raised a single finger, his expression masking the trap he was about to spring. If even a single American S-rank hunter returns safely from their current mission, I will join the medical guild's raid completely free of charge. A split second later, a predator's grin curled his lips. But if they don't, you transfer all loot and full management rights of the medical guild to me. Cold sweat drenched Robert's back. Oh ho, he's an easy mark. Robert rubbed his hands together, his face twisting into a sycophantic grin. Deal high risk, high reward. This is going to be fun. He rushed to grab the paperwork. Let's draw up the contract immediately. Miss June, you'll be the witness. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun was fighting to keep a straight face. No, I can't laugh yet. Hold it in. His mouth twitched, and he had to cover it with his hand. From the moment I proposed this bet, the victory was already mine. It's only natural, because I've seen the future. That was Kim Soo-hyun's secret. Robert, on the other hand, was giddy with joy, thinking he had scammed a rookie. Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. At least one of them has to come back alive, right? Long story short, Robert just played himself. After the ink dried on, the contract time flew by. 3 days later, just before the green dungeon opened, Robert stared at his phone, his face pale as a ghost. Why? Why hasn't anyone returned yet? Kim Soo-hyun watched calmly. Just as I predicted in this Manhwa recap timeline, not a single S-Rank hunter made it back. With 2 days left, the rival faction made their move. Chloe asked. So, Kim Soo-hyun is taking the medical guild's slot. A man named Max scoffed. He's digging his own grave. Beside him, Rune Feng swirled his wineglass, arrogant amusement dancing in his eyes. Things are getting interesting. Only 1 day remained before the plan to eliminate the damn guild began. Preparations were complete. The day of the final, decisive battle had arrived. Deep in the forests of LA, a man checked his watch, muttering, I arrived earlier than expected. This rugged, intimidating figure was the Vice Guildmaster of Maximum, the S-Rank hunter Jordan Rogers. He turned to his subordinates. Where is Kim Soo-hyun? A voice from behind answered. He hasn't arrived yet, sir. Jordan grunted. People keep calling him a genius. I'm curious to see if he lives up to the hype. Suddenly, a mocking voice cut through the air. It seems your instincts are dulling with age, Jordan, relying on a rookie like that. Jordan spun around, shock written on his face. Chloe. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a warning tone. You clearly don't know. That boy is the only one who cleared the level 10 trial. Instead of caking on makeup to hide your wrinkles, maybe you should focus on gathering actual intel. Chloe's expression didn't change, her disdain palpable. Even so, he's still just a low-level awakener, isn't he? Are you afraid that rookie is going to take your spot? Jordan, haven't you heard? This dungeon requires a minimum of 5 S-rank hunters. We don't have the luxury of being picky. Chloe jabbed a thumb over her shoulder, radiating arrogance. That is why my Star Guild brought along a top-tier mercenary. Meet Mac. Jordan raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Chloe let out a sickeningly sweet laugh. Of course. They were practically dying to help me. Jordan approached Mac, slapping him on the shoulder. You're a weird one. Did she threaten you or something, Tisk? As long as your skills are good, I don't care. Impressive build. Hey, auntie. The moment that word left his lips, Chloe's face transformed into a mask of pure demonic rage. She unleashed a wave of mana, her voice trembling with malice. Did I stutter? If you call me auntie one more time, I will kill you. Jordan instantly flared his flame aura, ready to counter. He scowled his patience, snapping. You're the one who provoked me first, witch. 2 massive auras crashed against each other. The bystanders panicked. Someone stop them. Are you crazy? You want to die? Who steps between 2 monsters? Isn't this a serious problem? Just then, Kim Soo-hyun stepped through the crowd, parting them like the sea. Excuse me. He walked straight into the eye of the storm. Chloe raised her mana, claws, her face twisted and ugly with wrath. I'm going to snap every bone in your body, Jordan laughed, challenging her. You break my bones, I'd like to see you try. She screamed in fury. You bastard. Behind her, Max sighed, mentally exhausted. She loses her temper over nothing. If the plan goes south because of this, we're in deep trouble. I need to. But then, a voice thundered, like a command from the heavens, freezing them in place. Stop. Kim Soo-hyun stood at the epicenter, releasing a crushing pressure that silenced the battlefield, his eyes sharp as daggers. That's enough, both of you. Soo-hyun's voice cut through the air, his aura flaring cold as ice to silence them. We're here to conquer a dungeon, yet you're bickering like children. Is this a joke? Jordan felt the pressure crushing him, a suffocating weight that made his soul tremble. What is this monstrous mana? Sweat trickled down his brow. The young man spoke calmly. I am Kim Soo-hyun. If you wish to continue this farce, I'll be happy to join the fray. The Vice Guild Master knew when to fold. He retracted his energy instantly. That's quite enough. I have no desire to clash with a monster like you. Let's drop it. Who said we were finished? Chloe screeched, her temper flaring. But Mark, the shadow behind her, placed a firm hand on her shoulder. Let it go. Stopping now is the wise move. Cool your head. Chloe spun around, stomping off in a huff. Mark followed, but not before casting a backward glance, a look sharp enough to slit a throat. Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. Chloe, and Mark River. Just like in his past life, the elites had gathered. But the variables were changing. Hwang Dong-hyuk was surely planning something catastrophic. That bastard had two paths: join the Green Dungeon raid like before, or prepare for the unexpected chaos. Lying in wait at the Chaos Guild's headquarters. I feel bad for Pio, but for the sake of this timeline, I hope he chose the first option. Meanwhile, Mark whispered, his voice low. You felt that pressure, didn't you? Chloe replied coldly. Yeah, that bastard. He was suppressing his true mana output. She ground her teeth, fury radiating from her. Mark's expression darkened. No wonder Yi Shen was defeated. We need to rewrite our strategy immediately. Jordan can wait. Kim Soo-hyun is the primary threat now. Back at the group, Jordan called out. Sorry about the display earlier. Let me introduce myself properly this time. I am Jordan, Vice Guild Master of Maximum. Soo-hyun took the proffered hand, his grip firm. A pleasure. I'm Kim Soo-hyun. Jordan flashed a charismatic smile. I'm hoping for a clean, clear, with zero casualties. I'm counting on your strength, my friend. You're underestimating this raid. Soo-hyun's words wiped the smile right off Jordan's face. Excuse me. Soo-hyun turned to the gate, his gaze piercing. The Green Dungeon isn't a place to worry about cutting losses. You should be worrying about whether you'll make it out alive. Jordan laughed, though it sounded hollow. You're incredibly cautious for a genius. Don't worry. Our raid team consists of the absolute best. I've staked my entire reputation on this success. Soo-hyun watched him scratch his head and thought, that pride of yours is exactly what will get you killed. Suddenly, Hyo-jun came sprinting over, breathless. Big brother, I'm all prepped and ready for departure. He gaped at the older man. Wait, were you talking to Jordan Rogers? The legend who cleared the world's largest green dungeon? Whoa. To raid alongside a titan like him. And even the Ice Witch Chloe? I was terrified of this leveling Manhwa scenario. But now, I think we're invincible. He stretched his limbs, grinning. Soo-hyun's voice dropped an octave. Is that what you really think? Hyo-jun froze, blinking in confusion. Huh, Soo-hyun sighed internally. None of them understand the hell that awaits in a green dungeon. Just then the announcement boomed. The Green Dungeon raid will now commence. Let's move. As Jordan reached for the spatial gate, Soo-hyun's mind raced. This isn't just a raid. The Chaos Guild is planning a terror attack. If I let this play out, the raid fails. The dungeon breaks and monsters will flood the streets, swallowing the world whole. A second cataclysm. I have to stop it at all costs. He glanced at his companion. Hyo-jun, do you remember what I told you before we arrived? Hyo-jun nodded vigorously. Of course. You said dungeons always throw curveballs we can't predict, and that the real battle starts the moment we step inside. Soo-hyun smirked. Exactly. Keep those two rules etched in your mind. Yes, sir. Moments later, the spatial gate warped and faded. A system window materialized in the air. Mission: escape the dungeon. Find the designated exit, or survive for 10 days. Panic erupted instantly. Damn it. Finding an exit in this maze is nearly impossible. Even running away is a death sentence, someone barked. Quit whining, you're ruining the morale. Hey Chloe, where's that guy you brought? Chloe snapped back, venom in her voice. Don't ask me. How should I know? Meanwhile, Hyo-jun scanned the dense jungle. So, this is the Green Dungeon. Jordan stepped up behind him, confused. Hey, wasn't Kim Soo-hyun right next to you a second ago? Hyo-jun turned pale, stuttering in broken English. I don't know English, bro. Brother helped translate, but looking at the empty spot, he realized Soo-hyun had vanished into thin air. Soo-hyun. Jordan felt a knot form in his stomach. Two people missing the moment we enter, and they're strong combatants. The danger level just skyrocketed. Chloe looked equally rattled. Did he leave because of that unknown man who disappeared? Or is Kim Soo-hyun up to something? Jordan shook his head. No time for theories. He looked up. The sky was teeming with flying monstrosities. Deep in the forest, a shadow leaped through the canopy. Suddenly, he froze. What? Someone is tailing me. It can't be Chloe or the boss. Jordan isn't this fast. Realization hit. He landed on a branch and spun around. Come on out. Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun landed softly behind him. You're faster than I expected. Almost lost you there. Mark glared. What do you want? My mission was to scout the dungeon. Soo-hyun let out a dry laugh. Ah, scouting. Is that the new code word for assassination? Mark River. The name hit a nerve. Mark's expression shattered, replaced by pure killing intent. Soo-hyun drew his blade, stepping forward calmly. In terms of raw ability, rumor has it you're second only to Hwang Dong-hyuk himself. I'd like to test those skills myself. Mark flared his mana, mind racing. How does he know the boss's name? Does he know our entire plan? Calm down. Did Eon leak the info? Unable to contain his suspicion, he hissed. You. Who the hell are you really? Soo-hyun feigned shock, mocking him. As expected of an awakening Manhwa assassin class, you control your fear remarkably well. Listen closely, the enemy scoffed, eyes narrowing dangerously. I don't know how much you figured out, but it doesn't matter. Once you die, the game is over. And you'll never catch me. In a flash of light, he vanished, moving faster than the naked eye could follow. Soo-hyun analyzed the movement instantly. Is that wind magic wrapping his body to boost his speed? Suddenly, the enemy tore through the smoke, screaming like a banshee, I will rip you to shreds. Meanwhile, the raid team had fully entered the dungeon depths, unaware of the chaos. Soo-hyun watched him with cold, dead eyes. As the enemy descended like a meteor of raw power, he taunted, Don't worry about being lonely in hell. Everyone else is dying right alongside you. Soo-hyun gently raised his blade. Apologies, he murmured, but the moment I stepped into this dungeon, slash. With a clean cut, sweet as sugar, he cleaved his opponent in two, sending a fountain of blood into the air. Sheathing his weapon, Soo-hyun finished his thought coldly. Your pathetic little plan had already failed. Elsewhere, the battle raged on. Chloe summoned massive ice walls to block the beast's tide, while Jordan unleashed devastating punches wrapped in blazing infernos. Witnessing the spectacle, jaws dropped in disbelief. It was a perfect formation. Chloe acted as the impenetrable shield of frost, and Jordan was the unstoppable spear of flame. The rest of the guild was just as formidable. Their power levels were off the charts. Gripping his weapon tight, one hunter prepared to join the fray. These guys are monsters. A beast lunged from the shadows. Choi Hak-jun reacted instantly, swinging his blade in a deadly arc. I cannot fall behind these guys, he told himself. The monster was sliced cleanly in half. Jordan, noticing the kill, silently evaluated the rookie. Not bad. With a bit more training, that kid could become a protagonist of his own awakening manhwa. Standing amidst a mountain of monster corpses, Jordan scoffed. This blue gate is easier than I expected. Chloe stepped forward, her voice dripping with arrogance. Isn't it obvious why? Our team is historically the strongest. That is just a fact. Jordan nodded in agreement. You're right. There isn't a single dungeon on this planet that this party cannot conquer. Suddenly, a sinister smirk twisted Chloe's beautiful face. Oh, but I forgot to mention one tiny detail. Jordan turned confusion, knitting his brow. What are you babbling about now? She cut him off, her eyes gleaming with malice. It's a shame, really. But we are all going to fail this dungeon raid. Jordan froze shock, turning to instant rage as his aura exploded outward. The other hunters panicked as debris rained down from the pressure. Mick, what the hell is going on? Someone screamed. I don't know. Boom, a massive explosion rocked the cavern. Choi Hak-jun drove his sword into the ground to anchor himself, heart pounding. That was close. Too close. But the chaos was just beginning. Is it a boss spawn? A hunter yelled. Choi Hak-jun's eyes sharpened as he peered through the dust. No. Someone is attacking Jordan. That shockwave was the clash of two S-class awakeners. The air crackled with a magical discharge. Nearby, a hunter supported his injured comrade, screaming for help. Medic. We need a medic. Hey Star Guild, help us carry the wounded, don't just stand there. But the Star Guild members just stared coldly. Finally, one stepped forward. Sure, let me help you. Schlunk. Before the man could react, the Star Guild member drove a blade straight into his gut. With a twisted grin, the traitor announced, execute the plan. The Star Guild turned on everyone, slaughtering the other participants. Screams of betrayal filled the air. Wait, why are you doing this? Choi Hak-jun froze his mind, reeling in horror. What is going on? Gritting his teeth in fury, he spun around and slashed at a traitor, attempting a sneak attack. More enemies locked onto him. Their leader barked an order. That one isn't an easy mark. Don't underestimate him. Attack all at once. Cold sweat trickled down Choi Hak-jun's back. Why is Star Guild attacking us? I know they hate the Maximum Guild, but this is madness. Wait a second. Choi Hak-jun's eyes widened as he recalled Soo-hyun's warning. The real battle begins the moment we step inside the dungeon. Did he predict this betrayal? Shaking off the shock, Choi Hak-jun steeled his resolve. Focus. Survive first, ask questions later. He raised his sword. Come and get it. Meanwhile, Jordan looked down at his right arm, now encased in a block of solid ice. Damn it, I got careless. My right arm is useless now. Chloe might hate my guts, but she isn't stupid enough to risk a raid failure without a reason. Was this planned from the start? Grimacing in pain, Jordan shouted, "You wouldn't do this just for a grudge. What is your real play here, Chloe?" Chloe just laughed, her ice aura flaring wildly. "A grudge. Ha. You have no idea how badly I've wanted to kill you." She launched herself forward, eyes burning with murderous intent. Jordan gritted his teeth, barely parrying. "I need to stall for time." Chloe unleashed a torrent of power, screaming, "You arrogant fool. You think you can block me with one arm?" She's right, Jordan realized. "I'm injured. A drawn-out battle spells my doom. But fire melts ice. My element gives me the advantage. I have one shot at this. I need to pour everything I have into a single strike." Roaring Jordan ignited his entire body into a human torch, charging straight through the hail of ice spikes. Massive pillars of frost erupted from the ground to stop him. Raising his uninjured left hand, Jordan condensed a sun's worth of heat. "Chew on this, you ice witch. Burn to ash." The two catastrophic forces collided. Flames engulfed Chloe's body, but through the fire, she was smiling. A twisted demonic grin that sent a chill down Jordan's spine. Wait. The Chloe in front of him turned into a block of ice and shattered. From behind, a cold hand reached out as a whisper filled his ear. "Hehe, did you finally figure it out?" Her voice was pure malice. "Too bad. It's game over." Instantly, frost consumed Jordan's body, locking him in a prison of ice. Damn it. It was a decoy. Before the ice could cover his face, Jordan roared, "Just tell me one thing. I know we're enemies, but this is a blue gate. Do you honestly think your guild can clear this dungeon alone?" Chloe paused, then looked at him with pity. "Why are you so naive? Our goal isn't to clear the dungeon. Our mission is to ensure this raid fails." "What ensure failure?" Jordan's eyes bulged. "Are you insane? Don't give me that bull. Do you realize what you're saying? If a dungeon of this magnitude breaks, do you have any idea of the catastrophe that will follow? There are no S-class hunters left in the States right now. And without intel on this, Blue Gate reinforcements will come too late." This wasn't just a betrayal. It was the start of a nightmare, straight out of a system manhwa. If a dungeon break triggers here, it won't just be a skirmish. In the worst-case scenario, the entire United States will plunge into absolute anarchy. If you crave the loot that badly, take it all. Just reconsider. He tried to negotiate, but the glacial frost had already sealed his lips. Chloe clapped, mocking his futile struggle. As expected of Jordan Rogers, such a silver tongue. "I can already picture every chaotic scenario you described vividly in my mind." She traced a finger down her chest, revealing a hidden tattoo of black wings. Jordan gasped. "That insignia, the Chaos Guild." She tilted his chin up, her voice dripping with honeyed poison. "Well, isn't it thrilling? Just imagine the death toll." As the frost consumed his face, her laughter rang out pure, unadulterated madness. "Ha ha, that look of despair is delicious." Before the ice claimed his vision completely, a thought flashed through his mind. Did I hear that right? What is a human life to her? She's not human. She's a demon in skin. Across from him, Chloe's face twisted into a nightmarish grin. "I adore that look of utter hopelessness. If I showed you America burning in chaos, I bet your expression would be even more exquisite. Only a true monster could harbor such twisted thoughts. This can't be happening." Suddenly, the oppressive aura vanished. "Fine, I've decided. I'll grant you a special mercy. I won't kill you yet. I want to save that beautiful despair for later." Trapped in the ice, Jordan's mind screamed in silent agony. "I have to stop this. Anyone, please someone save us. Stop this madness." Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun tore through the forest like a gale. Chloe stood with crossed arms, calculating. Looks like we're wrapping up here." She observed the slaughter below. A lone warrior stood his ground, swinging his blade with desperate vigilance against the encroaching enemy. Chloe snapped at a lackey. "Hey, where's the boss?" "No idea, ma'am. He hasn't shown up." She shouted into the void with bratty impatience. "It's over. Come out already." She slapped her forehead, utterly exasperated. Ugh, that man. I followed him for the thrill, but his obsession with keeping his identity secret is such a pain. If this goes south, and the Chaos Guild becomes a target, Star Guild will definitely hunt me down first. There's no guarantee he won't discard me like trash. Should I bail now? Heavy steps approached from behind. Thinking it was her ally, she scowled. "Took you long enough. Mark River was tougher than expected, huh?" But the voice that answered was not who she expected, sending a shiver down her spine. Kim Soo-hyun stood there, radiating an eerie calm. "Sorry I'm late. I got here as fast as I could." His gaze swept over the frozen Jordan and the broken bodies of the weak, scattering the ground. "Though, it seems I wasn't fast enough to save everyone." Choi Hak-jun and the survivors held the line until a surge of blue energy erupted. Chloe flinched, her aura flaring instinctively. Impossible. Did he actually take down Mark River? I acknowledged his talent, but this magic, it's overwhelming. It's like the boss monster in an awakening manhwa just appeared. Kim Soo-hyun unleashed his mana, his eyes cold and filled with disdain. Chloe grit her teeth, her face twisting into a grotesque mask of fury. Damn it, all of you forget the trash. Kill Kim Soo-hyun first. The Star Guild minions hesitated. No choice. Let's go. But Choi Hak-jun slammed his cracked blade into the earth, his aura undiminished. You aren't going anywhere. Who gave you permission to leave? The enemies glared. You stubborn bastard. Meanwhile, Chloe channeled her frost arts to the limit. Kim Soo-hyun stood immovable against the blizzard, then unleashed a single sword slash. Chloe hastily raised a barrier, teeth clenched. His blade. It sliced through my barrier like paper. Boss, where are you? I can't take this monster alone. I hate to admit it, but he's in a different league. She struggled to hold her ground. Why hasn't the boss shown himself? Is he waiting for an opening? Fine, I'll make an opening for him. She conjured a towering ice golem. I'll give you credit, kid. You're strong. But this golem isn't fragile like my barrier. Her words died in her throat as she watched shards of ice dissolving into the air. Kim Soo-hyun had already dissected it. Is this really the extent of your power? Suddenly, Chloe clenched her fist, grinning triumphantly. Gotcha. As Kim Soo-hyun descended for a strike from above, a wicked sneer curled her lips. Heh, did you think I'd fight a monster like you alone? The shattered golem reformed instantly, its massive icy hand crushing Kim Soo-hyun in its grip. Seizing the moment, Chloe screamed over her shoulder, Boss, now finish him. Silence answered her. Cut to the city skyline Star Guild headquarters. Huang Runfeng gazed out the window, a satisfied smirk on his face. Back in the dungeon, blood trickled from a wound on Chloe's shoulder. She screamed at the empty air, Boss, come out and kill him. I made the opening. Kim Soo-hyun is strong, but together we can end this. It's the perfect chance. Where the hell are you? Huang Runfeng. The silence was deafening. She coughed up a mouthful of crimson, the realization hitting her like a truck. That bastard left us to die. Tears of betrayal streamed down her face. Kim Soo-hyun, trapped but unfazed, thought, just as I suspected. He shattered the ice hand with a simple flex of power and landed softly. Huang Runfeng isn't here. Back at HQ, a nervous subordinate faced the guild master. Sir, why didn't you proceed with the plan? Why did you return? Runfeng replied nonchalantly. In truth, during the clash between Jordan and Chloe, he had been observing from the shadows. Jordan Rogers, with his reputation killing him, would be child's play. Boring. He had started to leave when a voice froze him. That's enough. It was Kim Soo-hyun, radiating a lethal warning. Runfeng had grinned, oh Kim Soo-hyun, better than Jordan. But then his instincts screamed, what is this monstrous pressure? I have a bad feeling about this. No need to risk my life today. Back in the present, he shrugged at his subordinate. Who knows? The man sat across from him, sweat beading on his brow, as paranoia gnawed at his mind. He had absolutely no idea what was going on inside that monster's head. What was the next move? Opposite him, the villain simply smoked his expression, a mask of terrifying indifference, until the door crashed open. A panicked subordinate rushed in, gasping that they were in serious trouble. The seated man finally turned, his voice cold as ice. What kind of problem? The messenger's face was pale with terror. It is the terror operations outside of the states. They failed. The hunter associations in those nations intercepted everything and captured our operatives. Runfeng's eyes instantly narrowed, a dangerous glint sharpening his gaze. The nervous man leaped from his seat, shock vibrating through his voice. What are you telling me? The associations figured out our entire master plan? But Runfeng just buried his face in his hands and burst into manic laughter, sounding completely unhinged. Ha ha ha, I get it now. They saw through every single layer. The subordinate trembled, terrified. Boss, is this really the time to be laughing? This was a variable completely outside their calculations, and panic began to set in. Run. Feng suddenly stood up, his aura shifting. Fine, I have made my decision. The nervous man snapped his patience, shattering into a million pieces. What kind of nonsense have you been spouting this whole time? But before he could finish, Runfeng moved, like a phantom, delivering a single lethal slash. The man choked, eyes widening in sheer disbelief as his life faded. Why? Runfeng stepped over the body, walking out with chilling casualness. This is a headache for me too, you know. Honestly, building up the Chaos Guild was actually pretty fun while it lasted. Without hesitation, he silenced the guard at the door. But thanks to you lot, my cover is blown. Time to vanish into the shadows again. Shame really. I quite enjoyed playing the role of an actor in this twisted play. A sinister grin stretched across his face, promising future nightmares. The scene shifted back to the abyssal depths of the dungeon. A voice cut through the void. "Jordan, wake up, Jordan." Jordan gasped consciousness, rushing back as he clutched his throbbing head. Where am I? Panic seized his heart. What about Chloe? The raid? What happened to the conquest? His teammate grabbed his shoulders. Calm down, it is over. Jordan blinked, seeing the Star Guild members bound and defeated. What the hell, I was sure we had lost that battle. A hunter shook his head in disbelief. Kim Soo-hyun. He arrived like a god of war and saved everyone. If not for him, we would all be corpses right now. Jordan was stunned. Kim Soo-hyun. What exactly did he do? Meanwhile, Soo-hyun was trying to smooth things over with Hyun. Hyun, please just listen to me. The moment I entered the dungeon, a suspicious presence ambushed me. If I had stopped to explain things to you, he would have escaped. I had zero tactical choices. But Hyun turned away, pouting like a child. Yeah, sure. That is what they always say. Some of us blindly trusted you, and you just left us in the dust. It feels like a betrayal of our party bond. Soo-hyun laughed nervously, sweat trickling down his neck as he dealt with the drama. He was about to apologize again when a voice boomed from behind. Kim Soo-hyun. It was the guild master. Soo-hyun turned relieved for the distraction. Ah, Jordan, you are finally awake. How is your condition? Jordan looked at him with solemn eyes. Kim Soo-hyun knew about the Chaos Guild scheme, but that barely matters now. It was my own arrogance that led us into this catastrophe. Seeing the silence stretch on, Soo-hyun felt the air grow heavy. What is with this tension? He finally broke the silence. Why are you looking at me with those intense eyes? If you have something to say, just spit it out. Jordan took a deep breath. I have a mountain of things to tell you, but I must start with this. You saved us. And not just the people in this room. If not for your intervention, the entire United States Hunter force would have been wiped out. We owe an eternal debt to the hero who saved America. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for saving this country. Soo-hyun was internally floored. Considering his high rank and massive authority, swallowing his pride like this cannot be easy. He truly is a leader worth respecting. Soo-hyun scratched his cheek, feeling a bit shy. Thank you, but this is getting embarrassing. We should focus on clearing the rest of this place. Suddenly, a masked figure materialized from the shadows, radiating a grotesque and overwhelming aura. Prey. Identified. In this Manhwa recap, Soo-hyun instantly sensed the arrival of a predator. His expression hardened into pure focus. The monstrous fake soldier hurled a projectile with devastating force. Soo-hyun's eyes flashed. Sorry to interrupt the praise, but I have not saved America just yet. He unleashed the legendary Blue Phoenix power. Jordan blinked confused. What do you mean? Blue flames erupted in Soo-hyun's palm, swirling with ancient energy as he faced the enemy. To be precise, the real saving starts right now. The Blue Phoenix screeched, soaring forward with furious intent. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the dimension, forcing the other hunters to brace themselves against the shockwaves. What in the world is happening over there? While others panicked, Soo-hyun remained the eye of the storm. I warned you, didn't I? You should be worrying about the monsters coming back to life. Hundreds of glowing red eyes ignited in the darkness. The Chaos Guild left a trap. They will not let us leave this leveling Manhwa scenario alive. But more importantly, this green dungeon is far more treacherous than you think. On cue, a horde of savage beasts lunged from the shadows, thirsting for blood. Soo-hyun blurred into motion, his blade singing as it decapitated the vanguard beast. Jordan rallied, unleashing elemental fire magic, but the strain forced him to pause, clutching his arm in pain. Damn it, they are endless. Soo-hyun danced through the carnage, explaining calmly. That is the specialty of the jungle dungeon. Their advantage lies in overwhelming numbers. At this stage, we need a wide-range attack to incinerate them all at once. Their eyes met, sparking with shared determination to end this nightmare. Soo-hyun extended his hand, summoning a vortex of azure flame, while Jordan concentrated all his remaining mana into a blazing fist. Two massive energies collided and expanded outward in a wave of destruction. Hyun watched awestruck. Oh my god. That is magnificent. Another hunter shouted. Hold the line, stay focused, we can wipe these bastards out. But near the bound captives, a dark omen descended. A mutated crow monster flapped silently toward Chloe and the others. The masked villain sneered from above. They are vulnerable there. Instantly, a new wave of horrors erupted from the ground. Jordan roared. The swarm is back. Burn them to ash. He gritted his teeth and charged the front line. But the monsters displayed a terrifying intelligence. They swerved around the strong fighters, heading straight for the defenseless wounded. Jordan spun around, horror dawning on him. They are ignoring the tanks. They are targeting the injured. Stop them. But it was too late. The midline collapsed and screams of agony filled the air. Save me. One of the fallen hunters looked up, paralyzed with fear, as a gaping maw descended to swallow him whole. Is this how I die? In a split second, a blur of motion intercepted the beast. Soo-hyun arrived like a phantom, cleaving the monster in two. His expression remained cold, untouched by the chaos. The masked villain hissed in frustration. Lock him down. Focus everything on killing that brat immediately. The horde shifted, converging on Soo-hyun, with dangerous magical energy crackling around them. Soo-hyun stood his ground, ready to slaughter them all, when his instincts screamed a warning. What is this energy? A catastrophic explosion detonated point-blank, engulfing him in a mushroom cloud of dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, Soo-hyun was still standing there, unmoving. He had activated the system Manhwa skill, Kraken's Berserk Defense. He calculated rapidly. My defense can hold for now, but if this bombardment continues, even I will be in trouble. Ji-hoon rushed to his side, eyes wide with panic. Kim Soo-hyun, are you all right? Why did those monsters suddenly detonate? Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the battlefield. It must be the boss's unique ability. Jordan gasped, his voice trembling with disbelief. The boss. You actually know what we're up against. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the false ogre froze. Impossible. That human is still alive. Kim Soo-hyun continued his briefing with calm precision. It's a tamer-type boss monster, capable of manipulating beasts. It possesses high intelligence mastery over magic and a tricky arsenal of abilities. Honestly, the situation is grim. We have to protect the wounded and watch out for the dump guild, all while fighting off this endless wave of monsters. I will take the head of the general. Once the leader falls, the minions will scatter. Just hold the line until then. Kim Soo-hyun moved to step past him, but a heavy hand gripped his shoulder. Jordan looked at him with dead seriousness. Don't you have any final words? If that thing controls the horde like you say, it will throw every last beast at you before you can even get close. No matter how strong you are, killing it won't be that simple. Kim Soo-hyun turned back, his expression unreadable. Jordan, you called me a hero earlier, didn't you? I used to despise that word. That title felt like nothing but a suffocating chain around my neck. You know that, but hearing you and the others say it, it actually brought me a flicker of joy. A brilliant smile broke across his face. So, I suppose it is time I started acting like a true hero. Jordan scratched the back of his head, defeated. Well, I guess I can't stop you now, but I can't hold them off forever. Understood. I'll see you on the other side. Jordan watched him go, chuckling internally. Haha, now I feel a bit embarrassed. I thought I was the hero of America, but it seems the real legend is someone else entirely. Kim Soo-hyun charged toward the horde, summoning his interface. It's your turn, kid. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa showdown. The baby dragon Mia burst from the system window with a roar. Notifications flooded his vision. You have received the Divine Dragon's blessing. Agility is increasing. Strength is increasing. Magic power is surging. Kim Soo-hyun raised his blade high, the steel humming with overwhelming energy. Countless blades of pure aura slashed through the air, illuminating the darkness. In an instant, the monster ranks were decimated. The false ogre watched the carnage from afar. The beast unleashed a shockwave of mana, rippling through the battlefield like a tsunami. It growled. The hunt begins here. On the other side, Jordan roared, keep attacking, don't let up. Waves of beasts crashed forward, but the false ogre focused its killing intent solely on Kim Soo-hyun. All forces, hunt down that human. Kim Soo-hyun cleaved a monster in two with a single fluid motion. He kicked off the ground, soaring into the air to evade the gnashing teeth below. He landed lightly on a massive branch, letting out a breath. In his arms, Mia vibrated with excitement. That's about half of them, right? Rada below the false ogre stood amidst a sea of monsters. Kim Soo-hyun calculated rapidly. I thought they'd focus on me, but there are still 200 to 300 of them left. If I try to slaughter them all, I'll burn out my stamina before reaching the boss. I need to split their attention. Good thing I bought this skill beforehand. His form shimmered and identical copies split from his body. Countless Kim Soo-hyuns stood ready on the branch. Doppelgangers move out. They scattered in 4 different directions. The false ogre's eyes widened in shock. He increased his numbers. Mia still in the real Kim. Soo-hyun's arms looked around in confusion. Ah, there are 4 papas. The baby dragon imagined a paradise of being pampered by clones. Whoa, does that mean I get 4 times the praise? The false ogre narrowed its eyes, scanning every direction. Which one is the real prey? No matter. If I cannot distinguish them, I will simply hunt them all. Kim Soo-hyun dashed forward, but was intercepted by a wall of beasts. Do I have to fool every single one of them? He held Mia out in front of him. Mia's eyes lit up. Fire. My turn. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the monsters blocking their path. Kim Soo-hyun scooped her back up. Good job. Mia squealed with delight. But suddenly the false ogre roared. Found you, advance. The horde changed course, flooding toward the real Kim Soo-hyun. He unleashed a burst of power targeting the leader, but the ogre used the dense forest as a shield to block the impact. Kim Soo-hyun frowned. It seems he won't let me win easily. He gritted his teeth and charged back into the fray blade dancing. Suddenly, his vision blurred. A wave of vertigo hit him. The monster, sensing weakness, lunged with mana-infused fangs. A split second later, a massive explosion engulfed the area. The dust settled, revealing a gray, desolate landscape. Kim Soo-hyun stood there, clutching Mia, tension radiating from his trembling form. He returned Mia to the system inventory. Leave the rest to me. Kim Soo-hyun stepped forward, a solitary figure standing against a dense wall of monsters. His eyes were cold, sharp as steel. Let's see who is the hunter. And who is the prey. He charged mana exploding from his body. As fans of this manhwa recap know, among the 7 difficulty levels, a green dungeon is ranked at level 5. Based on the density in monster types, this was one of the deadliest green dungeons recorded. In his past life, a catastrophic dungeon break occurred here because the raid mission failed miserably. It took a coalition of high-ranking awakeners from nations across the globe just to suppress the catastrophe. Kim Soo-hyun's focus snapped back, but too late. A monster clamped its jaws onto his chin. Blood sprayed into the air. His face went pale as he gritted his teeth against the agony. Damn it. The false ogre extended its hand, orchestrating the horde, and another blast of chaotic magic rippled outward. Kim Soo-hyun's heart sank. Does this mean? The probability of me clearing this dungeon alone is effectively 0? The false ogre stepped out of the shadows, eyes glowing, looking down at Kim Soo-hyun's unconscious form. But deep within his consciousness, a fire still burned. Not yet. I cannot give up yet. His mind drifted to a different world. Is this my past life? That's right. Back then, he couldn't protect anything either. Even after the green dungeon outbreak in his previous timeline, he continued to fail. He couldn't save a single soul. That failure haunted him. Did I ever really have the strength to protect myself? Why did they call me a hero? Seeing the absolute despair of strangers, watching people die right before his eyes. Eventually, he felt nothing. The only thing that remained was the hollow duty to save the world. Kim Soo-hyun can never be a hero. That hollow voice echoed in the void. Yet, in another place amidst the chaos, Kim Soo-hyun remained with eyes closed deep in a slumber that looked like death. But for Kim Soo-hyun, it was different. Memories flooded his mind, the faces of his family, his fallen comrades burning bright in the darkness like a beacon of hope. Surging with this newfound resolve, Kim Soo-hyun's eyes snapped open. A blazing inferno of raw power ignited within his gaze, signaling his return. Fresh magical energy erupted from his core like a volcano, radiating, terrifying, killing intent. He made a solemn vow to his soul. In this awakening manhwa moment, I will become the hero this world needs. As he rose, an unyielding spirit took hold. Ping, the system interface, flashed, vitality fully restored. The giant soldier monster recoiled in shock, stammering, how are you back? His regeneration speed was off the charts. Kim Soo-hyun raised a hand, his voice cold as ice. Just moments ago you called me your prey, and now, you want me to leave? In a blur of motion, he launched a devastating punch. Ping physical capabilities increased. The system confirmed his explosive growth, a classic trope of a top-tier leveling manhwa. The impact shattered the monster's face, sending streams of blood flying. Kim Soo-hyun retracted his fist, eyes merciless. Playtime is over. Now, I am the hunter. He settled into a combat stance. The giant soldier, clutching its cracked mask and trembling in fear, whimpered pathetically. Save me. Someone protect me. His scream echoed through the forest, a desperate command for reinforcements. But only dead silence answered. Collapse hitting him, the monster fell to the dirt, gasping. Impossible. No one was coming. In the rear, blade sliced through the last of the beasts. The ground was now a graveyard littered with the corpses of his decimated army. Jordan stood amidst the carnage flames, dancing on his fingertips. Beside him, Black Dragon leaned on his sword, catching his breath after the symphony of slaughter. Jordan smirked confidence, radiating from him. Did you really think we were weak? Kim Soo-hyun stepped closer to the trembling boss, his shadow looming large. It looks like your meat shields are all gone. Panic rising, the giant soldier summoned a weak barrier. I don't want to die, / In a blink, Kim Soo-hyun severed both the monster's hands, his expression void of mercy. The monster stared at his stumps in disbelief. Kim Soo-hyun pointed his blade at the creature's throat. The innocents you slaughtered. They felt this exact same terror. Was it because this was his second chance? His blade and soul felt lighter than air. With a fluid motion, Kim Soo-hyun thrust forward a final strike to end the nightmare. As the enemy fell, he whispered to the soul within. Kim Soo-hyun, because of you, I found redemption. I will never forget this gift you've given me. He had achieved a resounding victory against the architect's design. Meanwhile, the scene shifts. On a rooftop beneath a sky, burning crimson voices buzzed with tension. That's the Assassination Guild's HQ. Why are we hesitating? Someone shouted. Exactly, we can't wait any longer. The enemy is right under our noses. Guildmaster John stood silent, gazing into the abyss below. Her mind drifted back to a critical conversation with Kim Soo-hyun. I have one request, he had said. What is it? She had asked. You know I'm raiding the dungeon while you strike the Star Guild? Only one of us will cross paths with the monster, Huang Runfeng. Your Scythe Guild must attack immediately after I enter. Hearing this, John had laughed coldly, grabbing Kim Soo-hyun by the collar. You're still spouting that nonsense after everything I told you. Listen well. I will be the one to kill Huang Runfeng. Anyone who stands in my way, even you, will be cut down. She released him with a glare. But Kim Soo-hyun remained calm. I know you're strong, but you cannot defeat him alone. He is a first-generation Awakener who has hoarded power for decades. If Huang Runfeng appears at the Star Guild, you and the Scythe Guild will be annihilated. Don't let vengeance blind you to what's truly precious. Back in the present, John sighed, thinking, my life doesn't matter. But maybe he was right. Behind her, a member grumbled. Why is she hesitating? This isn't like her. Seo-jin, do something. Another intervened. Quiet. She has her reasons. John clenched her fist. I just want us all to survive. Suddenly, boom. A massive explosion tore through the adjacent skyscraper. John's team watched in horror. An explosion? What the hell is happening? John's mind raced, reading the situation like a intense Manhwa recap. An ambush. Is it the Star Guild? Or the assassins? Amidst the smoke, a silhouette emerged. Huang Runfeng stood over a fallen figure. The man on the floor crawled backward, terror in his eyes. Please, spare me, boss. But Runfeng's eyes glowed with malice, his expression like a god of death. I promise I won't reveal your true identity. Just let me live. Watching from above, John's eyes widened, burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. That bastard. Huang Runfeng, she ground her teeth so hard they nearly cracked, ready to leap into the fray. Runfeng crouched down, offering a chillingly innocent smile. But how can I trust a traitor? Besides, sparing you would be unfair to all the dead, wouldn't it? Snap. He ended the man's life instantly. Wiping his hands, Runfeng sighed dramatically. Phew, what a waste. As of today, the Assassination Guild is dissolved. Any objections? He spoke to a room full of corpses. Suddenly, a roar of fury erupted from behind him. He turned perplexed, just as a surge of energy slashed through the air. It was John. She had launched a suicidal charge to kill her nemesis. Runfeng caught her blade with his bare hand, unfazed. And who might you be? With a bored expression, he slammed a brutal kick into her stomach. She crashed into the concrete, cratering the floor. But adrenaline screamed. John vaulted back up, eyes bleeding hate. I've waited an eternity for this moment. Runfeng looked genuinely confused. John's aura exploded, twisting her appearance. I will kill you no matter the cost, Huang Runfeng. The villain furrowed his brow, staring coldly. Then, with total indifference, he asked, okay, but seriously, who are you? Meanwhile, back with our MC, Kim Soo-hyun held a glowing crystal. Who would have thought? Kim Soo-hyun marveled. That monster was hiding a rare core. Old man Diaho is going to lose his mind over this loot. Suddenly, Mia's eyes sparkled with hunger. Chomp! Before Kim Soo-hyun could react, the little creature swallowed the treasure whole. Kim Soo-hyun screamed in panic. Mia, no. That's not a snack. Just then, his teammates arrived, their jaws dropping at the scene before them. I can't believe it. He actually cleared the dungeon. Ignoring their awe, Kim Soo-hyun was busy prying Mia's mouth open like a frantic character in a system manhwa. Spit it out. Now Jordan stared dumbfounded. Did this guy seriously solo the boss while we were gone? He called out, grabbing Kim Soo-hyun's attention. Kim Soo-hyun, we finally arrived. The protagonist realized they were there and turned back. Oh, good work. You're actually faster than the old man Jordan. Jordan let out a hearty laugh. Same to you, kid. I never thought you'd actually catch her. The mastermind behind this entire mess. Kim Soo-hyun replied with absolute confidence. I heard you're a national hero of America. So what I did shouldn't be a surprise, right? Anyway, we need to find the exit and wrap this up. Hak-jun spoke up from the side. We already found it. Kim Soo-hyun blinked in surprise. What? Jordan continued the explanation. He's right. While we were chasing those scattered monsters, we tracked your location and found the exit. That's actually why it took us a bit longer to get here. Kim Soo-hyun nodded, his expression serious. If that's the case, let's move. We need to drag this piece of trash we captured back to the association immediately. Jordan agreed, his voice grim. Yeah, it would be great to just kill these bastards right here and now. But unfortunately, that's impossible. We need to drag them back for interrogation to uncover the whole truth. Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun added a condition. And one more thing. You can pay my medical fees for the guild. Jordan burst into laughter. You really are a funny guy. Meanwhile, Robert was grinding his teeth in pure fury, screaming, Damn it, that was my credit, my glory, Kim. Soo-hyun turned to Jordan, ignoring the noise. At first, I didn't plan on taking the credit, but I really despised that man's dark, calculating schemes. Jordan patted the young man's shoulder helplessly. I'll give you my share of the credit too. After all, saying you solo cleared this dungeon isn't an exaggeration. It's just like the plot of a top-tier leveling manhwa. Kim Soo-hyun asked with a serious gaze. Instead of credit, can I ask you for a favor? The older man looked puzzled. A favor? The MC turned back, confirming. Yes, there is still one more person who needs saving. He was talking about John. At this very moment, she was locked in combat with Jun Feng. She was in a state of berserk rage, attacking her enemy relentlessly. Jun Feng dodged effortlessly and taunted her. Hey, what kind of assassin can't even hide their own emotions? But she didn't reply. She only attacked with more ferocity. The villain continued his mockery. Anyway, the way you rushed here to attack me immediately, and this overwhelming intensity in your emotions. Finally, after dodging countless strikes, he began to swing his own fist. He questioned her with a smirk. You know who I am, don't you? Boom. A punch flew out, shattering the curtain of darkness. But John moved with godlike speed, slipping behind him. Jun Feng blocked with his arm, looking annoyed. Shh. He jumped back to create distance, thinking to himself, what a troublesome skill. Not only can she move agilely within the shadows, John seemed to dissolve into black smoke, launching sudden lethal strikes at Jun Feng. Every attack that rained down threatened to destroy everything in its path. Jun Feng analyzed while dodging. Her power level is increasing rapidly. In this situation, the only thing making it easy for me is her blind rage. It makes her movements predictable. Should I toy with her a little? Having calculated his move, he bared his teeth in a sneer. My, why don't you calm down a little bit? It seems like you really hate my guts, huh? If that's the case, shouldn't I at least know who you are? John continued swinging her daggers, screaming, Die. Jun Feng suddenly covered his eyes, acting calm. Hey, don't be like that. Who knows, maybe I'll remember who you are, based on your reaction. How about this? Is this the face you saw? Just like that, Jun Feng shapeshifted into a completely different person. Jun saw this, and her hatred boiled over. She gritted, her teeth hissing. You bastard, she attacked the enemy like a madwoman. Are you going to mock me until I die? Jun Feng leaned back, dodging the blade. Not this one. He transformed into another person. Then, how about this? Wrong again. Jun attacked ceaselessly, but Jun Feng kept changing his face. Is it this one? Or maybe not this one either. Then what about this? Suddenly John froze in her tracks at his latest transformation. Jun Feng saw that expression and put on a smug face. Haha, bingo. Her rage reached its absolute peak. Her entire body turned into a dark void as she screamed, Jun Feng, I will kill you. She rushed in, but he stood completely still, wondering aloud. But this face has done so many things, I can't remember them all. But you really want to kill me, huh? So much that you didn't even realize your skill's duration is about to expire. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Feng landed a devastating punch on John. Luckily, she crossed her arms to block the impact. He exclaimed in mock surprise. Oh, now that I look at your face closely. Suddenly, he laughed so hard he doubled over. Ha ha ha. John looked at him in confusion and horror. Now I remember, it was this guy, right? Immediately, a tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. Reflected in her pupils was a young man. Junfeng had transformed into that very person. John trembled, whispering, "Ki-hun, brother." Suddenly, her knees gave out, and she collapsed. Junfeng stood there, satisfied. With a reaction like that, I must be right. He took out his phone, checking his reflection, as if reminiscing. Right, this guy was quite annoying. If I remember correctly, weren't there 3 other guys with him back then? That's right. You were unconscious at the time, weren't you? Tears streamed down John's face like rain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her memory. John. The image of a short-haired girl urging John to stand up flashed by. Go please. Junfeng transformed into another person. Next is this one. It was the burly young man from John's team, rushing forward and shouting, "You won't get past me." Then a red-haired youth appeared, screaming, "Die!" John's voice shook uncontrollably. "Stop. Stop it," she screamed with a face full of despair. "Those aren't people who deserve to be mocked by a scumbag like you." Junfeng continued his cruel play. Ha ha ha. Now, this is the highlight. This is the one you really need to look at closely. He transformed into another person, tears streaming down his face as he begged, "Please." That person knelt down right in front of the horrified John. "Please just spare John. You can kill me. Just please save John." Finishing his performance, Junfeng laughed like a maniac. Ha ha ha. He was truly pathetic. You really should have seen the situation when I killed him. John was completely mentally crushed by Junfeng's psychological torture. He wiped away tears of laughter, absolutely delighted. Ha ha ha, look at that face. I love it. This is why I can't give up acting. Then he suddenly sat down in front of her. "But I have to kill you now, since you know my identity. However, I bet Kim Soo-hyun knows who I am too. So why don't you join me and kill Kim Soo-hyun? Once that idiot is dead, we can create a brand new guild together." Junfeng offered the devil's deal. "Join my guild, and I'll let you see your lover again. You won't have to die today." Deal. John's face was pale, completely stripped of color. Was he just that committed to his role? But Hwang Junpyong made a fatal calculation error. John was an actress too. Those trembling emotions from before, it was all a pure performance. She silently drew her blade from the system inventory, her mind screaming a single command, "Come closer." The imposter grinned, asking, "Well, what do you say?" But she just waited for the perfect opening. That was it. In a split second, a dangerous light flared in John's eyes. She lunged forward, launching a ferocious assault on Junpyong. For the first time, genuine panic cracked his mask. Her sword pierced through the air. John's plan was flawless. She had put a tight leash on her raging emotions, even though her blood was boiling with fury. It was all a feint to execute the kill. But she had overlooked one variable, the weight of memories. That all-too-familiar face flashed before John's eyes. Cold steel kissed the skin of his neck. But the ghosts of the past forced her hand to freeze. The blade stopped merely inches from ending him. That hesitation was all Junpyong needed. Mana exploded from him as he gritted his teeth, rejected a second time. A spray of fresh blood painted the air as he slashed across John's body. Meanwhile, outside the inferno of the great building, the crowd murmured in confusion. What the hell is going on? Is it a terrorist attack? Terrorists? A member of John's party asked, voice trembling. Shouldn't we have gone with her? But the scar-faced man remained calm. No, she can handle herself. Focus on evacuating the civilians. Suddenly, a voice cut through the chaos. The Reaper Guild. The man spun around in shock. Jordan Roger. What are you doing here? Jordan stepped forward with authority. Kim Soo-hyun sent us. He ordered us to cooperate with you and clear the civilians from the building immediately. Kim Soo-hyun, but I don't see him anywhere. Jordan looked at the blazing structure. Something urgent came up. He already charged inside. Back inside, Junpyong hoisted John into the air by her neck, laughing maniacally. Oh wow, that was actually entertaining. You're the first one to last this long against me. But ultimately, a waste of time. He tightened his grip to snap her neck. Let's end this. But in that fraction of a second, Kim Soo-hyun materialized. He grabbed Junpyong's head and slammed it into the concrete with earth-shattering force. Dust billowed out from the impact. Kim Soo-hyun caught John laying her down with surprising gentleness. He whispered, "I'm keeping my promise." "Don't worry." Junpyong scrambled up, realizing who had just arrived. He let out a twisted laugh. Haha, so you're the famous Kim Soo-hyun. Finally showing your face. I have a mountain of questions for you. Kim Soo-hyun unsheathed his blade, his expression dead calm. Is that so? I have questions for you too. He leveled the sharp steel at the enemy's eyes. Are you having fun? wearing another person's face, mocking their bonds, looking down on them, and killing for your own sick satisfaction. Junpyoung shifted back to his true form, staring thoughtfully at the arrival. Kim Soo-hyun's face twisted into a mask of pure wrath. Does that make you happy? The villain shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know what you're preaching about. The thrill always fades with time. Suddenly his expression warped into something grotesque and manic. But the best part, I never get bored. Kim Soo-hyun settled into his battle stance. If it's excitement you want, I can give you plenty. Junpyoung froze as he felt the overwhelming pressure. In a blur of motion, Kim Soo-hyun flashed past him, his blade slicing cleanly across the enemy's waist. He turned back, eyes cold as ice. The stimulation I provide is a lot more intense than your little games. Junpyoung looked down in disbelief at the fountain of blood spurting from his side. He crumpled to one knee, rage consuming him. Mana erupted from his body as he screamed, "You bastard!" Junpyoung decided to stop holding back. Horns tore through his temples, primitive scales covered his skin, and massive leathery wings burst from his back. Within moments, he had morphed into a grotesque monster, a hideous dragonkin. He charged at Kim Soo-hyun, a beastly roar tearing from his throat. "I will rip you into shreds." As the gaping maw descended, Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the situation. Dragonkin energy. A transformation skill revered as one of the strongest in the history of awakening manhwa lore. Blue flames ignited along his blade. So this is the source of your arrogance. Impressive, but you only got it by sheer luck. With that, he brought his sword down in a devastating overhead chop. The Dragon Man roared, ignoring the pain, and launched a massive kick at Kim Soo-hyun. But suddenly, the blue phoenix surged forth from the hero's energy aura. Junpyoung cackled with disdain. Ha ha ha. You dare use fire in front of a dragon? He opened his jaws and swallowed the blue phoenix whole. Kim Soo-hyun stood his ground, asking casually, "Isn't it hot?" Junpyoung smirked. Heh, let me show you what true hellfire feels like. Watch this. Golden flames began to gather in his gullet, dragon's breath. As the torrent of destruction unleashed, Kim Soo-hyun calmly summoned Mia from his dimensional space. Mia chirped in response. Show him what a real fire dragon can do. The little creature took a deep breath and unleashed a blast of flame far faster and more potent than the enemies. The two infernos collided, triggering a catastrophic explosion. Junpyoung's mind reeled in shock. Impossible. How can that tiny lizard overpower my dragon fire? Suddenly, little Mia darted behind Kim Soo-hyun, clinging to his back and whining. He's glaring at me. Kim Soo-hyun patted her. It's okay. You did great. Head back inside now. As she vanished, a system notification popped up. You have received the blessing of the Dragon King. Kim Soo-hyun's aura flared violently as he raised his sword, muttering about Mia's whims. Junpyoung seized the chance, lunging for the kill. Don't you dare look away in a fight. But Kim Soo-hyun had been waiting for exactly this moment. A smirk played on his lips as his energy condensed into a solid weight. Sorry, but I don't think so. A single flash of the blade sliced open Junpyoung's dragon scales. But the monster wasn't finished. He slammed a massive foot into the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Debris flew everywhere, but in the blink of an eye, countless slash marks appeared all over the dragon's body. Junpyoung's internal monologue screamed impossible. I am in my ultimate dragonkin form. How am I losing to Kim Soo-hyun? That feeling before. Was it fear? Suddenly, a twisted grin returned to his face. He threw his head back and roared at the heavens. Don't make me laugh. The dragonkin form is invincible. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun's mana continued to rise, suffocating the air around them. Let me teach you a lesson. Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the noise. The only reason I let you live this long, knowing exactly who you were, is because I can clear the Tower of Trials whenever I choose. Which means, I can kill a pest like you whenever I want. Another blade beam flashed, dissecting Junpyoung's torso. The Dragon Man's mouth fell open, vomiting a torrent of dark blood. Down on the ground, Jordan and his crew could only gaze up in paralyzed horror. Disbelief washed over the Guildmaster's face. What in the world is happening up there? A single strike had sheared off the building's corner, as if it were mere butter. Debris rained down like a lethal meteor shower. Joan roared over the chaos. The structure is compromising. Evacuate everyone immediately. High above the destruction, Si-woon stood like an unmovable mountain, while Lun Feng lay crushed against the concrete. Forced back into his human form, pain paralyzed him, yet he choked out a desperate question. Why? Why go this far? Do you hold some ancient grudge against me? Si-woon's eyes were cold as absolute zero. No deep reason. I simply despise your existence. Just then, Joan stepped onto the shattered roof. Si-woon glanced back. The stage is set. The final preparations are complete. She stood there, dual blades in hand, her expression a terrifying mix of ice and fury. Lun Feng blinked in confusion. What's I? Woon smirked darkly. Trust me, I'd love to end you myself. But sadly, I made a promise to let someone else handle the trash. Good luck. I won't lift a finger from here on out. As Lun Feng turned his gaze to the woman, he sneered. Oh, and what's your deal? Si-woon sat down, his aura spiking with a warning. If you defeat Joan, I'll let you walk away unscathed, but try to flee. His eyes glowed with an abyssal blue light, and you'll wish you were never born. A twisted demonic cackle erupted from Lun Feng. Heh, heh heh. He forced his broken body upright. Don't you dare regret those words, brat. Shadows coalesced into a pitch-black mask, leaving only his eyes burning white. Ha ha ha. And here, I thought my story ended here. He morphed his features, laughing like a madman. Lun Feng launched a desperate punch. Arrogance flooded his mind. He was certain this stupid woman wouldn't dare strike a face she held so dear. But before his fist could even connect, Joan's blade flashed upwards. A flurry of slashes erupted, tearing through the air and leaving him stunned. What the hell? No hesitation at all, Joan charged forward, her voice cutting through the wind. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. I am done with hesitation. Suddenly, he caught her wrist in a vice grip. You misunderstand. I don't need tricks to crush you. A heavy fist slammed into Joan. She barely raised her guard in time, gritting her teeth against the impact. But in a split second, she regained her balance and unleashed a counterkick straight to his face. Steel clashed against flesh in a violent dance. Watching from the sidelines, Si-woon analyzed the battle. As expected, Lun Feng still has the upper hand in raw stats. Little Mia perched on Si-woon's head, let out a worried squeak. Joan was being pushed back, struggling desperately to deflect the villain's relentless assault. Mia narrowed her eyes, focusing intently. Whoosh! A surge of pure mana erupted from the creature. Joan gasped as a wave of fresh power flooded her exhausted veins. Lun Feng's expression darkened instantly. Seizing the momentum, Joan vanished into a blur of speed, flashing past him and leaving a deep gash across his cheek. The villain spun around, glaring daggers at Si-woon. You little rat. Meanwhile, Mia was just lounging on Si-woon's head, looking completely innocent. Si-woon chuckled, raising his hands. Don't look at me, I didn't do anything. Besides, his eyes narrowed. Do you really have time to be staring at us? Joan's blade whistled past his ear. He bent backwards in an inhuman dodge, scrambling away to create a gap. Damn it, I need to put some distance between us. But Joan gave him no quarter. She descended like a Valkyrie, carving a massive wound from his shoulder to his gut. Her eyes burned with resolve. I can do this. Moving with the ferocity of a berserker, she drove him into a corner. Seeing her opening, Joan channeled every ounce of her remaining strength into one decisive strike. She didn't stop. The blade sang through the air, aiming to decapitate him. He threw his hands up in a panic, screaming in terror. Wait, hold on. But Joan's eyes were devoid of mercy. She was the executioner, and his time was up. Memories of her fallen comrades and the gentle face of Ki-yoon flashed before her eyes, fueling her rage. Lun Feng broke into a cold sweat as his defense crumbled. The blade bit into his palms, blood spraying everywhere. Stop, I said stop. His facade shattered completely, reducing him to a raving lunatic. Cease this at once, you filthy insect. Shing! With a clean stroke, his head went spinning into the sky, while his body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Justice had finally been served. Joan stood alone amidst the rising dust and smoke. Her breath came in ragged gasps, her face pale as death. Finally, her legs gave out and she slumped to the ground, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. Si-woon watched her, a hint of surprise on his face. He spotted a jade green pendant lying on the debris. Picking it up, he handed it to the trembling woman. You did well. He watched her quietly. Joan said nothing, but tears began to stream down her blood-streaked face. Clutching the pendant to her chest, she wept, letting out years of suppressed grief. Unsure how to comfort her, Si-woon scratched his head. He bowed his head respectfully for a moment, then turned away. I should probably give her some space. Suddenly, the world spun violently. His vision blurred, and gravity seemed to double. Damn it, my fatigue level is critical. System alert fatigue level, 97%. The toll on his body was immense, a common struggle in this brutal leveling manhwa reality. But at least the chaos was over. It turned out the prestigious Star Guild of America was nothing more than a front for a criminal syndicate. They had been hunting down awakened ones under the orders of the Chaos Guild. Thanks to Jordan and the Reaper Guild, the dark secrets of the Chaos Guild were dragged into the light. Chloe and her corrupt subordinates, were apprehended right inside the Green Dungeon and handed over to the American Hunter Association for judgment. Reports surfaced that many corporations were in bed with chaos. A massive investigation was underway to root out the remaining rats. However, the Chaos Guild's influence ran deeper than anyone anticipated. Investigators were hitting walls, struggling to untangle the massive web of deceit without enough leads. Breaking news shook the world. The beloved Chinese Hollywood superstar, Huang Junfeng, was revealed to be the true guild master of chaos. Chloe, the fallen leader of Star Guild, confessed everything. The revelation of Huang Junfeng's atrocities sent shockwaves through the global community. He had used high-level disguise skills to infiltrate dungeon raids, murdering countless heroes for sport, a terrifying twist in this awakening manhwa world. Then, in a twisted act of mockery, he would donate money to the families of his own victims. Du-ho clicked the TV off, disgust written all over his face. Son of a BTCH. He's not even human. Yun-sun shook her head in disbelief. How could anyone be so twisted? Suddenly she glanced towards Si-woon's room. Hey. Even back in the dungeon he knew, didn't he? He had it all figured out. Du-ho sighed, leaning back. Yeah, probably. That kid always tells us to rely on him, but in the end, he carries the weight of the world on his own shoulders. He sighed heavily, standing there deep in thought. Hak-jun felt the tension radiating off him. The atmosphere had turned suffocating. What was the right move here? Suddenly, his eyes landed on a marker pen on the table. A devilish idea sparked Hawk-jun, sneaked in, scribbling wildly on Kim Soo-hyun's face, while shouting in mock outrage. Witnessing the scene, Yoon-sun gasped. Hey, Hawk-jun, have you lost your mind? She pinched his cheek hard. Hawk-jun's voice cracked in pain. It's just so frustrating. He never tells us anything. Is that so? Lee Du-ho entered the room. He froze for a split second, processing the chaos, then snatched the marker from Hawk-jun and began adding his own artistic masterpiece to Kim Soo-hyun's face. Yoon-sun sighed, completely defeated. You too, Lee Du-ho. Seriously, stop it. But her protests fell on deaf ears. Nobody was listening to reason. Lee Du-ho chuckled darkly. Ha, no matter how godlike he is, he can't stop us from doodling on his mug. Hawk-jun agreed. Ha, it's a true masterpiece. Yun-sun snapped. She bonked both of their heads. Bonk. Instantly, the two troublemakers turned and bowed in unison. We are terribly sorry. Lee Du-ho huffed, sounding a bit sulky. He always insists on shouldering the heavy burdens alone. Whatever, I'm done caring. Let's go eat. Hawk-jun immediately fell in line. Yes sir, let's go. They left the room, leaving Kim Soo-hyun sleeping peacefully, with Idiot Hero and Demon King scrawled all over his face. Suddenly the shadows in the room deepened. A strange dark aura manifested. Jian stepped out from the void. Her gaze was ice cold as she whispered. It was you, wasn't it? She recalled the documents she received days ago. Jun, look at this. It was the list of the remaining members of the Chaos Guild. And today Jun was here to confirm the truth. She looked down at Kim Soo-hyun. You gave us this intel so we could take revenge with our own hands, right? Because if the association caught them, they'd just rot in a cell. That wasn't enough. Joan bowed her head, overwhelmed. God. Where on earth did you find this information? I have a mountain of questions for you. She looked at the young man lying still on the bed, his face covered in ridiculous scribbles. A rare smile touched her lips. But I have other business today, so I'll let you off the hook this time. She picked up the marker and added a few words of her own. Then John turned to leave. Goodbye for now. The black mist dissipated out the window, leaving only a lingering whisper in the air. See you next time. Kim Soo-hyun slept on, sinking deeper into his dreams. On his cheek, a new word had appeared, thanks. Meanwhile, a helicopter descended, landing smoothly on the roof of the Golden Tower. A couple sat at a table on the rooftop terrace, bathed in romantic luxury. The man asked, well, how does the wine taste from the top of the world? Aslan swirled her glass gently. What kind of question is that? Wine is wine. It's always bland and boring, no matter where you drink it. She gazed up at the starlit sky. But the technology is impressive. It's chaos down there, yet up here, zero vibration. Absolute silence. The man sliced his steak, a confident grin on his face. Naturally, we used an insane amount of mana stones to stabilize the structure. About 10% of the entire U.S. reserve was used for this building. Aslan thought, what a waste of money. Gordon Lohan slid the plate toward her. She asked, point blank, but tell me, are you really going through with it? The ranking competition. Gordon stopped smiling, his expression shifting. He spoke slowly, emphasizing every word. You know me, Aslan. I have always believed I am the strongest, but the world, they have their doubts. There are too many heroes running around with the title of S-Rank Hunter. Depending on their PR, anyone can be called the best. Gordon rested his chin on his hand. This world is too small for so many heroes. Through this competition, I will show them the truth. That I, Gordon Lohan, am the absolute apex. Meanwhile, inside a hidden instance dungeon, combat training was intense. Mia sat on Kim Soo-hyun's shoulder blasting fire. Kim Soo-hyun launched off a monster's head charging forward. Finally, it's over. He stood before a bizarre structure. The trial of the 30th floor was simple yet brutal. Destroy the hidden heart of Ouroboros. However, Ouroboros was a titan. Navigating its massive internal defenses had taken a full year of grinding. Kim Soo-hyun patted Mia on the head. You've grown a bit, little guy. Good work. The little dragon chirped, clearly pleased with the praise. The elder had told him, the heart of Ouroboros is a crystal of pure accumulated power. It is pure energy. Take it. Devour it. He had smiled encouragingly. If you can handle it, do it. Kim Soo-hyun raised his sword. The reward for 6 months of hell. He thrust the blade deep into the heart of Ouroboros. Boom. A terrifying aura exploded from the impact point quickly, flooding the entire dimension. The system chimed mana is increasing by 1, and the numbers kept climbing. Kim Soo-hyun drove the sword deeper. He gritted his teeth, fighting to keep his sanity, as the raw power threatened to overwhelm him. Energy swirled like a thick fog, expanding Kim Soo-hyun's pupils to their limit. The notifications went crazy. This was the ultimate power trip of a system manhwa. From now on, I become truly strong. Kim Soo-hyun checked his status window. Current mana 81. Magic level 8. Triumph surged through his heart. Mana and magic level finally hit 8. The gap between level 7 and 8 was like heaven and earth. 6 months well spent. He wanted to test this new power immediately. But patience was key. Completion rate 100%. Do you wish to end the trial? The system offered a massive reward. You have earned 50,000 achievement points. Kim Soo-hyun focused. I need to prepare for the next step. The system messages kept flashing. You have achieved the best possible completion rate. You have cleared the 30th floor perfectly. Stamina increased by 1. Calculating ranking. Rank first place. As November 1st arrived, the world descended into chaos for 2 reasons. First, the dungeon spawn rate had gone berserk. Compared to last year, dungeons were appearing exponentially. Theories about the apocalypse spread like wildfire. Riots broke out. Fear paralyzed the populace. However, the panic was overshadowed by the second event. Hosted by the world's richest man and the strongest hero in this awakening manhwa era. The Gordon Lohan event. Gordon sat on his throne, looking bored. Attention S-rank hunters of the world. He tapped his finger rhythmically on the armrest. I'm tired of being grouped with you lot just because we share the same rank. I'm going to prove it to the entire world. No scratch. That I don't need a long speech. Golden Lohan boldly declared, I am the absolute strongest. If you have a problem with that, come face me. In the ranking wars. And that was it. The video hit social media and exploded with 100 million views in a single day. All eyes instantly shifted to the movements of every S-Class Awakener. The reactions from the S-Class elite varied wildly. But one by one, they all began to flock toward the Golden Tower. Undeterred by the challenge from the world's wealthiest and strongest Awakener Wang Yu, a powerhouse from China, made his entrance. He scoffed. Such arrogance. How dare he claim the title of the strongest? Some came out of sheer boredom, while others were driven by a hunger for fame, fortune, or hidden agendas. And Kim Soo-hyun was no exception. Inside the Boom Troll Cafe, a sudden shout shattered the peace. What Do-ho jumped up from his seat. You're actually participating in the ranking match. Soo-hyun replied with cool indifference. Yeah. Seeing Do-ho's jaw on the floor, he asked, why the shocked face? Do-ho stammered. Well, I think this is the appropriate reaction. He sat back down, crossing his arms. I'm just surprised, that's all. I didn't think you had any interest in these kinds of public events. Soo-hyun laughed heartily. It's for a better future. I need the winner's reward. Do-ho rubbed his chin deep in thought. You never act without a plan. You must be a strategic type in your MBTI. Soo-hyun just smiled. Is that so? But internally, his mind was racing. There are 2 reasons I joined this leveling manhwa-style showdown. First, the adamantium needed to craft the Banwol bow. I need that material. It's the ultimate metal for conducting mana, amplifying power, and ensuring durability. The only way to obtain it right now is through this ranking battle. And as for the other reason, His thoughts were cut short by a loud voice booming from the entrance. "Guys," Hak-jun burst in like a hurricane, shouting at the top of his lungs. "I finally passed the S-Class promotion exam." Everyone in the cafe stared at him like he was a lunatic. Realizing his rudeness, Hak-jun quickly bowed his head. "Sorry, my bad, so sorry." Watching Hak-jun's chaotic energy, Do-ho whispered to Soo-hyuk, "You're not planning to take him along, right?" Soo-hyuk sighed. "I wanted him to gain experience fighting other talents, but maybe I should save that for another time." Hearing this, Hak-jun blinked. "Take me where Do-ho checked his phone and gasped. "Wait a second. The tournament starts in just 3 days." Soo-hyuk remained calm. "It's fine. We still have time. Go and train yourself." Hak-jun looked between them, completely lost. He looked at his two friends. What is going on here? Suddenly Do-ho grabbed his arm and dragged him away, his face serious. "Let's move." Hak-jun flailed. "Wait, at least explain what's happening." Do-ho stopped for a split second, looking back. "Hey Soo-hyuk, you're going to win this, right?" Soo-hyuk met his teammate's gaze with absolute confidence. Naturally, scene change. The sky was a brilliant canvas of azure and white clouds. The golden tower pierced the heavens, standing tall above the clouds. A private jet slowly descended while below a sea of awakeners gathered at the tower's base. The crowd was packed with spectators and media personnel. Reporter Henna gasped in awe. "Wow, look at all these people." Tim stood beside her. "Of course, this contest decides who stands at the apex of all awakeners. It's practically a festival for the awakened world. Anyway, show me the shots you got." Henna checked her camera. "Sure, not everyone has arrived yet, but the lineup is already insane. First shot is Wang Yu from China, Elena Ann from Russia, and Elle from the UK. She smirked at her colleague. "Want to place a bet on the winner?" Tim nodded. "You're on. Loser buys the winner a bottle of whiskey." "I'm putting my money on Golden Lohan." Henna pouted. I was going to pick him." She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. In that case, I'll." Tim laughed so hard he could barely breathe. "What are you even thinking about? They might be S-Class, but who could possibly defeat Golden?" Suddenly, the crowd of awakeners surged toward the entrance. Henna blinked. Why is everyone crowding the entrance all of a sudden? Amidst the noise, she heard a voice shout, "Are you sure?" Another replied, "Yeah, I'm certain. Kim Soo-hyuk is here." Henna froze, completely shook by the news. Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk, Hak-jun, and Do-ho were squeezing their way through the mob. Phones flashed everywhere. Henna suddenly snapped out of it. "Hey, I'm betting on Kim Soo-hyuk." Finally, Soo-hyuk's group managed to breach the tower's entrance. While Soo-hyuk spoke with the manager, Hak-jun stood by the massive glass wall gazing outside. "Whoa, this is sick. It's so high up. I've never been in a room this fancy before." Do-ho explained Golden Lohan, son of a massive conglomerate family. He's known as the controller of Earth. "He is on a completely different level from us," the manager politely interrupted. "Excuse me, sirs. May I escort you to the banquet hall on the 200th floor? Soo-hyuk rubbed his chin, muttering, "A banquet, huh? In my past life, I never qualified for this ranking tournament because I was just an A rank. Should I go see what it's all about?" Finally, Soo-hyuk answered, "Yes, please." The grand hall was bustling with people enjoying the buffet. Tony called out, "Oh, is that Sarah? Didn't expect to see you here." "You holding up okay?" She shot back, "Of course I am. Unlike someone I didn't pass out in front of a gate." He laughed it off. "Come on now." "Seriously though, I heard some famous figures are participating in this Awakening Manhwa event." Sarah sipped her wine, gazing forward. "True. Look over there. That young man grabbing food is Kim Soo-hyuk from Korea. He's younger than me, isn't he?" A bystander chimed in, lowering his voice. "There are rumors that he cleared an entire blue dungeon all by himself. They even say he single-handedly dismantled the Chaos Guild." Tony's eyes widened. "Ha! No way." Sarah remained skeptical. "Rumors tend to be exaggerated. Besides, we don't even know if that's really Kim Soo-hyuk." Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "No." Sarah turned around to find Elle standing there. Elle narrowed his eyes. Although it's hard to gauge his true power beneath that youthful appearance, make no mistake, that boy is a genuine monster. The words drifted to Soo-hyuk's ears. He glanced over casually. "The people here are all top tier. That blue-haired guy is Europe's supernova El Castle. The tan guy, in the neon shirt, is Lightspeed Louis Gom. And that blonde woman is Selena, the rising star. That looming figure in the back must be Chenov." Soo-hyuk scanned the room. Wang Yu of China and Ashley aren't here yet. Still looking around. Not a single person in this room is weak. This legendary competition was known to the world as the Battle of the Stars. At a banquet table, Choi Hak-jun was shoveling food into his mouth like it was his last meal. He waved frantically. "Hey, get over here. This spread is absolutely god tier." Doo-ho spoke through a mouthful of meat. "Damn right. Eat up. We need to fuel our bodies for the war tomorrow." Kim Soo-hyun approached with his plate, chuckling internally. Look at them completely carefree. At least I don't have to worry about their nerves. Suddenly, the air shifted. A strange ripple of power pricked Kim Soo-hyun's senses. Is that a mana fluctuation? He set his plate down, his expression hardening as he turned to leave. Doo-ho blinked confused. Huh, what's wrong? Kim Soo-hyun didn't look back. I have business to attend to. The two friends watched his retreating back, wondering what could possibly pull him away from such a feast. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Golden Building, a silhouette stood tall against the moonlight like a war god. Massive wings spread out behind him, bristling with spears, ready to annihilate anyone who dared approach. A sonic boom exploded right behind him. The winged figure clenched his fist, his voice dripping with heavy killing intent. Kim Soo-hyun instantly recognized the aura. It was China's S-Rank Awakened Wang Wu. The giant scoffed. "You've got guts staying here, you little rat." Facing him with a katana was Japan's S-Rank Awakened Kenya Tsukimoto. The swordsman's voice was cold as steel. "I am not fast. You are simply too slow, weighed down by all that disgusting fat on your bones." Wang Wu's eyes blazed with fury at the insult. "You bastard," he roared, channeling his chi into a devastating punch. "I'm going to rip that arm right off your body," Tsukimoto sneered, raising his blade. "Try it if you dare." The two titans clashed in a frenzy of violence. Wang Wu's fist met Tsukimoto's energy, generating a shockwave that threatened to tear the roof apart. Boom. The sound was deafening. But suddenly, both S-rank fighters froze their eyes, widening in shock. Kim Soo-hyun had appeared between them like a ghost. His voice cut through the noise. "That's enough." With one hand, he caught Wang Wu's earth-shattering punch. With the other, he clamped down on Tsukimoto's blade. He looked at them calmly. "Save your energy. The real war begins tomorrow." Cold sweat trickled down Tsukimoto's spine. It didn't matter when this kid arrived. What mattered was that he had effortlessly blocked full power attacks from two S-ranks simultaneously. The rumors about him, they were all true. Tsukimoto immediately sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully. "You are correct. It would be foolish to waste strength before the tournament." Without another word, the swordsman vanished into the night. Wang Wu, however, was not so easily tamed. He grit his teeth, veins bulging. "How dare you? Who gave you the right to interrupt my fight?" He launched a vicious punch at Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun sidestepped smoothly, but the madman didn't stop unleashing a barrage of strikes. After weaving through the attacks like smoke, Kim Soo-hyun sighed. It seems peaceful negotiation is off the table. Spotting an opening in Wang Wu's defense, Kim Soo-hyun launched a counter-strike. His fist flew toward the giant's jaw with the force of a cannonball. But right before impact, a deep voice resonated through the air. "What is this, Kim?" Soo-hyun froze instantly, his knuckles hovering inches from Wang Wu's face. A man walked out from the shadows, smiling. "Why is everyone up here fighting when the party is downstairs?" The moment he appeared, Kim Soo-hyun felt a suffocating pressure. It was an aura of absolute dominance. The man stepped closer, his presence expanding. "Are you three planning to continue? If so, mind if I join in?" Kim Soo-hyun and Wang Wu turned to face the newcomer. It was Gordon Lohan. The sheer density of his mana was terrifying, choking the very air around them. Wang Wu knew when he was outmatched. He scoffed, stepping back. "Fine, I'll crush you properly during the competition." He glared at Kim Soo-hyun, pointing a trembling finger. "And you, just you wait. I'm going to tear you limb from limb." He shoved past Kim Soo-hyun and stormed off in a huff. Kim Soo-hyun exhaled, releasing the tension in his shoulders. Watching him, Gordon Lohan's eyes sparkled with amusement. The strongest hunter smirked. "You're much bolder and stronger than you look, kid." Kim Soo-hyun met his gaze without flinching. "I never back down from a challenge. And that applies to you as well." Gordon looked genuinely surprised. "Oh, what is that supposed to mean, Kim?" Soo-hyun dipped his head slightly, his voice steady. "I'm just giving you a friendly warning. The new wave always pushes out the old. Don't get too comfortable on your throne." With that, Kim Soo-hyun walked past him. The sound of his footsteps echoed rhythmically against the concrete. Gordon's smile faded into a cold, predatory look. He chuckled darkly. "Ha, Kim Soo-hyun. This tournament just got a lot more interesting." The day of the Battle of the Stars arrived. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers. "Thank you to all the awakened warriors for gathering here today. Due to security concerns and the volatile nature of your powers, there will be no live audience. Allow me to introduce your judges. First, the creator of the Hunter evaluation system, and an S-Rank Awakened himself, Johnny Brad. The contestants erupted into whispers and cheers. Johnny Brad. Seriously, I've never seen him in person before. Kim Soo-hyun sat silently analyzing the situation. First Gordon Lohan, and now Johnny Brad. Gordon Lohan was hailed as the world's strongest, known for conquering impossible dungeons and dominating the ether stone market. Johnny Brad, while primarily a magician, possessed mana reserves that defied logic. Two of the most powerful beings on the planet were overseeing this. The stakes couldn't be higher. Gordon nodded politely. "Johnny, you may begin." The announcer shouted, "Let the battle of the stars begin." Johnny Brad flared his aura, activating a massive spell. A complex magic circle instantly enveloped the arena. The magic power surged, warping the space around them. Choi Hak-jun panicked, looking at his hands. "What the hell? My body. It's fading away." Kim Soo-hyun watched calmly, though he was impressed. He thought space-time magic. Is this Johnny's legendary illusion technique? Is he transporting us directly? The world around them dissolved into light. A smile tugged at Kim Soo-hyun's lips. "Now this gets my blood pumping." The system announced. "The preliminary ranking round is commencing. You have been transported to an illusionary forest filled with traps and monsters. Survive until only 32 candidates remain. Any injuries sustained here will not affect your physical body. Current survivors, 175. Kim Soo-hyun stood up, rubbing his chin in thought. I wonder about the status window settings. Did he program this like a classic leveling manhwa system, where it adapts to each user to create a virtual reality this complex? Johnny Brad is a monster. While he was lost in analysis, he failed to notice the pair of glowing red eyes in the bushes behind him. A massive beast lunged from the shadows. Kim Soo-hyun didn't even turn around. He raised a hand, gathering his aura. Tease. Annoying. Boom. In a split second, a blast of spiritual energy vaporized the monster completely. Too easy. Not even worth a warm-up. But before he could lower his hand, his senses screamed. Another uninvited guest had arrived. An assassin burst from the foliage, a poisoned dagger aimed directly at Kim Soo-hyun's neck. The strike was silent and deadly, but Kim Soo-hyun ducked effortlessly, dodging the blade by a millimeter and instantly pivoted for a counterattack. The assassin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Impossible. How did he see that? No one has ever dodged my stealth strike. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes glowed with terrifying intensity as he stared into the assassin's soul. Nothing escapes my eyes. With a single thunderous punch, he smashed his fist directly into the attacker's face. He couldn't dodge in time and was blown backward instantly. Kim Soo-hyun realized the truth, thinking, I knew it. Is this really the limit of an average S-rank in a leveling manhwa? The opponent lay flattened on the ground, completely motionless. Watching the strange dark energy leak from his body and fade away, Kim Soo-hyun thought, no, this isn't right. You people shouldn't be satisfied with just this level of power. He recalled the apocalypse of his previous life. The dungeon outbreaks escalated too fast. Humanity couldn't keep up, and eventually they were driven to the very brink of extinction. Just when all hope seemed lost, a false S-Rank Awakener appeared. He wielded terrifying power, summoning lightning bolts like Zeus himself. They called him the God of Lightning. Every attack shook the heavens and earth, yet reality didn't match the legend. The man looked at the crater and scoffed. What I expected, way more, since rumors said you cleared the green dungeon. Is this really all you've got? Those drunk on their own power stopped training. They became arrogant, complacent. He sneered at him. Even for the great Kim Soo-hyun Gray, the American God of Lightning is too much for you. With that, he channeled his energy for a devastating strike. That arrogance led to ruin, and the situation now mirrors my past life. Kim Soo-hyun thought, I've changed a few things, sure. But I can't stop the apocalypse alone. He told himself, if you're all here to see who's the strongest, fine. I'll test every single one of you. If you're satisfied with your current level, I'll teach you a harsh lesson. But there is always a sky above the sky. Just then, the system window popped up. Survivors 88. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed. Looks like most of the mid-tier fodders are out. His eyes flickered with concern. Is Choi Hak-jun okay? He's a prime target, but he should be fine. That kid has more raw talent than almost anyone. And his prediction was right. Choi Hak-jun had fought desperately, just to preserve his life. Watching the black smoke fade into the air, he sighed in relief. That was close. Meanwhile, the forest was chaotic. A team of 3 players was moving together. Doyle asked, did you feel that Han running ahead? Replied, yeah, someone's tailing us. They halted in a clearing. Doyle whispered nervously. If they find out about the plan, we're screwed. I'll handle this. Han nodded. All right. Suddenly, an arrow tore through the air right in front of Han's face. He only managed to grunt. Before he could react, the arrow pierced his skull. The force was so violent, it flew out the back, forcing the other two to dive aside to avoid the collateral damage. Sam shouted. A long-range Awakener. Doyle agreed. Looks like it. He scanned the area frantically. Where the hell is he hiding? Doyle quickly spotted a figure in the distance, holding a bow aimed right at them. He yelled, "Over there," and charged toward the archer. The enemy stood on a large branch. But as Doyle got closer, he froze. Wait. Your jaw. Doyle's face twisted in pure terror. If you're here, that means Elena is nearby. His intuition was dead on. A girl blowing bubblegum appeared from nowhere. One strike and she sent him straight to the afterlife. Only Sam remained. Gripping his weapon, he cursed. Damn it, how did we get caught by these two? I need to. An arrow silenced him forever before he could finish. The girl landed softly. Joff asked, "Find anything?" Elena. She tossed her sickle up, spinning it in the air like a toy. After a brief silence, she spoke. Seems the European Awakeners are grouping up. I've got a bad feeling about this. Joff suggested. Let's confirm their position first. He activated his clairvoyance skill. His eyes glowed with mana, magnifying his vision instantly. His gaze locked onto the other side of the mountain. Giant, ancient trees. Found them. Joff analyzed. They're gathered near a massive tree to the north. About 30 of them. Elena nodded. Good. Keep eyes on them, Joff. Let's see who those bastards are. Meanwhile, under the giant tree, the Awakeners gathered. Earl asked, "Is everyone here?" One replied, "A few are missing. Safe to assume they've been eliminated." He scoffed. "If they died that easily, we didn't need them anyway." The girl in blue agreed. True. A man with a blade on his shoulder urged, "Let's get started." Earl sat on the ground, his vibrant hair shining in the sun, eyes filled with resolve. He smiled. Perfect. Waiting longer is a waste of time. I'll brief you on the plan now. The ranking competition. The event that Gordon Lohan organized to prove he is the absolute strongest. It started with a simple purpose, but it became a massive festival for the public. For S-Rank Awakeners, it is both an opportunity and a stage to claim massive wealth and glory. But the true goal isn't just winning. It's to establish the global pecking order. Currently, first place belongs to America's Gordon Lohan. Second is Kim Soo-hyun. Fourth, Elena Ann. Louis Gorman is fifth. Wang Wu takes sixth, and seventh is Sanri Ito. Major guilds and world governments treat this Awakener ranking as the definitive measure of national power. Among them, Europe has been humiliated, criticized for being weaker than Asia and the Americas. They agreed to use this chance to prove Europe's dominance. Whispers broke out under the great tree. Doyle spoke up. You all know the terms of the alliance, right? Eliminate the non-European candidates in the early rounds. Then we settle the winner amongst ourselves in the finals. Mac nodded. Exactly. Honestly, I hate following orders from the higher-ups, but this strategy isn't bad. A figure in a black cloak interrupted. We have no choice. I don't know about the others, but Gordon Lohan is a literal monster. The only way to take him down is by working together. Earl turned to Tim. All right, Tim. Have you located the other Awakeners? Tim replied, radar just picked them up. He projected a blue aura toward the group. I'm sharing their coordinates with you now. Mac grinned. Oh, memory sharing, that's a handy skill. Zavi rubbed his chin. Elena Ann is the closest. Gordon is the furthest away. Earl studied the map carefully before speaking. Now that we have their locations, here is the plan. Our objective is to eliminate the 5 candidates for the championship: Wang Wu, Louis Gorman, Elena Ann, Kim Soo-hyun, and Gordon Lohan. We'll split into squads of 6. Each team hunts a single target. They might be monsters, but if we synchronize our attacks, they won't stand a chance. The UK squad is taking on Golden Lohan. Chabi, sensing the odds were off, didn't mince words. Hey, even with you here, 6 of us aren't enough to take down a monster like Lohan. He nodded grimly. You're right. That's why you need to wipe out your targets instantly, then regroup with my squad. Oh, D. Stood up, his resolve hardening. I'll buy us some time until reinforcements arrive. See you on the other side. With that, he and his team vanished into the distance. The rest of us wasted no time. Let's move. As the squad tore through the terrain at breakneck speed, Arthur called out to Suwon. What's the deal? I get why we're doing this dirty work, but I didn't expect a player of your caliber to join in. Why the change of heart? You could easily solo your way to the championship. Suwon offered a faint, enigmatic smile. I simply want to stand at the pinnacle of strength. Deep in the forest, the earth shook with thunderous explosions. John Clay sat slumped on the ground, clutching a shattered arm. Blood streamed down his face from a gash. Soo-hyun looked down at him, cold and impassive. Jace, rumor has it you're India's first S-Rank Awakener. They call you a hero, so I expected a challenge. But in this leveling manhwa reality, it seems you've hit your limit. The insult made Jace grind his teeth, the sound like stones crushing together. Fury erupted from him. You arrogant bastard, I'll kill you. Jace began to channel his mana energy, crackling around his hands as he prepared a forbidden spell. A massive pillar of dark energy burst from the ground, swirling around Soo-hyun like a hurricane. Observing the vortex, Soo-hyun muttered, "Oh, now, this skill. This might actually be useful." In a split second, the energy solidified, forming an impenetrable Iron Maiden of spikes, trapping Soo-hyun within. Jace laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. No one has ever escaped this prison. He clenched his fist, shrinking the cage. Hundreds of spikes closed in, ready to shred his prey into meat. But suddenly a flash of light severed the air. Jace barely gasped. Who before his existence was completely erased from the world? A haughty voice echoed through the clearing. Humph. We didn't even need to intervene. Seems Kim Soo-hyun was just a weakling despite the hype. It was the European Awakeners team. Their leader, a woman with eyes like ice and a terrifying mana aura, stared at the cage. Wait, I don't think he's dead yet. What now? Interfering with a spatial distortion from the outside is nearly impossible. If we leave him, the cage will finish the job. And if this is the extent of his power, crushing him in the finals will be child's play. Right. A blonde man beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly. Aside from Golden Lohan, the rest are trash. Come on, let's hunt Lohan. The squad turned to leave, dismissing the threat. But Radabel suddenly froze. A chill ran down his spine, his face draining of color. He stammered terror, gripping his throat. What the hell is that? Blinding light pierced through the cracks of the cage. Radabel whipped around, screaming everyone dodge. His teammates turned, just as the aura exploded, carrying the weight of death itself. Boom. The forest shuddered as a beam of pure energy tore through the landscape, slicing the lush tree line in half like a god's blade. Perched on a nearby cliff, Golden Lohan watched the devastation below. That impact was massive. Who could release that kind of power? Suddenly, laughter erupted from the other side. Ha ha. Golden looked down. Hawk-jun gripped his blade, muttering in awe. Brother, just how strong have you become? Golden sneered. You recognize that magic? Hawk-jun yanked his blade from the earth, grinning like a maniac. Of course, that's my brother. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the giant. Golden Lohan leaped back effortlessly, furrowing his brow. I don't understand a word you're saying. The system translated our languages, so why are you spouting nonsense? Mana flared, summoning countless ice-cold spears behind Lohan's back. If I can't talk sense into you, I'll just go check that explosion myself. He waved his hand, unleashing hell. The spears shot toward Hawk-jun at the speed of sound, aiming to skewer him. Just inches from impact, the spears froze in midair. Hawk-jun stood paralyzed. What the? Golden Lohan looked up, startled. And who is this new challenger? A young man stood atop a majestic white dragon, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. His expression was cold, emotionless. The very air around them seemed to freeze in his presence. Hawk-jun realized two things instantly. First, if Song Hyung-ji hadn't intervened, he would be a corpse right now. Second, the power gap was astronomical. Just looking into Song Hyung-ji's eyes made every hair on his body stand up in primal fear. Golden Lohan trembled not with fear, but excitement. His mana surged, expanding into a terrifying aura. Finally, let the real games begin. Song Hyung-ji flinched. No, this guy is too dangerous. He immediately commanded Young to intercept the attack. The massive dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson fire. The breath collided with the enemy in a cataclysmic explosion, shaking the heavens and earth. But Golden Lohan walked calmly through the inferno, laughing. Ha ha ha. Is this dragon fire? It's got quite the bite. Lightning crackled around Lohan's fists. Now, it's my turn. But as he prepared to strike, he looked up, stunned. Huh. Song Hyung-ji was already fleeing on his dragon. Golden cursed. Damn it. They ran. Meanwhile, Song was sweating bullets, screaming internally. That was way too close. I almost died. Hawk-jun grinned. Thanks for the save. Song whipped around, snapping furiously. Don't thank me. Are you insane? Where did you get the guts to attack? Golden Lohan. Attack. He came at me first. Hawk-jun laughed it off. Anyway, I didn't expect you to save me. You're a real bro, you know that. Since when are we brothers? Song sighed, dropping the act. I didn't save you out of kindness. I saved you because I need you. The situation has changed. The European Awakeners have formed a massive alliance and are hunting us down. Hawk-jun's eyes widened. What? Breaking the rules, maybe. But in a survival game like this, forming an alliance is a brilliant strategy. They made the right move. That's why I'm recruiting you to my side. Hawk-jun squinted ahead. Ah, I see. Suddenly, his eyes bulged. Wait. Hyo Eungji offered a twisted smile, nodding in agreement. That is correct. We are forming an alliance with Kim Soo-hyun. But elsewhere, the world was shaking. A cataclysmic explosion tore through the forest, obliterating everything in its wake. A silhouette stumbled from the choking dust. It was Popo, the one closest to the blast radius. His left arm was gone, obliterated, leaving his face twisted in sheer agony as he clutched the stump. Popo frantically scanned the area, eyes wide with panic. Damn it, did those cowards abandon me? Suddenly, a static hiss cut through his mental link. A voice echoed in his head. Can you hear me? He recognized the voice instantly. It was Tim Peo. Popo gritted his teeth, wincing from the pain. How the hell did you link up with me? Simple, Tim replied coolly. When I shared the target data, I embedded a communication skill within the packet. But listen, I'm detecting a monstrous mana spike, and your vital signs are practically fading from the map. What is happening over there? Popo gasped, struggling to breathe. Forget Lohan. He's the least of our worries right now. The source of this overwhelming pressure. Popo looked up to see death incarnate Kim Soo-hyun, raising his blade right in front of him. It's Kim Soo-hyun. The line went dead silent. Popo, answer me, Popo. Tim Peo's face went pale with panic. Shit, he turned to his strategist. Odell, tell me you heard that too. Odell stroked his chin, eyes narrowing. Yes, that catastrophic mana surge belongs to Kim Soo-hyun. Panic rippled through the group. Does that mean he's on the same level as a legend like Lohan? If that's true, one muttered, then this operation just got real. Seeing their morale waver, Hyo Eungji stepped in, his voice firm. Compose yourselves, panic is useless. Tim Peo patched me through to the entire alliance immediately. Understood. Tim placed a hand on his shoulder, and the telepathic network flared to life. All units listen up, we're short on time, so I'll be brief. Elena Ann's suppression squad, that mana explosion wasn't an anomaly. It was Kim Soo-hyun. According to Popo's last transmission, Kim Soo-hyun's power rivals Lohan himself. We are altering the strategy immediately. Wang Wu's squad disengaged from Elena Ann and Luis Gomez. Your new priority target is Kim Soo-hyun. Luis's team assist. In taking him down, we'll clean up the trash later. Our goal is to knock Lohan out of the qualifiers. Is that clear? Suddenly, a cloaked scout interrupted with urgent news. Bad timing, sir. It looks like Elena Ann sensed the shift and fled. The order reached Jock. Understood, he replied, moving instantly to obey. I'm regrouping with the main force. Meanwhile, Chabi sighed, wiping sweat from her brow. Man, that was close. We almost got busted. The system connection buzzed in her ear. Chabi copying. Loud and clear. She lowered her weapon, smirking at her opponent. You should thank your lucky stars and Kim Soo-hyun. If not for him, you'd be a corpse right now. We don't have time to waste. Move out. Elsewhere, Wang Wu was forced to halt his assault. He ground his teeth in frustration, roaring. Damn it. Just when it was getting good. Killing intent radiated from Wang Wu like a physical weight. His voice dripped with venom. Fine. I'll just slaughter every last one of them myself. Back at the epicenter, Kim Soo-hyun stood over a fading body, rubbing his chin. Humph. Popo's form dissolved into data particles. I definitely took care of him, Kim Soo-hyun mused, but who the hell was he? He recalled the events of moments ago. He had been clashing with John when a massive cage materialized from thin air, locking him in absolute confinement. Massive spikes had erupted from the walls, aiming to skewer him. A spatial manipulation skill. Kim Soo-hyun had realized, his eyes narrowing. How troublesome. Usually, escaping a spatial domain requires fulfilling specific, complex conditions. But Kim Soo-hyun's lips had curled into an arrogant smile. I don't need to know the rules. I just need to shatter the game board. He channeled a cataclysmic surge of mana, creating a force that defied the very rules of the system, Manhwa world. It was power that challenged the limits of logic itself. Crack! The indestructible cage shattered like glass in a millisecond. Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun nodded. So that's how I escaped. But the caster isn't here. That wasn't John's doing. He needed answers. But before he could take a step, a glowing formation circle lit up beneath his feet. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened slightly in surprise. What in the world? Before he could react, emerald vines shot up from the sigil, binding his body tight. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure dove from the skyblade raised. "I've got you now," the attacker roared in triumph. Wham! The celebration was cut short by a fist to the face. Kim Soo-hyun punched him square in the jaw, snapping the binding vines as if they were wet paper. The red-haired assailant flew backward like a ragdoll knocked out cold in a single hit. Kim Soo-hyun stared at his own hand. "Is it because I just absorbed the power of Ouroboros? I still can't regulate my own strength." He shifted his gaze upward, his voice dropping to a glacial chill. "Are you going to keep hiding? Come out." Several figures flickered into existence, landing softly on the scarred earth. Jock's expression was grim. It seems Odell's assessment was spot on. "This guy, he's a bona fide monster." "Enough talk," Chai shouted. "Everyone into position, let's take him down." The European Awakeners circled their prey. The command rang out, "Commence the operation." The punishment began. A whip cracked through the air, aiming to split Kim Soo-hyun's skull. But with supernatural reflexes, Kim Soo-hyun blurred sideways, the attack hitting nothing but air. In the same breath, he lunged at a blade wielder nearby. It was a massacre. The opponent couldn't even blink before a flash of steel bisected him. Black smoke billowed from the kill. Kim Soo-hyun landed instantly, raising his sword overhead. Above him, a hulking awakener was bringing down a colossal greatsword with earth-shattering force. Clang sparks showered like fireworks as the weapons collided. Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch. With his free hand, he gathered chi and blasted a palm strike directly into the giant's face. His eyes were voids of cold indifference. Every move was a kill shot. But the enemy numbers were relentless. As soon as one body hit the floor, another stepped over it to attack. Two attackers rushed from the flanks. Kim Soo-hyun leaped vertically, leaving them to crash into each other. But as gravity took hold, a blinding pillar of lightning awaited his descent. Damn midair, there was no leverage to dodge. He braced himself as the thunderbolt struck boom. The impact sent him hurtling higher, swallowed by a chaotic cloud of debris. Direct hit, one cheered. Jock seized the moment. "Now bind him while he's stunned." Dozens of enchanted chains shot into the smoke like vipers. But instead of tearing into flesh, a metallic clang echoed out as if they had struck an impenetrable fortress wall. The chains dropped uselessly to the ground. A blonde awakener gasped, eyes bulging. "What? My skill? It just dissolved." Within the dust, two eyes glowed with an eerie white luminescence. A suffocating killing intent washed over the battlefield, an aura so heavy, it felt like the sky was falling. A dual wielder tried to rally the terrified squad. Don't let his aura fool you. That lightning paralyzed him. We still have the advantage in this leveling Manhwa showdown. The blonde awakener lunged forward, shouting for his men to attack without mercy. But barely a few steps in the hair, on the back of his neck stood up as primal terror gripped his soul. A colossal beast with glowing eyes materialized in his vision. His legs turned to lead, his weapon clattering to the ground. Around him, the other awakeners fell to their knees, faces drained of all color, in the presence of a true predator. He laughed bitterly, choked by despair. How could mere mortals challenge a monster like this? Soo-hyun stood before them, sword in hand, while the phantom of a massive serpent coiled ominously above his head. The protagonist closed the distance in a heartbeat, resting his cold blade against the man's throat. Leaning in, he whispered, "You're actually better than I expected. I never thought I'd have to use this skill so soon. Tell me, are you Western Awakeners always this tight-knit?" Seeing the man paralyzed by fear, Soo-hyun answered his own question. "From what I know, you're not." His voice then dropped to a menacing growl. "So tell me, what exactly are you plotting?" Meanwhile, Odo froze mid-step. The air around him grew heavy, vibrating with an invisible suffocating power. What is this sensation, he wondered, sensing the stench of death drifting from the path ahead. He turned to Timpeo. "Can you reach anyone from Kim Soo-hyun's original team?" The answer was a grim no. Odo's eyes widened in shock. "Are they all dead?" Timpeo nodded grimly. "I think so. I've tried multiple channels, but there's nothing." Another teammate asked nervously. "What about the other squads?" Timpeo stopped walking, his face pale. "Actually, ever since the signal went out that they found Soo-hyun, all comms have been cut." Odo pieced the horror together. "That means the only ones left alive are the six of us." A heavy silence descended, suffocating them like a physical weight. Suddenly, Odo's instincts screamed. Before he could react, a sickening sound came from behind. "Erg." Kevin was launched backward by an unseen force. "Kevin," Odo shouted, spinning around. Timpeo gasped, choking out his final warning. "Run, move now," but words failed him as he collapsed, foaming at the mouth in agony. In the blink of an eye, 5 of his elite teammates were down. Terror clawed at Odo's chest. What is happening? Footsteps echoed from the shadows. Odo turned cold sweat, drenching his face. This wasn't a battle. It was an execution. This demonic mana. My survival instincts are screaming. Then Soo-hyun emerged from the gloom, looking entirely too calm. Pleasure to meet you, he said. To Odo, the man wasn't human. He was a massive serpent coiling for the strike. The pressure was suffocating. An apex predator, dominating the ecosystem. Odo couldn't hide his trembling. The hunter had arrived. Soo-hyun smiled, his eyes cold. I admit your plan was perfect, worthy of a champion candidate. But even if you survive this, there will always be a bigger monster in this leveling manhwa world to crush you. Odo frowned, confused by the cryptic words. What do you mean? Soo-hyun shrugged. Nothing complex. I know you're a smart man. I'm just curious why someone of your caliber accepted such a trash offer. A trash offer, Odo repeated, stunned. For a moment, the weight of Soo-hyun's presence pinned him in place like a mountain. Then Odo threw his head back and laughed. It was a manic sound, before he suddenly exploded into motion, launching a desperate attack. Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow, easily sidestepping the strike. He's suppressing his fear, Soo-hyun realized. He activated his skill, the third eye of Ouroboros. The skill, known as Predator. It was a mental attack, a classic system manhwa ability, designed to plant absolute terror in weaker souls. Without ironclad willpower, there was no escape. But Odo wasn't called the strongest in Europe for nothing. He surged his mana, fighting back against the mental pressure with sheer grit. Gathering his aura, Odo roared, whether I was wrong or right. You can decide that after you defeat me, Soo-hyun grinned, gripping his sword. I guess I'm about to find out. They collided in a storm of violence. Odo's punch carried the weight of a mountain. Soo-hyun's blade hummed with lethal energy. Neither held back. The air crackled as purple light clashed against blue aura, moving at speeds the eye couldn't track. Boom! Odo's fist smashed into Soo-hyun's guard. He poured every ounce of his strength into the opening blow, trying to dominate the momentum. The explosion tore up the ground, a shockwave rippling outward, as 2 S-rank monsters tested their limits. The qualifiers were reaching their climax. The system updated 41 survivors remaining. Elsewhere, Golden was facing off against Yoon Seon-woo. Golden stood with arrogant ease, rubbing his chin. Almost time for the round to end. I stood out here in the open, hoping to get jumped by a squad. I guess most S-ranks have no pride these days. They're all avoiding me. He smirked, eyes gleaming with battle lust. I was getting so bored I almost hunted them all down myself. But waiting was worth it, because a real S-rank finally showed up. Yoon Seon-woo bowed his head slightly. I'm also glad to face a worthy opponent. He raised his sword, ready for the duel. Enough talk. Let's finish this. Yoon Seon-woo unleashed a massive slash, while Golden stood with his arms crossed, looking effortlessly cool. Nearby, Choi Hak-jun was locked in a fierce struggle with Elena. Her scythe was a blur, blocking his blade with terrifying precision. Choi Hak-jun gritted his teeth. He channeled his inner energy, unleashing a sword slash followed by a devastating full moon strike. She dodged with supernatural agility. Instantly, Chenov joined the fray, loosing an arrow aimed straight for Choi Hak-jun's heart. Too fast, Choi Hak-jun thought. I can't dodge. He raised his saber in a desperate guard. Suddenly, a crimson barrier materialized from thin air, shielding him. Choi Hak-jun gasped. Hyung-ki had appeared like a ghost, once again saving his teammate in the nick of time. Hyung-ki snapped. Quiet, stop grunting. Choi Hak-jun grinned. Great timing, Hyung-ki. Hyung-ki landed softly, eyeing the enemy. You can't take her alone. She's a top contender for the championship. Choi Hak-jun nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. Yeah, and their teamwork is no joke. Hyung-ki analyzed Elena and Chenov. Agreed. That's because their coordination is known as the best in the world. Meanwhile, Wang Wu found himself surrounded, facing a gauntlet of S-rank awakeners who were anything but weak. Wang Yu spat curses. Get lost, you maggots. Don't block my path. Meanwhile, the clash between Soo-hyun and El reached its peak. Both warriors recognized the other as a true rival, so they held nothing back. Soo-hyun, a master of the blade, infused every strike with terrifying internal energy. On the other side, El displayed the mastery of an awakening manhwa genius, perfectly regulating his mana flow. Immense power gathered in his fist, sparking with crackling lightning. Soo-hyun's eyes widened. Above El's head, a majestic white dragon materialized, its pressure distorting the very air. In that moment, El asked himself, when did I start dreaming of being a hero? When was it? El channeled everything into his arm and let out a war cry. He unleashed the white dragon fist, seeking the answer in the heat of battle. It must have started back then watching that anime as a child. The White Dragon Fist, a story of hope saving the weak and becoming a legend. I am the White Dragon. I am a hero. I defeat villains. Every boy wants to grow up to be cool and strong. That was enough to ignite my dream. But for me, being a hero became more than just a childhood fantasy. I truly admired the White Dragon. I wanted to save people just like him. All my blood, sweat, and tears finally bore fruit. I became the hero of Great Britain. However, the reality of wearing the cape was a twisted nightmare compared to my dreams. Chaos swallowed the world. A dungeon break in London claimed 100 lives. And the public screamed, "Where was Britain's hero L when we needed him?" The news ruthlessly exposed the truth. I was climbing the Tower of Trials. The world mocked me. L isn't a hero. He abandoned his motherland for his own gain. Hero. Don't make me laugh. He's garbage. He has no right to that title. I used to look up to him, but he fled to the tower just to save his own skin. The curses were endless. If you love the tower so much, rot in there and never come back. That's when I realized, I'm no hero. I'm just a human being. L turned off his phone, the darkness in his eyes deepening. I'm so tired. Then the association approached my exhausted soul with an offer. It was a deal too tempting to refuse. The chairman asked, "What do you think? We will make you the #1 ranker through this tournament." L stared blankly at the documents. If the European Awaken form, an alliance to crush the winners. It's essentially the same as me claiming the throne. If I become the absolute strongest, no one can compare me to others. They will criticize me no matter what I do anyway. So if I just reach the top. L was drowning in his thoughts when Soo-hyun's voice shattered his trance. Your mind is too loud. It's rare to see someone so distracted in a deathmatch. Soo-hyun raised his blade effortlessly, blocking the White Dragon Fist. Don't you know the basics? The system chimed. Third Eye of Ouroboros activated. As expected of a system Manhwa, this ability consumed mana to nullify the opponent's spell. However, the nullification had limits. It depended entirely on the user's concentration and mental power. Soo-hyun unleashed the third eye. Purple energy flashed in his pupils, erasing the enemy's ultimate move in an instant. L couldn't believe his eyes. What the? L watched in horror as his majestic white dragon was sliced in two. He nullified my skill. Seizing the opening, Soo-hyun charged his blade, drawing a deadly arc across L's chest. Too slow to react, L collapsed red syrup, staining the green grass beneath him. Why? L rasped, clutching his bleeding stomach. You struck deep enough to wound, but not to kill. What is your game? Soo-hyun rested his greatsword on his shoulder and turned away. Like I said before, I was just curious why a hero like you accepted the association's dirty deal. Is that really it? L slumped on the ground and burst into laughter. You really are an eccentric bastard. His laughter echoed through the battlefield. He leaned back against a tree, his gaze drifting to the horizon. It was the look of a man whose soul had withered. I'm just so tired. I don't have the confidence to live up to their delusional standards of a hero anymore. No matter what I do, the world spits on me. I thought if I became the strongest, I might feel a little less guilty. Hearing this, Soo-hyun thought, I see. He's crushed by the weight of the title, just like I was in the past. L smiled bitterly. I'm pretty pathetic, aren't I? No, Soo-hyun replied. I've seen others walk that path, so I understand. Silence lingered before. L asked, what do you think a real hero is? I used to think it was someone who protected the weak and gave people hope, but now I've lost my way. Suddenly, a hand appeared in his vision. L looked up stunned to see Soo-hyun reaching out to him. Everyone has their own definition. If that's what you believe, then that is what a true hero is. And personally, I think your standard is correct. L grasped the hand and pulled himself up. Thank you, Soo-hyun. Internally, he scolded himself. I was such a fool. I let the fear of criticism stop me from being who I am. He looked at Soo-hyun with renewed fire. Thanks to you, I found a new purpose. I will become stronger. Body and soul. I will become the hero I always dreamed of. Soo-hyun smiled warmly. Good. Then let me tell you my definition of a hero. L's eyes widened in anticipation, but suddenly his expression shifted to horror. He screamed, Soo-hyun, behind you. Wang Yu launched a cowardly ambush from the shadows. A punch capable of crushing boulders flew at Soo-hyun's blind spot. But Soo-hyun didn't even turn. He stopped the fist with a single hand. Wang Yu couldn't move an inch. L watched in awe as Soo-hyun glanced back his sword, dancing through the air in a fluid motion. The ambush ended in a split second. Dark energy erupted from Wang Yu as the blade found its mark. He took down Wang Yu, the star of China, in a single strike. Elle realized the truth. This is Soo-hyun's true power. With the task finished, Kim Soo-hyun turned his head slightly, his voice carrying a heavy resolve. I believe a true hero must be strong enough to be invincible. That is the only way they can truly protect everyone. Just then, the system announced the completion of the qualifiers. 32 survivors remained as the host's voice boomed across the arena. And so the preliminary round has come to a close. Did everyone enjoy the show? The grand finals will begin tomorrow, so please look forward to it. After that first brutal round, the reactions among the S-Rank Awakeners were sharply divided. The man in the blue shirt clenched his fist thinking, even though we all hold the title of S-Rank, the gap in power is still this massive. The hunter sitting next to him muttered to himself, I need to head back to the Tower of Trials immediately. It's time to grind and increase my strength. While some accepted their reality and looked forward to the future, others could not swallow this bitter pill. Wang Wu was the prime example. The moment the match ended, he let out a roar of pure, unadulterated rage. Don't make me laugh. Do you people really think I, the great Wang Wu, will accept this result? Kim Soo-hyun, hear me now. I will absolutely kill you. Choi Hak-jun, completely oblivious to the man's burning hatred, leaned in and whispered to Kim Soo-hyun. What's his deal? Kim Soo-hyun replied calmly, well, everyone processes the results differently. Their reaction will determine their future growth. Meanwhile, the internet was exploding. Content regarding the ranking competition had flooded every social media platform. The most popular video titled End of the Qualifiers had already amassed 30 million views. 3 hours ago, qualifier highlights hit 80 million views. 6 hours ago, Kim Soo-hyun traps enemies with spatial skills, racked up 30 million views. 4 hours ago, 5-minute summary hit 10 million. 1 hour ago, Song Hyung-ki's combat highlights reached 10 million views. 5 hours ago, Kim Soo-hyun vs. Elle skyrocketed to 90 million views. 6 hours ago, Critical Moments hit 30 million views. 5 hours ago, Face Off with Golden Lohan hit 90 million views. And Kim Soo-hyun's hunting scene hit 60 million. As Kim Soo-hyun scrolled through, he realized the viral clips were mostly of him and Golden looking like scenes straight out of a top-tier leveling manhwa. This must be causing a massive stir, he thought, considering we each took down more than 20 Awakeners single-handedly. Wang Wu, the so-called star of the continent, was also receiving a lot of attention, though not the kind he wanted. Viewers were baffled. How could he get one-shot by Kim Soo-hyun like that? Another netizen mocked, star of the continent. What a joke. Didn't he say he was going to win the whole thing? And he got dropped in the qualifiers. A skeptic added, his abilities are honestly unbelievable in the worst way possible. Another trending topic was Park Yeonu. His match against Golden Lohan was causing quite the buzz. Well, look who his master is, someone commented. There were mixed opinions about the European Alliance's strategy, but those debates would soon be silenced by the brutality of the finals the very next day. Back in Kim Soo-hyun's room, the team was reviewing the match footage. Do-ho was practically vibrating with excitement. I knew you were good, but the public reaction. This is no joke. He then asked, by the way, why didn't you summon Mia during the qualifiers? Kim Soo-hyun explained. About that. The little one has been staying in the subspace ever since we left the Tower of Trials. He added, I asked Song Hyung-ki about it. He said, she's about to undergo a massive growth spurt. She is currently in a hibernation phase. I was worried because Mia develops slower than most other dragons. But now, change is coming. I wonder just how magnificent she will look when she wakes up. Do-ho sighed in awe. If the expert says so, then she must be evolving right. Kim Soo-hyun nodded. She is a living creature after all. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from John. She wrote, congrats on passing the qualifiers. I am currently taking out the trash. Attached was a photo of her looking absolutely badass. Kim Soo-hyun smiled internally. It seems she is doing well. Suddenly, Choi Hak-jun piped up. Speaking of which, can I ask something? Is Master Hyung-ki actually shy? Kim Soo-hyun looked confused. Hyung-ki? Why do you say that? Choi Hak-jun explained. Well, Master Hyung-ki helped me out during the qualifiers. I went to his room to thank him, but he literally kicked me out. I'm pretty sure he was just embarrassed. Kim Soo-hyun and Do-ho were left speechless by Choi Hak-jun's innocence. They both thought, you really are a social butterfly, aren't you? The next day arrived. The finals of the ranking competition. Golden Lohan addressed the contestants. All right, everyone is here. Let's get this started. As magic circles began to activate, Golden explained the rules. As mentioned, the finals will be one-on-one duels. We have 32 matches lined up in a tournament bracket. Check your match listings. And remember, if you kill your opponent, you will face an immediate penalty and disqualification. So watch your strength. Kim Soo-hyun checked his number. Golden is quite far from me in the bracket, he noted. L and Kim Soo-hyun were placed in entirely different groups. L suddenly spoke up. Looks like we will meet in the quarterfinals. He smiled at Kim Soo-hyun with burning confidence. I won't lose like I did yesterday. Kim Soo-hyun returned a friendly smile. I look forward to it. But tragically, that match would never happen. L was about to be brutally dismantled by Thomas. The audience watching would soon be gripped by sheer terror. Choi Hak-jun broke out in a cold sweat, sitting frozen in place. Kim Soo-hyun's face went dark, his thoughts unreadable as the atmosphere shifted. Thomas poked L's limp foot with his toe, sneering. What are you doing? You're not allowed to faint yet. L let out a weak groan. Save me. Thomas grinned like a maniac. Let's play a little longer. He intended to torture his opponent until the very bitter end. Poor L had unwittingly become a sacrificial lamb. Before the match began, the host had hyped it up. L Castle will be featuring in the very first main match. He seems much stronger than he was in the preliminaries. L looked around the arena for a long time until he finally spotted Kim Soo-hyun sitting in the stands opposite him. He flashed a bright, happy grin. I want to finish this quickly and fight Kim Soo-hyun again. This time, I absolutely will not lose. Kim Soo-hyun saw him and smiled back warmly, thinking he has lost his hesitation. He can't wait for our rematch. Choi Hak-jun saw the exchange and gasped. What was that? Were you smiling at L just now? You guys want to fight that badly? L Castle was considered a top contender for the championship, a true protagonist of this awakening manhwa narrative. Like other high-ranking awakeners, having him start in the first match was designed to hype up the crowd. No one doubted L's victory for a second. The host continued, Hello everyone, before the first main match, I know some of you are worried about collateral damage from the battle. The entire arena is protected by damage-absorbing magic barriers. Please relax and focus on the fight. However, remember, contestants' murder means instant disqualification. At that moment, L's opponent appeared, but he was just crouching on the ground, his head down, tracing patterns on the floor with his finger. L was curious. Who is that? I've never seen him before, not even in the preliminaries. The host announced that any issues were resolved. The match between L Castle and Thomas Andre begins. L looked at his strange opponent and thought, well, it doesn't matter. I will defeat him and climb the ranks regardless. I will crush these false awakeners claiming to be the strongest. I will prove that I am the true hero of this era. But Thomas was a monster of a different breed. Before Odell could even channel his mana, the attack landed. Fast, brutal, an overwhelming force he couldn't hope to defend against. Dark energy swallowed Odell, and for the first time, terror flickered in his eyes. Thomas moved like a phantom, a blur of death that left the audience trembling in pure horror. A twisted grin split his face. Want to play a game with me? Thomas gripped Odell's arm and with a sickening jerk snapped it backward. The bone-chilling snap echoed through the arena. This wasn't a duel. It was a massacre. Thomas showed no mercy, leaving Odell broken and bathed in his own blood on the cold floor. Odell was merely a sacrificial lamb, a stepping stone for the unknown awakener Thomas Metillus to announce his terrifying presence to the entire world. The other high-rankers watched with heavy suspicion, sensing the predator in their midst. Even Kim Soo-hyun felt a disturbance in the air, a bad omen. Just as Odell had found his resolve, it was shattered along with his bones. But the show had to go on. The brutal tournament continued without pause. Since the preliminaries revealed everyone's power levels, the pace accelerated wildly. With Dane forfeiting out of fear, Kim Soo-hyun breezed straight into the second round. Choi Hak-jun, Aslan Song-hyun-ki, and Punu secured their spots. Then, the announcer's voice boomed. Next up, the clash between Mirage Rogan and Gordon Lohan. Gordon smirked, his voice dripping with ease. The Mirage of Africa. Correct. The older man blinked in surprise. You know of me, Gordon nodded. Naturally. You once claimed that even if the world turned against you, you could stand tall for a single day. So tell me, did your definition of the world include me? Mirage frowned at the sheer arrogance. What? But there was no time for answers. The referee shouted, fighters ready. The battle exploded instantly. A blinding flash erupted, forcing Mirage to instinctively raise his shield against the searing light. His target was gone. Mirage's mind raced, vanished, left, right. Then a chill ran down his spine. No, he is above. Mirage looked up to see Gordon floating in the sky like a god gazing down with utter disdain. Then gravity shifted as Gordon descended with a devastating kick. The impact against the shield unleashed a shockwave that rattled the spectator's stance. Choi Hak-jun gasped. Impossible. That wasn't a skill, that was just a basic attack. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes. His mana density is unreal. Gritting his teeth, Mirage swung his massive hammer, aiming to crush the arrogance out of his opponent. The hammer struck Gordon's back with thunderous force, but hit nothing. Gordon's body dissolved into particles of light, scattering into the void. In a blink, he materialized behind Mirage, whispering like a phantom. You see, a newborn believes the cradle is the entire universe. A child has family. A student has school. Adults have work. Humans trap themselves in tiny perceived realities. But the true cosmos, it dwarfs your imagination. Stay in your box and you never grow. Mana coalesced behind him, forming a radiant spear amidst angelic wings of light. That is why I created this ranking system, to force my own world to expand. Kim Soo-hyun watched, stunned by the man's ambition. Soo-hyun realized the danger. He is compressing that much mana. This is bad. Gordon unleashed the spear, a streak of pure destruction tearing through the air. Mirage roared, channeling every ounce of his strength. I will block everything you throw at me. Layers of defensive aura surged up to reinforce his shield. Double layers of absolute defense. He was confident. Yet the spear pierced through the barrier like a needle through a soap bubble, halting millimeters from his throat. Mirage froze, the cold grip of death tightening around his heart. His eyes widened in sheer terror as the weapon hovered, buzzing with lethal energy. He stopped. Mirage realized he had been spared. The spear dissipated into light. A dimensional rift opened, and Gordon reached out, tapping his shoulder. Gordon smiled with chilling charisma. Congratulations. Your world just got a little bigger. The system announced winner Gordon Lohan. Choi Hak-jun sat back, exhaling sharply. Gordon Lohan. He is cooler than I expected. That was a legendary performance. Soo-hyun remained deep in thought. He is climbing the ranks like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa, to prove he is the best. It is not ego. It is pure curiosity and a drive to challenge the very concept of strongest. What a terrifying monster. The first round concluded as predicted. Elena crushed her opponent, Lois Goman, advancing effortlessly to the next stage. Round 2 was mostly a slaughter. Choi Hak-jun, the newly awakened S-rank, dominated. But a shockwave went through the crowd. Song Hyun-ki fell to Baek-woon-kyu. Only 8 fighters remained. Time passed. Suddenly, the arena speakers crackled to life. Greetings. This is the voice of the ranking system. Johnny, the host for the day's bloodshed, stepped up. We have finally reached the semifinals. Let us hear from our warriors before the chaos begins. Thomas Matillas, your thoughts? The brute beamed with a childish yet disturbing excitement. This ranking game is super fun, Johnny blinked. Is that it? Yep. The answer was so blunt it killed the mood. Right. Okay then, Johnny stammered. Next up, Kim Soo-hyun. The floor is yours. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes were cold steel. I will simply do my best. His aura was grave. Hearing this, Thomas clapped his hands like a kid at a circus. Wow, so cool. Choi Hak-jun broke into a cold sweat. Soo-hyun is actually taking this seriously. That means the danger is real. He frantically scrolled through data on his phone. The livestream chat exploded. Kim Soo-hyun takes this easy. Idiots don't underestimate Thomas. Are you blind? Soo-hyun wiped the floor with everyone in the prelims. Yeah, but look at the recent fights Thomas one-shotted L. You think Soo-hyun even used 10% of his power. Facts are facts. Soo-hyun traded blows with L, while Thomas ended him in a single hit. Hawk-jun whispered a desperate prayer. Be careful, Soo-hyun. In the arena, the atmosphere grew heavy as the two monsters took their stances. Johnny's voice dropped an octave, turning serious. Enough talk. Warriors prepare for war. Kim Soo-hyun versus Thomas Matillas. The first semifinal match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Soo-hyun lunged. He seized Thomas by the face and slammed him into the arena floor with bone-rattling force. Choi Hak-jun roared in excitement. That's what I'm talking about. Aslan rubbed his chin deep in thought. He's mimicking Thomas's own attack style. Golden chuckled, adding his 2 cents. Ha ha ha. Is this petty revenge? Or maybe a twisted sign of affection? Dust obscured the arena floor, but Thomas stood unscathed behind a barrier, that same infuriatingly calm smile plastered on his face. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. Soo-hyun couldn't help but be impressed. He deployed a shield skill in that split second, Soo-hyun thought. Thomas taunted him. You're fast. Pretty cool, actually. But then Soo-hyun cut through the banter with a cold question. Let me ask you something. Thomas, was it? What is it? Soo-hyun gritted his teeth. his voice dripping with judgment. In your match with Elo, the winner was already decided. Why did you go out of your way to crush his bones? Thomas tilted his head, acting like he had to search his memory. Oh, that. He scratched his head, delivering an innocent yet psychopathic answer. Because it was fun. Soo-hyun's expression darkened instantly. Fun, huh? A massive wave of magical energy crashed down like a hammer. Thomas feigned panic, screaming, as Soo-hyun raised his hand again. Fine. Then let me show you what real fun looks like. Boom. A devastating punch of pure energy slammed into Thomas's defense, shattering his barrier into a million shards of light. But the guy instantly erected a second layer. He trembled, tears welling up in a pathetic display of begging. Wait, hold on a second. Soo-hyun's eyes widened. He canceled the broken shield and cast a stronger one instantly. But he didn't stop. Let me give you some advice. If you wield power, you must bear the weight of responsibility. If you don't, you're nothing but a monster. With that verdict, Soo-hyun prepared another strike. Up in the stands, Aslan watched in awe. He's completely overwhelming him. Golden nodded grimly. True, I knew Kim Soo-hyun was strong, but I didn't expect his raw physical power to be this terrifying. I need to be ready. And that Thomas kid, keeping control of his skills even while the ground is quaking. If he'd slipped up for a second, it would have been game over. Impressive. Back in the arena, Thomas watched the fist of judgment descending and shrieked. Stop. Stop it, I said. Stop. Soo-hyun ignored him, channeling even more mana. Let's end this. Thomas was paralyzed with terror. Or so it seemed. Suddenly, his scream shifted. As Soo-hyun's fist came down, a sinister voice cut through the air. I can't take this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Choi Hak-jun, Aslan, and Golden froze, sensing the shift. The mysterious hooded figure narrowed his eyes. I think the real match is just beginning. Thomas seemed to snap, spewing thick clouds of dark energy while screaming like a banshee. I don't like this. I hate this. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy, like a dark fantasy manhwa recap scene come to life. I won't let this happen. The darkness twisted the very fabric of space. Soo-hyun looked around alarmed, as the inky abyss threatened to swallow him whole. This skill. It's the Dark Forest. A top-tier spatial ability ranked among the 10 greatest skills in history. A legendary power that defies logic. Soo-hyun's mind flashed back to his previous life. The Dark Forest appeared in the middle of a city, claiming thousands of lives. And the culprit behind that massacre was none other than Thomas. He let out a dry chuckle. This is trouble. My third eye can't see through this void. I'll have to brute force my way out. Soo-hyun infused his blade with holy fire and slashed forward. But suddenly, bang. The force was repelled instantly. He stared at his trembling hand in shock. Did it reflect the damage? No. The space folded and redirected the impact. He was trapped. As he calculated his next move, a desperate cry rang out from behind him. Save me. A girl slammed into his back, wrapping her arms around him tightly. She sobbed, her voice trembling. You finally came? Soo-hyun froze, confused. I'm sorry. Who are? Soo-hyun stopped mid-sentence. His eyes widened in pure horror as he looked ahead. Before him lay a hellscape, a sea of fire consuming everything. Desperate souls reached out from the flames. Help, Arg. When is Kim Soo-hyun coming? Is anyone there? I don't want to die. So this is what the Dark Forest shows me. It was a nightmare he could never forget, no matter how many lifetimes he lived. The simultaneous outbreaks in Tokyo and London. We were forced to choose. I had to make a choice. He had chosen Tokyo, and London was reduced to ash. The vision showed streets paved with corpses, a gruesome testament to his failure. Crushed by the weight of the memory, Soo-hyun fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face as he whispered the same words over and over. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This was the hell of his past life. He forced himself back to reality, staring down the illusion with cold analysis. He understood the nature of this attack now. It's nastier than I thought. It digs up your worst trauma to shatter your spirit. Suddenly, the girl clinging to his back spoke again, but her voice had turned deep and venomous. We trusted you. We waited for you. Why did you abandon us? Her scream tore through his eardrums. If you had been there, we would have lived. Why did you go to Tokyo? I lost my child because of you. Countless shadowy figures crawled up from the burning ground, clawing at Soo-hyun. I lost my parents. Everyone I loved died because of you. And you call yourself a hero? You couldn't save anyone. Don't make me laugh. You're just playing dress up. The shadows swarmed him, burying him under their accusations. We hate you. We curse you for leaving us to die. Why are you the only one who gets to live? Soo-hyun stood motionless, letting their hatred wash over him. His aura seemed to flicker out, until a blinding pillar of power suddenly erupted. The girl, now engulfed in his energy, shrieked, "Are you trying to kill us now, KK? See, you really are just a fake hero." Soo-hyun's reply was calm as still water. "Think whatever you want. Resent me. Curse me. It doesn't matter." The girl's face twisted into a grotesque grin. "Ha ha ha. So you admit it. How does it feel? Is playing with people's lives fun for you?" Soo-hyun's power intensified, shaking the dimension. "I don't care what illusions say. If I was going to stop because of guilt, I never would have started this journey. So watch closely." Soo-hyun raised his sword high. "On the path I walk, I will carry every tear and every ounce of pain you felt." He gathered his storm-like energy and roared, "If I fail again, then you can curse and mock me all you want." With a grit of his teeth, he brought the blade down, crack. The fabric of the illusion shattered like glass. A massive explosion of power tore through the distortion, throwing the dark space into chaos. Soo-hyun didn't stop slashing at the falling shards of the dimension. He glanced up at the void. "I broke the illusion, but the skill itself hasn't cancelled yet. If anything, that attack just stabilized the space." Suddenly, he froze. A small, pitch-black shadow stood before him. A child. Soo-hyun frowned his guard up. "You should know that provoking me won't work anymore." But the shadow didn't speak. It just took a silent step toward him. Soo-hyun braced himself in a defensive stance, but his expression suddenly twisted into pure shock and unease. As the shadow grazed the hilt of his blade, he asked in total confusion, "What is it that you desire?" Tilting his head, he studied the small shadow with bewilderment, before deciding to make contact. The moment his finger touched it, a surge of dark energy rushed into his very soul. "Whose legacy is this? Whose memory is invading my mind?" A vision flashed, a shattered glass bottle, jagged shards glinting with dangerous intent. A red-haired man reeking of alcohol stumbled and cursed violently. "Where is that little brat? How dare he defy his own father?" Cowering under the bed in sheer terror was none other than young Thomas. The boy clutched his head too, petrified to even breathe. Soo-hyun gasped, realization striking him. Is this a memory from his past? Thomas's history unfolded like a dark, twisted forest, a living hell with no exit. The pitiful cries of a helpless child echoed through the darkness. "Dad, please, I'm sorry." The drunkard roared back, his voice dripping with venom. "Who is your father? You are nothing but a filthy animal with no parents to claim you." No matter how much time passed, or how many calendar pages turned, his miserable life saw no end. Abused in both body and spirit, Thomas grew into a giant of a man, yet his heart remained that of a frightened child. Then came the day his stepfather, drunk and savage, demanded answers with a menacing glare. "Where is the meat? Are you telling me there is nothing to eat?" Thomas huddled in the corner, sobbing uncontrollably, which only served to draw the monster's predatory attention. The old man's eyes locked onto him. He grabbed a knife, the blade flashing alongside a twisted, psychotic grin. "Oh, you were hiding here." Thomas scrambled back in absolute terror. The boy trembled, begging for mercy. "Dad, please." But the man's rage only blazed hotter. "Help me." The knife plunged into Thomas's arm, fueling the stepfather's frenzy, as he stabbed again and again. Thomas's expression shifted from fear to shock, and finally to a hollow void. Instinct took over. He had to run, to survive. He bolted out the door, running for his life. Anywhere but here. As he fled, he wondered if his desperate wish for escape would ever be granted. And that was when salvation appeared. A holographic screen materialized before Thomas. "Welcome to the Tower of Trials." It was just like the start of a system manhwa. Stepping into that dimension, Thomas made the tower his home. Perhaps he was a prodigy, or perhaps nothing inside was scarier than the hell he had already survived. System notifications rang out endlessly. "You have cleared the 30th floor of the Tower of Trials. You have cleared the 70th floor. You have cleared the 100th floor." Thomas evolved into a monster. "You have cleared floor 150. He sat atop a defeated boss, laughing as if it were a mere game. "What are you doing? Let's play a little longer." The tower had become the only source of joy for Thomas in a cruel universe. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Thomas returned to the waking world. A bottle shattered on the floor. "You ungrateful wretch, I raised you and you dare run away." Thomas raised a hand to shield himself. I'm sorry, I only left until you calmed down. Please don't hate me, Dad." The man raised his hand again, shouting, "Shut your mouth, a disobedient brat needs to be taught a lesson." As the hand descended, Thomas cringed, preparing for the pain. "No, don't hit me." But suddenly the abuser was thrown back by a violent surge of black aura, landing hard on the floor with a look of horror. What is this? Thomas stammered in panic. I didn't mean to. The old man's shock turned into a sinister smirk. Have you become an awakened one? The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper. Thomas was evaluated as an S-rank awakened being. He stepped out of the building, looking hesitant and fearful. Dad, I'm back. The stepfather grabbed him instantly. What rank are you? Pale and trembling, Thomas whispered. S-rank. The old man's eyes went wide with shock. Suddenly the man hugged him, spewing fake affection. I love you, Thomas. The boy was bewildered. What the greed on the man's face was palpable. Everything I did was because I love you. You're my good boy, you understand, right? Finally, receiving the validation he craved, Thomas cheered in pure delight. Of course, the man grinned his trap said. That's my son. Now why don't you make me even happier? The ranking competition starts soon, hosted by Gordon Lohan. You are the only one worthy of competing. Just making the finals brings a fortune. So go and fight. Thomas nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. Back in the present, Soo-hyun's voice cut through the memory, calling out to Thomas. Thomas was curled up, begging, please don't hit me. Soo-hyun sat across from him, his voice calm and steady. I won't strike you. I accidentally saw your memories. May I ask you something? Thomas slowly lifted his head, eyes filled with confusion. Ask what. Soo-hyun spoke with genuine concern. Why did you return to reality? Staying in the tower would have been paradise compared to that. Was it for your father? Thomas interrupted him. If I don't have a dad, I'll be all alone. Soo-hyun was stunned by the answer, but pressed on. You can't cling to your abuser just because you fear loneliness. Then, reaching out his hand, Soo-hyun offered a warm, friendly smile. Then, would you like to come with me? There are plenty of decent people in this world. What I mean is, let's be friends. A comfortable silence filled the space, radiating warmth and acceptance. Thomas stared in shock before beaming with a radiant smile, accepting the offer. Okay, let's go. The scene shifted back to the arena. The match has ended. Player Thomas has forfeited. Soo-hyun advances to the semifinals. Thomas, overjoyed to finally have a friend, lifted Soo-hyun's arm to brag to the crowd. In the following bout, Hyun unfortunately fell to the American contender Aslan. But shockingly, Aslan immediately withdrew from the tournament as well. I skipped the semifinals and went straight to the championship. As Aslan approached the VIP seats, Gordon Lohan spoke up. Congratulations, my lady. She replied, thanks. But where did Johnny Brad go? Not sure, Gordon replied. He said he had urgent business. The scene transitioned to a mysterious, otherworldly dimension. A silhouette stood amidst the void. You have arrived. Johnny Brad appeared, dropping to one knee in reverence. Greetings to the Emperor, the great predator. The entity dismissed him coldly. Enough with the pleasantries. What of him? Johnny reported. I have gathered data on every hero in this world, but there is zero information on Kim Sang-in. Are you certain? The entity asked. Johnny affirmed. Yes, absolutely. The Emperor mused. Then he must be hiding within his own nation. Open the dimensional gate and march our legion into his nation. He will crawl to us on his knees, begging for mercy, hoping to be taken alive. Johnny Brad bowed with absolute loyalty. Your desire is my command. Back in the arena, the announcer's voice boomed. The next quarterfinal clash of this leveling Manhwa tournament. Lohan versus Park Yu. Golden wore a mask of friendly composure. Finally, I get to face you again. Let us finish the duel we left unsettled during the preliminaries. Park Yu nodded, his aura flaring. Agreed. I will not hold back this time. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Mind if I take this call for a second? Be my guest, Golden replied smoothly. Park Yu turned away, whispering into the device. What is it? I made it clear I am on leave during this ranking tournament. A panicked voice screamed from the other end. Director, it is a code red emergency. A blue dungeon has manifested in Korea. His eyes widened in shock. What? The subordinate continued, desperate. There is zero time to waste. You must return immediately. Understood. I am on my way. With that, Park Yu announced his forfeiture. Lohan advanced to the semifinals by default. The final quarter-final bout saw Elena and clash with Louis Goman. Though Louis seized victory, his injuries were too severe, forcing him to bow out of the tournament. The caster's voice echoed through the stadium once more. Attention! Before we proceed, we have an urgent update regarding the match schedule. Due to withdrawals and critical injuries, the semifinals are cancelled. The grand final between Lohan and Kim Soo-hyun will take place tomorrow. Golden fixed his gaze on Soo-hyun, his eyes cold and shadowy. Just as I expected, you are the final obstacle I must crush. Good luck. Soo-hyun smirked unfazed. You will need the luck more than I do. See you tomorrow. The scene shifted to nightfall, revealing a chaotic room littered with trash and empty liquor bottles. Amidst the filth lay Thomas's stepfather. The wretched man was passed out drunk, snoring loudly on the floor. Kim Soo-hyun stood outside. A heavy knock thundered against the door, dragging the old man's eyes open from his drunken stupor. He dragged his bloated body up, cursing vilely. Damn it, who is banging on my door in the middle of the night? He threw the door open, screaming, You son of a bitch, do you have a death wish? Instantly, Soo-hyun's hand shot out, crushing the man's face in an iron grip. His eyes glowed with terrifying intensity, staring daggers into the man's soul. Good evening. I am a friend of Thomas. Under the crushing pressure, the stepfather's eye socket began to crack. Muffled screams echoed as the door slammed shut. The following day, an unconscious man was discovered in a New York slum, his legs completely pulverized. Investigations revealed him to be a domestic abuser and a serial killer. He was swiftly sentenced to death. The mysterious informant who exposed him vanished without a trace, and the day of the finals arrived. The stadium was packed to the brim with eager fans. Lee Do-ho sighed, looking overwhelmed. Man, there are way too many people here. It is the finals after all. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Hey Thomas! Choi Hak-jun was frantically trying to pull Thomas back from the railing while the boy leaned forward with excitement. Look, it is Soo-hyun, Thomas cheered. Choi Hak-jun struggled to hold him back. Okay, we see him. Stop it, you are going to fall over. I told you not to climb. That Thomas tilted his head. Do not climb. Lee Do-ho watched the chaotic scene with a helpless smile. Everything felt louder today. Lee Do-ho's mind drifted back to his last conversation with Soo-hyun. A shadow of unease crossed his face. I do not even know where to begin, Soo-hyun had said. Choi Hak-jun nodded solemnly. I understand your decision. So, Choi Hak-jun, what is the plan? Choi Hak-jun replied. When the ranking matches conclude, we will all return to Korea together. We are going to need to help him adjust. Choi Hak-jun asked. So, we will be spending most of our time together. Soo-hyun confirmed. Exactly. Treat him like a younger brother and take good care of him. Choi Hak-jun thumped his chest. Oh, do not worry. Leave it to me, Lee. Do-ho looked at him with concern. He is not actually your little brother, you know. Soo-hyun added. Thomas is technically older than you, so show some respect. Choi Hak-jun scoffed. Huh, no way. Soo-hyun continued. Anyway, we need to find him a place to stay in Korea. Do not worry about that yet. We will figure it out when we get there. Back in the present, Lee Do-ho and Choi Hak-jun greeted Thomas warmly. It is good to see you, buddy. Thomas blinked in surprise, then a radiant smile broke across his face. It is good to see you too. Since Thomas had reverted to such an innocent state, everyone's tone softened. Choi Hak-jun, however, was sweating buckets handling this babysitting gig. He recalled the order Choi Hak-jun watch over Thomas. Currently, he was hoisting Thomas over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, while the boy kicked and screamed. Let me go. Save me. I want to go to Soo-hyun. Thomas wailed. Lee Do-ho ignored the noise, scanning the rows. Where are our seats? Ah, over there. Nearby spectators whispered. Who do you think takes the championship? A familiar figure, Edo, sat nearby and scoffed. Soo-hyun. It is obvious. Lee Do-ho paled. Oh no, it is Edo. Panic set in. Wait, if he sees Thomas here. Thomas's voice grew louder as they approached. Put me down, please. Quiet down, Lee Do-ho hissed at Choi Hak-jun. Our seats are right there. But Thomas had already spotted his idol. Oh, it is Soo-hyun. I cannot see him clearly from here. Let's go to the front. Choi Hak-jun struggled. No, we are sitting here, Thomas whined. I do not want to. I can see better down there. The commotion caught Edo's attention. His eyes widened. Humph. You. His expression darkened instantly, his gaze turning ice cold. Thomas looked at him blankly, seemingly forgetting their past brutal history. Edo sighed, his hostility fading into annoyance. Get moving. It is not like we are close friends. Lee Do-ho scratched his head, laughing nervously. Right. Haha. Jun, let's move. Choi Hak-jun turned to leave. Got it. Come on, Thomas. But suddenly, Thomas spoke to Edo. I am sorry. It was just a match, but I went too far back then. I apologize. Edo smirked, a hint of respect in his eyes. You are apologizing. Forget it. Edo stood up. I was simply too weak. But I will get stronger, he declared with the determination of an awakening manhwa character. Next time I will not lose. Thomas beamed at him. Okay, you are super weak right now, so you definitely need to get stronger. The innocent insult struck the two fighters like a critical hit. Shut your mouth, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you have been starving for is finally here. Out of 175 S-Rank Awakeners who entered this arena, only the absolute elite remain. After a grueling gauntlet, we are down to the final two. These warriors have displayed power that defies logic throughout the tournament. Standing in the arena now, it is the clash of titans, Lohan versus Kim Soo-hyun. This single bout will decide who stands at the apex of strength. The finals begin now. The moment the signal drops, a crushing pressure descends, suffocating the entire stadium. Golden spreads his wings, soaring skyward to evade the initial assault. He decides to end this instantly. But Kim Soo-hyun is already moving. Unleashing a devastating slash, Golden banks sharply to dodge. Their opposing auras crash into each other, triggering massive shockwaves that ripple through the barrier. A colossal cloud of dust and debris erupts, swallowing the battlefield. Kim Soo-hyun tears through the smoke, his gaze sharp and cold as ice. Golden emerges as well, calling out with a taunt. "Why do you keep running away? Are you afraid?" Kim Soo-hyun flickers around his opponent like a phantom weaving through Golden's razor-sharp strikes. The angel sneers his patience wearing thin. "Hold still and take your beating." Kim Soo-hyun dives from the heavens with a smirk. If you insist, he drives his blade downward, channeling a massive surge of magical energy into his arm. The mana-infused blade cleaves the air. Golden leans back by a hair's breadth to dodge, launching an immediate counterattack. The audience squints, struggling to track movements that are faster than the human eye can see. What is even happening? They are moving too fast. One spectator gasps, trembling with excitement. Is this the true power of an S-rank? This is exactly why I love a good leveling manhwa. Haha, I was a fool to think I could catch up to him. I thought reaching S-rank meant standing on the same stage, but I was dead wrong. Up in the stands, Choi Hak-jun pumps his fist. "Kim Soo-hyun, you magnificent beast." Doo-ho sighs, shaking his head. "Do not act surprised. You are a monster in your own right, you know." These two have long since surpassed the limits of humanity. Rada below, they dance a deadly waltz. Their colliding attacks so sharp, they seem to slice through the very fabric of space. The fight shifts to brutal close-quarters combat. Golden's eyes shine with unwavering confidence. "It seems you enjoy clashing head-on, do you not?" Kim Soo-hyun replies, his voice steady. "Maybe. The testing phase is over. We have both gauged each other enough. Let us get serious." Instantly, Kim Soo-hyun kicks into high gear. He gathers a terrifying amount of energy and unleashes a blast that engulfs Golden completely, blasting the winged warrior backward. "Yes, direct hit." Choi Hak-jun cheers. "That has to hurt," Doo-ho adds. But inside the barrier, Golden simply extends a hand. 4 radiant wings unfurl, shattering Kim Soo-hyun's mana like glass. Choi Hak-jun's grin vanishes. He did not even lose a feather. That is impossible. Kim Soo-hyun remains unfazed. "Just as I calculated. Standard divine fire will not scratch him." Golden possesses the Archangel trait, granting him the boundless mana reserves of a celestial being. His magic resistance is absurd. In my past life, that was rated as the single greatest defensive trait in existence. Golden's eyes glow white with praise. Impressive output. He raises a hand, mana swirling wildly. But now, it is my turn. The energy condenses into a colossal arrow of pure light. The projectile ascends, obeying Golden's will, before locking onto Kim Soo-hyun below. The protagonist watches grimly, analyzing the incoming threat. He conjures a dense magical barrier above his head, bracing himself for the heavens to fall. From a distance, the beam looked thin, but the impact is catastrophic. The entire arena buckles. Earth and stone are pulverized into dust, blinding the spectators in a chaotic storm of debris. Watch out for the shrapnel. Choi Hak-jun cries, shielding his face. Doo-ho coughs through the haze. "I cannot see a thing." Golden hovers amidst the destruction, eyes burning with holy light. The crowd peers down in horror. Is it over? No human could survive a direct hit from that. Rogun lowers his shield, sweat on his brow. He is done for. But as the smoke clears, a figure remains standing. Kim Soo-hyun is there unharmed, staring daggers at his opponent. Golden lets out a dry chuckle. "Damn it. Is this how everyone else feels when they look at me?" But his monologue is cut short. A massive shadow looms. A gigantic serpent materializes beside Kim Soo-hyun, tasting the air. Golden grimaces. "Okay, now that is an unpleasant sensation." A blue window pops up, system third eye activated. Ouroboros summoned in spirit form. It possesses independent will, but boosts the summoner's stats significantly. This is the peak of a system manhwa ability. Kim Soo-hyun sighs. "I did not think I would need this today. But you said you wanted your eyes opened, did you not? Are you satisfied now?" Kim Soo-hyun asks, radiating dominance. Golden freezes for a split second before bursting into manic laughter. Yes, more than enough. He readies another attack. My spine is tingling, Golden thinks. Finally, a rival who can actually stand on my level. Golden dives with reckless abandon. I have waited years for this. To defeat someone like you, he aims his ultimate technique, the Archangel's art, divine punishment, straight at the serpent. Starting today, I am the strongest, Golden roars. Kim Soo-hyun, bathed in a raging aura, calmly raises his sword to meet the descending god. His eyes narrow. Bring it on. The arrow of judgment falls, but the spectral Ouroboros unhinges its jaw, attempting to swallow the attack whole. The impact shakes the foundations of the earth. The entire stadium glows, blinding white, before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that threatens to tear the arena apart. Dust blankets the city blocks. Golden coughs, lifting his head from the rubble. Confusion washes over him. What just happened? I definitely hit him. The giant serpent writhes in agony, screaming as the light tears it apart. It looks like the summon is crumbling under the divine assault. Golden grins wildly. I knew it, I am the... But as the snake shatters into particles, his victory speech dies. Through the fading light, Kim Soo-hyun is already rushing him. Kim Soo-hyun closes the distance at god speed. Golden freezes, his mind racing. I see. The giant snake was just a decoy. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes burn with predatory intent. He leaps into the air gravity, seeming to lose its hold. Golden realizes too late. The real threat is that blade. With unwavering resolve, Kim Soo-hyun swings. A mana-amplified slash tears through Golden's defenses, burying itself deep into his shoulder. The angel's eyes go wide in shock. Kim Soo-hyun lands gracefully, walking toward his fallen foe. Golden collapses, realizing checkmate. I get it now. He staggers to his feet, blood dripping from his wound. I have lost. To the new era. Kim Soo-hyun watches him in silence, his expression unreadable, standing tall as the undisputed victor. The aftershocks from this clash were catastrophic. Both fighters stood amidst a massive crater. Panic swept through the stands as an overwhelming mana pressure crushed the arena. These two existed in a dimension far beyond us mortals. Wait, I can't see anyone. Who the hell won? Hawk-jun asked, his voice trembling with anxiety. It can't be. Right. Doho remained calm, a rock in the storm. He'll be fine. He isn't the type to fall easily. Don't worry. Suddenly, Thomas erupted with excitement. Kim Soo-hyun won, I know it. Hawk-jun looked bewildered. Thomas and Doho exchanged glances, shaken, but hopeful. Did you see what just happened? You had to admit Thomas had a point. The crowd was still reeling in shock. Seol narrowed his eyes, analyzing the battlefield. I couldn't track the final exchange, he admitted, but I felt the residue. That massive surge of mana. It belonged to Kim Soo-hyun. He was certain of the outcome. Kim Soo-hyun was the victor. Then, amidst the choking dust clouds, a silhouette began to emerge. Huh. Someone's coming out. The entire stadium rose to their feet. Who is it? Everyone held their breath, time seeming to freeze in that suffocating moment of suspense. The arena fell into a deathly silence. A pair of pristine white shoes stepped onto the broken ground. It was him, Kim Soo-hyun, and he was supporting Lohan on his shoulder. It was undeniably Kim Soo-hyun. His friends cheered wildly. The rest of the crowd gasped, unable to process the reality unfolding before them. In this manhwa recap, we witness history. Kim Soo-hyun had defeated Lohan. The audience roared back to life. Lohan chuckled weakly. This feels strange. I never expected someone else to steal the spotlight. Kim Soo-hyun glanced at him. Are you complaining? Lohan grinned sheepishly. No, oddly enough. I don't hate it. The battlefield was a ruin, the system interface glowing in the air. It's a mess, but we still have a job to do. Kim Soo-hyun smiled, waiting for the official decree. The ultimate winner of the ranking match is Kim Soo-hyun. His friends embraced, jumping for joy. This victory wasn't just his glory. It was a beacon of pride for everyone watching. His talent demanded respect from all who witnessed it. Moments later, fireworks exploded overhead, painting the arena in light. The stands erupted in screams. Congratulations on the win. Congrats, Kim Soo-hyun. I wish you the best. No, I'm his biggest fan. Thunderous applause mixed with an indescribable joy from the spectators. Even Aslan and Lohan joined the applause. Aslan teased, "How does defeat taste?" Lohan crossed his arms, smirking. "It makes my blood boil." Suddenly, he tossed something to Kim Soo-hyun. "Here, champ." It was a microphone. Kim Soo-hyun caught it, looking confused. "What's this for?" Lohan grinned. "Give a speech. Tell us how it feels to stand as the world's strongest awakened one." Kim Soo-hyun paused, the weight of the moment settling in. He spoke his raw truth to the masses. "I don't feel good or bad. I just feel like I've taken another step forward. Seeing his humility, Lohan spoke up. You've become the strongest yet, it's just a step. Kim Soo-hyun remained silent. It sounds like you have a much higher goal in mind. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes burned with resolve. I will continue to climb until I reach the absolute peak. His gaze turned razor sharp, thinking of the enemies that once crushed him. He would never let a hurdle stop him again. The audience hung on his every word. I'm sure you felt it during the ranking match. The safety and pride of the S-rank title is actually holding you back. Drawing from his awakening manhwa experience, Kim Soo-hyun declared the harsh reality. The result is that you are forced to kneel before higher walls. His words carried the weight of iron determination. Whether you take the next step is up to you. But know this, I will continue to get stronger. Kim Soo-hyun's voice rang out. If you stop here, we won't be fighting side by side in the next stage. You will only be standing behind me waiting for my protection. He swept his hand dismissively. If you don't want that, carve your own path. Finally, Kim Soo-hyun pointed at himself, challenging the world. Try to surpass me. The statement shocked the crowd, igniting a fire in their hearts. And just like that, the chaotic ranking match came to a legendary conclusion. Night fell over the city, a sea of neon lights. In a private room, Kim Soo-hyun received his prize. This is adamantium. Your reward for winning the tournament. Thank you, he replied politely. But internally, he knew. In the context of a leveling manhwa, this rare material was the true goal of entering the competition. Kim Soo-hyun gripped the ore, visualizing the blade he had longed for. Finally, I can forge the ultimate weapon. Boom. Meanwhile, a crisis was brewing back in Korea. At the Korean Awakened Management Association, the room was packed. Director Do Yui had called an emergency assembly. Since the guilds and association are present, let's begin. His face was grave. The topic, as you know, is the appearance of the 2 blue dungeons. This is a code red. They've materialized at Gwangwon Bridge. Do Yui projected the data. We are facing a twin dungeon break. This is unprecedented. 2 gates appearing simultaneously in the same zone. We have designated this anomaly the twin blue hells. He grimaced at the report. Calculations suggest both will undergo a dungeon break simultaneously. Young-gun lowered his voice. How much time do we have left? Do Yui sighed. 2 weeks. Maybe a month at best. Seicheon slammed the table. What? How can the margin of error be that huge? Another hunter chimed in, terrified. A single green dungeon can wipe out a city. But 2 blue dungeons. And the timing is catastrophic. We are at our weakest right now, while the S-ranks are away at the ranking match. We don't have the manpower for a raid. Do Yui couldn't deny the nightmare scenario. Correct. We are critically short on S-class hunters. A standard raid takes a week. With these variables, it will take much longer. A cold drop of sweat rolled down his face. If we don't clear this immediately, Seoul will be erased from the map. That was the doomsday calculation. Yoon-gun kept his cool. Have you contacted Kim Soo-hyun? Do Yui nodded wearily. I tried, but the tournament just ended. It's a difficult request given the situation. I don't know if he can deploy immediately. The older hunter intervened. Regardless, we must draft a raid plan now. Just then, a mocking voice sliced through the heavy tension. Good grief, why are you sweating over nothing? A man with a face full of piercings pointed casually at himself. You have the Ha-Ho Mask Guild on your side, don't you? It was Kwon Jae-hoon, chairman of the Awakened Union, strutting like a villain from a leveling manhwa. Do Yui's eyes turned cold, as ice filled with disdain. That conversation is over, Kwon Jae-hoon. The chairman merely shrugged, acting like he knew it all. I know. You said you'd save the raid leader spot for Kim Soo-hyun. His expression was utterly provocative, practically begging for a punch. But we have no idea when he'll show up, and we can't wait forever. Another voice chimed in to support the arrogance. He has a point. This guy's face was just as punchable. Right now, the Union has countless Awakened ready for this raid. It's not just the Ha-Ho Mask Guild. This was Lee Chang-hoon, vice chairman of the Union and a top 10 S-class guild master. Chang-hoon proposed a bridge between the 2 factions. In my opinion, the Union and the Mask Guild should form a vanguard team to enter first. What do you think? Dewey stayed silent, pushing up his glasses out of habit. So, this is their play, he thought. Both men were clearly pushing the Union's agenda. The Awakened Union was originally founded to protect hunter rights and handle jobs efficiently. However, like in any corrupt system manhwa, power eventually rots the core. They began cherry-picking dungeons solely for profit and rejecting government oversight. They had mutated into a greedy organization, obsessed only with their own benefits. Du Yui's gaze sharpened, seeing right through their selfish motives. Their target was the fame and artifacts hidden within the double blue dungeon. That was the only reason they bothered showing up. Du Yui let out a heavy sigh and refused firmly. I apologize, but that is impossible. He couldn't let them run wild and jeopardize the Bureau, which prioritized the safety of the citizens and the city above all else. We need a concrete plan, not blind ambition. He pointed out their lack of objective data, causing the expressions of the two guild leaders to sour instantly. If the vanguard team of the Mass Guild and the Union fails, the dungeon break could trigger much earlier than predicted. Yet, despite Du Yui's warning, their stubbornness remained rock solid. If you need objective data, we have it right here. Chang Hoon grinned widely, sliding a stack of documents across the table. Du Yui had no choice but to pick it up and inspect it. Chang Hoon's voice was casual but laced with triumph. We sent a request and received this directly from the U.S. Bureau. His tone was confident, his logic seemingly watertight. This proves that even with the Chaos Guild factor in the LA Blue Dungeon, they still have an 80% chance of success. Do you really think that we, the strongest forces in Korea, can't handle this? Du Yu stared at the file in silence, unmoving for a long moment. The corner of Chang Hoon's mouth twitched up, enjoying the victory. But suddenly, Du Yu slammed the file onto the table with a thunderous bang. It's still not enough to guarantee a safe raid. Regardless of the odds, for the sake of safety, we must wait for Kim Soo-hyun. Furthermore, for a blue dungeon, we need at least 3 S-class hunters. Jae-hoon's face darkened instantly as terrifying mana exploded from his body. You really talk too much. Are you implying the Ha-Ho Mask Guild isn't reliable? The atmosphere in the room suffocated under his aggressive aura. The members of Team Arch, especially Cheon Wong, couldn't take it anymore and shot to their feet. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Retract your mana immediately. Jae-hoon's voice dripped with impatience. Don't move. He used his superior rank to suppress Du Yui. I'm in the mood to beat someone to a pulp right now. Cheon Wong, hot-headed by nature, snapped back. You think you're tough. Jae-hoon arrogantly slammed his foot onto a chair. Then let's fight. Suddenly, a stern voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Enough. He wouldn't tolerate such disrespect any longer. Captain, you want me to just sit and watch? But the moment Cheon Wong looked at Park Yoon-sung-gu, his body froze in place. Even the arrogant Jae-hoon stiffened at the sight, because the usually calm man was now radiating pure fury. I said that is enough. 2 massive sources of mana clashed violently in the small room, their eyes locked, burning with rage and killing intent. Chang Hoon gulped nervously on the sidelines. Park Yoon-sung-gu, the strongest hunter in the Management Bureau. Chang Hoon knew this man's power and authority were in a league of their own. He was the sole reason the Union tried to avoid conflict with the Bureau. Fighting Park Yoon-sung-gu would bring them 0 benefits. Acting wisely, Chang Hoon stood up, rubbing his hands together with a fake smile. What's wrong with you two? Let's not fight amongst ourselves. That's enough, Chairman. You should apologize too. Chang Hoon whispered an urgent warning to his boss. You know the Bureau holds the raid authority. Antagonizing them now gets us nothing. Jae-hoon frowned, not answering, but he didn't retract his mana either. Finally, a shred of reason returned, forcing him to dissipate the energy. Yet Yoon-sung-gu's cold gaze never left him. Yoon-sung-gu withdrew his own mana and spoke steadily. I can see your potential. His tone was flat as he reiterated Du Yui's concern. But I hope you understand we are preparing for a worst-case scenario. We will only raid the double blue dungeon after preparations are perfect. Jae-hoon's mood plummeted. He stood up abruptly. Chang Hoon feared he would cause a scene. Chairman. But Jae-hoon ignored him, thrusting his face right into Yoon-sung-gu's personal space. Are you saying we aren't strong enough? Chang Hoon couldn't stop him, only sighing in defeat. I told you to control your temper. Jae-hoon wasn't satisfied with just threats. Step outside. I'll prove we have the power to crush that dungeon. Yoon-sung-gu calmly brushed the disrespectful hand off his shoulder. He stood up without hesitation, accepting the challenge. Fine. His eyes were cold as he looked at the rooster crowing too loudly. I'll teach you a lesson. Jae-hoon continued to crow with overflowing confidence. If I win this match, I want the rights to the double blue dungeon. Du Yui tried to intervene, not wanting the situation to explode. Wait a minute. Yoon-sung-gu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. The raid leader has already been decided. No problem, Section Chief 2. Jae-hoon scoffed and walked out the door first. Action speaks louder than words anyway. Yoon-sung-gu followed, nodding stoically. I like your confidence. Just don't choke on your words later. Jae-hoon smirked a half-smile full of mockery. I should be saying that to you. The door opened, casting a beam of light across his face. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the standoff. Looks like I missed the fun part. Jae-hoon's arrogant smirk froze the instant he saw the new arrival. Just as the tension peaked, the real players returned to the game. A faint knowing smile played on Kim Soo-hyun's lips. In contrast, panic flooded Jae-hoon's face. Kim Soo-hyun Kim, the ranking wars end right here and now. Why are you even here, he stammered. Kim Soo-hyun rubbed his chin, recalling the events that led to his swift return. It all started with a favor from Golden Lohan. You need to get back to Korea immediately, Lohan had said. Use this. The feather in his hand pulsed with a brilliant, divine aura. As Kim Soo-hyun grasped the feather, the system interface flashed. Item, Heavenly Feather. A divine tool, allowing the user to warp to any location within their memories. Yoon Sung-gu nodded calmly at the explanation. I see. Thank you for responding to the association summons so quickly. Kim Soo-hyun grasped the older man's hand, his presence radiating pure charisma. No need for thanks. I should thank you for the item. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze sharpened, turning to the standoff. But enough pleasantries. What exactly is the situation here? Jae-hoon lifted his chin, his arrogance returning in full force. Nothing major. Yoon Sung-gu and I were just discussing rights to the double dungeon. Kim Soo-hyun cut him off, his voice dripping with authority. Strange. The single word froze Jae-hoon in his tracks, leaving him speechless. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Kim Soo-hyun, because the raiding rights to that dungeon were already mine. So why are the association and the guild debating over what belongs to me? Jae-hoon stumbled back, crushed by the logical pressure. He racked his brain, but there was no valid counterargument. Damn it, a dark cloud of despair hung over the two guild leaders. They had tried to strong-arm the rights, while the chairman was distracted, but they failed. Facing the pressure of the world's strongest awakening manhwa protagonist was suffocating. If they crossed him now, the look in Kim Soo-hyun's eyes promised absolute destruction. My guild in the previous life was always a headache, Kim Soo-hyun thought. Yoon Sung-gu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I am deeply ashamed, Kim Soo-hyun Kim. But since the friction between the guild and association had deep roots, Yoon Sung-gu's resolve didn't waver. His hand drifted ominously to the hilt of his sword. Steel sang as the blade was drawn, flashing with cold, deadly light. I will resolve this myself. Kim Soo-hyun watched impassively. The guild is a nuisance. Better to crush them now. Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. Fine. I'm sure both the guild and the association have their justifications. He offered a chilling smile, gesturing casually. So why don't you fight for the rights to the blue double dungeon? The faces of the top 10 guild members drained of color instantly. Jae-hoon grit his teeth, his protest weak. Are you telling us to leave with nothing? Is this a threat? He realized the trap too late. Wait, who said I was participating? Kim Soo-hyun grinned mischievously, pointing to the man beside him. You'll be fighting Hawk-jun. Hearing his name, Hawk-jun froze, looking completely blank as all eyes shifted to him. Hawk-jun scratched his head in confusion. Me? Moments later, everyone gathered in the high-tech training arena. We begin in 5 minutes. Get ready. As Hawk-jun stretched, he whined. Kim Soo-hyun, why did you throw me under the bus like that? Kim Soo-hyun shrugged, feigning innocence. My bad. I just acted on instinct without thinking. Hawk-jun shot him a playful glare. Suddenly, Yoon Sung-gu approached them, bowing his head again. I apologize. His voice was heavy with guilt. This situation escalated because of my failure. Kim Soo-hyun waved it off effortlessly. Don't worry about it. Kim Soo-hyun knew their type persistent, like leeches. The guild would have picked a fight with the association eventually. Even if today hadn't happened, conflict was inevitable. It would be far more dangerous if they sabotaged us during the raid right. He offered words of comfort regarding Yoon Sung-gu's leadership. Your judgment was the only way to keep the guild in check. Besides, there's no way you'd lose to a slack-off like him. Kim Soo-hyun's voice held zero doubt. I'm confident, but that doesn't mean Jae-hoon is an easy mark. Yoon Sung-gu glanced across the arena. He didn't become a top-tier S-rank by luck. He wasn't entirely convinced of the outcome. He might actually have the edge over Hawk-jun. He is a newly awakened S-rank after all. But Kim Soo-hyun trusted his own judgment implicitly. Don't worry. In terms of raw talent, he's the best awakener I've ever seen. A glint of excitement mixed with mockery in his eyes. Chairman, this whole thing is ridiculous, isn't it? Let's just hope for the best. You made the right call. On the other side, Jae-hoon was practically giddy with his luck. I don't know about Kim Soo-hyun Kim or Yoon Sung-gu, but this kid, he's absolute trash. Jae-hoon equipped his artifacts, confidence soaring. That double dungeon is ours. Alright, if you're ready, here are the rules. A cold sneer curled Jae-hoon's lip. Just to be safe. Bare hands only. Kim Soo-hyun stood between them as the referee. Skills are permitted. The match ends on forfeit or incapacitation. He raised his hand high, signaling the start. Begin. The air crackled with tension as their gazes locked. He was fast. A heavy silence fell over the arena as they took their stances. The moment the signal dropped, Jae-hoon vanished. In a blink, he was right in front of Hawk-jun, fist inches from his face. Hawk-jun threw his arms up, blocking just in time. He's faster than I expected. Jae-hoon's speed was god tier. Before Hawk-jun could breathe, another strike launched. A flurry of blows forced Hawk-jun back. But his tank-like physique absorbed the impacts. He's fast, but I can tank this. He skillfully parried the next strike. Planting his foot firmly, Hawk-jun anchored himself. He channeled all his mana into his right arm. I just need one clean hit. But when he unleashed the punch, he hit nothing but air. Panic flickered in his eyes. He vanished. Jae-hoon's manic laughter echoed from behind. Peekaboo. Before Hawk-jun could react, a hand crushed his skull and slammed him violently into the concrete floor. The spectators gasped in horror. Hak-jun Sung-chul clenched his fists, unable to accept it. Is it over already? I guess the gap was too wide for a rookie S-rank. The guild members erupted in cheers. Hell yeah, that's our guild leader. Jae-hoon smirked victory, tasting sweet. His S-rank status was built on this specific blink capability. The win was practically in the bag. This match is over. The rating rights are ours. But suddenly, a terrifying pressure gripped him from beneath his arm. He couldn't comprehend how his wrist was suddenly caught in a vice-like grip. What the? Choi Hak-jun's voice cut through the air, calm and unimpressed. You're only fast. That's it. The grapple didn't faze the speedster in the slightest. Aside from speed, you have absolutely nothing going for you. The man frantically tried to wrench his hand free, but it was like pulling against a mountain. You bastard, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Suddenly, the laws of physics seemed to reject the attacker. Choi Hak-jun stood up, and with a casual flick of his wrist, sent the man flying skyward, defying gravity, before slamming him headfirst into the cratered floor with bone-crushing force. The expressions in the room shifted dramatically, but the outcome had been etched in stone from the start. Kim Soo-hyun offered a faint, knowing smile. He had already calculated this victory down to the last second. The duel ended instantly. Chang-han lay motionless, face planted in the dirt. His guild members scrambled toward him in a panic, their confidence shattered. Guild master, are you all right? One of his lackeys rushed over to check his vitals. Thank God. No critical injuries. He just lost consciousness from the shock. Pure terror flooded the subordinate's eyes. Chang-han was defeated that easily. Wasn't Choi Hak-jun just a rookie who recently awakened as an S-rank? Their entire scheme evaporated in the face of such overwhelming power. Damn it. How did it end up like this? If things continued this way, they would lose any claim to the dungeon raid rights. Meanwhile, Choi Hak-jun was screaming his lungs out, venting his stress. Oh my God. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? I thought I was going to ruin everything. Even though everyone else praised him, saying, "You were so cool," he wasn't having it. I was scared to death. He bristled like an angry hedgehog. Please discuss these plans with me beforehand next time. Kim Soo-hyun calmly reached out and patted his head, soothing the beast. Sorry about that. His smile remained unwavering. But I knew you wouldn't lose. Seeing that trust, Choi Hak-jun froze, staring blankly at Kim Soo-hyun's face. The sudden praise went straight to his head. Well, obviously, one day I'm definitely going to defeat you, Kim Soo-hyun. Of course, Kim Soo-hyun shut that fantasy down immediately. No, that's never happening. With the banter over, Kim Soo-hyun turned his attention to the pests who had tried to interfere. He walked slowly toward the two members of the opposing guild. His voice dropped cold and devoid of warmth. Do you understand now why the association refused to hand the raid over to you? Kim Soo-hyun began to lecture them on the difference between vanity and true strength. It doesn't matter how many flashy awakened ones you recruit. In the end, a guild's true military power is defined by its chairman. He ruthlessly pointed out the power gap. And your chairman just lost to Choi Hak-jun, a rookie who only recently hit S-rank. Kim Soo-hyun had the unfair advantage of knowledge from his past life, seeing the potential others missed. Naturally, Choi Hak-jun's rapid growth was fueled by an insane talent that far outstripped his potential in Kim Soo-hyun's previous life. And you people want to raid a green dungeon with those pathetic skills. This isn't some generic leveling manhwa, this is reality. His voice now carried a heavy layer of killing intent. Are you planning to commit suicide? He offered them one final merciful warning. Take this duel as a lesson and consider the value of your precious lives. Chang Hun, having regained consciousness, bowed his head to hide his humiliation. No. It's a green dungeon, his voice trembled, dripping with greed. I get what you're saying, but please let us join the raid team. We can't just give up. He was clinging to his desire with pathetic stubbornness. If we join you, the formation will be perfect. The avarice was visible in his eyes. Just participating in a green dungeon raid would yield an astronomical amount of experience points. Considering the benefits we'll gain later, we can compromise. We will hand over 70% of all loot and profits to your guild. Kim Soo-hyun immediately cut through the man's transparent greed. Let me ask you something. His tone was flat, stripping away the atmosphere. To you people, is a green dungeon just an opportunity for fame and money? Choi Hak-jun sensed the shift in Kim Soo-hyun's aura. Kim Soo-hyun. But Kim Soo-hyun ignored him, pressing forward. I just want to know if you've ever actually thought about the reality of it. Kim Soo-hyun began asking questions that darkened the mood instantly. Do you think dungeons appearing in our world is normal? Do you think there's nothing else out there besides these dungeons? What if one day, these dungeons swallow the entire world? His eyes looked like they wanted to devour the man in front of him. Have you ever spared a single thought for that possibility? He slowly leaned in, bringing his face dangerously close to Chang Hun. Listen closely. If I wanted to, wiping your little guild off the map would be as easy as breathing. His tone was colder than a midwinter blizzard. I'm only postponing your destruction because I have more urgent matters to attend to. Chang Hun felt like he was staring into an abyss. He knew instinctively that he could die right here. He collapsed backward, scrambling away on his hands and knees. Save me. The mana pressure radiating from Kim Soo-hyun was infinitely more terrifying than Choi Hak-jun's. It was the aura of a true predator. I'm sorry. Kim Soo-hyun's lips parted to deliver a final ultimatum. This is your last chance. There won't be a next time. A moment later, only Kim Soo-hyun and Yoon-gu remained in the conference room. After a long silence, the older man spoke first. Are you serious, Kim Soo-hyun? He couldn't comprehend the young man's reckless decision. You want to raid a green dungeon by yourself? Kim Soo-hyun set down his empty water glass and confirmed it. Yes. I will handle one dungeon while Duha Choi Hak-jun Thomas and the association handle the other. Yoon-gu was skeptical about the feasibility. That is far too reckless. I think it would be better if we all went together and cleared them one by one. However, Kim Soo-hyun's resolve was as hard as steel. No. I need to do this alone. Yoon-gu's cold gray eyes stared at him, waiting for the logic behind this madness. Instead of explaining, Kim Soo-hyun asked for a favor. Please leak the information. Tell the press I'll be raiding one of the green dungeons solo. 2 hours after Choi Hak-jun's duel, a black sedan sped down the highway. Chang Hun was being driven home by a subordinate, his face twisted in humiliation and rage. Really, Kim Soo-hyun actually said that back then Chang Hun had practically wet himself, promising that he and the top 10 guilds would withdraw. But while he was passed out, things had taken a strange turn. No wonder the vice chairman was acting suspicious. Choi Hak-jun stared silently out the window before barking at the driver. Dong-gyu. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror. Yes, guild master. He didn't expect the next command to be a call to arms. Contact the other guilds. Get me 20 of their most talented elites. Chang Hun's face contorted into a demonic snarl. Damn it all. Kim Soo-hyun messed with the wrong person. He has to die. A few days later, the day of the gate raid arrived. The press, sniffing blood in the water, swarmed the location. Kim Soo-hyun. Is it true you're doing a solo Manhwa recap-style raid on the Green Dungeon? Choi Hak-jun. You're the youngest S-Rank Awakener in history. How do you feel? Camera flashes exploded like strobes and microphones were shoved aggressively into their faces. Please give us a statement. Before the raid, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, will Thomas be joining the raid today? They relentlessly bombarded Kim Soo-hyun's party with questions. What criteria did you use to select your team? Doohui stepped in to block the fanatical pack of hounds. We will take questions after the raid is complete. The association will contact everyone. Then, so please leave for now. One of the team members couldn't help but whisper a worried warning amidst the chaos. If you sense even a hint of danger, do not push yourself. Retreat immediately. Kim Soo-hyun offered a faint, reassuring smile. Don't worry. Beside him, Yoon-gu stood like an imposing statue radiating cool confidence. We will clear our side quickly and regroup with you. Bathing in their concern, the protagonist turned his back. Understood. I'll make the first move then. In a flash, he vanished into the swirling vortex of the blue gate. Good luck. The older hunter turned to the others, urgency in his voice. We should begin as well. Agreed. Let's move. The squad charged into the other glowing ominous portal without hesitation. A heavy silence hung in the air after they left. But under the cover of night, the twin dungeon raid had truly begun. Once the coast was clear, spatial distortions ripped open the asphalt, and Jae-hun's squad poured out like rats from a hidden portal. This was the moment to wash away their humiliation with blood. All right, Hunter Kim Soo-hyun Kim. Let the games begin. Jae-hun's team plunged into the same gate Kim Soo-hyun had entered. But fate is funny, someone was watching from the shadows, and the camera shutter clicked. It was exactly as the MC predicted. This was why he had adamantly refused support earlier. No, I must do this alone. He had banked on their petty jealousy to bait them in. By doing so, the guild will try to intercept me. Yoon-gu hadn't realized the depth of his strategy. You actually foresaw this outcome. In this leveling manhwa world, Kim Soo-hyun was no stranger to such dirty tactics. Interruption. The act of sabotaging a dungeon raid to settle guild rivalries or past grudges. The Black Monkey Mask Guild was notorious for this, swooping in to clear failed dungeons and claiming the glory for preventing a dungeon break. But this time, he would leave them no path of retreat. Those shameless bastards won't get their way. That was why he asked for one specific favor. Leak the intel. Tell the press I'm raiding a blue dungeon solo. The guild will definitely tail me. Capture the evidence when they do. Du Wu, having secured the footage, smirked. The rest is up to you, Kim Soo-hyun. Meanwhile, beyond the gate, a desolate gray wasteland awaited. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze was freezing as he surveyed the carnage below. Jae-hun's team entered immediately, spotting the insect corpses littering the path. He rubbed the darkened, dried ichor between his fingers. Standing up, he addressed his squad. These have been dead for a while. Kim Soo-hyun has already pushed deeper. Jae-hun barked orders, his voice echoing. Maintain formation, track his trail. His lackeys responded with obedient precision. Sir. His eyes narrowed, assessing the threat. Desert worms, usually bosses in yellow dungeons, were mere trash mobs here. He gazed out at the endless sea of golden sand. So this is the difficulty of a blue dungeon. Jae-hun steeled his nerves. All right, let's start. Suddenly, a hateful voice cut through the air. Who gave you permission to leave? He spun around instantly. It was Kim Soo-hyun. Blades were drawn as the squad braced for combat. Prepare for battle. But the figure was gone. Where are you, Kim Soo-hyun? Jae-hun's eyes darted frantically, panic setting in as he scanned the perimeter. A chill ran down his spine. Pure, unfiltered killing intent washed over him from behind. A voice from the depths of hell whispered directly into his ear. Freeze. Every awakener present stood paralyzed. If you move, Jae-hun's pupils trembled, overwhelmed by the eerie, oppressive pressure. Kim Soo-hyun had been hunting them from the start. I will end you. Meanwhile, inside the other blue gate, a roar shook the very mountains. So-chun was playing a deadly game of tag. Come and get me, you filth, his teammate panicked. Hey, don't provoke them too much, just lure them. He winked playfully, sticking out his tongue. Hungry, catch me if you can. The swarm of beetles buzzed with blind rage. Ah, that idiot Seo-chan, they're going berserk. Why the drama? Seo-chan, fearless and grinning, shouted back. This is way more fun. They sprinted toward a sheer cliff, a dead end. Just before collision, they leaped into the air in perfect sync. Let's wrap this up early. Yoon-gu was already in stance energy, surging through his blade. His eyes flashed, locking onto the swarm, entering the kill zone. With a single thought, the blade sang. One sword cut. A blinding flash of white light erupted, slicing through the insect horde and shearing the forest itself. Heaven splitter. The entire swarm dropped from the sky, severed in half like harvested wheat. Seo-chon surveyed the carnage from above. Captain wiped clean. But the veteran didn't relax. No time to rest. Prepare for the next phase. Shielding his eyes from the dust, So-chan obeyed. Roger that. But his gaze hardened as he sensed the next wave approaching. Just as expected, the noise drew the main force. A legion of insects swarmed in, cornering them. Disgusting. Seo-chan turned hype in his voice. All right, execute phase 2. They had waited for this moment to unveil their true power. Finally, it's our turn to shine. The Black Army roared, battle spirits igniting. Charge back in the other dungeon, Jae-hun plummeted into a bottomless abyss. Absolute darkness swallowed him, triggering primal fear. Help me, his voice cracked, terror visible on his face. We were wrong, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a massive slit pupil eye snapped open, staring directly into his soul. He shook violently, letting out a high-pitched shriek. Stop. Instantly, the illusion shattered. He was back in a cave, cold sweat drenching his brow. The fear was real. Jae-hun blinked, disoriented, staring up at a face he knew all too well. Soo-hyun. Regaining his composure, he realized the giant snake was an illusion. He scanned the gloomy surroundings. What is this? A cave? A weak, gurgling groan echoed. Help! Please! A hunter was dragging himself out of a giant worm's maw. Save me! Before he could finish, he was crunched into a bloody pulp. Jae-hun recoiled in horror as dozens of identical monsters emerged from the shadows. What the hell are these things? The beast tore through his subordinates like wet paper. Impossible. There are too many. His face twitched uncontrollably. This was the worst-case scenario. Jae-hun clutched his head, teetering on the brink of insanity. You. Where did you drag us? Kim Soo-hyun smirked, a predator toying with prey. No need to tremble. Thanks to my skill, they haven't attacked. Yet. He gestured grandly to the nightmare around them. Welcome to the deepest abyss of the dungeon. In this awakening manhwa recap, the MC stood unmoved, the king of this hellish domain. Unless you are completely brain-dead, you should already know this. Kim Soo-hyun decided to teach Jun a brutal lesson about the true horrors lurking in the blue dungeon. Your own stubborn greed paved the road to this hell, chasing fame and fortune like a moth to a flame. Kim Soo-hyun's voice crashed down like a divine verdict. You are nothing but a parasite threatening this world. Azure flames erupted from his hand, signaling the end. The world would be a better place if you just disappeared. For the first time, terror seized Jun's heart, and he began to beg. Save me? I only got close to you because... Kim Soo-hyun cut him off with a scoff. Save you? What about the innocent lives you destroyed? Did you save them? In that moment, the vengeful spirits of his victims seemed to rise from the shadows. What are you doing? What did we do wrong? Please save us. Kim Soo-hyun didn't even dirty his hands. He ascended on his phoenix, leaving Jun behind. This is my answer. Stay here with the filth where you belong. Now it is your turn to suffer. The traitor's face went pale with absolute horror. Don't come here. Stay away from me, you bastards. But from the darkness, a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth emerged. It was the karma for every life he had stolen. In this brutal manhwa recap, Jun's fate was sealed the moment he tried to cross the protagonist. Kim Soo-hyun plunged down into the abyss below. He landed gracefully amidst a sea of monster corpses, radiating the calm confidence of an apex predator. Hands in his pockets, he casually recalled his summon. The dungeon was pitch black, but countless glowing eyes ignited in the shadows, locking onto Kim Soo-hyun with predatory intent. The beast wave crashed forward with savage hunger, shrieking like demons. Yet he stood immovable. He unleashed the fire of the Holy Phoenix, asking mockingly, still hungry after eating all that trash? The monsters swarmed him from all sides, a tide of claws and fangs. Standing in the eye of the storm, Kim Soo-hyun merely looked on with amusement. Wow. His expression darkened as he summoned his mystic pen, drawing a line of devastating fire across the battlefield. It looks like you won't be eating another bite. Meanwhile, in a scorching forest choked with dust, Soon-chan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his stamina completely drained from the raid. Leaning against the carcass of a giant bug, he grinned through the exhaustion. I seriously thought we were dead meat back there. He glanced to the side, a spark of joy in his eyes. But hey, we did enough damage, right? Lee Do-ho looked up, returning the smile with a weary sense of accomplishment. Yeah, he muttered, though a shadow of doubt lingered in his voice. Sometimes I wonder who the real monsters are. Nearby, Yoon-gu finished slaughtering the last of the giant insects. The veteran suddenly looked up, his face etched with deep thought. In the distance, Choi, Hak-jun, and Thomas were bickering over the dropped loot like children. He acknowledged that both of them were impressive rookies, but watching the older man stubbornly fight with the kid, wasn't that a bit undignified? He analyzed Thomas, a fighter with wild instincts and a versatile skill set, who was currently screaming, "Back off, that item is mine." Then, he looked at the other one, who was getting a hand shoved in his face. That one relied on mana reinforcement for pure destructive power. Choi Hak-jun roared in protest. No way Yoon-gu realized this rookie was more like himself, but at this rate of growth, the kid would soon surpass him in this leveling manhwa world. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips. He closed his eyes, imagining the bright future ahead. Meanwhile, the two idiots were still wrestling. Yoon-gu dusted off his hands and shouted for order. That's enough. We are taking a break to regroup. I doubt any monsters will dare approach us now. Let's set up the night watch just in case. As the command fell, the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon took its place in the sky. The team sprawled out around the campfire, utterly spent. Is this really the famous Night Watch squad I've heard rumors about? Yoon-gu sat perched on a rock like a gargoyle, arms crossed, watching over his flock with a stoic gaze. The chatter continued around the fire. That wasn't exactly a fun experience. Another laughed, "Ha. Just count your blessings you weren't the dead weight of the team." Lee Do-ho ruffled Choi Hak-jun's hair with a cheerful grin, though his hand never left his sword. "Cheer up. Even heroes can't escape the night shift." The young swordsman rubbed his neck, clearly annoyed. "What do you mean, hero? Those reporters are just a pain in the ass." Lee Do-ho looked confused. "Huh." Why, Choi Hak-jun looked away, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "It's just too much. It's all hype. I haven't actually done anything to earn that title." Suddenly, his expression darkened. The atmosphere grew heavy as he thought of Kim Soo-hyun and golden monuments of power that he could never hope to rival. The title of hero belongs to people like Golden Lohan or Kim Soo-hyun, he confessed, bowing his head. "For me, everyone's expectations and cheering just feel like a crushing burden." Choi Hak-jun froze for a moment, staring blankly into the fire, the weight of his imposter syndrome pulling him down. Lee Do-ho watched him at a loss for words. He scratched the back of his head, forcing a laugh. "Haha, maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Just venting, ignore me." But Lee Do-ho's gaze sharpened his voice, turning serious. "No. I am remembering someone who used to say the exact same words you just did." Choi Hak-jun looked up in surprise. What? Lee Do-ho looked into the distance with a self-deprecating look. "Last year, when Kim Soo-hyun and I faced the Kraken in the Blue Dungeon, I saw a boy consumed by disappointment in himself." Lee Do-ho began to explain the memory that haunted him. "Back then, he told me that standing next to Kim Soo-hyun made him feel tiny. That Kim Soo-hyun's light was so blinding it burned everything around it. He told me to be careful." He looked at his own hand, denying the reality. Even though I knew he was right, deep down I didn't want to admit it. He clenched his fist, the determination returning to his face. "That is why I immediately cranked my training difficulty from level 5 to 6. Choi Hak-jun gasped, finally understanding why the man had vanished last year and returned so much stronger. Lee Do-ho chuckled darkly. "Ha, thanks." But then his face turned grim, surprising Choi Hak-jun. "But I almost died because of that small gap in power." He touched his old wound, remembering how he had dragged his broken body through the dungeon. "It was a wall of talent I couldn't climb. That was my limit." In his memory, Kim Soo-hyun looked at him coldly and said, "If Lee Do-ho hadn't stopped me, I would be dead." He had finally accepted the hard truth. Closing his eyes, he let the bitterness wash over him in the silence of the night. "When I finally slammed into the hard wall of my own limits, I realized that a guy like me doesn't even belong in the same dimension as you." Hak-jun couldn't stop staring, his voice trembling in awe. He recalled Kim Soo-hyun's furious face, the way he questioned everything yet stood firm. But the truth only hit me after hearing Kim Soo-hyun's words. In that moment watching him, it clicked. He never fought for his own glory. He was always charging forward for us, for everyone. Lee Do-ho's eyes locked onto the moon hanging high above, shining down to hold back the encroaching darkness. That moonlight never ceased to illuminate our path. He was mesmerized by it, whispering silent praise. "He is so cool, so blindingly bright." Lee Do-ho lowered his head, overwhelmed. Then glancing back at him, a smile touched his lips. "I've made my choice. Even if that brilliance burns me to ash, I will follow that light until the end." Beside him, Hak-jun's eyes went wide, shaken by the declaration. Lee Do-ho asked, "Do you ever feel the weight, the burden of being a pillar for others like Kim Soo-hyun is for you?" Hearing that, Hak-jun rubbed his nose, hiding his embarrassment. "Ha, life's not fair, is it?" He looked up at the moon, his smile showing he'd found his answer. "If you put it that way, I've got no choice but to run away." Then a shadow of worry crossed Lee Do-ho's face. "But, do you think Kim Soo-hyun is actually okay?" Hak-jun hesitated, glancing sideways. "You just said he shines like a god. Now you don't trust him," he muttered, feeling a bit called out. "I'm just worried, that's all." But Hak-jun cut him off, voice firm. "Don't worry about him, worry about yourself." He paused. Meanwhile, the dungeon had fallen into a deathly silence. Corpses lay scattered in pieces, the remains of dungeon monsters. Hak-jun's confident voice seemed to echo in the distance. Those dungeon monsters didn't stand a chance. Deep inside, Kim Soo-hyun placed a blood-soaked hand on a wooden door. He stood before it, sensing something off. Dwarfed by the massive gate, he analyzed the situation. The boss room. He looked up, lips pressed tight. The blue dungeon's spawn rate is accelerating. At this rate, Fafnir will descend sooner than expected. Kim Soo-hyun calmly shoved the heavy door. Instantly, a blinding light poured out from within. He pushed harder, the heavy timber groaning as it split apart. "I will crush it," he vowed. Suddenly, something snagged his coat. Kim Soo-hyun was yanked backward, flying through the air. His face darkened with rage. He stuck the landing, summoning a fireball in his hand. Another enemy survived. He glared into the shadows, tension spiking. Humph! But then a massive red and white shadow loomed over him. It looked down, grinning with pure chaotic excitement. Kim Soo-hyun looked up, the killing intent, vanishing into confusion. Mia A. Rai's smile broke across his face as he realized he was soaking wet. He looked up, defeated. "Haha, okay Mia, I know you're happy to see me." The beast wouldn't stop licking his head. Kim Soo-hyun just stood there accepting the slobber bath. "But seriously, can we take a time out?" He wiped the thick slime from his face, grumbling. "I'm covered in drool. Does getting bigger mean the saliva glands level up too?" Kim Soo-hyun turned to the creature, getting serious. "Mia, is your evolution complete? You look like a beast straight out of a top-tier system manhwa now." The dragon chirped happily in response. "It feels like it understands human speech perfectly now," he thought. He stroked his chin, scanning the creature. But, Kim Soo-hyun dropped a bombshell that shattered the dragon's world. "You're smaller than I expected." Instantly, Mia's face fell. The dragon slumped over, radiating pure depression. Kim Soo-hyun panicked. "Whoops, did I hurt your feelings?" He waved his hands, stammering. "Haha, no, I meant your size is compact, perfect for efficiency." Immediately, Mia pointed an angry claw at the boss door and roared. Kim Soo-hyun caught the drift. "What, open the door? You want to show me just how strong you've gotten?" Kim Soo-hyun touched the gate, eyeing his pet. Mia roared again, urging him on. All right, size isn't everything." He shoved the doors open with a boom, letting the dungeon's eerie light flood out. "Okay then," he thought. "Let's see the results of your training." Kim Soo-hyun gazed into the abyss. A colossal worm boss glared back, its maw dripping with acidic slime. Its crimson eyes narrowed, locking onto the golden dragon and the human. With a shriek, it lunged its razor-sharp maw, aiming to swallow them whole. A deafening roar shook the room. Kim Soo-hyun pumped his fist, shouting, "Magnificent Mia, show it your breath." Behind him, the dragon narrowed its eyes, roaring in acceptance. Mia's cheeks puffed out, a concentrated inferno building in its throat. Eyes blazing with determination, it unleashed the ultimate attack. Dragon's Breath. A beam of pure destruction slammed into the giant worm. Kim Soo-hyun raised an arm to block the shockwave, his eyes widening. "This power," he screamed internally. "It's off the charts." The sheer heat incinerated the air. The giant worm screeched as it was vaporized by the holy fire. Kim Soo-hyun watched, the spectacle, jaw dropped. In front of him, Mia floated effortlessly, admiring the devastation. The room was an inferno. The dragon turned back, puffing its chest and flashing a thumbs up. Kim Soo-hyun stood frozen, sweating bullets. "Mia, you're actually broken." In the desolate chamber, the boss was reduced to ash and debris. Kim Soo-hyun stared, questioning reality. Is that it? One shot. Meanwhile, Guildmaster Yun's team had reached the end of their run. Sung Cheon shouted urgently. "Over there, the portal is open." The master turned to look. Beside him, a teammate carried a wounded soldier. Master Yun exhaled, relieved. "It's finally over." He walked forward calmly, calculating the stats. 3.5 days to clear the blue dungeon. 5 minor injuries. 1 heavy injury. 0 casualties. His gaze shifted to Hawk-jun and Thomas, who were glaring daggers at each other in the back. "We owe this victory to those 2 monsters." Suddenly, Master Yun smiled. A fire lit in his eyes. "I cannot stagnate. I must evolve to keep up in this leveling manhwa world." The team moved swiftly toward the exit portal. He addressed the squad. "Excellent work, everyone. The loot drops will be distributed to your accounts later." Master Yun was the last to step through. His body materialized back in the city. Manager Do Yui was waiting, anxiety etched on his face. Do Yui rushed forward to support him. "Master, you completed the conquest safely." "Good work," Manager Yun said, but immediately cut himself off. "It's not over. We need to reinforce Kim Soo-hyun immediately." Do Yui paused, speaking calmly. "Oh, that won't be necessary." What he said next made Lee Do-ho's eyes pop out of his skull. "He's already finished." Master Yun screamed, "What?" At the same moment, in a cabin deep within the forest, a voice gasped in disbelief. "Oh my God." Dae-ho cradled the orb in his trembling hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary adamantium? Standing beside him, Kim Soo-hyun nodded with quiet confidence. "Yes, it is my reward for dominating the ranking wars." I wanted you to see it before I attend to urgent business. The old blacksmith lowered the orb, examining it with reverence. Kim Soo-hyun crossed his arms, his expression calm but authoritative. It is the real deal. Pure adamantium. A smile touched the old man's lips as he marveled at the treasure. I never thought I would see such a material with my own eyes. Suddenly realization struck him. He snapped his fingers at Kim Soo-hyun. Give me your sword. Without hesitation, the young hunter handed over his weapon. Dae-ho gripped the hilt, his veteran eyes scanning every inch of the blade. He inspected the edge, frowning slightly at the chips and wear. He pursed his lips, calculating. Just as Dae-ho began to speak, saying, I need a. Kim Soo-hyun cut in. The blacksmith looked at Kim Soo-hyun and corrected himself with a manic grin. No. 6 months. Give me 6 months, and I will forge you the greatest masterpiece this world has ever seen. Kim Soo-hyun gazed down at the orb, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. I will wait. Meanwhile, the entire nation of South Korea was in an uproar, with headlines screaming the same shocking news. 2 blue dungeons had been conquered by Korean forces. The nation was rapidly rising as a global superpower in the awakened world, all thanks to the emergence of Kim Soo-hyun. The existence of blue dungeons had become a terrifying reality, but the shockwave Kim Soo-hyun sent through this leveling manhwa world dominated every forum, overshadowing even the association's reports on the Ha-ha Mass Guild schemes. The face of the villain Jun was plastered on screens everywhere. The Ha-ha Guild had tried to seize the blue dungeon for their own greedy gain. But Kim Soo-hyun had crushed their ambition, slicing their leader's mask and his pride clean in half. The verdict was clear. The Mask Guild's actions were villainous and illegal. The association had expelled them and initiated disciplinary action. Meanwhile, at a high-level meeting, a stack of thick documents slammed onto the table. The implications were obvious. To put it simply, the era is shifting. Yoon-seon declared, resting his chin on his hands, his expression grave as he addressed the room. Dungeon spawn rates are accelerating. The role of the Awakened is to ensure the safety of our citizens and the nation. Kim Soo-hyun, reading the report nearby, frowned in confusion. Dungeons are appearing faster than ever. Is that why the management agency is avoiding conflict with the Awakened Association? The official interlaced his fingers, confirming the theory. Correct. Although the association has more raw power, the agency plays a more critical administrative role. He considered the delicate web of alliances. Whether it is providing intel and items for successful raids, or granting dungeon clearance rights, we hold the keys. Yoon-seon's face darkened with worry. And as we know, there is an unregulated and highly dangerous organization out there. Should we disband them forcibly? Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. No. Lee Do-ho stepped forward, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he picked up a document. We need their united strength. Kim Soo-hyun turned puzzled. Lee Do-ho addressed the awkward silence with a reassuring smile. We have no other choice. Yoon-seon could only smile back, resigned. Is there a plan? Lee Do-ho's face lit up with absolute confidence. Leave this messy case to me. Later that night, in a dim, clutter-filled room, 2 empty soju bottles sat on a table as a phone screen lit up. Jing-hun sat, curled up on his chair, the ringing echoing through the darkness. The screen faded to black, only to light up again with a terrifying text. This is Kim Soo-hyun. Let's meet. Panic seized him. He clutched his knees, screaming in high-pitched terror, his face draining of all color. Foaming at the mouth and trembling like a leaf, he chanted like a madman. I didn't do anything, I didn't do it. Mommy, I'm so scared, help me. Meanwhile, at the Awakened Guild headquarters, the atmosphere in the main conference room was chaotic. That bastard Jun-hun. He only causes trouble and then dies. What do we do now? The guild members argued heatedly. What now? The association and Kim Soo-hyun won't let this slide. Wait, doesn't that only apply to the idiots who helped Jun? We didn't even participate. Are they really going to lump us all together? Robert glared at them, silencing the room. You fools. You think they care. They will dig up every dirty secret and crime we've committed until now. That is why Lim Trang-hun called this meeting. He grinned wickedly, narrowing his eyes at a specific corner. Only the heavy hitters are here, correct? Fearless, he called out the name of the man opposite him. Dung Yun Ho. The man glared back darkly. This was the vice guild leader of the top 10 S-Class guild, known as the Department Store. Yun Ho kept his arms crossed, eyes closed in stoic refusal. I only follow the decisions of my guildmaster. Failing to get an ally, Robert grimaced, thinking task, even the top 10 guild survived, thanks to Jun. I thought he would cooperate. Foolish to rely on him. He cleared his throat loudly. Listen up, everyone. He pointed a thumb at his own chest, shouting to the terrified crowd. If we want to survive, we must kill Kim Soo-hyun. If we don't, every single one of us is dead meat. The crowd fell, silent faces twisting in discomfort. Outside the door, Kim Soo-hyun, Lee, Do-ho, and the trembling Jang-hun heard every word of the treacherous scream. Yes, he's right. If we work together, we can take down Kim Soo-hyun, and Lee Do-ho's expressions turned icy cold. Beside them, Jang-hun looked ready to faint as the plot to murder the MC continued. Jang-hun couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the back of his neck, his face pale as a ghost, and began backing away. He stammered pathetically, Mr. Kim Soo-hyun, I never told them to do that. Please believe me, I did exactly as you said. With that, he turned and sprinted away. He didn't dare look back at the predators behind him, screaming, I have urgent business, goodbye. Inside the guild, members looked at each other wavering. Is that really the only way? Forget the association. Kim Soo-hyun clearly has a vendetta against us. Robert wore a despicable grin, nodding at his cohorts. It's decided then. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Kim Soo-hyun stood right behind Robert, who was still oblivious, shouting, Let's kill Kim Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun's gaze pierced through him sharp as a blade. You plan to kill. Hu Yun-ho looked up in surprise, while the others froze in sheer terror. Robert slowly turned his head, his eyes widening in horror, as he realized who was standing there. Kim Soo-hyun articulated every word with lethal precision. You think you can? Kill me. His eyes glowed with cold amusement. The entire room jumped from their seats screaming his name in panic, Kim Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun stood like an unshakable mountain, watching them with amusement. Are you done bickering? Come at me if you dare. He curled his finger in a taunting gesture. Bring it on. The mob lost their minds, summoning their weapons in a flash of light. You arrogant bastard, they screamed, preparing to strike. Robert panicked, shouting, Don't be scared. He's just a human like us. The hunters charged at Soo-hyun, but he stood his ground calm amidst the chaos. We'll end you right here, one of them roared. As the deadly attacks closed in, Soo-hyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying violet light. Third eye. Soo-hyun's eyes widened, and the incoming skills shattered into nothingness upon contact. Absolute nullification. The mob froze their brains, unable to process the god-tier power they just witnessed. What the hell? My skills? They're gone. On the sidelines, even Do-ho's eyes went wide, stunned by this display of dominance. Suddenly, a calculated smile crossed Do-ho's face. He placed a hand on the table, rising slowly. The room fell silent as he walked calmly toward the monster, known as Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes, his guard instantly going up. This guy. He's different. Taking him down might actually require some effort. Robert grinned like a maniac, thinking he had won. Finally, with Do-ho helping us, we actually have a chance against this guy. But then Do-ho raised his hands in front of Soo-hyun, his voice steady. I surrender. The association hunters behind him gasped in pure shock. What Robert screamed. Are you insane? Do-ho just smiled at Soo-hyun. Understanding the situation, Soo-hyun smirked and pointed behind him. Smart choice. You can go. Do-ho casually walked toward the exit, casting a pitying glance at the mob, while Soo-hyun kept his predatory gaze locked on the enemies remaining. You guys got it all wrong, Do-ho said coldly. I never agreed to help you. I have no desire to fight a literal monster like Kim Soo-hyun. As the door clicked shut behind him, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy and suffocating. Soo-hyun's expression darkened, his killing intent flooding the space. All right then. Soo-hyun glared down at them, his violet eyes glowing with malicious delight. Shall we continue? This was the peak of a system Manhwa beatdown. Predator mode activated. The hunters screamed in agony as waves of pure killing intent crushed them. Help us. Soo-hyun's hand hovered over the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. His face was a mask of disgust. You know you're rotten to the core, yet you refuse to change. You witnessed the corruption and chose silence. Organizations like yours have no right to exist. His eyes were cold voids of death. You should all disappear from this world today. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The crushing pressure vanished. Soo-hyun, stop. Soo-hyun glanced back, his aura fading as he recognized the touch. Do-ho looked him in the eye, dead serious. Leave the rest to me. He removed his hand and Soo-hyun finally let go of his rage. Soo-hyun turned his back on the trembling crowd. Fine. Thank you. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to center himself. He opened his eyes, shooting one last look of utter contempt at the mob. If not for him, you'd all be corpses right now. Robert and his men stepped back, their faces pale as ghosts. As Soo-hyun walked out, Do-ho clapped his hands, demanding the attention of the terrified room. All right, eyes on me. Let's clear this gloomy atmosphere, shall we? I'm done playing around. He slammed a stack of incriminating files onto the table with a thud. Leveraging Soo-hyun's overwhelming power and his own political genius, Do-ho had the entire room in checkmate. "I've collected every detail of your crimes and corruption," Do-ho announced. He flipped through the reports, reading their sins like a judge passing a sentence. "The biggest issue is that these attacks stem from the Hamas Guild's leadership. If you want the association to survive, you'll follow my conditions. We are completely rewriting the rules of the association." Hearing this, Robert couldn't hold back his anger. "Wait a minute. Who gave you the right to order us around?" Crashed Do-ho's fist. Slammed into the table, pulverizing it instantly, and silencing the room. The executives turned green with fear. They realized too late that the man in front of them wasn't just a scholar, he was dangerous. Amidst the debris and flying papers, Do-ho's face was stone cold. "Let's be honest here. You people are absolute trash." The stage was set. Documents floated in the air like confetti as Do-ho's voice echoed with absolute authority. "I wish I could have let Soo-hyun slaughter you all. But with the situation changing so fast, I need your pathetic strength to fight the tiger lurking behind us." He offered them a lifeline wrapped in a threat. "You want money and power, don't you? I can give you more than you ever dreamed of." His eyes blazed with fury. "So shut your mouths and do exactly as I say, you garbage." The fox had officially taken over the mountain. Scene change. Sunlight, laughter, and bubbles floating in the park, a stark contrast to the violence. Soo-hyun sat on a bench, watching the piece until Do-ho appeared with 2 cups of coffee. Do-ho handed him a cup with a smile. Soo-hyun looked up, surprised, then grinned. "I take it, everything went smoothly." Do-ho sat down, rubbing his neck wearily. "Of course. Did you doubt me, especially after all that chaos?" He took a sip, his gaze determined. "I appointed myself chairman of the association." Soo-hyun's eyes widened in shock. "Huh? Seriously?" Soo-hyun looked genuinely confused. "You never said you were going to go that far." Do-ho stared into the distance. "I didn't have a choice. Without strong leadership, the guild would collapse in days. Forcing them to submit is just delaying the inevitable explosion," Do-ho explained. "The only way to stop the trouble at the source was to take the throne myself." Soo-hyun watched him as he continued. "Besides, those fake awakeners are different from you. They only move when there's profit involved. I plan to keep them on a leash by giving them exactly what they want." Soo-hyun stared at him, realizing the fox might be more dangerous than the tiger. "I don't think we need to bleed ourselves dry just to keep the guild afloat." But Lee Do-ho cut him off instantly. "Wrong." His gaze pierced through the horizon, burning with resolve. "We need every single one of them." Kim Soo-hyun blinked, taken aback by the sheer intensity. Lee Do-ho's expression darkened the shadows of the past, surfacing as he explained. "You said it yourself, didn't you? If this world were truly safe, why do we live in constant terror? The fear that one day, a dungeon break will shatter our reality and slaughter us all." His eyes narrowed, and deep within those obsidian depths, a flame of absolute determination ignited. "When that apocalyptic hour strikes, we will need an army, not a mob." The words caught Kim Soo-hyun off guard. "Honestly, until now, I never really understood the depth of your vision." Suddenly, Lee Do-ho looked up at the azure sky, his voice softening. "I don't have some grand plan. The truth is simple, I just admire your overwhelming strength." He envisioned the gateway to glory, a blinding future waiting ahead. "For so long, I've been running, trying desperately to chase after your shadow. On this road to the apex, Kim Soo-hyun never once faltered. But now, I finally understand what drives you. I see why you march forward without hesitation." From a distance, he watched Kim Soo-hyun's silhouette, a lone figure ascending the infinite steps of destiny. He accepted his reality. "I may never stand as your equal on the battlefield, but I will not be left behind. So don't stop for me. I'll be the foundation that holds you up from below." Lee Do-ho threw an arm around Kim Soo-hyun's shoulder, a grin breaking the tension. "Get it now. Stop carrying the world on your back. Let me shoulder some of that weight." His smile was calm yet unshakable. "I'm in your corner always." Kim Soo-hyun's eyes widened. Just 4 simple words. Yet they struck a chord deep within his soul. "Hey, Lee Do-ho." The call made his friend turn, surprised by the sudden shift in tone. A storm of emotions swirled in Kim Soo-hyun's chest. No matter what hellish trials or nightmares awaited them in the future, he flashed a radiant smile. "Thank you. Truly. With you, I know we can shatter any obstacle." Lee Do-ho grinned back, a goofy, toothy expression that washed away the tension. In this manhwa recap, moments like these are the calm before the storm. Kim Soo-hyun felt a profound sense of gratitude. In the park, golden leaves drifted on the wind like lost memories. For the first time in forever, his smile was genuine. But meanwhile, deep in a void of endless darkness, Johnny's reflection rippled on the water's surface. A voice dripping with malice descended from the abyss. So, the anomalies failed to manifest this time. Either Johnny knelt in submission, his head bowed low. It appears so, my lord. Centuries ago, when I hunted for Kim Sang-in, I wove a complex system into reality. The entity, Fanya, mused darkly. Yet, the net only caught Kim Soo-hyun and that fool Lohan. I kept my gaze fixed on Lohan, but no other variables emerged. The entity raised its head, a terrifying certainty etching its features. My hypothesis is simple. Kim Soo-hyun represents a fragment of a god. The words hung heavy in the air, leaving Fanya stunned. Impossible. How could a mere mortal harbor such divinity? The entity glared at its own body, marred by hundreds of glowing cracks. My forced regression is the undeniable proof. Suddenly, the rage subsided. No matter. If he has returned, then, so be it. I require time to stitch my power back together. His gaze fell upon Johnny, who trembled in reverence. Until my ascension is complete, I leave this dimension's fate in your hands. Johnny looked up, eyes cold and obedient. Leave it to me. I will handle everything. Cut to the training grounds. A steel blade rested in the dirt. 6 months had vanished in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Lee Do-ho's support, Kim Soo-hyun was free to ascend the leveling Manhwa Tower of Trials. Kim Soo-hyun crushed through the floors, his power growing exponentially. The system notifications chimed like a symphony of victory. Congratulations, you have cleared the 31st floor. You have cleared the 34th floor. You have cleared the 39th floor. As the numbers climbed, he thought of Lee Do-ho's brilliant leadership back on Earth. With Lee Do-ho at the helm of the Awakened Guild, order was being restored. Government agencies were sweeping dungeons efficiently, and Lee Do-ho's management was flawless, earning him a reputation as the backbone of the organization. Inside the Hero Association HQ, Young-gu tapped his tablet. A holographic chart flickered to life on the projector screen, displaying grim statistics. According to the data, Yoon-gu announced gravely, while the number of awakened has surged in the last 6 months, the spawn rate of dungeons is outpacing us. Lee Do-ho massaged his temples deep in thought. We have an influx of B-rank and lower hunters. They can handle the gold-tier dungeons. Kim Soo-hyun, arms crossed and exuding authority, cut in. The real problem lies with the A-rank dungeons and above. Yoon-gu nodded grimly. Precisely. Cultivating and locating S-rank and A-rank powerhouses isn't something we can rush. We need time, which is a luxury we don't have. If this trend continues, the supply of hunters will fail to meet the demand. Uncleared dungeons will pile up, leading to an inevitable and catastrophic dungeon break. Yoon-gu made the call. We need to disseminate this intel to every government worldwide immediately. Humanity needs to prepare for the coming storm. Lee Do-ho stretched his stiff limbs. Kim Soo-hyun nodded in agreement. Do it. Then, shifting gears, he looked at Yoon-gu. If the briefing is over, I'm taking off. Yoon-gu checked his phone, his face paling. Wait, we have a situation. A blue dungeon near Suwon is showing unstable readings. Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Understood. Yoon-gu sighed. The briefing ends here. I'll contact you the moment we have an update. Yoon-gu turned to him. Kim Soo-hyun, if you're heading home, I can have a car take you. But Kim Soo-hyun calmly raised a hand. No need, I'm good. Yoon-gu blinked in surprise. Are you heading back to grind in the Tower of Trials already? Kim Soo-hyun smirked. Not yet. I have a pit stop to make first. The scene shifted to a secluded forge in the mountains, black smoke billowing from the chimney. A familiar gruff voice echoed from within. Oh, you finally showed up? Kim Soo-hyun stepped into the heat, but paused, shocked. The legendary blacksmith Do-ho looked like a walking corpse, gaunt eyes drooping with exhaustion, face drenched in sweat. Kim Soo-hyun frowned. Old man, are you okay? Do-ho didn't even turn around, his focus absolute. Save your pity. I'm fine. He mumbled, eyes wild with creativity. It's almost done. I was so close, I guess I forgot to sleep. Kim Soo-hyun sighed, scratching his head. There's no rush. You need to take care of your body, or you'll drop dead before you finish. Do-ho waved him off. Quit your nagging brat. Suddenly, Do-ho thrust a wrapped blade toward Kim Soo-hyun, his fatigue replaced by manic excitement. Forget all that, just look at this masterpiece. He accepted the weapon, his hand steady as he unwrapped the protective cloth and the cord binding it. Daoko broke the silence, asking, You said its name is Banwol, correct? Rumor has it that it is a blade from ancient legends. Perhaps you should bestow a new name upon it. Kim Soo-hyun gripped the hilt, preparing to draw the steel. His gaze softened heavy with nostalgia as he drifted into deep thought. The Banwol sword. It had been an eternity since he last held it, yet the grip felt as natural as his own limb. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes gleamed with a mix of cold determination and burning anticipation. I should be able to unleash that skill now. Seeing his intensity, Ryoko laughed heartily, shouting, "Haha, you are itching to test it out in this leveling manhwa, aren't you?" Realizing his eagerness had been exposed, he quickly sheathed the sword, looking flustered. "Hey, I am not a child anymore." As Kim Soo-hyun ripped open a dimensional portal, Ryoko grumbled, "Teach, you really are too stiff. Are you heading to the Tower of Trials?" Kim Soo-hyun replied with cool composure. "Yes, at least there. I won't be teased by anyone." The old master let out a long sigh, his face etched with exhaustion. "Fine, go ahead. This old man needs to catch some sleep." Suddenly, Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the air. "Master Doko." He smiled at the old man, his body already drifting toward the portal. "Thank you for everything." Seeing that genuine smile, Doko froze for a moment, blinking before a look of immense pride settled on his face. "I know, kid. You be careful out there." The portal swallowed Kim Soo-hyun, transporting him instantly to the threshold of the next great challenge, the 40th floor. He strode forward with unshakable calm, coming face to face with a mysterious man in a hat who sat there with eerie composure. The stranger looked up, exclaiming, "Whoa!" Kim Soo-hyun remained stoic, one hand in his pocket, the other gripping his sword hilt. Nam-chun smirked, assessing him. Well, a real heavyweight has finally arrived." The gatekeeper of the 40th floor flashed a grin and an OK sign. "So what are you curious about? How much does a rookie like you already know?" Kim Soo-hyun stared back unflinchingly and asked, "Just tell me the difficulty level of this trial first." The merchant rubbed his thumb and index finger together, the universal sign for payment. 600,000. Kim Soo-hyun didn't even blink. He simply waved his hand to transfer the points. The system chimed. "You have spent 600,000 achievement points." Seeing this, Nam-chun whistled. "Ooh, that is a steep price, yet you didn't even hesitate." He held up 4 fingers. "All right then, thank you for the business." Starting from the 40th floor, the difficulty of the trials is no longer fixed. It is graded from easy all the way to hellish. He rose from the stone slab and leaned in, placing a heavy hand on Kim Soo-hyun's shoulder. "It seems your mind is made up." Nam-chun smiled, whispering the key to this awakening manhwa quest. "Find the Dragon Pearl. That is all I can say." As the gatekeeper walked away, Kim Soo-hyun was left in a state of confusion. The Dragon Pearl. The man's figure brushed past him, leaving Kim Soo-hyun standing before the gate with a chaotic mind. Does this trial involve the dragon race? Suddenly, Nam-chun turned back with a sly smile. "Oh, and here is a little bonus reward for you. Think carefully about why you specifically received this trial. And don't forget, there are many powerful eyes expecting you to achieve greatness." Hearing this, Kim Soo-hyun couldn't help but look back as his hand reached for the 40th floor's gate. He wondered, "They expect greatness from me." His body began to dissolve into the portal, his eyes still locked on the gatekeeper in bewilderment. "The gatekeepers are watching me." In a flash, Kim Soo-hyun was sucked completely into the void. He decided to let it go. That didn't matter right now. He materialized in a vast, empty white dimension. The robotic voice of the system echoed through the space. "Do you wish to begin the 40th floor trial? Please select your level." Level 10 selected. Please choose your difficulty. 4 floating screens appeared before Kim Soo-hyun: easy, normal, hard, and very hard. He stood before the choices, his resolve hardening into steel. Very hard. His inner voice roared. "I will crush this challenge and become stronger." The system confirmed difficulty very hard selected. Commencing the 40th floor trial. Kim Soo-hyun closed his eyes as the teleportation magic took hold. When he opened them again, he was standing in the middle of an endless, vibrant green prairie. Kim Soo-hyun scanned the area with heightened senses, but then his breath hitched. "Ah," he muttered in shock. Looming behind him, coiled on the ground, lay a dragon in deep slumber. He questioned a dragon. The system issued the mission: save the world of the dragon race. The dragon before you will be your guide. He fell into deep thought, looking up at the massive creature. Save the dragon world. He glanced around the tranquil landscape, and the sleeping giant more confused than ever. "This place looks so peaceful, yet I have to save it." He immediately summoned Mia. She popped her head out of the inventory void, her face a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Kim Soo-hyun pointed at the beast, explaining, "Look, it's one of your kind. Can you try talking to it?" Mia growled and chirped into the blue dragon's ear, but there was no reaction. She stared at it awkwardly. Gathering her courage, Mia crept closer and called out again. Finally, the blue dragon slowly opened its jeweled eyes. It pushed itself up, standing tall, and causing the very earth to quake. Its face was terrifying as it glared down at Mia, the little red dragon. Then it turned its confused gaze to Kim Soo-hyun. A human beside you. Kim Soo-hyun realized. I can hear its voice in my head. Is this telepathy? His eyes narrowed in assessment, and it seems to understand human language perfectly. The dragon raised its head, surveying the surroundings, while Kim Soo-hyun analyzed it. It looks like Hyunki's dragon, but I can tell they are from completely different eras. I've heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. Blang stared intensely at him, radiating a suffocating and majestic pressure. Kim Soo-hyun couldn't help but admire it internally. The energy it radiates is truly impressive. The dragon roared in fury, demanding, why does a red dragon travel with a human? And why is a human here? Mia trembled, hiding behind Kim Soo-hyun like a scolded child, only daring to peek out. Kim Soo-hyun looked back at her with concern. Mia. He gently patted her head, and she closed her eyes, leaning into his touch. As he stroked her scales and explained the situation to Blang, the ancient dragon seemed to calm down. Mia hatched from an egg I stumbled upon. We have been companions for about 2 years now. He smiled with absolute pride, declaring, she is my family. Hearing this, Blang looked down skeptically. Hatched from an egg. Are you certain? Both Kim Soo-hyun and Mia nodded in perfect sync. Kim Soo-hyun confirmed it. Yes, the little one came from an egg. Blang muttered, I see, seemingly realizing something. Kim Soo-hyun continued to pet Mia to keep her at ease. He thought to himself. He seemed hostile before, but he's much calmer now. I think I can finally have a proper conversation with him. Kim Soo-hyun recalled Hyunki's warning. The moment Mia hatched and clung to his face, he knew she wasn't just some lizard, she was an entity far surpassing a common drake. Just as dungeons were ranked by color, in this system Manhwa, the hierarchy of dragons was absolute and decided from the very moment of their birth. His expression hardened with resolve. This was his chance to finally uncover the secrets of Mia's bloodline. He kept his voice steady but earnest. This might sound rude, but I'm in the dark here. Can you tell me what a red dragon really is? The massive beast scoffed, then threw its head back in a roar of laughter. You raised her, yet you know nothing of her true nature. Humans are truly foolish creatures. Very well. Blanc's amusement faded into a lecture tone. Allow me to educate you. That crimson scale isn't just a color, it is a symbol. It represents the eternal flame. A fully grown red dragon standing amidst the inferno is the undisputed crest of the Dragon King. That red hue is the mark of royalty, proving she is a direct descendant of the Dragon King himself. Cold sweat trickled down Kim Soo-hyun's spine. His jaw dropped and he shouted in pure disbelief. The Dragon King's silence descended like a heavy blanket as 8 eyes locked onto Blanc. Mia let out a confused squeak in Draconic, clearly startled. Kim Soo-hyun stammered, the king of the entire race. You mean Mia is royalty? Precisely, Blanc confirmed. Though I never imagined a being of such nobility would be tamed by a mere human. Kim Soo-hyun stared blankly, instinctively, pinching the little dragon's cheek. I knew she was special, but this cute little glutton is the ruler of all dragons. Mia's face squished into a funny grimace, accepting the pinch with reluctant patience. Then a thought struck him. Wait, if she's royalty as her family in this world? The atmosphere grew heavy. Blanc's silence spoke volumes before he finally whispered the grim truth. Mia was the last of her kind. The revelation hit Kim Soo-hyun like a physical blow. See for yourself, Blanc commanded, his magic suddenly enveloping Kim Soo-hyun before he could react. Wait, what are you doing? Kim Soo-hyun's protest was swallowed by blue mist. In an instant, the world shifted from a quiet forest to a hellscape of raging fire. Blanc was projecting the past directly into his mind. This was the apocalypse that befell the Dragon Clan, a war of extinction. According to the ancient dragon's memory, enemies had torn through the fabric of dimensions to invade their realm without warning. Countless draconic warriors rose to defend their home, but they were slaughtered. The invaders possessed power that defied logic, crushing the strongest defenders like insects. The land became a graveyard of behemoths. The stench of blood and burning scales filled the air as chaos reigned supreme. It was a massacre. Watching the carnage, Kim Soo-hyun felt a chill of recognition. This devastation mirrored the exact tragedy that had befallen humanity. His heart skipped a beat. Amidst the flames, he spotted a silhouette that haunted his nightmares. Rage boiled over instantly. You. Striding through the fire with the intent to annihilate everything was Fafnir. Kim Soo-hyun's face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. Restrain your fury, Blanc's voice echoed in his head. This is but a memory. Kim Soo-hyun forced himself to watch, his eyes burning with intensity. The warning struck home. Uncontrolled emotion would only dull his combat instincts. He unclenched his fist, staring at his palm. Actually, I'm glad. He made a silent vow. Now I know. When I face Fafnir again, I won't let rage blind me. I will be cold, calculated, and deadly. You regained your composure quickly, Blanc noted, impressed. Mastering one's heart is a feat few humans can achieve. The dragon narrowed its eyes. But tell me, how do you know that monster? Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, shadows veiling his eyes. That beast, Kim Soo-hyun, growled, voice dripping with pain, is the one who destroyed my world. Blanc, stunned, sensed the undeniable truth in the human's aura. Suddenly, the memory shifted. Under a blood moon, a magnificent red dragon descended from the heavens to clash with Fafnir. Kim Soo-hyun watched in awe. The crimson beast inhaled its chest, glowing like a furnace before unleashing a breath attack that incinerated the horizon. It was a battle of legends. The titans clashed, shaking the earth. Then the vision shattered. The magic faded, dumping them back into reality, leaving Kim Soo-hyun reeling from the aftershocks. I apologize, Blanc said solemnly. My memory ends there. The moment my brother fell in battle, Kim Soo-hyun understood the gravity of what he had just seen. It wasn't just Earth. Fafnir was a cosmic plague, bringing the same apocalypse to the dragon realm. Kim Soo-hyun shook off the despair. Dwelling on it wouldn't change the past. Let's move, Blanc signaled. The blue dragon told me of the aftermath, so I understand the trial ahead. The red dragons were wiped out, and the world was shattered. As they took to the skies, Blanc clarified. However, our race did not go extinct. Those of us who entered deep hibernation survived the purge. They tore through the clouds, wind whipping past them at breakneck speed. Upon awakening, we began the arduous task of healing our broken world, breathing life back into the ashes. Kim Soo-hyun and Mia held on tight. But the war isn't over, Blanc warned. The leader left, but his monstrous legions remain. Ahead, a majestic fortress pierced the skyline. We have only reclaimed a fraction of our lands. As they approached the citadel, Blanc announced, "Behold our sanctuary." He dove towards the ground, forcing Mia to anchor Kim Soo-hyun. Dust billowed everywhere from the earth-shaking impact. When it settled, Blanc stood there not as a dragon, but in human form. Ah, much better. Mia gently set Kim Soo-hyun down. The hunter was perplexed. He had seen polymorph skills in this awakening Manhwa world before, but never a dragon taking human shape. Is that form comfortable? Kim Soo-hyun asked. Blanc massaged his shoulder. Being a dragon is heavy. This form burns more mana, but it saves my back. He looked up at the towering walls and bellowed, "We have guests. Open the gates." As the massive doors creaked open, Blanc turned with a serious glint in his eye. "I must warn you, humans aren't exactly popular in here." Kim Soo-hyun shrugged, unbothered by the heavy atmosphere. "It is fine. It is not every day a human walks into a dragon's stronghold." Blanc shook his head, his voice grave. "It is not you I am worried about." His gaze was sharp enough to cut steel. Mia froze, realizing the warning was not for the human, but for the little red dragon. Kim Soo-hyun blinked in surprise. What, because of Mia? Ignoring the tension, he strode through the gate. "You will see." The cryptic words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. Seeing their hesitation, Blanc beckoned them forward. "Come, let us enter." The landscape that unfolded was magnificent, the dragon village. Most inhabitants here maintained human forms to conserve mana. Kim Soo-hyun and Mia looked around, eyes wide with curiosity at this hidden world. Blanc explained with a bitter smile. "It looks less like a dragon's nest and more like a human settlement, does it not? We found that living in this form is far less burdening." They adopted this lifestyle for survival. As they walked, Kim Soo-hyun remarked, observing the empty streets, "I understand the logic, but the population seems critically low." "I mean the dragons." Blanc sighed, the weight of history in his voice. "After the Great War, only 50 of us survived. Since then, our numbers have barely risen by 500. Just then, a young man named Siri crossed their path. He froze, eyes widening. Elder Blanc turned, acknowledging him with a nod. "It has been a long time, Siri." Clutching a loaf of bread, Siri beamed, his face lighting up. "It really is you, Elder Blanc." He rushed over, excitement bubbling over. "You have only been gone a few years. Did you rest well?" Blanc thumbed behind him. "I woke early because of this man." "Yes." Siri shifted his gaze to Kim Soo-hyun and Mia, his expression morphing into confusion. "A human." The smile vanished, replaced by cold suspicion. Then his eyes landed on Mia. Fear and disgust warred on his face. "Traitor." The accusation dripped with venom. "A descendant of the Red Dragon. How dare you set foot in this city?" Despite the hostility, Blanc remained an unmovable mountain. Is there an issue? This sanctuary is open to all who are considered family. As for this human, I vouch for him personally. Siri grit, his teeth trembling. I have no quarrel with the human. But that spawn of the Dragon King abandoned us when we needed them most. I know you want to deny the history, Elder. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. Mia shrank back, her heart aching at the cruel words. The red dragons are filth traitors. His eyes burned with hatred. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. Kim Soo-hyun stepped in his face, inches from Siri's. Siri scoffed, annoyed. What does the human have something to say? Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped to absolute zero. Your killing intent just spiked. You insult my child right in front of me. Why should I show mercy? Kim Soo-hyun simply raised a hand. Siri's eyes bulged in terror. Instinct took over, and he scrambled backward in a panic. Why did I retreat? Siri thought, bewildered by his own body's reaction. Kim Soo-hyun smirked, seizing the moment. I only raised my hand, yet you flee like a frightened rabbit. He laughed, pointing a finger. You are more cowardly than you look. Siri's face turned crimson with shame and rage. Who has scared me? Scared of a mere human? Mana began to crackle around him. Don't make me laugh. Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch. He accepted the challenge. His expression stony as terrifying. Mana surged from his palm. Siri roared, losing all reason. Turn to ash and disappear. He unleashed a devastating blast. Here it comes. Kim Soo-hyun calmly waved his hand, not to block but to crush. He was ready to end this. Have it all. Two massive forces collided, lighting up the village. But the impossible happened. Kim Soo-hyun's energy didn't just meet the attack. It pierced straight through Siri's mana. Siri stood, frozen, his mind blank. My dragon breath. He pierced it. Defenseless, he could only watch as the overwhelming power rushed toward him. Ah, I see. In that split second, the realization hit him. The trembling, the retreat. He finally admitted it to himself. This is fear. He braced for death. But the impact never came. Someone had intervened at the last microsecond. Siri opened his eyes, gasping. It was Blang. He had dissipated the attack with a wave of his hand. Siri stammered, pale as a sheet. Elder Blang. That is enough. Blang's voice was stern. I wish for no bloodshed. I will overlook your disrespect toward my guest this once. Now leave. Siri bit his lip, indignation still burning in his eyes. Blang's expression darkened. You know there are those waiting for the Dragon King's return. But a dragon like me. His voice dropped, vibrating with suppressed power. Do you think you can handle the consequences? Siri shivered, the threat clear. He scrambled to his feet, trying to salvage his dignity. I will report this incident to Lord Kane immediately. Blang turned away, dismissive. Do as you please. As Siri leaped onto the rooftops and vanished, Blang watched him go with a heavy heart. Kim Soo-hyun broke the silence. I need an explanation. Blang nodded. Ask. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes were serious. Why is Mia branded a descendant of traitors? Blang closed his eyes, pain etched on his face. In this era, the red dragons bear the mark of Cain. Our kind has branded them all as traitors. You may not know this, but this Manhwa recap reveals that ancient red dragons possess the power to traverse dimensions. According to the gold dragons who fought in the Great War, the Reds abandoned us, fleeing to another world to save themselves. Blang clenched his fist. However, there are those of us who refuse to believe that narrative. I am one of them. But the younger generation, they have been raised on stories of hatred. Mia looked down, trembling. Kim Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes. Is there any actual proof? Or is this just hearsay? None, Blang admitted. Only the words of the survivors. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from above. Do you still doubt our truth? Blang. Blang spun around. It was Cain. Siri had made good on his threat. The young dragon stood behind his leader, a smug look of vengeance on his face. Cain stepped forward, his presence suffocating. After all this time, you still deny it. Blang's expression hardened as he locked eyes with the powerful dragon. Cain leaped from the rooftop landing with a heavy thud that shook the ground. Blang couldn't hide his shock. He hadn't expected the faction leader to show up personally. If you are here, personally. Blang started, but the air suddenly warped. Ripples of raw power began to distort the space around them. Portals tore open the sky. Dozens of Dragon Clan warriors emerged from the void. Kim Soo-hyun's instinct screamed danger. His hand flew to his sword hilt, ready for a bloodbath. Kim Soo-hyun's mind raced. Mass teleportation. In a system, Manhwa seeing so many high-level users with such a rare spatial skill is absurd. Figures appeared even near Blang. These weren't just Cain's lackeys. Judging by their golden auras, their energy signature was vastly superior to the blue dragons he had seen earlier. A dragon named Adam glared at Kim Soo-hyun with contempt. Is that the human filth accompanying the Traitor King's spawn? Another sneered. Dragon King's descendant, don't make me laugh. She is just the leftover trash of a traitor bloodline. Rand standing by, Blang shouted back. Silence, do not speak of unproven lies as if they were facts. Seeing the commotion escalate, Kane raised a hand, silencing the noise instantly. That is enough. The crushing pressure radiating from him choked the air, forcing everyone into submission. Kim Soo-hyun analyzed the situation. Indeed, no matter how arrogant the gold dragons are, this man's power is absolute. Kane's gaze swept over the crowd, before locking onto Mia with predatory intent. Listen well, he commanded, before asking sharply, why has a wretch like you crawled back here? You, who carries the filthy blood of traitors. Mia let out a soft, pained whimper, causing Kane to stroke his chin, and burst into cruel, mocking laughter. Is the esteemed descendant of the Dragon King a mute fool who can't even speak? His venomous words pierced her heart, and as tears spilled from Mia's eyes, Kane's grin only widened. Is crying for pity your only skill? How utterly pathetic. Blanc couldn't watch any longer and stepped in to intervene. Kane, you know the Dragon King's lineage matures slower than ours. She is but a child. Must you crush her spirit with such cruelty? Seeing Mia tremble under the injustice, Kim Soo-hyun's patience snapped. His voice dropped to a glacial growl. First, that blue dragon, and now, you lot. A terrifying aura exploded from his body. The very air vibrated as a massive wave of mana crashed down on them. Why are you all so hell-bent on making Mia cry? The dragons gasped in disbelief. Even Kane's eyes widened in shock. Was this truly the power of a mere human? Kim Soo-hyun pressed his advantage. What objective proof do you have that the Red Dragons betrayed your clan? Kane scoffed. I witnessed their abandonment with my own eyes. So you have zero evidence, Kim Soo-hyun countered coldly. Fine. I can't rewrite dragon history, but hear this. Go take your anger out on the ones who actually left, not a defenseless child. Kane recoiled, his jaw dropping in disbelief. What did you just say? Pointing at the trembling girl, Kim Soo-hyun declared. This child didn't abandon anyone, isolating and bullying her just because of her bloodline. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Kane tilted his head, his curiosity piqued by the human's fury. What is this hatchling to you? Why risk your life for her? I don't understand. Kim Soo-hyun gently patted Mia's head, his expression softening. We are family. Kane stared blankly for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. Family, how amusing. She may be innocent of the past, but hatred isn't easily extinguished. Kim Soo-hyun frowned, sensing a trap. Get to the point. What do you want? I will grant a chance for redemption, Kane announced. As Blanc surely told you, our clan is currently embroiled in a war. Retake the Dragon Pearl Forest. Do that, and both you and the Red Whelp will be acknowledged by the entire Dragon Clan. Blanc's face went pale, and he roared in protest. Kane, you're sending them to their deaths. Kane shrugged nonchalantly. I forced nothing. The choice lies entirely with the human and the Red Dragon. He looked down at Kim Soo-hyun. Well, what will it be? Kim Soo-hyun rubbed his chin in thought for a split second before answering calmly. Fine. I accept your conditions. Blanc spun around, grabbing him frantically. You fool. Do you know what that place is? It's a nesting ground for the deadliest monsters in the realm. We failed to retake it multiple times. If a human like you enters that forest, you are walking straight into your own grave. Kim Soo-hyun smirked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. No. The difficulty is perfect. It's just the right stage for me to crush their arrogance into dust. His eyes burned with absolute confidence. He knew he would conquer this trial. The sun began to dip behind the peaks, casting long shadows over the land. Blanc led them to the edge of a gloomy, foreboding woodland. This is the Dragon Pearl Forest. Kim Soo-hyun nodded. Thanks for the escort. We'll take it from here. Mia chirped a brave goodbye, but Blanc stood rooted to the spot, his heart heavy with worry for their grim fate. Suddenly, Blanc grabbed Kim Soo-hyun's wrist. Wait, I told you this isn't just dangerous. Listen, there are still dragons who believe in the Red Dragon lineage. It's not many, but I can rally them to negotiate with Kane. Kim Soo-hyun pulled his hand free and laughed heartily. Haha, don't worry, old man. I promise to return alive. As they vanished into the dense foliage, Blanc whispered a prayer to the wind. Elder Ellet, please watch over these children. Kim Soo-hyun immediately sensed countless eyes watching him from the dark. Haha, this tension. Just then, demonic wolves emerged from the shadows. Reminds me of the old days. He drew his blade, mana swirling around the steel. Time to start the slaughter. The massacre began. Kim Soo-hyun's sword danced, slicing clean through the neck of a massive demon wolf. One strike, one kill, but suddenly, a giant presence lunged from his blind spot. If they swarm me, I'll only be stalling. Kim Soo-hyun calculated instantly. A strategy formed. I need to control the flow of battle right now. A holographic window popped up, signaling a classic moment for any system Manhwa fan, activating Skill Predator's third eye. He waited for the beast to close in, then struck with surgical precision, sending the monster's head spinning into the air. This way, he thought, I can conserve mana and wipe them out efficiently. The previous strike proved it. His lethality had skyrocketed. Staring at his blood-drenched blade, he grinned. My strength is on a whole different level now. Carcasses littered the ground. Indeed, the Dragon Pearl Forest was the ultimate farming zone to grind experience. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Fortress, Ralph seethed. Lord Kane, are you really letting them go? I cannot forgive their existence. Think about it, a descendant of the Red Dragon's traitors who abandoned us being recognized as an heir. My faction is ready to act. Give the order, and I will slaughter that human and the traitor spawn myself. Kane set his tea down calmly. Relax, Ralph. The turtle resides in that forest. Turtle Ralph blinked. Kane's eyes shifted sideways, a cruel glint in them. The Titan turtle. We lost countless kin to it. Even I barely escaped with my life. Ralph gasped. It's that powerful, but that human seemed incredibly strong back at the village. Kane scoffed confidentially. For a human, sure. But if that display was his limit, he stands no chance against the Titan turtle alone. Deep within the Dragon Pearl Forest, darkness swallowed the world, signaling the beginning of a long night. System alerts flooded Kim Soo-hyun's vision. Your stats have ascended. You have acquired 2,000 achievement points. 3,000 points acquired. Kim Soo-hyun grinned, feeling the rush of this leveling manhwa. I got all this power just from a simple hunt. Excellent. This hunting ground is a goldmine. The trial was linked to rescuing Mia, but honestly, it was almost too easy for a system user. Kim Soo-hyun patted his companion. It is all thanks to you, little one. Mia beamed, radiating pure joy and satisfaction. He scanned the horizon. Strange. The monsters have vanished. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently beneath them. Mia stiffened, sensing a colossal power surging nearby. The little dragon stared at the ground, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Kim Soo-hyun noticed her distress. What is it, Mia? What do you see? A monstrous rhythm grew louder, thumping against his eardrums. That sound. Mia's expression darkened with anxiety. Her instincts screamed that a catastrophe was imminent. Kim Soo-hyun focused on the noise. Is that a heartbeat? Golden light erupted from the earth beneath him. Mia moved. The red dragon grabbed him, launching them both into the sky. A Titan turtle burst from the soil, its maw gaping like a bottomless abyss. If Mia had hesitated for even a second, they would have been swallowed whole. Now it made sense why the area was empty. We had trespassed into the domain of a Titan turtle. This was the very beast that survived in the memories Blank showed me. Its defense is legendary, usually only found in deep blue rank dungeons. Kim Soo-hyun clung to Mia as they soared higher, putting distance between them and the beast. This makes no sense, he thought. Titan turtles are not territorial creatures. Their insatiable hunger forces them to wander endlessly, never staying in one spot. Is it guarding something? He glanced down. Mia's eyes were wide with fury, her growls turning savage. She wants to fight that thing. Mia was never this aggressive without cause. A realization struck him like lightning. Could she be sensing an artifact of the Dragon King? A confident smirk played on his lips. It had to be the Dragon Pearl. Kim Soo-hyun shouted, his voice filled with battle spirit. Let's do this, Mia. The Titan turtle unleashed a massive shockwave of force from its maw. Mia dove straight through the chaos. The beast snapped its jaws shut, thinking it had caught its prey, but they were too fast. At the last second, the red dragon swooped beneath its chin, while Kim Soo-hyun launched himself onto the monster's skull. Their synchronized assault left the Titan turtle disoriented. Kim Soo-hyun closed the distance, slipping into a gap in its defenses. Perfect. The shell is opening. Now Mia, catch the red dragon, unleashed a scorching fireball, a breath of pure destruction. The blast slammed into the Titan turtle's back with a deafening boom. Seizing the moment, Kim Soo-hyun gripped his blade. He channeled every ounce of his ki, condensing his mana into the steel for a fatal strike. His eyes flashed. End of the line. Burst. The moment his tip touched, the beast blinding light erupted. A torrent of mana exploded outward, consuming the enemy. The monster's death wail tore through the air, shaking the entire forest to its very roots. He unleashed the wave sword explosion. The blast was cataclysmic, tearing through the silent night like a divine judgment. As the dust settled and dawn broke over the horizon, the Titan Turtle's massive head rolled across the ground. Kim Soo-hyun and Mia caught their breath in the crater. That Titan Turtle, he panted, was tougher than I expected. Without the Tyrant Demon Sword, that would have been a nightmare. The Tyrant Sword Blast is a skill that scales directly with the user's mana capacity. Combined with his level 8 mana and the amplification effects, it becomes a devastating technique that few can hope to wield in this awakening manhwa. But it has a fatal flaw. The user must push their mana flow to the absolute limit. In other words, you need a weapon capable of containing that overwhelming power. That is why the Tyrant Demon Sword is the perfect vessel. Kim Soo-hyun smiled as he watched the blade repair itself. The wonders of adamantium. It is not just the sharpest and most durable metal in existence. It possesses the miraculous ability of self-regeneration. In my past life, I was the only one who could master this technique. He turned to share the moment with Mia, only to freeze. The red dragon was happily gnawing on a chunk of Titan turtle bone. Kim Soo-hyun stood there utterly speechless. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon tribe's city, Blank stood atop a high spire, gazing into the distance. Kane approached him, his voice laced with suspicion. "You have gotten quite cozy with them in such a short time, haven't you?" Blank replied coldly. "If you are here to spew nonsense, leave." Kane scowled. "Do you still not trust me? I am your old friend. Your doubt wounds me." Blank lowered his voice. "It is not about trust, but I know the red dragons. They are not a species capable of such treachery." Kane doubled down, his voice hard. "I saw it with my own eyes. I lived through that nightmare." Blank glanced at him. "Kane, without you, our tribe would have fallen long ago. But the red dragon has returned. We must reconsider the future of the dragon race. It is not too late. If we unite our forces with that human and the red dragon, we can reclaim the dragon pearl and take back our world." Kane grit his teeth, spitting out the words, "That damned red dragon." He glared at Blank. "If that is why you are waiting, then wake up from your fantasy. The dragon pearl is gone, and that little red beast is destined to die." Kane's resolve was like iron. "Say what you will, but my decision and the outcome will not change." He turned and stormed off. Kane, Blank shouted, rushing after him. Suddenly, a pillar of blinding light erupted from the Dragon Pearl Forest. Blank froze his eyes, locking onto the terrifying surge of power. Kane halted. He spun around, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Impossible, this energy." As the beam pierced the heavens, he whispered, "Could it be the Dragon Pearl?" Blank didn't hesitate. He leapt from the tower, transforming into a majestic blue dragon in midair. Kane called out, his mind racing with confusion. But there was no time to think. He shifted into his dragon form and chased after Blank. "It cannot be," Kane thought frantically. The Titan Turtle swallowed the pearl long ago. The image of Kim Soo-hyun flashed in his mind. Did that human actually kill the beast? Blank reached the forest in seconds. Over there, he spotted the source. Both dragons descended, shifting back into their human forms as their feet touched the earth. Kim Soo-hyun stood calm amidst the chaos, the legendary dragon pearl pulsing in his grasp. Kane and Blank stepped forward, their eyes widening in absolute disbelief at the sight before them. Had the calamitous Titan Turtle truly fallen to a mere human? Kim Soo-hyun met their gaze and smirked. That was quicker than expected. Blank let out a choked gasp, his soul trembling as he locked eyes with the sacred artifact. With a casual flick, Kim Soo-hyun tossed the priceless treasure through the air. Blank snatched it, tears streaming down his face. This was it, the real Dragon Pearl. After an eternity of darkness, the light had finally returned. The endless war against the abyssal remnants had brought nothing but shame and defeat. Once proud rulers, they had been reduced to hiding in a desolate village, clinging to survival. Countless times he had prayed to the heavens. If only a red dragon still lived. Or even just this. If only they possessed the Dragon Pearl. Blank's voice trembled with conviction. This was the dragon race's ultimate artifact. Its mere presence amplified their aura, but in the hands of a red dragon, they could bend the very laws of nature to their will. A radiant smile broke through his tears. The pearl and the dragon were reunited. Finally, salvation for this broken world was within reach. "We owe you everything," Blank declared, bowing his head to Mia and Kim Soo-hyun. Around them, the air shimmered as dragons from all corners sensed the ancient energy and descended from the skies. Those like Blank, who had kept the faith, beamed with joy. The elders, survivors of the ancient war, wept openly as the nostalgia of a glorious past washed over them. Even those who despised the red lineage were silenced by the pearl's overwhelming pressure. Yet, amidst the celebration, Kane stood frozen in calculation. His plan to exile the red dragons had just been incinerated. The artifact's power was undeniable. Fighting it now would be suicide. He had to retreat, adapt, and weave a new web of lies. Cain cleared his throat, masking his malice. To think you slew the Titan turtle and retrieved our treasure. Impressive. In light of this contribution, we shall graciously allow the red dragons to rejoin our clan. Kim Soo-hyun's expression turned icy. You truly have no shame, do you? Cain blinked, his mask slipping. Excuse me. Ignoring him, Kim Soo-hyun placed the pearl into Mia's mouth. Enough games. It is time to shatter the lies. Open your eyes and witness the truth. The pearl erupted with blinding intensity. A surge of awakening Manhwa energy exploded from within, enveloping Mia in a golden cocoon of transcendent mana. A primal roar shook the heavens. Kim Soo-hyun's voice cut through the storm. Behold, gaze upon the true form of your sovereign. The crowd gasped, mesmerized by the projection manifesting from the pearl. The dragonkin below trembled in awe. Could it be a crimson dragon? The spiritual pressure was suffocating. One dragon turned to the elder. Elder Cain, who is that magnificent being? Cain stood paralyzed, sweat beading on his forehead. Impossible. He recognized that face. As the colossal red dragon manifested in the sky, the clan erupted. Lord Ellis the King has returned. Even Kim Soo-hyun was taken aback. Seeing the legendary figure in this manhwa recap moment was truly breathtaking. He glanced at the small dragon beside him. Would Mia one day hold such majesty? By then his human life would have long since faded to dust. A shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes. Even if he reached the peak of human longevity, she would endure 9 centuries of solitude after he was gone. Perhaps it would be a mercy if she erased him from her memory. The words of Song Yu-chan finally resonated within him. He couldn't walk this eternal path by her side. For her sake, forgetting him might be the only kindness. As Kim Soo-hyun drifted into the abyss of his thoughts, a booming voice snapped him back to reality. Is the microphone on? Can I speak now? The celestial dragon dissolved into golden particles, coalescing into the form of a middle-aged man. Ellis chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha. Trying to set a dramatic mood is harder than it looks. Well, did you feel my overwhelming majesty? He grinned. How does it feel to stand before the first descendant of the great Dragon King? A violet-haired dragonkin whispered, such regal aura. Sif too was floored. He is nothing like the history books described. Blank smirked. That is just how Lord Elis has always been. Another elder stroked his chin. Time hasn't changed the old fool. Elis beamed. How have my children been fares? I have been dying to know how you survived after my passing. His voice suddenly dipped heavy with regret. Though it breaks my heart that I cannot witness your prosperity with my own eyes. Elis crossed his arms, sighing deeply. Listen well. The abominations that mimicked our form, they were destined to vanish, along with us, dragged into a dimension far from here. My crimson brethren and I, our souls were shredded apart to seal them away. That was the price of victory. The Dragon Clan was thunderstruck. Whispers erupted like wildfire. He died. The red dragons didn't abandon us. Is this an illusion? No, Blang observed with sharp eyes. This is the supreme art. The resurrection of consciousness. A divine technique that preserves the ego and memories of the departed, anchoring their spirit to the living world for one final message. In other words, Ellis is truly gone. Adam whirled around to face the elder. Cain, explain this. Unaware of the tension, Ellis called out. How is Cain doing? I hope that child is carrying the burden of leadership well. When I knew my end was near, he was the only one I could trust with the future of our people. Though he was always a bit. Ellis paused, his expression softening. I am sorry, Cain. It must have been a crushing weight to bear alone. But I believe in you. He smiled, fading away. I will be waiting for you all in the distant future. I leave our family in your hands. With those final words, the image of Ellis dissolved into shimmering ribbons of golden light. The silence was deafening, until Blang spoke, his voice trembling with realization. So that was it. That is why you branded the saviors as traitors. You twisted our history and dishonored their sacrifice. Mana surged around Blang as his rage boiled over. Cain. A chilling, maniacal laugh cut through the air. Cain slowly turned eyes cold. Hilarious. Does the truth even matter? I am the one who guided you through the hell of survival. I sacrificed everything for this clan. Yet the moment a dead ghost appears, you wag your tails for the red lineage. Dark energy swirled in Cain's hand. Know your place. I am the Dragon King now. With a roar of fury, Cain unleashed a devastating blast of energy. Shields up. Blang screamed, bracing for impact. Kane's power was no joke, it was the strength of a tyrant. The attack tore through the air, slamming into the defensive barrier with cataclysmic force. The earth groaned and shattered under the sheer weight of the explosion. Two colossal forces collided, crushing the very air with their spiritual pressure. In that terrifying moment, Blanc realized the truth. Kane was the undisputed monster among them. He had pinned his hopes on the Dragon Orb's protection, but fate was cruel. The orb didn't just empower the allies, it was feeding Kane's catastrophic strength as well. Gritting his teeth until they nearly cracked, he poured every ounce of mana into the barrier. But fear clawed at his heart. He knew his limits were screaming. Suddenly, Mia lunged forward, unleashing a hellstorm of crimson flames. Caught off guard, the tyrant couldn't believe the sheer destructive potential of a red dragon. The impact was absolute. Kane was blasted backward, unable to withstand the scorching heat. Soo-hyun let out a cold laugh. You want to be a king, acknowledged by all, too bad for you. The true monarch has returned. Kane scrambled out of the debris, humiliated. Panic seized him. Realizing his defeat was imminent, Kane snatched the dragon orb in desperation. He unleashed his true form, soaring into the sky to escape his doom. Blank screamed, "He's escaping, don't let him go." But Soo-hyun calmly summoned a spear. "No," he whispered, eyes locking onto his prey. "We end this now." Locking onto the target, he gripped the weapon tight. Time for this artifact to live up to its legendary name, the Dragon Slayer Spear Nia. But Soo-hyun calculated rapidly the spear alone wasn't enough. He had to alter the laws of his 3 coin swords to reinforce the weapon's durability. Mana exploded around him, wrapping the spear in a blinding aura. With a thunderous boom, he launched the lance from the ground. High above, a chill ran down Kane's spine. "What is that?" Kane scoffed internally. "Nothing can match my speed." But his confidence shattered in an instant. The Spear of Judgment was already at his neck. Impact. The spear tore a massive hole through his colossal body. Agonizing screams echoed through the heavens as the dragon writhed in the air. But the flesh began to knit together rapidly. With the dragon orb clamped in his jaws, Kane smirked internally. That should have been fatal. But the orb grants me immortality. Just as relief washed over him, Soo-hyun's voice cut through the wind. "Don't celebrate just yet." Soo-hyun stood atop Mia's back, commanding again. Seeing the pursuit, Kane gathered apocalyptic energy in his gut. Soo-hyun flooded his spear with power. "Let's finish this." Kane unleashed a catastrophic breath of fire. Undeterred, Soo-hyun drove his spear straight into the inferno. The collision shook the sky. Golden light exploded like a supernova. When the dust settled, both warriors remained, but Kane was already launching his next assault. Mia weaved through the shockwaves, closing the distance. Soo-hyun drew his blade. "Mia, buy me a second, I'll take his head." The red dragon inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flame. Cornered Kane roared, "You bastards! You think that half-baked power can defeat a king?" Kane rained down counterattacks, screaming in fury. "You should have faded away in silence. Why did you crawl back here?" Why? Kane hurled curses and fireballs in a frenzy. But the red dragon ignored his ravings, dancing through the scorching hellscape with silent grace. "I am the king of this tribe," Kane bellowed. That was the moment Mia launched her silent counterattack. "I am the hero." A massive shockwave slammed into his jaw, silencing him instantly. Watching his attack dissipate, terror finally gripped Kane's heart. "No, this is impossible." "He blocked my breath attack." Mia's voice turned ice cold. "I don't know much about kings, but I know what a hero is. A hero never looks down on the weak. You are nothing." Soo-hyun smirked. "Well said." Kane gnashed his teeth, blind with rage. Soo-hyun leaped high, gripping his hilt with both hands. He poured his soul into the blade. "That is definitely not a hero." Kane stared in horror. "That power. How can a mere human possess such aura?" He screamed in denial. "Don't mock me." But the blinding light consumed his vision. I am the hero." The blade descended like divine lightning. Kaboom! A heaven-shaking explosion tore through the sky as Soo-hyun unleashed his entire mana reserve in one strike. The shockwave was apocalyptic, kicking up a storm of dust. The dragonkin below watched in trembling awe. Can a human truly wield such godlike mana? "Elder Just, who is that monster?" Blanc laughed heartily. "I haven't the faintest idea, but one thing is certain. He is our savior." Soo-hyun stood atop Mia, radiating the aura of a true legend. With Kane dead, the stigma on the red dragon was washed away. No longer a traitor, but a hero of the clan. Mia ascended as the new Dragon King, accepting the tribe's eternal loyalty. But since she was still young, Blanc would shoulder the burden of leadership for now. With the Dragon Orb's power, the dragons recovered their strength. Thus began a fierce campaign to reclaim their territory from the monster hordes. The war raged for half a year, ending in a glorious victory for the dragon race. Peace finally returned to the world, and life fell back into its gentle rhythm. Blanc and Seth strolled through the woods. Good work. We're almost finished. Seth smiled brightly. Yeah, who would have thought this forest could change so much? Blanc sighed gratefully. True. I still don't know how we can ever repay Soo-hyun. Suddenly, a frantic voice shouted from behind. Elder Blanc turned. What's with the rush? Gasping for air, the messenger reported He's missing again, Blanc facepalmed. Good heavens, again, I specifically told him to rest. Why is he so obsessed with grinding? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Mia and Soo-hyun obliterated another beast. The leveling Manhwa interface chimed. You earned 20,000 achievement points. Current, total 854,455. Soo-hyun wiped the sweat from his brow. See that Mia land grinding is the absolute best. This last half year wasn't a waste at all. The system status window flashed open. Name Kim Soo-hyun. Mana level 8. Strength 89. Agility 90. Vitality 83. Reflexes 91. Progress 99.98%. Would you like to complete the challenge? He sheathed his blade with a satisfied smile. Progress is basically 100%. Looks like it's finally time to go home. Soo-hyun gazed at the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in blood-red hues. When I first arrived, this place was terrifying. Now, saving this world feels like it was worth every drop of sweat. He glanced at the red dragon thoughts, drifting in silence. By the time darkness swallowed the land, they had returned to the castle. Soo-hyun gently pried the window open, sliding into his room. But suddenly, a voice pierced the silence. Did you really think no one would notice you sneaking out? Blanc stood with his arms crossed, his aura radiating impatience within the chamber. He spoke slowly. Didn't we swear to hunt together? Walking into the jaws of death alone wasn't part of the deal. Did I forget? Kim Soo-hyun scratched his head, feigning innocence with an awkward laugh. Haha, my bad. Blanc sighed, scolding him. You really just do whatever you want, don't you? Kim Soo-hyun leaped inside, landing on the floor with a solid thud. His expression hardened instantly. Elder, it's time for me to return. Blanc nodded slowly. Ah, that's right. You mentioned you hailed from a different dimension. Kim Soo-hyun replied. Because of that, I have a favor to ask. Blanc raised an eyebrow in surprise. Name it. If it is within my power, consider it done. Kim Soo-hyun turned his gaze toward the red dragon Mia, who was snoozing blissfully on the cold ground. Can I entrust Mia to your care while I'm gone? Blanc blinked, clearly taken aback. Where is this coming from? All of a sudden, Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped to a gentle whisper. I've been agonizing over this ever since I arrived. Mia's lifespan dwarfs mine by centuries. If I die, she'll be left alone in a cruel world. It's better she stays here. Blanc narrowed his eyes. I see. In that case, I refuse your request. Kim Soo-hyun gasped, completely caught off guard. Blanc stared deep into his soul and declared, Who am I to dictate the destiny of a dragon king? The choice has never been ours to make. The only one who decides is the king herself. Kim Soo-hyun looked back at Mia, the little dragon smiling in her sleep, dreaming of happy things. System alert synchronization at 99.98%. Trial of the 40th floor, cleared. Calculating your achievement ranking. Rank first place. Access granted to the 41st floor. Strength +1. Mana +1. Reward. 2 million achievement points acquired. The luxurious item shop chimed with a greeting. Welcome. What treasure does the hero seek today? Thanks to the system, Kim Soo-hyun had secured bonus stats as a reward. Every attribute surged with power, though his mana remained steady. He also received the Dragon Pearl, a legendary item soulbound to the Holy Beast. With a staggering 10,544,455 achievement points, Kim Soo-hyun didn't hesitate. He gestured grandly. I'll take every single elixir you have in stock. Not long ago, within the endless void, a voice called out to me. My eyelids felt like lead, but when I finally opened them, the hero known as Kim Sung-in was gone. In his place, a man named Kim Soo-hyun awakened, a man haunted by the memory of failing to protect a single soul. The past is carved in stone. My friends Jo Daeho and Yuna are lost to time, but fate has granted me a second chance. A new chapter begins now. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Singapore, gridlock paralyzed the city. Drivers stepped out of their vehicles, frustration boiling over as they stared at the jammed roads. One driver leaned on his horn, screaming, "What's the holdup? Move it!" Suddenly, a deafening rumble tore through the heavens. Boom! The driver's jaw dropped as he looked up in terror. A massive dimensional gate ripped open the sky, crackling with jagged bolts of blue lightning. Panic set in instantly. "It's a blue dungeon," someone screamed. "Wait, isn't this the first one ever recorded? Surely the awakened hunters will handle it." Trembling, he snatched his phone to dial the emergency hotline. "I have to report this now." The call connected instantly. "Hunter Management Bureau. How may we assist?" But before the operator could finish, the man's eyes glazed over in pure horror. Triple AHH. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The line went dead. Emerging from the gate was a monstrosity of death, a colossal zombie. The Lich King had arrived. He floated ominously in the sky. The dungeon break had begun. Screams of the damned filled the streets. "Run, save yourselves. The blue dungeon has opened." The Lich King gathered chaotic energy, a blinding purple sphere of destruction. The pressure was suffocating, and with a flick of his wrist, he dropped the apocalypse right into the city center. Kaboom! A shockwave of annihilation swept outward, vaporizing everything in a blinding flash of light. Skyscrapers crumbled like sandcastles. One man tried to outrun the blast, but the shockwave caught him, turning his body into instant ash. In a heartbeat, resistance proved futile against such overwhelming power. Where the city once stood, only a massive smoking crater remained. The Lich King peered down from his throne of air, his crown pulsing with a sinister light. Meanwhile, at the Korean command center, Kim Soo-hyun gripped a report, his knuckles white. The casualty numbers were catastrophic. A dark shadow fell over his face as he read the title, "Blue Dungeon Impact Analysis." Singapore was wiped off the map in an instant. The entity wasn't just a lich. It was a high-tier catastrophe-class monster that erased an entire metropolis solo. An elite squad of S-class hunters had mobilized, but they were swatted like flies. The raid failed. The destruction was absolute. The death toll spiraled into the hundreds of thousands. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes narrowed. In his past life, the Lich King was the nightmare that haunted the world. Back then, to stop the Lich King's legion in China, countless hunters threw their lives into the meat grinder. They eventually slew the beast, but the cost was too high. Jo Daeho fell. Yuna perished. We lost everything that mattered. But this timeline is different. Kim Soo-hyun thought, clenching his fist against his chest. "I have the strength now. I won't let history repeat its tragedy." Suddenly, he froze. His eyes locked onto a specific paragraph in this manhwa recap. The report only mentioned the explosion and the fallout. The Lich King, the architect of this hell, had simply vanished into thin air. Cold sweat trickled down Kim Soo-hyun's back. The dungeon disappeared. That's impossible. A dungeon appearing and then vanishing. That defied all logic, even based on his past life memories. What in the world is going on? Was this the Lich King's special ability? No, that didn't happen before. Did he have a collaborator working from the shadows? Could it be Fafnir? Kim Soo-hyun wondered. If not, who summoned the dungeon? Questions swirled in his mind like a hurricane. Was it a duel? Dungeon break? No, that didn't fit. He had to assume the Lich King was acting alone. The priority was interception. He pondered deeply. If the monster vanished before the strike team arrived, how could they possibly hunt it? He slammed the documents down, frustration gnawing at him. It was a tactical dead end. Suddenly, the sky over Seoul turned pitch black, and thunder roared like a warning from the gods. Panic seized the streets below as eyes turned skyward. A spatial rift tore open above the skyscrapers, birthing a nightmare. A voice cracked with terror. "Damn it, is that a dungeon gate opening?" From the abyss of the rift, a skeletal monstrosity craned its neck, peering into our world. Following close behind a legion of horrors, began their descent. A death knight, mounted on a phantom steed, signaled the charge. Their forces were overwhelming, flooding into the city like a tide of death. The Lich King stood atop a throne of bone, his aura radiating a soul-freezing chill. With a twisted grin, he gave the command. "Slaughter them all." Tentacles whipped out, crushing fleeing civilians with devastating force. A cyclopean horror swept through the streets, while a giant reduced screaming victims to ash with a wave of his hand. Brave awakened warriors tried to mount a defense, but the gap in power was absolute. Humanity was woefully outmatched in this awakening manhwa scenario. Skeleton mages rained down beams of destruction, scorching the earth. Above them, the shadow of a colossal bone dragon blotted out the sun. The boss atop the dragon's side, finding the massacre boringly easy. Meanwhile, deep within the Awakened Management Bureau, hurried footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. A man stumbled forward, clutching a bleeding wound on his abdomen. Gasping for air, he slapped a blood-soaked hand against the scanner, forcing the secure doors open. No matter how close to death he was, Jo Yui refused to collapse. His will was iron. The staff leaped from their desks in shock. "Chief, you're wounded." He limped into the command center, waving them off. "Just a minor scuffle." Ignoring the pain, he barked, "Status report now." But as his eyes hit the main monitor, his blood ran cold. Impossible. The radar was a sea of red warning signals. A staffer whispered, trembling, "Are those all monsters?" "Briefing, sir." S-class hunters Jinung and Song Hoi-ki were on site when the leveling Manhwa logic kicked in and the gate exploded. Their quick reaction minimized civilian casualties, but both S-class hunters sustained critical injuries. "The enemy is too strong and too numerous. We have analyzed 3 main invasion vectors. One entity is acting alone, possessing power far exceeding a blue-rank dungeon boss. Fortunately, Captain Park Yoon-sung-gyu and his elite squad have engaged the target and are attempting to contain the threat. The second wave consists of the Kraken and Cyclops. Their threat level is lower, resulting in manageable damage estimates. A strike team has been deployed to counter them. The association is executing a systematic containment protocol. The final front is the most dire. An army of bone soldiers, led by a Death Knight. Even our high rankers are being overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. This is a code red situation." The reporter's voice trembled with rising panic. "We currently have no strategy to stop the Death Knight." Joe Uwe gritted his teeth, slamming his hands on the table. "What about international reinforcements? Ida is unconfirmed, sir." "They are en route, bud." The staffer hesitated. "I doubt we can hold the line until they arrive." Despair washed over the room. Damn it. Even without the main boss, these 3 armies could erase the nation from the map. Suddenly, realization struck Joe Uwe like a lightning bolt. His voice spiked with terror. "Wait a second, the Lich King, who is handling the main boss right now?" The reporter paused, the tension thick in the air. Then, a small knowing smile tugged at his lips. A smile of hope. In the heart of the inferno where the city lay in ruins, one legendary figure stood against the darkness. Kim Soo-hyun had arrived to rewrite the ending. He stood unshakable atop a blazing red dragon, staring down the Lich King and his bone dragon. The villain's voice rasped out, sounding like the depths of hell itself. "I can taste it." The Lich gloated as he watched the hunters fall. "Your fear, your absolute despair. Let my minions pierce your flesh and harvest your souls. Your sorrow and agony shall become fuel for my ascension. Consider it an honor to be consumed by me. Your deaths are a divine gift that grants me infinite power." Suddenly, the Lich's arrogance shattered. Before he could react, the world erupted into flames. His bone dragon roared instinctively, firing a breath of decay to counter the threat. Death energy clashed with holy fire. The impact created a shockwave that tore through the heavens. The sky turned into a chaotic swirl of smoke and ash. Bursting through the haze, Kim Soo-hyun and his dragon descended like a meteor. His gaze was colder than ice, sharp enough to cut the enemy into 1,000 pieces just by looking at them. Without hesitation, he leaped from his mount. Blue flames ignited on his blade, but suddenly massive dark chains erupted from the void to intercept him. Kim Soo-hyun was immobilized instantly, his limbs bound by the chains of darkness. An ominous purple light pulsed through the abyss. The Lich King charged a sphere of annihilation. "Did you come here just to die, human?" He couldn't believe a mere mortal would challenge him. But Kim Soo-hyun's voice remained terrifyingly calm. "I was worried you wouldn't show up. If you had slaughtered everyone and closed the dungeon before I arrived, I would have missed my chance to hunt you." The Lich King froze, unable to comprehend the sheer audacity of this human. "But this is perfect." A wave of bloodlust exploded from Kim Soo-hyun, shaking the Lich to his core. The chains binding him shattered like glass. "You saved me the trouble of finding you." Mana surged from his body like a volcanic eruption. In a flash of speed that defied physics, he vanished into thin air. Before the monster could blink, a blue flash sealed his fate. Kim Soo-hyun sliced the Lich King in two with a single devastating stroke. The creature didn't even have time to scream. What is this power?" As the Lich crumbled, Kim Soo-hyun's deep voice echoed with mockery. "Thank you for walking straight into your own grave." The strike landed, but the battle wasn't over. The Lich King collapsed onto his dragon, his severed body knitting back together with dark magic. This boss fight was just getting started. The Lich King's voice grated like grinding bones echoing from the abyss. "I have made my decision." Fury burned within him, ignited by the sheer audacity of this mortal's provocation. "I shall reconstruct your very being into a lich." The orb in his grasp erupted with blinding dominance. "You will serve as my eternal thrall, enslaved until the end of time." Kim Soo-hyun refused to back down, his presence towering. "Sorry to disappoint." A chilling azure flame ignited in his palm, dancing with lethal intent. "But this is where your story ends. Without a second thought, they clashed. A cataclysmic collision of energy shattered the very air around them. Meanwhile, the other awakened warriors fought desperately to suppress the monster tide. The Kraken writhed in agony, bombarded by relentless beams of searing light. The guild forces poured everything they had into restraining the colossal beast. Pour on the firepower. We need to drain its mana reserves. The squad unleashed hell upon Lee Do-ho's command, but the commander bit his lip, cold sweat trickling down his face. This is bad. We're barely holding the line. He knew their stamina was fading fast. If the Liches break through to our position, this Manhwa recap turns into a tragedy. We're finished. Suddenly, a scout perched high above screamed down emergency. Lee Do-ho's heart slammed against his ribs. Report. What is it? Shielding his eyes from the scorching heat of the encroaching Liches, the scout pointed. Dark figures. Cloaked shadows approaching fast. Lee Do-ho's pupils contracted in sheer disbelief. They're moving at Godspeed. Lee Do-ho roared to his unit. Defensive formation now. We have to adapt or die. The Mage class Awakened continued their barrage on the Kraken, forced to keep their distance from its devastating reach. Vanguards. Protect the casters with your lives. Energy beams pierced the chaos, tearing through shields. But then the scout narrowed his eyes. Something else was out there, a blur moving with terrifying speed, tailing the Liches. In a split second, Liches were decapitated before they even knew they were dead. The scout gasped. It's him. That lunatic is here. Thomas rampaged through the battlefield with manic glee. I told you to play with me. The lead Lich panicked, accelerating desperately. That monster caught up to us. The undead rearguard trampled each other to escape. Move, move, don't block my path, one shouted. Just kill him, but another screamed back. You fools, have you forgotten the horror he unleashed? Thomas was a living nightmare to the undead legion. He made skeletons weep tears of blood. 300 believers vanished in an instant, the sky torn apart by a rain of hydro arrows, sending the bone piles screaming to the afterlife. An instant later, crimson arrows materialized before Thomas picking off the fleeing enemies, one by one with lethal precision. Soon the ground was nothing but craters and rolling skulls. Thomas pouted, looking dejected as he poked a motionless skull. Come on, move. I still want to play. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shook the earth, drawing his gaze upward. Before anyone realized it, Thomas was perched right behind the besieged Kraken. His eyes sparkled with pure chaotic excitement. Ooh, an octopus. A big, giant octopus. He danced with supernatural agility. Let's play together. The poor Kraken, already fighting for its life, suddenly took a massive blow to the dome. Caught off guard, the beast lost its balance and toppled forward. Lee Do-ho and his team watched in horror as the mountain of flesh came crashing toward them. What in the world? Thinking fast, Lee Do-ho shouted for their ultimate shield. Yoon Son Jung-hoon. The tanker reacted instantly, his stoic purple eyes locking onto the impact point. In a heartbeat, Jung-hoon deployed a colossal barrier shielding the Sanctuary Guild members. The Kraken's massive head slammed into the golden energy wall with a deafening crunch. Thomas, blinded by the flash, teared up. He puffed his cheeks in childish frustration, gathering his rage before delivering another devastating punch to the Kraken's noggin. That hurt you, dummy. The force of the blow drove the monster's head into the barrier with such intensity that the great shield shattered into a million fragments of light. Thomas looked at the scene with teary puppy eyes. The Kraken was stone dead, flattened by his two-hit combo. No, I still wanted to play with it. Lee Do-ho marched over and pinched Thomas's cheek. Read the room. Are you serious right now? Suddenly, a massive explosion in the sky stole their attention. That blast came from Kim Soo-hyun's direction, Lee Do-ho surmised. Hearing the name Thomas bounced up like a pogo stick. Kim Soo-hyun? I want to go see Kim Soo-hyun. He thrashed around like a toddler. Let me go. Let me go. Lee Do-ho put him in a headlock. You aren't going anywhere. You're helping me. But one question remained. Where was Hawk-jun miles away? The swordsman in question was gasping for air, his stamina draining rapidly. He stood like a fortress before Yun. Facing the strongest of the three monstrosities, Hawk-jun's grip tightened around his blade until his knuckles turned white. The polished steel reflected the terrifying visage of his foe. Don't worry, he grit through clenched teeth, making a solemn vow. I will protect you. Hawk-jun raised his blade high, the steel erupting in scorching flames. His entire body pulsed with crimson mana. Slash! A silent incantation echoed in his mind. He unleashed the sun and moon slash, a blade of wind so sharp it sheared the air itself. The skeleton before him disintegrated its jaw, bones spinning into the light. The fodder mobs were annihilated by Hawk-jun's sword art. Yet he fell to his knees, gasping for breath, his expression grave. From the dust, silent footsteps crushed the fallen skulls. A fresh wave of undead warriors emerged, radiating fury. I can't keep burning mana like this, Hawk-jun realized. I'll run dry. His eyes darted to the Death Knight, sitting atop its phantom steed, waiting a predator, biding its time. I need to save my strength for the boss. He dropped into a crouch, driving his sword into the earth. There was no other option. In this brutal awakening, Manhwa world weakness meant death. I haven't mastered this technique yet, but I have to use it now. At his command, beams of light shot up from the ground, circling him in a radiant formation of power. Summoned ethereal blades hovered above him like a halo of death. The sword chi surged, blowing back his hair, to reveal a fierce determination. Annihilate them. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hyun's battle with the Lich King had reached a fever pitch. Every fireball Miru launched was countered by the Bone Dragon. Two opposing forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the dimension. The Lich King pulled back his hand, gathering a singularity of dark energy. Seizing the moment Kim Soo-hyun was blinded by dust, the Lich struck. A beam of destruction rained down looking like divine judgment but feeling like pure hell. But Kim Soo-hyun was ready. Third eye open, his system skill activated, and the massive wave of dark energy headed straight for him, simply evaporated into nothingness. The Lich King froze in disbelief. He never expected his attack to be nullified so easily. Kim Soo-hyun launched himself off the skeletal dragon, soaring high into the air. His blade cold yet crackling with fierce energy sliced upward in a flash. Reacting on instinct, the Lich King summoned a swirling orb of darkness in his palm. He levitated off the dragon, weaving a curse of wailing spirits with his very movements. The third eye of Kim Soo-hyun, still blazing with active power, flashed violently. In an instant, the imposing magic circle and the twin streams of vengeful spirits were shattered into nothingness. This was no fluke. The Lich King finally grasped the terrifying truth. Kim Soo-hyun was closing the distance, systematically dismantling every single attack thrown his way. The blade in his grip erupted with blinding radiance. A wave of pure sword energy slashed out a beacon of light, tearing through the suffocating veil of darkness. White light swallowed the Lich King whole, as Kim Soo-hyun brought his sword crashing down, a strike that pierced through all creation. The skeletal dragon beneath them couldn't withstand the shockwave, crumbling into drifting dust. Drained of its dark vitality, the beast couldn't even struggle before vanishing. Kim Soo-hyun kicked off the debris, landing gracefully back on Miri's back in midair. His gaze remained locked on the impact zone, his sword now stained a pitch-black hue. The destructive force of that strike had obliterated the Lich King without leaving a single bone behind. But suddenly, the monster reappeared, holding a cracked shield. Kim Soo-hyun had predicted this resilient cockroach would survive. He had finally been forced to play his trump card. That barrier was the legendary Life Shield. It possessed a terrifying attribute: every ounce of damage inflicted upon it would be dispersed among his entire undead legion. As long as that shield held, the Lich King was effectively immortal. It was his absolute defense. However, Kim Soo-hyun was intimately familiar with its fatal flaw. It meant only one thing. Kim Soo-hyun clenched his fist, charging in without a shred of mercy. If he shattered that shield, the entire undead army would be wiped out in a single blow. His fist slammed down, sending a catastrophic tremor through the protective sphere. The Lich King trembled in pure panic. What kind of monstrous strength was this? A cold smirk played on Kim Soo-hyun's lips. Ah, right. Before stepping into this system Manhwa nightmare, he had paid a visit to the item shop. Welcome, what do you desire? He had spent his points with reckless abandon. With over 10,054,455 achievement points in the bank, he demanded every strength potion available. Strength, stat 97. This was the overwhelming trump card he had prepared for this very battle. Now, the Lich King's life shield began to crack under the pressure of pure terror. The consequences were immediate. The city below became an inferno of unquenchable flames, and thousands of skeleton soldiers collapsed as their life force was forcibly drained. The Shadow Army continued to ruthlessly cut down anyone foolish enough to approach. Their commander held his ground, gripping his sword with unwavering vigilance. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon took hold. The skeletons were bathed in a purple glow, ignoring the soldiers completely as they gazed up at the sky in unison. The bone soldiers were disintegrating. Even the Lich King's minions realized something was wrong. Has their master truly resorted to the life shield? All the lesser liches dissolved into streams of purple light, sucked away to fuel their master. Judging by the speed of their demise, the Lich King was getting absolutely thrashed. Balrog watched with amusement, showing zero concern for his boss. How interesting. He ignored the defiant glare of Yoon San-woo. A mere human capable of pushing the Lich King to such desperate measures. His voice rumbled, like grinding stones dripping with disdain. That was entertaining at first. Balrog raised his massive clawed hand high, possessing enough power to wipe out the entire Ace Guild alone. But I'm bored now. Die. Suddenly, a projectile tore through the air at breakneck speed. Balrog's eyes widened, startled by the incoming disturbance. A blur, like a human arrow, slammed a vicious kick right into his face. The despair on the Ace Guild members' faces instantly morphed into shock. It was Thomas, his long red hair flowing wild, wearing a grin of pure battle lust. He bared his teeth, always searching for the next thrill. Let's keep this party going. Caught off guard, the mighty Balrog was sent flying across the battlefield. Yoon Sung-woo's stoic expression cracked in surprise. Thomas, though he wasn't sure if even he could secure a victory here. Thomas was undeniably powerful, but could he really take on that monster alone? The monster's massive hand crushed a building like a cheap toy, as Balrog stumbled to regain his footing. His aura turned murderous. I see. Another amusing insect has arrived. Yoon Sung-woo felt a chill. This creature was far stronger than Thomas. He gripped his sword tight, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He couldn't let Thomas fight alone. But just as he moved, a voice stopped him. Thank you for holding the line. Yoon Sung-woo watched in amazement as a figure strode past him. The raid team has been reorganized. B-rank Awakeners tend to the wounded immediately. A ranks provide support. S ranks focus your fire. It was the commanding, battle-hardened voice of Duho, finding every opening in Balrog's defense. Excellent. S-rank Awakeners target those gaps now. They had finished off the Kraken and arrived just in time to save the day. Now united under his leadership, the counterattack began. We resumed the raid on Balrog. Countless orbs of golden light rained down on the demon. Unfazed Balrog merely raised a hand to shield his eyes. Yet one sphere of light slipped through, blasting directly into his face. He didn't dodge, allowing the impact to knock him back. Now tear the wound open. Two Awakeners lunged forward, swords drawn, refusing to miss this golden opportunity. But purple smoke hissed from Balrog's maw. He snapped his head up and unleashed a roar that shook the heavens. The two attackers froze in midair, paralyzed by fear. With a casual wave of his hand, Balrog sliced their bodies in two. I expected better entertainment. Balrog stomped the ground, sneering. Turns out you're just bugs. Unshaken by the shower of blood and limbs, Du-ho charged through the carnage. His gaze remained steely. He couldn't afford to be shaken. We cannot falter now. Though his blade trembled, his grip was iron. If he hesitated for even a second, the sacrifice of his comrades would be in vain. Du-ho gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked. He nimbly weaved past Balrog's colossal frame, but his windblade did nothing. Du-ho flipped backward in the air, glancing back to check the damage. All that effort for a single pathetic scratch. He landed firmly, shouting with defiance, "Come at me, you monster." But internally, he remained calm. No problem. This was all within his calculations. Even against this beast, his role was simple: create an opening. Baran pivoted to face him, his gaze piercing. Not bad. For a little insect, his voice dripped with the heavy decree of their doom. But struggle as you might, your destiny is to be crushed beneath my heel. Ignoring the charger, he left the trash for his minions to clean up. The heroes screamed desperation, tearing at their throats. Thomas unleashed a devastating haymaker, aiming straight for Baran's skull with raw power. Then came the follow-up. Junho stepped in, channeling a massive freezing spell with surgical precision. Absolute zero. Frost exploded outward, encasing the monster in a prison of ice instantly. The party cheered in this leveling manhwa. Nobody survives a combo like that. But the relief was short-lived. Reality blurred into a nightmare. Junho's eyes went wide with horror. Wait, it's not over. He frantically triggered his emergency skill. Get behind me. A cataclysmic wave of heat blasted them, turning their smiles of victory into expressions of pure terror. Baran's claws tore through the smoke, his voice mocking them with sadistic glee. Yes. Now it's getting interesting. He melted Junho's ice like it was nothing. Consider this an honor, he sneered, looking down on them like ants. He roared, launching a sphere of annihilation. Welcome to Inferno. Panic surged in Do-wook's chest as he screamed for the tank. Thomas slammed his hands into the earth. Let's play. His shadow stretched out, intercepting the incoming sun-like projectile. The fireball smashed into the divine shield. Sparks flew as the barrier shattered instantly, but the attack didn't stop. Terror washed over the squad. The shield was breached. Death was imminent. But Thomas felt the thrill of the challenge. Not yet. A crimson shadow erupted from his hands, spreading at breakneck speed. Layer upon layer of barriers rose up to meet Baran's flame. Everyone's hearts pounded in their throats, suspended between life and death. He blocked it. Unbelievable. Even as they broke, he regenerated them instantly. Good job, Thomas. Only Du-wook's face remained grim. No. Look closer. The shields were being obliterated like glass. Du-wook tried to rally them. It's failing. We have to run. He's broken through. Everyone scatter. Suddenly, Thomas bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. I hate fire. Am I going to die? Fear twisted into insanity. I don't want to die, he snapped, unleashing every ounce of dormant power in his body. Die. In a split second, the world turned blood red. Thomas's power had awakened a torrent of uncontrolled chaos, exploding outward. The entire team was dragged into the vortex. No, we're being swallowed whole. Even Du-wook couldn't escape the gravitational pull. Damn it, Thomas. Snap out of it. He reached out desperate to stop the rampage. Thomas, but the darkness consumed him in an instant. Du-wook's hand was the last thing to vanish into the void. Even Baran paused, staring at the corruption creeping toward him. What is this sorcery? Before he could react, darkness swallowed the battlefield. Thomas's power sealed the area in a massive sphere. Meanwhile, back with Hawk-jun, the skeleton soldiers vanished. Now, it was just him against the Death Knight. And this monster was in a league of its own. One swing nullified every attack. The knight paused, startled by the move, but still parried Hawk-jun's blade effortlessly. Steel clashed against steel, sending sparks flying. The impact knocked both weapons back. The Death Knight raised his blade high, not giving Hawk-jun a second to breathe. Suddenly, a brilliant flash from the flank. The knight's reflexes were god tier. He shifted his blade instantly to block the ambush. Seizing the opening, Hawk-jun roared, putting his life into the strike. But the Death Knight pulled the reins, his steed dodging with terrifying grace. The knight's eyes narrowed. He saw through it all. The flying sword was a feint for Hawk-jun's finisher. Your intentions are too obvious, his stance seemed to say. The Death Knight raised his massive blade, an executioner ready to drop the axe. Now, it is my turn. Hawk-jun felt the crushing pressure. This wasn't a level he could block, but with Yoon Seon-seo behind him, dodging wasn't an option. He had to tank it. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched his unwavering back. Hawk-jun. Her voice fueled his spirit, a defiant smirk touching his lips. He channeled every drop of mana to his blade tip. His eyes burned with resolve. He believed in himself. I will stop this. The Death Knight's greatsword fell with the weight of a mountain death strike. Hawk-jun swung upward to meet destiny. Myriad mystic slash. The two ultimate attacks collided, unleashing a shockwave that tore the ground apart. But the knight's purple aura was too dominant. It shattered the balance. Dust choked the air. Yoon Seon-seo stumbled forward, blind in the chaos. What happened? She couldn't see her protector. Hawk-jun, are you okay? She screamed his name, but silence was her only answer. Hawk-jun. Then she saw him. Standing still. Hawk-jun. His voice was a fragile whisper. Yoon Seon-seo. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he collapsed to the cold ground. The victor stood tall. The Death Knight remained unscathed, a towering monument of despair. Meanwhile, cracks formed on Thomas's crimson sphere. Light pierced from within. Something was smashing its way out. Boom! A beam of light shattered the seal. Baron emerged, flying high and unharmed. He scoffed, looking down at the carnage. Pathetic. The caster knocked himself out. Not only did he consume himself, he left his team half dead. Attacking his own allies. What a joke. Du-wook was on his knees, muttering like a madman. No, not this. Thomas's rampant energy had shattered their minds. Screams of agony filled the air. Arg, help me, minds broke under the pressure. Yes, die. Death is the only answer. Suddenly, one figure staggered to his feet. Du-wook's eyes were bloodshot, insane but unyielding. Charge far away. Yoon Seon-seo fell to her knees, shaking Hawk-jun's lifeless body. Ha-rin, please. Her tears of agony flowed endlessly, a river of sorrow. Open your eyes, but her heart-wrenching cries failed to move the cold-hearted monster. Ha-rin. Driven by desperation, Yoo-ho charged at the beast, abandoning all defense. Its eyes glowed a hellish red void of a single shred of humanity. It was over. Or so they thought. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore through the sky, illuminating the darkness. The Death Knight, frozen mid-strike, and even Van Rock paused, his interest piqued by the sudden flare. Was the battle over on that side too? The pillar of light pierced the heavens and earth alike, revealing a terrifying silhouette within the glare. A skeletal figure. The Lich King roared his decree. O foolish humans, the light of evil shall bury everything you once held dear. This is your ultimate defeat. Minutes earlier, the village was a sea of flames. Kim Soo-hyun charged, raining mad blows upon the Lich King's barrier. Suddenly, the familiar blue screen flickered to life. It was a classic moment in this awakening manhwa. Just as he suspected, the system board flashed, strength 97. Kim Soo-hyun smirked inwardly. Pouring points into raw power was the absolute right choice in this system manhwa. Rewind to the upgrade zone. Mia stood eagerly behind him as he flashed his status window. Achievement points, 10,544,555. He declared with the swagger of a king. Give me every elixir you have. The merchant eyed the astronomical figure, stroking his beard in hesitation. Then he turned with a calm, knowing expression to offer a word of advice. Kim Soo-hyun watched wide-eyed as the man thumped a heavy sack onto the counter. What is this? The merchant simply crossed his arms, analyzing the protagonist's stats. 10,544,555 points. The merchant recited his gaze, piercing through Kim Soo-hyun. For a powerhouse of your caliber, chugging hundreds of mediocre potions is a waste. One drop of true quality outweighs an ocean of mediocrity. He slowly opened the bag. If you have the eyes of a master, you will understand. Kim Soo-hyun leaned in curious. He and Mia gazed into the sack, and their jaws hit the floor. Vials pulsing with vibrant energy lay before them. The blood of the Black Queen, the heart of Kraken, sap of the storm, and the elixir of the nameless sage. In any leveling manhwa, these were god-tier items with effects beyond imagination. Kim Soo-hyun calmly reached for the entire shelf. He calculated that consuming them all would instantly boost his stats to the Golden Age realm. But the merchant's hand shot out to stop him. Hold it. The merchant pointed a finger at 4 specific vials, his explanation freezing Kim Soo-hyun's hand in midair. With your current points, you can only afford a single one. Kim Soo-hyun turned to stone, his hand instinctively recoiling. In the end, he chose the golden vial. After agonizing deliberation, he downed the elixir of power. The system chimed strength is now 97. Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun's fist tightened, knuckles turning white. Reason number 1. I am a close combat awakener. His punch carried the weight of a mountain, crashing directly into the Lich's barrier. Reason number 2. My enemy is a frail spellcaster. The shield began to fracture under the pressure. The Lich King, realizing the danger, raised a hand to blast Kim Soo-hyun point blank. Sharp obsidian spikes erupted from the barrier, piercing Kim Soo-hyun's flesh. A cry of pain escaped his lips. Fresh blood sprayed into the air, but the fire in his eyes didn't dim for a second. Against a mage like you, he thought. Driving his fist deeper, overwhelming brute force is the only logic. The shield shattered into a million pieces. His hand broke through the defense, carrying a torrential flow of aura. The punch connected unbridled energy exploded directly into the Lich King's ribcage, incinerating the bone. Kim Soo-hyun paused, gasping for air amidst the swirling dust. A grin tugged at his lips as he looked down. Your undead legion is finished, monster. Beneath him, the Lich King glared up through the cracks. He gritted his teeth, but then, a chilling laughter erupted. His face twisted into a mask of arrogant confidence. I see it now, the Lich hissed. I have found your fatal weakness. Kim Soo-hyun stood firm on the crumbling shards of the barrier. The Lich stared daggers at him. I sensed something odd. You had the power to shatter my defense instantly. Kim Soo-hyun's brow furrowed in confusion. So why endure my attacks just to get close? The Lich taunted. Meanwhile, cloaked skeletons unleashed a magical barrage upon the guild members in the distance. You targeted the barrier to protect those insects, didn't you? The guild members looked around in panic. The number of liches had dropped. It was their chance to counterattack. The Lich King sneered, dark energy pouring from his form. Still worried about others? How noble. A sphere of destructive magic began to swell in his hand. Let's see if you can endure this. High above, Kim Soo-hyun looked down with a fearless smile. Bring it on. The energy in the Lich's hand grew volatile, but the human showed no fear. Enraged, the monster expanded the sphere to massive proportions. Do you intend to nullify this too? I will drop my own defenses. The Lich's eyes burned with madness, a maniacal grin stretching across his face. I might be vulnerable, but can those fragile humans survive the full might of my legion while you are busy with me? Kim Soo-hyun's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. A massive sphere of annihilation was condensing. He realized the danger immediately. This was the Lich King's ultimate area of effect spell. Even with his stats, a direct hit meant game over. Nullification was the only option. He stood upon the scales of fate. Save the humans below or destroy the monster right here and now. The Lich King gloated. Will you neutralize my attack and slay me, or save those wretches and perish? He bit his lip, mind racing. Then he moved Kim Soo-hyun, leaped from the shield, tearing open a dimensional rift to summon his blade, letting gravity take him. A massive beast swooped in, catching him in freefall. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes burned with resolve, his aura exploding outwards like a supernova. He gritted his teeth. Blessing of the Dragon God activate. Above him, a gigantic eye of darkness loomed ready to crash down upon the world. My choices. He gripped his sword, his gaze locking onto the enemy. I will block this attack and send you to hell. Technique unleashed explosive sword wave. The Lich's cataclysmic attack descended Kim Soo-hyun, met it head-on, his muscles screaming as he struggled to hold back the tide of destruction. He swung his blade in a blur of motion, launching a flurry of strikes. The two colossal forces collided, triggering a massive shockwave. It was a scene straight out of an epic manhwa recap, as light and darkness wrestled for dominance. Slowly, the Lich King's power began to fade, devoured by Kim Soo-hyun's relentless assault. The humans below watched in awe, and even the undead minions paused to witness the spectacle. The collision shattered the very atmosphere, shaking the dimension to its core, before disappearing into a blinding flash of white light. Their powers collided, annihilating each other in the void. Finally, Seo-hyun's strike pierced through the Lich King's defense. The undead monarch trembled violently, gritting his teeth in sheer denial as he screamed, "Victory is mine." But the Lich King was instantly engulfed by Seo-hyun's holy fire. He muttered, "You filthy human," while Seo-hyun closed his eyes, bracing himself for the final impact. Then Seo-hyun snapped his eyes open, revealing the eyes of the saint. Energy surged like a tidal wave, as his body was reinforced by the indestructible saint aura. He shot forward like an arrow wreathed in holy light. His mind drifted to his past life, where he was always swept away helplessly by the currents of greater powers. In this cruel world, the Lich King never saw it coming. He could only watch helplessly as Seo-hyun charged. The protagonist remembered being forced to make impossible choices, led by the nose by monsters. The Lich King, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura, stood defenseless. Seo-hyun screamed internally. After countless lifetimes of thought, he had reached the only conclusion that would stop him from being a puppet ever again. His body tore through the air with maximum output. The thought looped in his mind: to change the tragic past, he needed absolute dominance. He clenched his fist, pouring every ounce of strength into it, and shattered the Lich King's shield. His fist connected squarely with the villain's face. Seo-hyun roared in his heart. He needed overwhelming power, the kind that defines a top-tier leveling manhwa. In the ancient lore, the Lich King was an entity who stood above millions. Beneath his throne lay a literal ocean of corpses. He was the king of the dead, the god of death itself. He used to float in the sky, siphoning energy from the city below, growing stronger by devouring the souls of the fallen. His hands once held the lifelines of the citizens below his dark magic, delivering death to anyone who dared oppose him. But now his body was crumbling, plummeting from the sky. For the first time, the Lich King was being battered by Seo-hyun, without any chance to evade. Seo-hyun's face was twisted in fury as he prepared another devastating punch. The Lich King's face was already distorted from the beating. For the first time in eons, the thought of his own death crossed his mind. A massive impact slammed into the earth, causing the ground to explode and blinding light to engulf the area. When the dust settled, a massive crater scarred the landscape. The Lich King lay broken and battered at the bottom of the pit. His eyes were filled with confusion as he looked up at Seo-hyun, who walked calmly toward him. The villain demanded, "Why don't you finish me?" Seo-hyun stared down with an unreadable expression and replied, "Someone like you doesn't have the power to perform spatial teleportation." Suddenly, a blue dungeon gate materialized in the sky above them. Seo-hyun looked down at the Lich King with a steel gaze and asked, "Who is it?" Behind the Lich King, a sinister energy began to drain from his body. Seo-hyun articulated every word clearly. "Who is the one standing behind you?" The Lich King only grit his teeth, then burst into maniacal laughter. His words left Seo-hyun stunned. It was true then, and it is true now. "Do you think I am just a disposable pawn?" Suddenly, a presence rushed toward them from the distance at breakneck speed. The Lich King's voice returned to its arrogant tone. "This is the Death Knight." The knight swung his blade at Seo-hyun's neck. Seo-hyun's eyes went wide, barely reacting as the Lich King taunted, "Why did you think you had won?" Realizing the danger, Seo-hyun grit his teeth and ducked just in time to avoid the decapitation. He kicked off the rocks, creating distance. The Death Knight didn't let up, chasing him on a phantom steed and slashing down again. Seo-hyun leaped into the air to dodge, spinning around to counterattack with a punch. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled toward him from the side. Startled, Seo-hyun instinctively conjured a sphere of blue holy fire. He threw his blue flame to intercept the crimson fireball. Banrock, the winged demon, watched in mild surprise. He withstood that. Interesting. Banrock calmly approached Seo-hyun. For a human, you're quite capable. Very amusing. In an instant, Seo-hyun found himself completely surrounded. Seo-hyun scanned the perimeter, biting his lip. He furrowed his brow, analyzing the threat. 3 high-ranking enemies, the Death Knight, Banrock, and the Lich King's elite forces. He raised his guard, calculating the odds. Fighting all these boss-level monsters at once was suicide, and there was no guarantee more reinforcements wouldn't arrive. Seo-hyun lowered his hand, his mind racing. Even though he lacked information, his priority had to remain the Lich King. Suddenly, the Lich King interrupted his thoughts. Banrock, Death Knight. Seo-hyun looked over in shock. The Lich King's body began to warp as he announced, "We are retreating for now." The 3 villains transformed into streaks of light and shot into the sky, leaving Seo-hyun standing there in bewilderment. Seo-hyun stared blankly, then screamed, "Wait, hold on!" He looked up, shouting in frustration, "Stand right there. This wasn't over." He accessed his spatial inventory, a staple feature in any system Manhwa, and summoned his weapon. Above the blue dungeon gate was still open. The 3 enemies rushed toward the gate. Seo-hyun gripped his spear, preparing to launch his ultimate technique, the Spear of Explosive Destruction. He hurled the spear with godlike force, chasing the 3 figures toward the blue gate. However, just as it made contact, the gate blocked, the attack triggering a massive explosion before vanishing into thin air. Seo-hyun stared at the empty sky, using his Phoenix Holy Fire to scan the area. Damn it. They got away. He floated there, disappointment weighing heavy on his shoulders. He grit his teeth, looking down at the devastation left in the wake of the battle. The city was in ruins, fires spreading uncontrollably. Right below the bodies of innocent civilians lay scattered on the ground, their lives extinguished. A mother lay dead, clutching her child. Tears streamed down Seo-hyun's face, filled with agonizing grief. He bit his lip until it bled, drowning in despair. Elsewhere, Yoon-sun cradled the injured Choi Hak-jun, weeping bitterly on the ground. Seo-hyun questioned everything. What had he actually changed? In another corner, a blonde-haired hunter held his head in agony. Seo-hyun asked himself, what did I actually protect? Lee Do-ho stood with his sword head bowed in defeat. Seo-hyun remained hovering in the sky, accompanied only by his Phoenix Holy Fire. The surroundings were nothing but a wasteland. He hadn't changed anything. According to the records released later, the Lich King's invasion of Seoul claimed the lives of approximately 12,000 people. The casualty list included both civilians and awakened ones. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, the Lich King began absorbing energy from his skeletal soldiers to regenerate. He looked up, marveling at the encounter. I never expected a human like that to exist. His face healed, revealing eyes full of ambition. That man's soul. I must possess it. Across a path paved with skulls, a figure walked toward the throne. I will guide you to a vast land, teeming with fresh souls to harvest. His voice dripped with arrogance. The Lich King sat upon his throne, chin resting on his hand, listening intently. But as Johnny bowed his head, the king's eyes burned with a chilling promise: failure would not be forgiven. The scene shifts to Beijing, a bustling metropolis unaware of the doom above. Suddenly, the sky cracked open, revealing a sinister flickering light. The dimensional gate tore open, and the legion of the undead began their march. After decimating Seoul, the Lich King had now set his sights on the heart of Beijing. Facing extinction, the world's nations united. They formed an elite subjugation squad, a desperate second chance for humanity in this brutal leveling Manhwa reality. Meanwhile, in a sterile hospital room, Yoon-sun sat blankly beside his bed. Suddenly, Choi Hak-jun frowned, his eyes fluttering open. He sat up abruptly, gasping, "This is a hospital. What happened?" Without a second thought, Yoon-sun threw her arms around him. Seeing her distress, he whispered her name softly, concern washing over him. "Yoon-sun." Her voice trembled with sorrow. "Thank God. I was terrified I had lost you forever. You always protect me, but while you fought between life and death, I was powerless." Hearing her heart-wrenching confession, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder, pulling her into a warm embrace as she wept. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I made you go through that." Later, Choi Hak-jun stood by the window, gazing out at the city, or what was left of it. Just a landscape of ruin. Sensing a presence, he spun around, instincts flaring. It was Lee Do-ho. Choi Hak-jun sighed, realized they had survived. Lee Do-ho nodded solemnly. "Yes." Choi Hak-jun continued. "I had a dream." Lee Do-ho asked. "A dream?" Choi Hak-jun replied. "Yes. You Kim Soo-hyun, Thomas, and Yoon. It was a nightmare where everyone died. It felt so real, terrifyingly real. When I woke up and realized I was alive, the pain was unbearable. I apologize, you must be confused hearing this. Lee Do-ho smiled sadly. It is okay. I understand. I was terrified too. I can still hear the screams of those who followed me to their deaths. But that is exactly why I cannot retreat. Seeing his leader's resolve, Choi Hak-jun's tears ceased. Lee Do-ho looked at him with eyes burning with determination. Choi Hak-jun, I have a proposal for you. Time passed, and darkness cloaked the facility. Whimpers echoed from a room. No, I didn't mean to do it. I was just so scared. I had no choice. It wasn't my fault. A sudden noise startled Thomas. He crawled to the door, trembling as he opened it. Lee Do-ho, you were talking earlier. Yes, I will contact you later. Thomas rushed forward, grabbing Lee Do-ho's collar, screaming in desperation. Lee Do-ho, it wasn't my fault. Right, it was that monster's fault. Lee Do-ho looked at him with eyes full of pity. Softly, he spoke. Thomas, how did you feel? I understand fear better than anyone. So no, the terror wasn't your fault. Thomas's face lit up with pathetic hope. Right, it isn't my fault, is it? But Lee Do-ho's voice suddenly turned stern. However, we must bear the weight of the consequences. Thomas froze. Lee Do-ho continued, I was weak and you were a coward. Therefore, we must take responsibility. Thomas let out a broken, mocking laugh. Lee Do-ho. Why? Why would you say that? Lee Do-ho gently placed a hand on his head. If we run away because of fear, nothing will ever change. Struck by those words, Thomas stood frozen. He hugged himself tightly, whispering, but even so, what if I am still afraid? Lee Do-ho replied warmly, I know it is hard and terrifying to be alone. That is why we will walk this path together. He extended his hand. Meanwhile, the blacksmith Kim Dae-ho exclaimed, Perfection. It is complete. Your new armor. Infused with monster blood, adamantium fragments, and pure ether stones. It is a masterpiece. I added defensive skills to the weave, so use it well. Kim Soo-hyun stared at the gear in silence. His expression was somber, biting his lip as the weight of destiny settled on him. Seeing the young hero's heavy burden, the old man sighed. As Kim Soo-hyun packed the gear, Dae-ho called out. Is something wrong? Kim Soo-hyun replied flatly. Nothing. Thank you for the armor. He turned and walked away into the shadows. Dae-ho watched him go, muttering, that fool. Why does he insist on carrying the weight of the world alone? The scene shifts to a helipad, the roar of rotors slicing the air. A man chuckled, seeing Kim Soo-hyun approach. So you finally arrived. Kim Soo-hyun looked detached. Let's depart immediately. It is just you and me anyway. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Lohan. The man smirked. Well, I thought this chopper was too big for just two people. Behind him, Lee Do-ho Thomas and Choi Hak-jun stood ready. Did you think you could go alone? Keep dreaming. We go together. In China, inside a sleek apartment, a voice questioned him. Are you saying I am unqualified? The official replied. Yes. The recent treaty is now in effect. Individuals are strictly forbidden from engaging in unauthorized combat. Even the legendary Kim Soo-hyun is no exception. Kim Soo-hyun clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. What good is a treaty when human lives are on the line? Yoon-sun asked. What Kim Soo-hyun stood up abruptly. Fine. I will form my own guild. Yoon-sun asked skeptically. Do you have members? Kim Soo-hyun's voice was ice cold. I am enough on my own. The official paused intrigued. Is that so? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Make that two. They turned to see Lohan walking in. I happen to be guildless at the moment. Mind if I tag along? Kim Soo-hyun glared at him. Lohan. Fine. I will contact you when we deploy. Lohan whistled. So cold. Anyway, it's decided. You handle the paperwork. Yoon-sun sighed. I understand. A phone rang demanding attention. The voice on the other end was persistent. Lohan. Lohan. He picked up casual as ever. What is it? The caller spoke. I am Lee Do-ho, chairman of the Alchemy Association. I have a proposal for you. Back in the present, Kim Soo-hyun nodded. I see. You want me to join your guild? Lee Do-ho replied. I will keep it brief. The ultimate goal of this awakening Manhwa quest is to slay the Lich King. To do that, we must break through the undead legion. Fortunately, we have grown into a guild with the power to do just that. With you, Kim Soo-hyun, as the spearhead. 200 guild members, including myself, will carve a path to the Lich King. Handling the high-tier bosses, that will be your battlefield. Kim Soo-hyun listened in silence. Lee Do-ho finished. That is the plan. Let's move. But Kim Soo-hyun's voice dropped to absolute zero. Go home, all of you? They gasped. What? He walked past them, his aura dismissive. With your pathetic power levels, you will only be a burden. Not to mention the alchemists. You are just baggage. The Lich King's escape is my failure and mine alone. I will bear the consequences. You have duties to attend to. Just leave me here. But before the words could fully leave his lips, a hand seized his collar. A heavy fist struck his face, shocking everyone witnessing the scene. Lee Do-ho roared, "Do you think we'll just retreat because you told us to? I know exactly how desperate you are, right now. I told you clearly I am on your side. We carry this burden together. Yet, in the end, you still try to shoulder it all alone. Is that your idea of responsibility? Listen to me. You are not a god, and you are certainly not a hero. You are just a son, a younger brother, and a friend. Taking all the blame solves nothing. What about those who died following my orders? If you die here, do I lose my chance to atone to them as well?" Kim Soo-hyun was struck silent, unable to refute the truth. As Lee Do-ho released his grip, Thomas stepped forward. I'm still terrified, but Lee Do-ho is right. Running away because of fear won't change anything. No matter how scared we are, we move forward together. Hawk-jun slowly approached and added, "Exactly. This isn't a burden for you to carry by yourself. I know what haunts you, the fear of losing someone precious. So let's walk this path together and overcome it." Kim Soo-hyun stared in amazement. Lee Do-ho gently patted his head. "Even if this raid fails, it's the path we chose together. If I catch you suffering alone again, I won't let you off so easily. Besides, I'm the guildmaster here. You're just a small fry member, so just trust me and follow my lead." Kim Soo-hyun stood frozen, his long-held belief that he was truly alone shattering into pieces. From letting the Lich King escape, to the arrogance that he could solo this entire leveling Manhwa world, to the crushing reality of the sacrifices made. "I thought it was all my fault." Seeing his expression, Lee Do-ho chuckled softly. "You really are a funny idiot." Tears of relief streamed down Kim Soo-hyun's face. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Beijing. At the Lich King's fortress, monsters swarmed below, but amidst the chaos, a flag was raised high with defiance. It was the Paragon Guild. Kim Soo-hyun and his comrades had arrived in Beijing. In the distance, an observer crushing a skull in his hand muttered, "They're swarming like rats. It's sickening. Are the reinforcements not here yet?" A subordinate replied, "I heard they are arriving soon." Wang Wu asked, "Which guild, Reaper White Dragon?" The subordinate stammered, "Well, that is. I heard it is Paragon." Wang Wu scoffed with irritation. "Paragon? Who the hell are they?" Suddenly, a massive impact shook the ground, kicking up a storm of dust. "Damn it, what now?" But as the dust settled, Wang Wu froze, muttering in disbelief, "Those guys are Paragon." Standing before him was the full might of Paragon Kim Soo-hyun, Thomas Hak-jun, and Lohan, ready for war. Flashback to moments ago, Lee Do-ho briefing the squad. "Listen up. An unidentified fortress has manifested in central Beijing, the Lich King's stronghold. Monsters like the Kraken and Bone Dragons are pouring out. To reach the Lich King, we must pierce through that legion. My guild members and I will handle the distraction. You guys charge straight into the fortress and destroy everything inside." Lohan grinned, eyes lighting up. "Simple and violent. I like it," Lee Do-ho commanded. "All right, get into position." They shouted in unison, "Roger." Suddenly, a voice called out to Kim Soo-hyun. A man approached, cracking his knuckles. Lee Do-ho narrowed his eyes. "Wang Wu." He asked aloud, "What do you want?" Lee Do-ho remained on guard. Ever since the ranking wars, he's targeted Kim Soo-hyun. Is he planning to start trouble, even in a crisis like this? Wang Wu ignored him and spoke directly to Kim Soo-hyun. "The Lich King. Can you kill him?" The question surprised them. Kim Soo-hyun's eyes burned with resolve. "Without a doubt." Wang Wu smirked. "Is that so? Then we will handle the vanguard. If you lose focus for even a second, I'll kill you myself." With that threat, he turned and left. Lee Do-ho placed a reassuring hand on Kim Soo-hyun's shoulder. "Let's move." The scene shifts to the Lich King's throne room, where a servant reported, "My king, the human movements are abnormal. They are pushing back our legion with ferocity and are nearing the fortress gates. I shall go dispose of them immediately." The Lich King smiled, a sinister darkness radiating from him. "No need. Let them come. I wish to savor their despair." Kim Soo-hyun's group carved a path toward the castle, but they were soon encircled by an ocean of demons. Kim Soo-hyun thought, "This is great. Thanks to Wang Wu and Lee Do-ho, we reached the fortress easily. But from here on, the enemies are on a different level. They'll need our help." He shouted, "Brother, let us assist you." Lee Do-ho cut him off instantly. "Kim Soo-hyun, summon Miru. We will clear the path. Use that opening to ride Miru straight into the fortress." Kim Soo-hyun hesitated. But what about everyone here? Lee Do-ho's gaze was intense. Etch this into your mind. Your battlefield is elsewhere. This battlefield belongs to us. From a distance, Wang Wu unleashed a devastating punch, the shockwave obliterating enemies. Let me add one thing. Anyone who blocks the path gets crushed. As he spoke, he pulverized a massive beast, screaming as he tore through their ranks. Inspired by the display of raw power, the Alliance roared, "Charge! Open the blood path!" Seeing their resolve, Kim Soo-hyun's heart swelled. Everyone, thank you. He and his team mounted the Dragon Miru, rocketing toward the spire where the Lich King waited. Inside the ominous hall, Kim Soo-hyun's voice turned cold. Get ready. His team responded instantly. He's approaching. As if he's been waiting for us. The Lich King's elite guard stepped forward, and behind them, the Lich King descended with overwhelming pressure. Kim Soo-hyun didn't flinch. He calmly drew his blade. Let's end this. The Lich King stood tall, his aura suffocating, a twisted smile of excitement carving across his face. A storm of energy exploded, shaking the very dimension. As if by destiny's design, each hero found themselves facing their perfect counter. Everyone locked eyes with an opponent worthy of their steel. Lohan began channeling his magic. You've been waiting, haven't you? The prey has walked right into your trap. A massive bull-headed demon blocked his path. Lohan didn't hesitate, charging in with a maniacal grin. Hawk-jun swung his sword, his strikes merciless and precise. This time we win. His opponent parried, sneering. Don't get cocky, little brat. Kim Soo-hyun stood face to face with the ultimate evil, fear completely absent from his soul. I will finish everything right here. He launched himself at the Lich King, his blade tracing a crescent moon of destruction. Gray smoke filled the air from the impact. Wang Wu, watching from below, asked with a rare, serious expression. Hey, what's the plan now? Lee Do-ho replied calmly. We hold the line. Until the Lich King is dead. Wang Wu stood alone, completely encircled by the enemy horde. One of them sneered. You talk about death as if it were a gentle mercy. If we trade our worthless lives for the Spirit King's head, isn't that the ultimate bargain? Wang Wu paused, stunned by the sheer audacity of the plan. Suddenly, the sky tore open, revealing a void of absolute darkness. Countless bone-white skulls poured out like a dam, painting the air with a mist of blood, as bodies were instantly pierced by the onslaught. Thomas emerged from the chaos, waving with a smile that felt entirely out of place in this hell. Lee Do-ho froze his mind, unable to process the sight of him standing there. Thomas' panic overtook reason. Lee Do-ho seized his collar, his voice trembling with fury. Why the hell are you here? Thomas hesitated, his eyes soft. To bring you to the fortress, of course. Do you have any idea how many have already fallen? Lee Do-ho choked on his words, despair crashing over him as he scolded Thomas. You should have stayed safe with Soo-hyun. Staying here means nothing but death. Lee Do-ho's fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. In that moment, clarity struck Thomas. Ah, now I see. Everyone is terrified. Meanwhile, Wang Wu fought like a demon against the tide. A massive azure dragon lunged, sinking its fangs into him. Lee Do-ho released Thomas, screaming into the comms. Send reinforcements there. We can't hold the line anymore. Retreat immediately. If we take down the Spirit King, victory is ours. Think about what truly matters right now. With that, Lee Do-ho brushed past Thomas to join the fray. But Thomas stood rooted to the spot. Slowly, he reached out and tugged Lee Do-ho's sleeve. Lee Do-ho. Thomas bowed his head, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. You know, I'm pretty durable, right? He looked up, saying nothing more, his eyes locked on the burning battlefield ahead. Thomas felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Back then, it was so hard to understand. It felt like you were pushing me into the grave. If you have power, you have a duty. I was weak, and you were fragile. So we had to carry that weight together. He stepped forward, his resolve hardening like steel. But now I understand. It's not about running away. It's about refusing to leave you behind. Thomas stood tall against the nightmare fear, replaced by conviction. Without courage, he could protect no one. He spread his arms wide, preparing to unleash his dormant power. Beautiful memories flooded his mind. Soo-hyun, who gave him a home, Choi Hak-jun, and Yoon-sun, who accepted him as family, and Lee Do-ho, who nagged him like a mother. He cherished every face in his memory. This time, Thomas would be the shield. You can finally lean on me now. Lee Do-ho, realizing the horror of the situation, lunged forward to stop him. Thomas, don't do it. But the boy stood immovable as a mountain. Thomas had made his choice. Even if it cost his life, he would save his friends. If it's for everyone, I'll go first. He turned back, offering one last brilliant smile. Lee Do-ho reached out in vain, screaming Thomas. The sacrifice was made. A torrent of crimson rained down from the heavens. forming an inescapable blood matrix that sealed the area. A blazing red dome manifested, locking everything inside. Lee Do-ho lay unconscious on the cold ground. His eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding his gaze before he bolted upright in sheer panic. Thomas beside him, Wang Wu grumbled, "You're louder than I expected." Lee Do-ho looked over, his voice trembling. "Wang Wu." He frantically scanned the area. "Guildmaster, wake up. Everyone was terrified you wouldn't open your eyes again." Lee Do-ho blinked, utterly baffled. "What? Why does everyone look fine?" Thomas clearly went into a mana overload. From the distance, a familiar voice called out Lee Do-ho. Thomas stood there safe and sound, grinning like an idiot. He held up a finger, asking playfully, "Did I do well?" Lee Do-ho stared, emotions choking him. He let out a long, shaky breath. Tears pricking his eyes, he raised his own finger, smiling brighter than he ever had before. "You did the best, you crazy brat." Suddenly, the adjacent building crumbled into dust. Lohan descended from the heavens, his blade carving through the air with lethal precision. The horned monstrosity watched him, wariness creeping into its stance. "I thought you were strong, but isn't that the power of a seraph?" Lohan smirked, his arrogance palpable. "Hey, don't act like you know everything." The horned demon didn't wait. It unleashed a massive sphere of hellfire, a cataclysmic blast meant to vaporize anything in its path. Lohan was engulfed in the inferno, but from the flames, majestic angelic wings unfurled, shielding him completely. He stood amidst the embers, untouched and calm. Lohan scoffed, looking down at his opponent. "Did you really think you could challenge me with such pathetic parlor tricks?" The demon could no longer underestimate this human. "Interesting. Truly interesting. You are the first human to ever make me feel this way. Let me tell you a story," the creature hissed. "Once upon a time, there was a world where angels and demons fought an eternal war. But one day, the war ended abruptly, because I tore every single angel limb from limb. The demon's arm began to twist and mutate. I thought I had finished them all. It seems I missed a remnant. I am the Demon King Balrog, and today, I will extinguish the last spark of the angelic race." The demon expanded, transforming into a towering titan. Yet Lohan stood still, dropping his guard completely. A simple question cut through the tension. "Let me ask you something. Those angels you killed, were they strong?" Balrog didn't hesitate. "Strong indeed. Even I found it difficult to slaughter the archangels." Lohan threw his head back and laughed, a sound filled with pure dominance. "You see, among humans, I never managed to become the absolute strongest." Balrog looked up, confusion turning to horror as he witnessed the impossible. "How can this be?" The sky split open, and a pillar of divine light descended. It expanded rapidly, carrying the overwhelming pressure of the Heavenly King. "It's a shame, really, but you have to die today." Lohan's grin widened into something feral. "Because I've decided to become the strongest among the angels instead." The pillar of light crashed down toward the demon. Balrog roared, countering with a sphere of concentrated demonic energy. Two absolute powers collided, shaking the very fabric of reality in this epic leveling Manhwa showdown. The energies struggled for dominance, but the holy light was simply superior. Balrog watched his attack crumble, disbelief paralyzing him. "Don't make me laugh. I am the Demon King of Hell. How could I lose to a mere human?" Denial was his last thought. The holy light swallowed him whole in an instant. A blinding flash purified the entire battlefield. As the light faded, Lohan stood amidst the destruction, brushing dust off his shoulder. "Demon King, please." A victorious smirk graced his lips. "You weren't the strongest either." Lohan turned, his senses already expanding to the next threat. "Mana levels in the Black Forest are stable. Looks like they don't need immediate backup." He glanced back at the ruins one last time. Meanwhile, the battlefield was a chaotic storm of violence. Choi Hak-jun was locked in a heated exchange, steel clashing against steel. A grimace twisted his face. With every block the heavy realization hit him, he stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Blood sprayed into the air. A vicious blade sliced across Choi Hak-jun's shoulder, followed instantly by a devastating cut to his waist. His grip was slipping. He couldn't hold on much longer. Forced to retreat, he shifted into a desperate defensive stance. Yet pure killing intent flooded his gaze as he raised his sword to intercept a lethal strike. The pressure was suffocating. Choi Hak-jun felt his strength fading, his defense cracking under the relentless assault. It was time to gamble it all on one final move. His opponent stared in confusion before a mocking sneer twisted his face. "How foolish. Do you really think you can defeat a master with those toys? Useless struggle. You die here." But fear was foreign to Choi Hak-jun now. His blade erupted with a blazing crimson aura. "You talk too much. Today, I transcend my limits and leave you in the dust." Choi Hak-jun's eyes sharpened like daggers. burning with a ferocious intensity that eclipsed everything else.